Sign in for 100,000 years. Please hurry up. Chapter 553 to Chapter 631. Yi Yun had just taken 2 steps. A blurry figure with golden flames appeared in the sect master's hall without warning. The golden flames emitted boundless divine might as they crackled and danced about, illuminating the entire hall. Yi Yun stopped and looked calmly at the golden battle god in front of him. These golden battle gods should have used some kind of magic treasure or divine ability to cover their bodies so that their appearances could not be seen clearly. To be safe, Yi Yun did not use the heavenly illusory eye to observe the appearance of the golden battle god. Because it was useless to observe clearly. Even if he could see the appearance of the golden battle god, Yi Yun would not recognize him. Supreme Divine Master, we meet again. Haha. The golden battle god laughed loudly, and his voice shook the space in the entire hall. A 7th-level Divine King Realm expert was already the peak combat strength in the Divine Land. Now, he had suddenly come to the Supreme Emotion Palace. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause a huge sensation in the world. Yi Yun also paid attention to it. Greetings, sir. Yi Yun said calmly and cupped his fists respectfully. The inheritance of the ancient Yu clan has bloomed everywhere in the Divine Land for millions of years. However, your lineage's Supreme Emotion Dao is indeed very outstanding. This time I reported it to Lord Feng. She also admires you very much, so she sent me here. The golden battle god stared at Yi Yun with admiration and said with a smile. At this moment, he did not have the aura of a high and mighty golden battle god. Facing Yi Yun, he was like a friend who had not seen him for many years. He appeared very approachable. May I know, why are you here, sir? Yi Yun asked softly. With Lord Feng's permission, she has decided to bestow you the title of Eternal Shrine's Silver Battle God and rank you as a Golden Battle God Sequence Seed. At the same time, you will receive a Divine Level Silver Battle Armor, 2 Divine Level Weapons, the Eternal Shrine's Silver Battle God Token, and a number of cultivation resources. The Golden Battle God said in a deep voice with a solemn expression. After speaking, he waved his hand and threw out a storage ring. Yi Yun stretched out his hand and took the storage ring. He looked a little surprised. He blinked. Yi Yun remembered that Supremacy Yoga had once said that it was extremely difficult to join the Eternal Shrine's Silver God of War. Once he joined, the benefits he would receive would be unimaginable. He didn't expect it. He had become the Silver God of War of the Eternal Temple so easily and had even been listed as a seat of the Golden God of War. It seemed that the Eternal Temple was going to focus on training him. When Yi Yun thought of this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was a fake Supreme Ultimate God but had surpassed the real Supreme Ultimate God. During this trip to the ancient star graveyard, Yi Yun made the great path of great oblivion shine, which was why the Eternal Shrine took notice of him. Yi Yun sent a wisp of divine sense into the storage ring. As the Golden Battle God had said, there were indeed many good things inside. This title. Do you accept it or not? Yi Yun was in a bit of a dilemma at this moment. If he did not accept it, it would make him look like a fake Supreme Ultimate God was too stubborn. It did not conform to the norm. If he was a real Supreme Ultimate God, he would be eager to become the Silver God of War of the Eternal Temple. With this identity, it could be said that the dragon-raising people did not dare to have any improper thoughts about the Supreme Emotion Palace. In this way, no one would dare to disturb Xianxia in this place. From this perspective, Yi Yun felt that there were only benefits and no disadvantages to accepting the title of Silver God of War of the Eternal Temple. It was nothing more than what Divine Master Yoga had said, he would take on some missions in the future. However, any mission was not difficult for Yi Yun. It would not pose any threat to his life. Thank you for your kindness, sir. Yi Yun cupped his fists again and said very politely. You don't have to thank me. The main thing is that your Supreme Emotion Palace is indeed wonderful. I reported it to Master Feng. Master Feng cherished talent, so she sent me here personally to tell you the good news. The Golden Battle God said with a smile. No matter what, if you didn't report it to Master Feng, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the title of Silver God of War. I still have to thank you, sir, Yi Yun continued to say politely. He realized that this Golden God of War was indeed a good person. Back then, in the Yaoguan galaxy, the two of them had interacted, and this person had especially favored him. Such a friend could be made. By the way, you also have a disciple called Celestial Venerable You, right? The golden god of war suddenly said. Yes, sir, Yiyan said. Master Feng has also heard that Celestial Venerable You has cultivated the Supreme Emotion Palace to perfection, so she was also tempted. Therefore, this time, in addition to you, she was also given the title of Bronze God of War. The Golden God of War waved his hand and said with a smile. Even Yun Xiao, she already had a title? Yi Yun was stunned for a moment. He really didn't think that this mysterious Lord Feng would actually favor this pair of master and disciple so much. This is a reward for Celestial Venerable You, the Golden God of War threw a storage ring to Yi Yun. Yi Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry as he received it. Now, his master had become a silver god of war, and his disciple, Celestial Venerable You, had become a bronze god of war. In the future, they would all be non-staff members of the Eternal Temple. With the golden signboard of the Eternal Temple, wouldn't they be able to do whatever they wanted in the Divine Land in the future? Sir, my disciple's cultivation is relatively low. She has just broken through to the Divine Venerable Realm. Yi Yun's face revealed a troubled expression. Don't worry, I won't arrange any missions for her, the Golden God of War waved his hand and said with a laugh. Yi Yun nodded and felt relieved. My mission is completed. I still have something to do and have to rush back. I hope that one day, you can join the ranks of our Golden God of War, the Golden God of War said with a smile. His voice was still echoing in the hall when he disappeared. Yi Yun's pupils constricted slightly. The strength of this Golden God of War was probably higher than that of the ancient goddess. After all, his realm was there. Even if he took action personally and didn't use the treasures in the warehouse, it would be difficult to deal with this Golden God of War. Yi Yun was only at the 3rd level of the Divine Venerable Realm, so he was indeed at a disadvantage in terms of realm. Next, Yi Yun gathered the 7 celestial venerables, including Yun Xiao, and summoned everyone to the hall. Then, he recounted what had just happened. Master, you have become the Eternal Temple's Silver God of War. This is unbelievable. Celestial Venerable Qing said in shock. If Uncle Master Yoga knew, he would probably faint from crying, right? Celestial Venerable You covered her mouth and smiled. It's good that you know about this. Don't let it affect your cultivation. Yi Yun said solemnly. Yes, Master. Everyone replied with a solemn expression. After Yi Yun handed the storage ring to Yun Xiao, he looked at everyone and said calmly, I'll be going out soon. I'll leave all the matters of the Supreme Emotion Palace to your eldest senior brother, Master, don't worry. I'll definitely guard the Supreme Emotion Palace well. Celestial Venerable Ju hurriedly said respectfully. Master, how long are you going out this time? Celestial Venerable You asked. At least half a year, at most 2 to 3 years, Yi Yun said thoughtfully. After making arrangements for the sect, Yi Yun tore through the void and left the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotions alone. His first stop was naturally to return to the underworld devil domain. Yi Yun was still a little worried about this guy who came from another world and had a shocking background. He wanted to go over and teach him a lesson. After all, he had rushed to the ancient star graveyard with Supremacy Yogi and left in a hurry, so he did not greet Wu De and Bloodthirsty Demon King. After entering the underworld devil domain, Yi Yun sensed that there were no experts around, so he transformed back into a white-robed sword cultivator. Yi Yun looked into the distance. He was not far away from the Prime Demon Mountain. He turned into a long rainbow and flew toward the Prime Demon Mountain. In a few breaths, Yi Yun arrived above the Prime Demon Mountain. A black shadow soared into the air and appeared in front of Yi Yun. Senior, you're here? The black-robed youth, Yuan Hu, was stunned. He quickly cupped his fists and bowed. Where's your Lord Demon God? Tell him that I'm here. Go and inform him. Yi Yun said with a smile. Hearing this, Yuan Hu's face immediately flushed. Senior, my Lord Demon God is not on the Prime Demon Mountain, but I'm afraid only the High Priest knows where he went. Call the High Priest here. Yi Yun frowned slightly, thinking that Wu De was really a troublemaker. Now that he had returned his tobacco pipe, why didn't he stay on the Prime Demon Mountain and cultivate peacefully? Senior, my High Priest is injured, Yuan Hu stammered. Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. He frowned and asked, "What happened?" "The high priest doesn't allow me to say." "Senior, why don't I take you to the high priest first?" Yuan-hu said hesitantly. "All right, lead the way," Yi-Yin nodded. Yuan-hu descended and landed outside a black wooden house. At the door of the wooden house, 2 prime demon guards stood there vigilantly. "This senior is a good friend of Lord Demon God. He's here to visit the high priest." Yuan-hu stepped forward and communicated with them. When the 2 saw that Yi-Yun was a hierarch, they did not dare to stop him and immediately retreated to the side. "High priest." Yuan-hu didn't push the door open. Instead, he gently knocked twice and then called out in a low voice. "Come in." A weak female voice came from the room. Yuan-hu pushed the door open and entered, followed by Yi-Yun. They entered the house. The originally sexy and beautiful high priestess was lying on a bed, her face pale and bloodless. "Where did your Lord Devil God go? Who hurt you?" Yi-Yun stood in front of the bed and asked the heavily injured high priest. Although Wu De was a fiend celestial imposter, he definitely wouldn't tolerate his high priest being injured like this if he was on Prime Devil Mountain. It seemed that some kind of crisis had befallen the primordial demons. "Senior, a month ago, Princess Mo Yang of the Tianluo demon clan came to my primal demon mountain and captured Lord Fiend God. She even injured me." The high priest's eyes dimmed as she said weakly. "The Tianluo demon clan is also a demon. There's no deep hatred between us." "Why did she capture your fiend celestial?" Yi-Yun asked with a frown. "Senior, I don't know either. At that time in the main hall, we received them politely. We had just finished half a cup of tea when they attacked without warning and captured Lord Fiend Celestial." The high priest smiled bleakly. The Tianluo demon clan was the most powerful demon force in the Netherworld Devils. They were overseen by divine kings. It was not something that the primordial demons could contend with. Although Lord Fiend Celestial was powerful, they were outnumbered and were no match for them. "How dare they do such a thing to my brother Wu De? High priest, take me to the Tianluo demon clan." Yi-Yun said coldly. No matter what, Wu De and the bloodthirsty demon king had already acknowledged him as their boss that day. If these 2 little brothers were in trouble, he would protect them no matter what. "Senior, my injuries are too serious. Why don't you let Yuan-hu take you there?" the high priest said with a bitter smile. "What's so difficult about that?" Yi-Yun smiled casually and took out a small bottle. He opened the cork and a stream of green light flowed out. Before the green light even touched the high priestess, she widened her eyes and felt that her body had become much better. What kind of miraculous medicine was this? The high priest's heart surged. She opened her red lips without hesitation and accepted the green light into her mouth. The green light flowed for less than a second. Yi-Yun put away the bottle. The high priest's cultivation was not high. She had not reached the divine venerable realm. A little life water was enough for her. What kind of miraculous medicine is this? The high priest immediately recovered from her injuries after taking it. Yuan-hu was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. He watched as the heavily injured high priestess suddenly jumped up from the bed and knelt down in front of the senior. Yuan-hu was shocked beyond words. "Senior, thank you for saving my life." The high priest knelt in front of Yi-Yun and said emotionally. Sparkling tears fell from the corner of her eyes. "Get up. Take me to the Tianluo demon clan. I want to save Wu De," Yi-Yun said faintly. "Yes, senior." The high priest stood up, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, and quickly walked out of the wooden house. Yi-Yun also stepped out, took out an immortal boat, and flew off into the distance with the high priestess. This senior's methods are really powerful. But the Tianluo demon clan is guarded by a divine king. Is he a match for them? Yuan-hu stood on the ground, looking at the immortal boat in the distance with a worried look on his face. "On the ferry boat." "Senior, your ferry boat is too fast. I'm afraid we can reach the celestial demon mountain in 2 hours. The high priest's face was filled with shock as he bowed respectfully. If she was not wrong, the ferry boat that her senior took out was a divine grade one. Yi-Yun stood on the ferry boat, looked in a certain direction, and nodded expressionlessly. This divine grade ferry boat could travel thousands of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, it was tens of thousands of miles away from the primeval demon mountain. Yi Yan frowned. Suddenly, he saw a black stream of light in the distance, flying over the mountains and precipitous ridges. Hey, isn't that Wu De? Yi Yan raised his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his lips. He was indeed the supreme of a world. He could still escape after being captured by the powerful Tianluo demon clan. This Wu De was really not simple. Damn it, I'm poisoned, and there are pursuers behind me. Am I going to die in this world this time? A stream of light flashed past. Wu De cursed in his heart as he fled. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, his cultivation realm was not high enough to face the powerful Tianluo demon clan. This time, he was lucky to escape. But there was a large group of pursuers behind him. A divine-grade ferry boat? Could it be Boss? Seeing a divine-grade ferry boat flying toward him, Wu De's eyes lit up and he quickly flew over. His vision suddenly became clear. When Wu De saw the fairy-like white-robed figure standing on the ferry boat, he could not help but shout excitedly. Boss! Quick! Quick, save this little brother's life! Senior, it's Lord Demon God. Please save him quickly. The high priest became agitated when he saw the familiar figure. Yi Yan waved his hand and tore open the void, grabbing Wu De onto the immortal boat. Boss, help! When Wu De saw Yi Yan, it was as if he had found a life-saving straw. He grabbed Yi Yan's hand and shook it with all his might. Why did your cultivation level drop so much? Yi Yan scanned him and found that Wu De's cultivation level had dropped from the first level of the godly venerable realm to the 6th level of the divine lord realm. It's all because of that bitch Mo Yang. She fed me a strange poison that caused my cultivation level to drop so much. Wu De's eyes were red as he cursed through gritted teeth. Seeing Wu De's extreme behavior, Yi Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He asked with a grin, Brother, what atrocities have you done to actually make Princess Mo Yang of the Heaven's Net Demon Clan treat you so cruelly? I swear to God. Boss, I didn't do anything. I even treated that bitch well after she came to the primeval demon mountain. Who would have thought that she would suddenly turn hostile? She's so unethical. Wu De was infuriated as he cursed loudly. The Tianluo demon clan is very powerful in the nether demon realm. They're used to being arrogant and domineering. Lord Demon God, she's bullying the primeval demon clan. The high priest's face was red as he clenched his fists and said angrily. There's nothing I can do about it. She's really strong. She caught me as soon as she attacked. If I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't have been able to escape from the celestial demon mountain. Wu De seemed to have recalled some experience. He suddenly sighed and said with a dejected expression. Brother, don't boost the prestige of others and diminish your own spirit. Yi Yan patted Wu De's shoulder with his hand and laughed. Boss, the poison in my body is too strange. I can't detoxify it with my current ability, Wu De sighed and said. Although he thought of a few elixir recipes, there were no such herbs in this world, so he couldn't refine the antidote. The one who started the trouble should end it. If he really couldn't cure the strange poison in his body, then he could only thicken his skin and return to Demonic Mountain. In any case, those people probably wouldn't dare to kill him. Just as Wu De's imagination was running wild, Yi Yan took out an exquisite 8-treasure glazed vase. Immediately after, Wu De saw a drop of sacred water that contained the aura of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight floating in front of him. Boss, what is this? Wu De said in shock. With his vast knowledge, he could naturally tell how powerful this drop of godly water was. This is the Sangwang holy water. Just swallow it quickly. Yi Yan smiled nonchalantly and kept the 8-treasure glazed vase. Although Yi Yan did not know what kind of poison it was, he believed that as long as the triple light holy water was used, any strange poison would have to retreat. Gulp. Hearing Yi Yan's words, Wu De came back to his senses. His eyes glowed red as he swallowed the drop of triple light holy water without hesitation. He knew that this small drop of Sangwang sacred water could definitely cure the strange poison in his body. After the Sangwang sacred water entered his body, the strange poison in Wu De's body quickly melted like ice and snow. At the same time, his cultivation level that he had lost was also rising rapidly and returned to the first level of the ultimate god realm. Boss, isn't this triple light holy water too overbearing? Wuda said with his eyes wide open. It's just SOSO. Yi Yun didn't think much of it. Boss, the Tianluo demon clan is coming. Wuda sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance and suddenly shouted. Yi Yun looked into the distance as well. As expected, a team of over 100 people, riding on a large black demonic cloud, chased after them in a grandiose manner. Among the 100 people, a lady was surrounded by the crowd like a moon surrounded by stars. The lady looked like she was in her early 20s, but her cultivation level was at the first level of the ultimate god realm. She was wearing a black dress that accentuated her devilish figure and exquisite curves. However, Yi Yun found it strange. He couldn't compliment the lady's appearance at all. This was because the people in front of them were all ferocious looking. Compared to the Yuan demon clan, they were like clouds and mud. Not only did they look ferocious, but they were also tall and big. Each of them was 4 to 5 feet tall and looked like small giants. Compared to human cultivators, they were much taller. Boss, this group of ugly bastards are chasing after us. Can you handle them all? Why don't we reveal your identity? Wuda stood beside Yi Yun and said sneakily. What identity? Yi Yun didn't know how to react for a moment and asked subconsciously. Boss, you're now Celestial Venerable Yu's husband and the son-in-law of the Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion. The Supreme Divine Venerable is such a prestigious person that he wouldn't be afraid of the Tianluo demon clan, right? Wuda chuckled. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Yi Yun scratched his head and remembered the other identity of this man. He was Celestial Venerable Yu's husband. Fortunately, Lu Yu was still cultivating in seclusion. If she knew about it, she would probably be furious. However, Yi Yun had always been very good at handling women. He could handle the relationships between these women properly. Boss, the Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion is very famous. I'll reveal this name in a while and see if they'll hesitate to attack. Wuda said through gritted teeth. Yi Yun waved his hand and said with a bitter smile, forget it, boss, there are too many divine venerable experts on the other side. Can you handle them alone? Wuda said with a shocked expression. No problem. Yi Yun softly said these 3 words, giving Wuda a sense of reassurance. Wuda was shocked and looked at Yi Yun as if he had discovered a new continent. Whoosh, black demonic clouds rolled over and blocked the path of the immortal boat. Prime Fiend Celestial, the poison in your body has been removed? Princess Moyang was sitting on a red bench, staring at Wuda on the immortal boat opposite her. Her ferocious face was filled with astonishment. Of course, Princess Moyang. Wuda said proudly with his hands behind his back and looked at the demonic clouds opposite him with red eyes. Prime Fiend Celestial, come back quickly. I won't poison you again. Princess Moyang looked at Wuda and a gentle smile suddenly appeared on her ferocious face. To Yi Yun, this smile was like a sinister devil. You want me to go back? No way. You little whore, just give up. Wuda spread out his hands and laughed loudly. Prime Fiend Celestial, you can be considered the leader of the Prime Fiend Celestial clan. Are you going to turn your back on me after sleeping with me? Princess Moyang's face was slightly red and she scolded very shyly. Sleeping with her, such an ugly female devil was actually slept with by Wuda. How big of a heart did he have? Hearing Princess Moyang's words, Yi Yun felt that his brain was not working properly and his mind was buzzing. This Wuda, how unethical was he? Since she was so ugly, he shouldn't have slept with her. He even ran away after sleeping with her. Yi Yun really did not know what to say. Boss, I was forced to do it. In fact, I didn't do anything to her other than sleeping with her. Seeing Yi Yun's expression, Wuda was extremely flustered and explained repeatedly. Little brother, you really didn't do anything? Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked Wuda with a faint smile. Wuda scratched his head like a bitter gourd and said, Boss, I can swear to the heavens that I only slept with her for a night. Nothing happened at all. Yi Yun laughed and said, if nothing happened, then are you still a man? Wuda's face and neck were red. He clenched his fists and couldn't speak. Yes, sleeping with her for a night. He didn't do anything. Was he still a man? Although Princess Moyang was ugly, her figure was voluptuous and curvy. If the lights were off, an ordinary man wouldn't be able to resist this temptation. He he he, a burst of bell-like laughter suddenly came from the demonic clouds. Hearing the conversation between the two of them, Princess Mo Young rocked back and forth with laughter. Her pitch-black face, which was as big as a millstone, was flushed red due to her excitement. This little brother in white is Long Yunzi, the husband of Celestial Venerable Yu of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace, right? Princess Mo Young crossed her arms in front of her bountiful chest and asked with a pleasant face. Although she looked fierce, her expression wasn't fierce at all. Instead, she gave off a very amiable feeling. Yi Yun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his identity as Celestial Venerable Yu's husband had already spread to the netherworld. Even the famous Heaven Net Demon clan knew about it. However, when Yi Yun thought about it, he felt relieved in his heart. Those who went to the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace to participate in the marriage contest were either demons or demons. Now that the Heaven Net Demon clan knew about it, it was reasonable. Yes, I am the overseas itinerant cultivator, Long Yunzi, Yi Yun nodded. Seeing that Princess Mo Young recognized Yi Yun, Wu De couldn't help but feel happy. He gently tugged at Yi Yun's robe and whispered, "Boss, the name of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace is really useful." That's not necessarily true. Yi Yun glared at Wu De in annoyance. This guy always wanted him to use his identity as the son-in-law of the Grand Forgotten Emotion Palace. What's there to show off? The entire Supreme Wangqing Palace now belonged to Yi Yun. He was now the fake Supreme Ultimate God and the famous Silver God of War of the Eternal Shrine. Putting aside everything else, there weren't many forces in the world that dared to disrespect the Eternal Shrine if the identity of the Silver God of War was thrown out. However, now that Yi Yun was Long Yunzi, it was naturally impossible for him to reveal his identity as the Supreme Divine Master. Brother Long Yunzi, since my husband, the primordial demon god, calls you Big Brother, then as his wife, I naturally have to call you Big Brother too. Princess Mo Yang's gaze wandered around Wu De's body, then landed on Yi Yun's body. She then stood up, cupped her hands in greeting, and said softly with a smile. I say, you little girl, don't randomly acknowledge people as your relatives. There's nothing going on between you and me. There's nothing going on between you and my boss. Wu De was enraged. He stretched his neck and roared loudly. Don't talk, you idiot. Princess Mo Young glared at Wu De shyly and then giggled again. Yi Yun shook his head and was a little speechless at the side. Why did he feel that Wu De was lying? How was it possible that nothing happened after sleeping with him for a night? Wu De was not someone to be trifled with. Princess Mo Young was not good-looking, but her figure and voice were top-notch. Wu De was also a demon now, so he shouldn't be so particular about it, right? Brother Long Yunzi, we're not outsiders. There's no need to use weapons, right? Princess Mo Young looked at Yi Yun and said with a smile. That does make sense, Yi Yun nodded helplessly. He was originally prepared to make a move to repel Princess Mo Young and the others. However, if Wu De slept with Princess Mo Young, then he really couldn't do anything to Princess Mo Young and the others. If he did anything to Princess Mo Young, wouldn't it be bullying his brother's wife? Yi Yun couldn't do such a thing. Yi Yun was in a dilemma. He glanced at Wu De and found that this guy's face was still red and his fists were clenched, as if he couldn't wait to rush over and have a good fight with Princess Mo Young. Little girl, you're really thick-skinned. Tell me, which finger did I touch you with? Wu De gritted his teeth and said. It must be the thickest finger, Princess Mo Young said with a smile. Her words caused the experts from the Sky Net Demon clan to whisper to each other and laugh softly. Yi Yun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As expected of a demon, nothing was taboo when speaking. Even such vulgar words could be said so casually in front of so many people. In this aspect, they were much more direct than human cultivators. The high priestess, who had been silent all this time, finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She waved the staff in her hand and said coldly, Princess Mo Young, don't slander us. Our Lord Demon God has always been clean and honest, how could he like you? It was you who came to Primeval Demon Mountain, but you suddenly kidnapped him. Yes. Hearing the high priestess' words, Wu De also jumped up and roared, that's right. I didn't provoke you, but you suddenly kidnapped me and brought me back to Demonic Mountain. You Tianluo demons are truly a bunch of unreasonable fellows. After saying this, Xianxia nodded. Wu De's expression became righteous. He looked at Yi Yun and said in a deep voice, "Boss, you should do it when you need to. You're the son-in-law of the Supreme Palace of Forgotten Emotion, so the Tianluo demons won't dare to do anything to you. Don't worry, with me here, they won't hurt you." Yi Yun smiled softly. Although there were a lot of people on the other side, including dozens of hierarch cultivators, it wasn't enough at all. Wu De was his underling after all, and Yi Yun, the boss, had to protect him. "Big brother Long Yunzi, we Tianluo demons really don't want to fight with you," Princess Mo Yang sighed. "Since you don't want to fight, then go back the way you came and let this matter drop, how about it?" Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and asked. "That won't do. Big brother Long Yunzi, there's actually something in my heart that I must tell you now," Princess Mo Yang said softly. "Say it." Yi Yun smiled faintly. At this moment, he believed that Wu De didn't do anything to Princess Mo Yang at all. After all, Wu De was a world supreme, and he wouldn't be so tasteless. However, seeing that Princess Mo Yang was unwilling to let it go, Yi Yun simply asked her to tell him the secret before making a decision. Princess Mo Yang stared at Wu De with a burning gaze and said slowly, "Essence Demon God, actually, this body of mine is just a borrowed one. My real identity is Princess Mo Fei from the Demon Realm's Tianluo Demon Clan. Do you remember now?" "What? Princess Mo Fei?" Wu De shook his head and denied it without hesitation. "From the Demon Realm? Could it be that you're a subsoul that descended into this world?" Yi Yun asked curiously. "Yes, Big Brother Long Yunzi." "Princess Mo Yang?" "No, she should be called Princess Mo Fei." She nodded softly. The way she looked at Wu De began to change, and sparkling tears fell from the corners of her eyes. "Essence Demon God, you're really a heartless thief. Back then in the Demon Realm, you tricked me in every possible way, and in the end, I lost my virginity to you, but you suddenly disappeared. I almost searched the entire Demon Realm, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to come to the lower realm to have fun. I really hate you." Princess Mo Fei said hatefully. "Princess, why are you entangled with such an unjust person? Why don't we just kill him?" A burly demon next to her said angrily. "That's right, let's just kill him." The people next to him echoed with righteous indignation. "Shut up." Princess Mo Fei raised her eyebrows and shouted. An icy aura swept out, immediately silencing the people around her. No one expected Princess Mo Fei to be so infatuated with that heartless man from the Demon Realm. She sent a wisp of her soul down from the Demon Realm in order to find the Essence Demon God. This feeling was really touching. Hearing Princess Mo Fei's words, Yi Yun was also stunned. Wasn't this plot a little too melodramatic? It turned out that Wu De did not sleep with Princess Mo Yang's body, but with Princess Mo Fei's body in the Demon Realm. No wonder Princess Mo Fei had been swearing that Wu De had slept with her. It turned out that the crux of the matter was here. But Wu De couldn't be blamed for this. Wu De was just an imposter. The one who really slept with Princess Mo Fei was the original Essence Demon God. It was just that Wu De had taken over the Essence Demon God, and the original Essence Demon God had completely disappeared. Now, Wu De, the imposter, could only take the blame. Thinking of this, Yi Yun couldn't help but want to laugh. Wu De was the supreme of a realm after all. Now that he was involved in this kind of thing, he really couldn't explain himself. Unless he admitted his identity. Otherwise, with the body of the Essence Demon God, he could only bite his teeth and swallow it. After all, the body of the Essence Demon God had slept with Princess Mo Fei of the Demon Realm. This was an indisputable fact. Even if he wanted to wash away his martial virtues, he couldn't do so now. Yi Yun couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Among all the people present, perhaps, he was the only one who knew what had happened. Everyone else was kept in the dark. What the F***ck? Wu De was also a little dumbfounded. He suddenly felt an indescribable sense of weakness. Could it be that the primordial demon god was really a womanizer who slept with Princess Murphy in the Demon Realm? If that was really the case, then his martial virtues would not be cleared even if he jumped into the river. After all, his body was the body of the primordial demon god. Although he was a little flustered. However, Wu De still didn't want to admit it. Thus, he clenched his teeth and said, Princess Mo Yang, don't make up nonsense. No one will believe it. Primordial Fiend Celestial, are you still a man? You did such a thing in the Devil Realm, but you ran away. Now, the entire Devil Realm is laughing at you. Princess Murphy said loudly as tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. I don't remember at all. It's useless even if you tell me. Anyway, I won't believe it, Wu De chuckled. He was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He was prepared to fight to the end. Anyway, now that his boss was here, he wasn't afraid of the Tianluo demon clan at all. Brother Long Yunzi, how can your subordinates be so shameless? It's really sad. Princess Murphy wiped her tears and said pitifully. Yi Yan took a deep breath. He was also thinking about how to deal with this matter. From a fair standpoint, he should persuade them to reconcile and not to break up. However, he also knew that this primordial demon god was not the primordial demon god, but Wu De from another world. This matter is really difficult to deal with, Yi Yan muttered to himself. For a moment, he didn't have a good idea. All of a sudden, an idea flashed through Yi Yan's mind, and he instantly had an idea. No matter what, this Wu De's identity and origin were astonishing. He was someone he had to rope in. After all, Princess Murphy's words were just the words of one person. He could completely deny this matter on the grounds that there was no evidence. However, directly denying it would be too unreasonable. Therefore, he could only find a gimmick. Princess, both sides have their own opinions. This matter is not easy to solve. I have an idea, I wonder if you're willing to listen? Yi Yan said. Haha, boss still wants to help me. Hearing Yi Yan's words, Wu De's eyes lit up and a smug expression appeared on his face. Brother Long Yunzi, if you have something to say, please say it. Princess Murphy said in a low voice as she wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. She also knew that without any evidence, it would be very difficult to make that playboy return to her side willingly. It was better to draw a line and solve it. According to the rules of the underworld. How about this? I'll represent my brother and compete with the Tianluo demon clan. There will be a total of 3 matches. The side that wins 2 matches will decide the direction of this matter. If I win, then my brother will be free. If the Tianluo demon clan wins, then I'll give my brother to you and let you do whatever you want with him. What do you think? Yi Yan said. Princess Murphy was stunned for a moment. She closed her eyes slightly and began to think. In the cultivation world, strength was respected. Whether it was among the divine earth gods or the demon clan, whoever had the bigger fist would have the final say. Now, Long Yunzi's request was in line with the rules. The Tianluo demon clan was the most powerful force in the netherworld demons, and the other party only had Long Yunzi. Their chances of winning were very high. Could it be that brother Long Yunzi wants to give me a way out so that the essence demon god will obediently submit? Princess Murphy thought of a possibility and calmed down. The clan leader of the Tianluo demon clan was at the first level of the Divine King realm. If he were to fight with Long Yunzi, he would definitely win. At this moment, Princess Murphy finally made up her mind and accepted the challenge. Alright, brother Long Yunzi's suggestion is very good. The Tianluo demon clan will accept it. Princess Mo Fei nodded solemnly. Little girl, my boss is very powerful. Just wait and admit defeat. Wu De did not take it seriously at all. He crossed his arms and sneered. Lord Demon God, the clan leader of the Tianluo demon clan is at the first level of the Divine King realm. The high priest quietly came to Wu De's side and whispered. Is that so? Wu De was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, a look of horror appeared on his face. Although his boss was powerful, he could not beat a divine king, right? He suddenly realized that he had fallen into a trap. Boss, can you beat a divine king? Wu De asked in trepidation. Well, you have to try before you know. I can't give you a verdict, Yi Yan said with a smile. Sigh. Wu De's face immediately turned green and red, and he became extremely ugly. He looked angrily at Princess Murphy in the demonic clouds, raised a middle finger, and curled his lips. Little girl, you're really ruthless. I've been in this world for many years, but I didn't expect to fail so miserably in this place. Haha, this brother Long Yunzi is not bad. It seems that he's deliberately giving me a way out so that I can be together with the essence demon god. Hearing the conversation between Yi Yun and Wu De, Princess Mo Fei smiled smugly in her heart. The one controlling Princess Mo Yang's body now was indeed a wisp of her soul that descended from the demon realm. Princess Mo Fei's status in the demon realm was high, and she naturally had supreme authority in the Tianluo demon clan of the Netherworld. Even the clan leader had to listen to her. The clan leader of the Tianluo demon clan had many children and a total of more than 10 daughters. She only occupied Princess Mo Yang's body, and even if she used this body to be with the essence demon god, the clan leader would not say anything at all. He did not dare to say anything. After all, the Tianluo demon clan of the demon realm was the most orthodox demon clan. The Tianluo demon clan of the Netherworld was just a branch of the Tianluo demon clan of the demon realm. Seeing that Wu De was still frowning there, Yi Yun patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "There's always a way out. Even if I fail, isn't it a good thing that you become the husband of the dignified Princess Mo Fei?" "Boss, you can't say that," Wu De sighed. His face was contorted in extreme pain. He couldn't say that he was not the essence demon god at all. In fact, the essence demon god was also a demon, and marriage between demons was not a big deal at all. Wu De wanted to die now. At this moment, he was really suffering in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. At the thought of this, he raised the purple gold pipe again, stuffed some tobacco into it, lit it, and started smoking. A black light flashed, and Princess Mo Fei left the demonic cloud and suddenly landed on the immortal boat. "Essence demon god, can you smoke less? I remember that you weren't this kind of person before." Princess Mo Fei looked angry and reached out to grab the purple gold pipe, wanting to snatch it away. How could she be a match for Wu De? Wu De turned slightly and dodged Princess Mo Fei's attack. "You be *tch, do you still care if I smoke a little?" Wu De said angrily. "This smell is too strong, no woman likes it." Princess Murphy covered her nose with her hand and said with a frown. At this moment, she was standing on the immortal boat. Her body was huge, like a female giant standing in the middle of the three of them. Even Yi Yun had to raise his head to look at this female giant. "Princess Mo Fei, I'm afraid my brother will be scared out of his wits with your giant-like appearance." Yi Yun raised his head and laughed loudly. Princess Mo Fei suddenly understood and quickly said, "Big brother is right," as soon as he finished speaking. She shook her body and immediately shrunk to the size of a normal human. "This is great." Sensing the change in perspective, Princess Murphy giggled and reached out to grab the purple gold tobacco pipe in Wu De's hand. "Bitch, why do you care if I smoke?" Wu De was instantly enraged. He stretched out his hand and pressed Princess Murphy onto the immortal boat like a ghost. Unable to move, Princess Murphy could only make a squeaking sound. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that the Yuan demon god, who was also a first-level ultimate god, would be so much stronger than her. "Let go of the princess." The Tianluo demon clan experts in the demonic cloud were furious when they saw this and immediately rushed over. Wu De jumped in fright and hurriedly retracted his hand. "It's fine, hitting is a sign of affection, we're just playing." Princess Murphy quickly stood up and waved at the Tianluo demon clan experts, indicating that they should all retreat. Seeing that Princess Murphy's temperament was not bad, Yi Yun nodded. This girl, other than being a little ugly, did not seem to have any other shortcomings. However, at this level of cultivation, she could naturally practice some transformation techniques. It all depended on whether she was willing to change. The demon clan people were boorish and unrestrained. Unlike the demon clan preferred to maintain their original appearance. On the other hand, the demon clan preferred a handsome appearance regardless of gender. Wu De took 2 puffs of his cigarette, glanced at Princess Murphy, and said coldly, "My boss also likes to smoke." Seeing that Wu De used him as a shield again, Yi Yun did not know whether to laugh or cry. In desperation, he also took out a golden tobacco pipe, filled it with some tobacco, and lit it. He took a puff and slowly exhaled. "Princess Murphy, don't bother about a man's hobby," Yi Yun said with a smile as he puffed out a cloud of smoke. Sigh. Seeing that Long Yunzi had started to smoke with his tobacco pipe, Princess Murphy was really helpless and suddenly jumped down from the ferry boat. "I'll wait for you at Demonic Mountain." With that, she plunged into the demonic cloud opposite her. The demonic cloud rolled and whistled, flying in the direction of Demonic Mountain. Boss, why don't we run away now and return to the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion first? I don't think the Tianluo demon clan will go all the way there to cause trouble. Wu De exhaled a puff of smoke and said sneakily. What a scandal. Yi Yun laughed. A wave of magic power swept out, and the ferry boat broke through the sky, following closely behind the black demonic cloud. As long as they won 3 rounds, the crisis on Wu De's body would be resolved. Wasn't there a guy at the first level of the Divine King realm in the Tianluo demon clan, in Yi Yun's opinion? He was really vulnerable. For his brother, he could only show some of his true strength. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat the leader of the Tianluo demon clan who was at the first level of the Divine King realm. The ferry boat traveled for a while. Soon, they saw a huge black mountain range, lying on the horizon like a black dragon. On the Black Mountain Range, there were black palaces overlapping one another. It could be seen that there were a lot of Tianluo demon clansmen living and cultivating here. Following the demonic cloud, Yi Yun landed on a square at the top of a mountain. Brother Long Yunzi, wait for me here for a moment, Princess Murphy said and disappeared into the air. Yi Yun knew that she must have gone to discuss with the leader of the Tianluo demon clan. After all, this competition still needed the Tianluo demon clan's people to fight. As for which 3 people to arrange, it would be up to the leader to decide. Inside an ancient palace, Princess Murphy suddenly flew in quickly and stood on the ground. Greetings, Princess Murphy. A tall and burly demon clan man immediately stood up and clasped his fist respectfully. Leader Emoli, there's something I need to discuss with you. Standing in front of the clan leader, Princess Mo Fei raised her head slightly. With a noble expression on her face, she slowly opened her mouth and told him about the 3 matches with Long Yunzi. After listening to her, the leader of the Emoli clan remained calm and smiled. That Long Yunzi is only at the 3rd level of the Divine Venerable Realm. To be on the safe side, we'll directly send out a Divine Venerable Realm level 10, don't be too much of a bully. After all, that Long Yunzi seems to have the intention to let me. Why don't we send out a Divine Venerable Realm level 8 first? Princess Murphy said in a low voice. Alright, I believe that a Divine Venerable Realm level 8 of our Tianluo demon clan will definitely be able to defeat Long Yunzi. The leader of the Emoli clan said confidently. Princess Murphy waved her hand and said solemnly, that's hard to say. I heard that this Long Yunzi's swordsmanship is amazing. That day in the Grand Emotion Palace, he single-handedly defeated all the experts and won. If the first person fails, then we'll directly send out a Divine Venerable Realm level 10 for the second. Alright. The leader of the Emoli clan nodded. If a Divine Venerable Realm level 10 can't defeat him, then please do it yourself. Princess Murphy raised her eyebrows and said in a shocking manner. Princess, I think I'll pass. After all, I'm a divine king and a reputable figure in the divine land. If I fight against a Divine Venerable Realm level 3, I'll be laughed at by my peers. The leader of the Emoli clan was shocked at first, then said with a bitter smile. That's not good. What if that Long Yunzi's strength is extraordinary? Princess Murphy frowned. It's fine. The black dragon used for the sacrifice has been sleeping for a long time. It's a half-step divine king with a strong physical body that's comparable to a divine king. Why don't we let it fight? The leader of the Emoli clan said softly with his eyes shining. That's not a bad idea. This time, I'll send a wisp of my soul down to help you send this black dragon to the demon realm. A faint smile appeared on Princess Murphy's face. She looked around, and her gaze finally fell on Patriarch Emoli. How about this, you take the black dragon with you in the 3rd round. The black dragon will be your demon pet, I understand, Princess. Clan leader Emoli nodded, understanding tacitly. If something unexpected happened to He Long, then as a divine king, he would be able to take action and suppress Long Yunzi. He would be able to seal the victory with a single strike. That black dragon has always been arrogant and untamed. You should go and work on its thoughts. After saying that, Princess Mo Fei turned around and left. Yes, Princess. Clan leader Emoli said respectfully. He turned into a ray of black light and disappeared from the ancient palace. The next moment, Clan leader Imoli appeared beside a teleportation formation underground. This was a small teleportation formation that could teleport him deeper underground. There was a black dragon with a very strong background imprisoned there. After entering the teleportation formation, with a flash of light, clan leader Imoli disappeared. Thousands of miles underground. There was a huge space. The space was very dark, and there were only a few luminous pearls emitting a faint light. With the faint light, one could see a huge creature crawling on the ground. Its body was motionless, as if it was in a state of deep sleep. It was a huge creature, and its neck was tied to a thick iron chain. Even its tail was fixed by another iron chain. This was what clan leader Imoli had mentioned, the black dragon used as a sacrifice. Black dragon, wake up quickly. Clan leader Imoli stood in front of the black dragon with his hands behind his back and a solemn expression. There was a series of heavy breathing sounds, and there was a strong wind blowing from the depths of the underground, blowing dust everywhere and filling the entire underground space. Clan leader Imoli frowned and waved his hand to disperse the dust. What's the matter? The black dragon suddenly opened its eyes. Its gaze was dim, as if it had experienced countless years and had already smoothed out the edges of its appearance. I want you to do something for me. After it's done, I can send you to the demon realm and let you find your companions. How about it? Chief Imoli said in a low voice. I've been waiting for millions of years. Your Tianluo demon tribe is too weak. You can't even send me over. The black dragon snorted coldly, his eyes filled with endless resentment. Do you think teleportation between the two realms is child's play? Clan leader Imoli snorted and said unhappily, the last time we teleported, we used up all of our resources and owed the other demon clans a lot of resources. It took us many years to recover. If we were to send you over again, we would have to pay a huge price. Since the consumption is so great, why do you have to send it over? Why don't you just end it for me? Wouldn't that be better? Black Dragon sneered. It can't be helped. Who asked those big shots in the devil realm to like mystical dragons? Especially mystical dragons with extremely high realms like you? Those lords have strange hobbies and like to treat you dragons as mounts. Clan leader Imoli spread out his hands and sneered helplessly. The price to pay to teleport a half-step divine king mystical dragon from the divine land to the devil realm was unimaginable. Even though the Tianluo demon tribe was the strongest in the entire nether demon realm, the amount of resources needed to gather the teleportation altar was unimaginable. Millions of years ago, the ancestors of the Tianluo demon tribe successfully captured two severely injured black dragons. One of the black dragons had a cultivation realm lower than the other one. Hence, the Tianluo demon tribe set their target on that black dragon. After using up a huge amount of resources, they managed to teleport the black dragon away. Those big shots in the devil realm liked to treat mystical dragons as mounts. If they had a godly venerable realm mystical dragon as a mount, it would be a great honor. However, the devil realm was not a place suitable for mystical dragons to cultivate. Hence, the higher the cultivation realm of the mystical dragon, the better. However, the higher the cultivation realm of the mystical dragon, the greater the amount of resources needed. Although the mystical dragons in the divine land could sometimes be obtained from the auction house, their cultivation realm was not high. For example, the two black dragons that they obtained had very high cultivation realms. After teleporting the first black dragon away, the Tianluo demon tribe had to wait for another few million years to accumulate a huge amount of resources to teleport the second black dragon. The black dragon in front of them was already a half-step divine king. All these years, the Tianluo demon tribe had been controlling its cultivation realm, causing it to be stagnant. Clan leader Imoli was afraid that the black dragon would suddenly break through one day and the resources they prepared would not be enough to teleport it. Hence, it was all for naught. The black dragon remained silent, but its eyes were filled with endless anger. Its master, who was once invincible, had now become someone's mount. This made it feel extremely indignant. However, it had no choice. Its master's injuries were too serious, much more serious than its own. Its cultivation realm had also dropped drastically. Hence, the Tianluo demon tribe had teleported its master up first. As for the black dragon, whose cultivation realm was higher, It had lived in the divine land for a few million years. No, I must enter the demonic realm as soon as possible and think of a way to save my master. The black dragon made up its mind at this moment, and its eyes became much more determined. What do you want me to do? The black dragon raised its head and stared at clan leader Emoli with bright eyes. Help me defeat a sword cultivator. It's that simple. Clan leader Emoli smiled and said casually, if you can do this, I will be able to activate the teleportation altar and teleport you to the demonic realm in less than a month. What do you think? Have you prepared enough resources? The black dragon asked coldly. Princess Mo Fei sent a part of her soul to the lower realm and made some changes to the teleportation altar. Hence, the resources we have now are just right, clan leader Emoli said. He was telling the truth. If they calculated according to the normal time, they would need at least another 100,000 years to teleport the black dragon over. However, Princess Mo Fei sent a part of her soul down and modified the teleportation altar's array, allowing them to save a portion of their resources. Hence, they could teleport anytime now. Alright, I promise you. The black dragon nodded with a fierce look in its eyes. Wasn't it just a sword cultivator? It would risk its life to kill that sword cultivator on the spot. You don't have to feel burdened. That sword cultivator is only a level 3 ultimate god. Under normal circumstances, he won't be able to defeat you. Clan leader Emoli seemed to have seen through the black dragon's thoughts and sneered. Level 3 ultimate god? The person you want me to fight is of such a cultivation level? Are you kidding me? Your Tianluo demon clan is full of powerful cultivators. How can you not be able to defeat a level 3 ultimate god? The black dragon widened its eyes and asked in disbelief. This sword cultivator is quite powerful. You will know when you see him. He is definitely worthy of his reputation, clan leader Emoli said with a smile. Long Yunzi defeated all the powerful cultivators from the demon clan and demon clan in the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotions and became Yu Tianzuan's husband. It was obvious that he was very powerful. Clan leader Emoli did not underestimate Long Yunzi at all. Especially when it concerned Princess Mo Fei's reputation. He could not afford to be careless. I understand. Bring me out then. The black dragon nodded and its eyes regained its coldness. Enter my demonic beast bracelet first. Clan leader Emoli waved his hand and a ray of light shot out from the bracelet and kept the black dragon. The moment he kept the black dragon, the 2 iron chains that were originally locking it up suddenly broke away, allowing the black dragon to regain its freedom. Princess Mo Fei had returned. Brother Long Yunzi, I've already discussed it with clan leader Emoli, please wait for a moment. Princess Mo Fei looked at Yi Yun and said with a confident smile. Alright. Yi Yun nodded with a relaxed expression. This be *TCH. Wuda's eyes turned as he kept looking at Palace Master Mo Fei's expression and cursed in his heart. As if she sensed something, Princess Mo Fei glared at him fiercely with an arrogant expression. At this moment, Wuda felt as if he had become a piece of fat meat in Princess Mo Fei's bowl, unable to escape even if he wanted to. Boss, I'm afraid this be *TCH is shameless. What if she asks the Divine King Realm clan leader to come out? How are we going to fight this battle? Wuda went to Yi Yun's side and whispered worriedly. Just fight as you should. Brother Wuda, why are you so timid? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Wuda blushed and said embarrassedly, I'm not timid, I just don't like to be the scapegoat. Actually, being the scapegoat is pretty good. I remember there's a title called Brother Pan. I think it's a good match for you. Yi Yun said with a mischievous smile. What Brother Pan? I'm clearly carrying a big green iron pot, okay? Wuda said unhappily. Haha. Yi Yun laughed and ignored Wuda. Suddenly, a black cloud descended. Clan leader Emoli led 2 of the clan's experts and appeared in front of Yi Yun. Princess Mo Fei introduced clan leader Emoli as the middleman. Yi Yun and clan leader Emoli greeted each other, and the battle officially began. Yi Yun flew into the air, and a level 8 ultimate god realm man from the Tianluo demon clan faced him from afar. Brother, I heard that you've killed many people in the Supreme Emotion Palace, and you're indeed awe-inspiring. But this is the Tianluo demon clan, and your opponent is a level 8 ultimate god realm expert like me. I think you should just admit defeat. The man crossed his arms and laughed arrogantly. Cut the crap. Let's see who's stronger. Yi Yan raised his eyebrows, drew out a silver sword, and held it horizontally in front of his chest. At that moment, he activated the Sword of Life. The momentum of the entire world suddenly fell on the sword, and a very strange change occurred. This sword art, clan leader Imoli narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have sensed something strange, but he could not grasp the specific direction of the sword technique. What kind of sword technique is this? This Long Yunzi seems to have some knack? Princess Murphy's face also showed a shocked expression. It was a rare sight. Now that she saw with her own eyes that Yi Yan directly controlled the momentum of heaven and earth with a single move, she, who was experienced and knowledgeable, still felt the terrifying aspect of this sword technique. Alright, let me see how good your swordsmanship is. The 8th level Hierarch Realm Demon Race Man's expression was ferocious as he suddenly pulled out a black saber from his back and slowly raised it. Whoosh, at that moment, the demonic chi in the heavens and earth crazily rushed towards him. It made his aura seem even more powerful and terrifying. Buzz, that was a divine level low-level black saber, and it shone with a peerless ferocious light. Whoosh, the saber slashed down. The entire world was overshadowed. A ray of black saber light suddenly broke through the endless void and fell in front of Yi Yan. However, in the next moment, the ferocious demon race man's expression changed drastically. Originally, the ferocious power produced by his saber could split countless mountains, but before it could touch the sword, it was suddenly pulled to the front of the silver sword by a strange force. It suddenly disappeared without a trace. When the black saber approached the silver sword, it lost all its power and gently touched the silver sword. Feeling that his attack was strangely disturbed, the demon race man was shocked and immediately turned around to retreat. What kind of sword technique is this? Clan leader Imoli asked again with a shocked expression on his face. Even a half-step Divine King Realm Divine Spirit Cultivator would not be able to withstand that saber attack so easily. However, with the help of his unpredictable swordsmanship, the other party easily blocked the attack. It was unbelievable. This sword technique is really awesome. Below, Wu De raised his head with a complacent look on his face. He clicked his tongue and laughed. He realized that Yi Yan's sword technique seemed to have broken through the limits of the realm. The demon race man was a Hierarch Realm level 8. Logically speaking, a Hierarch Realm level 3 cultivator should not be able to withstand such an attack. However, it was the exact opposite. Yi Yan was able to withstand the attack so easily and strangely. Wu De could not help but exclaim at the wonders of this sword technique. It was really unbelievable. Lord Demon God, why is that senior standing still and able to withstand the opponent's attack? The Grand Priest asked curiously. You won't understand even if I tell you. Haha. Wu De shook his head and laughed. The Grand Priest's face darkened. Actually, I don't understand either. Do you understand now? Haha. Wu De scratched his head and laughed. He was not an expert in swordsmanship and did not have a deep understanding of the sword Dao. Therefore, he did not know much about Yi Yan's sword technique. I understand now, Lord. The Grand Priest finally understood and a bright smile appeared on her beautiful little face. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Yi Yan's face was cold as he looked at the demon race man who was pushed back and suddenly launched an attack. A sword light flashed across the void without any warning. Before the demon race man could react, he felt the cold tip of the sword pressing against his heart. How can he be so fast? The demon race man was shocked. Was this still a Hierarch Realm level 3? However, his face soon calmed down. Long Yunzi, can you break through my defense? The demon race man suddenly laughed as he raised the black saber in his hand and slashed towards Yi Yan. He was from the demon race and his body was as strong as a divine weapon. On top of that, he was wearing a divine level low-level armor. The defensive power of this armor was also extremely strong. The demon race man did not believe that Yi Yan could break through the armor and his strong physique. By the time he broke through the armor, the saber in his hand had already landed on Yi Yan's head. You overestimate yourself. Yi Yan's pupils shrank slightly as the power at the tip of his sword gushed out. Chi, with a crisp sound, a small hole appeared in the armor, and the tip of his sword pierced right through. Pooh, the sword pierced the demon race man's heart without any warning. Ah! The demon race man's face twisted as he screamed and the black saber in his hand flew out of his hand. Yi Yan did not kill the demon race man. He only pierced a hole in his heart and flew back. You've lost. Yi Yan held his sword in front of his chest and looked at the demon race man indifferently. I've lost. The demon race man covered his chest with his hand and panicked as he quickly returned to the side of Patriarch Emoli. Are you all right? Patriarch Emoli asked with concern. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. I'll be fine after a month of rest. The demon race man shook his head. The demon race's physique was strong. Even if there was a hole in their heart, they would recover very quickly with their vigorous vitality. Patriarch Emoli's face turned gloomy as he saw Long Yunzi easily win the first round. Princess Emofe was right. Long Yunzi's swordsmanship was terrifying. Clan leader, I'm here to fight. I don't believe that a mere third-level godly venerable realm cultivator can defeat me. A tanned brawny man beside the Emoli clan leader shouted angrily. You don't have to go. Let the clan leader fight. Princess Emofe suddenly reached out and stopped the brawny man. Then, she gave the Emoli clan leader a look. Let me do it. It's the safest way. The Emoli clan leader understood and immediately flew into the air. How shameless. The clan leader of the Tianluo demon clan is a mighty godly king. How can he bully a third-level godly venerable realm cultivator? Wu De stood below with his hands on his hips and scolded angrily. This is a competition that was agreed upon beforehand. Everything will be carried out fairly. Prime Demon God, what nonsense are you spouting? Princess Emofe said angrily. Bitch, I'll kill my way to the demon realm one day, tie you up, and whip you, Wu De said angrily. I'm afraid you don't have the guts to do so. Your legs will give out when you see my real body, Princess Emofe chuckled. Beside her stood a 10th-level godly venerable realm cultivator. With such strength, he could easily crush Wu De. However, it was the time of the competition, so Princess Emofe did not send anyone to capture Wu De. So you're the clan leader of the Tianluo demon clan, a godly king realm cultivator. Yi Yan looked at clan leader Emoli across from him with an indifferent expression and a nonchalant smile. I won't fight you directly. That would make me look like a bully. It's beneath my dignity. The Emoli clan leader waved his hand and raised his eyebrows. His face was full of arrogance. Yi Yan was slightly surprised. What was this guy trying to do? If he didn't fight directly, was he going to use a long-range weapon? That didn't seem like the demon clan style. Just as Yi Yan was puzzled, the Emoli clan leader waved his hand. A black light flew out and turned into a huge black dragon in the air. Black Dragon King? Yi Yan's eyes widened as he stared at the familiar black dragon. His entire being was filled with shock. Why is there a Black Dragon King? It actually existed in clan leader Emoli's demon beast bracelet. What was going on? With many doubts in his mind, Yi Yan's gaze became somewhat absent-minded. At this moment, clan leader Emoli's voice was heard. Long Yunzi. I won't bully the weak. If you don't have the strength to fight me, you'll only be asking for humiliation. This black dragon is this clan leader's demon pet. If you have the ability to defeat it, then you have the qualifications to fight with me. Yi Yan's spirit was shaken, and he suddenly said, so that's what you're planning, that's right. After all, you are a reputable figure. My Tianluo demon clan does not wish to have any conflict with the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion, Chief Emoli smiled. Although his smile was light and carefree, his eyes still revealed the arrogance of a supreme expert. It was as if he did not put the little Yi Yan in his eyes at all. Very well. Yi Yan nodded. Fortunately, clan leader Emoli sent the Black Dragon King to fight. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to meet it. In this way, it really helped him. In midair, the huge black dragon's eyes were filled with shock, and he said loudly, "You're actually from the Dragon Clan?" Haha. Yi Yan laughed, but did not comment. At that time, he was in the Grand Palace of Forgotten Emotion and claimed to be a demon clan cultivator. He belonged to the Divine Dragon bloodline, so his body released a faint trace of Divine Dragon aura. He did not expect that the Black Dragon King would be sharp enough to detect it. You and I are of the same clan. I won't make things difficult for you. Just admit defeat. The black dragon's mouth moved, and quietly sent out a voice transmission. It seemed that when it saw Yi Yan's identity as a divine dragon, it was also a little excited. After all, it had been trapped underground for millions of years. In such a long time, it had never seen a divine dragon. However, the divine dragon in front of it had already cultivated to the hierarch realm level 3. It was definitely not easy for a divine dragon to cultivate to such a level in the divine land. Because of this, the black dragon cherished talent and did not want to fight with Yi Yan. Which black dragon king are you? Yi Yan's lips moved slightly, and sent out a voice transmission. Hiss, the black dragon took a deep breath and looked at Yi Yan in disbelief. How did this guy see through my identity with just one look? Who exactly are you? The black dragon's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly sent out a voice transmission. Yi Yan's body trembled, and a trace of Zhu Long's aura crossed the sky and shrouded the black dragon. This is, feeling the supreme suppression from the bloodline, the black dragon's blood boiled and his body trembled. He was so excited that he almost fainted. Heavens, this is Zhu Long's aura. Did Lord Zhu Long, who had been missing for millions of years, suddenly appear? Be careful, don't let outsiders know. Seeing the Black Dragon King's excitement, Yi Yan quickly sent out a voice transmission. I understand. The Black Dragon nodded excitedly, and turned into a man in a black robe, and knelt down in front of Yi Yan. The second Black Dragon King under Dark Sky Dragon, greets Lord Zhu Long. The Black Dragon bowed down, but his words were sent out through a voice transmission. Seeing the Black Dragon's strange behavior, clan leader Mo Li, Princess Mo Fei, and the others were shocked. Why would the Black Dragon kneel down in front of Long Yunzi? What was the relationship between the two of them? Could it be that they already knew each other? But Long Yunzi was just a level 3 ultimate god, and the Black Dragon was already a half-step divine king. How could it kneel down in front of Long Yunzi? At this moment, clan leader Emoli was so shocked that he was speechless. Princess Mo Fei was the same. The two of them originally wanted to use this Black Dragon to defeat Long Yunzi, but the plan was instantly ruined. Get up. The battle isn't over yet. Yi Yan used his magic power to help the second Black Dragon King up. Lord Zhu Long, it's great that you came to Demonic Mountain. This way, Lord Dark Sky Dragon can be saved. Tears suddenly rolled down the second Black Dragon King's eyes, and his face was filled with endless sorrow. Dark Sky Dragon? The second Black Dragon King knew about Dark Sky Dragon? Yi Yan was shocked. Originally, he thought that he could find clues about Dark Sky Dragon in the ancient Nether Star tomb, but he returned empty-handed. He only subdued the 3 Black Dragon Kings. Now that he suddenly heard about Dark Sky Dragon on Demonic Mountain, how could Yi Yan not be happy? Where is Dark Sky Dragon? Yi Yan asked. Lord Zhu Long, about 7 million years ago, I was escorting the heavily injured Lord Dark Sky Dragon. When we passed by Demonic Mountain, we were captured by the Tianluo Demon Clan. After some time, the despicable Tianluo Demon Clan sent Lord Dark Sky Dragon, whose cultivation had fallen to level 5 Ultimate God Realm, to the demonic realm using a teleportation altar. The second Black Dragon King was indescribably angry as he recalled his past experiences. He gritted his teeth and said, "Teleported to the demonic realm?" Yi Yan was stunned for a moment. He really did not expect this outcome. Perhaps the escaping Dark Sky Dragon and the 9-tailed Divine Dragon who was chasing after him did not expect this to happen. Yes, Lord Dark Sky Dragon was indeed teleported to the demonic realm. It's said that the demonic realm likes to use divine dragons as their mounts. The second Black Dragon King said angrily. The people of the demonic realm are really daring. Yi Yan raised his eyebrows. His face was as cold as ice, and the anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. The Dark Sky Dragon, one of the 10 super divine dragons, was treated as a mount by the people of the demonic realm after his realm had dropped due to serious injuries. This was simply an insult to the Dragon Clan. Yi Yan had Zhu Long's bloodline, which had reached more than 99%. To put it bluntly, he could almost represent Zhu Long. So, when he heard the second Black Dragon King's words, Yi Yan's anger instinctively erupted. He had not been so angry even when facing the mastermind behind the scenes. Since his rebirth, He only wanted to slowly compete with the mastermind behind the scenes and experience the fun of the game to ease the boredom of his 100,000 years of life. But he did not expect that the people of the demonic realm were really too much. At this moment, Yi Yin decided to personally go to the demonic realm and rescue the dark sky dragon. Lord Zulong, why did your cultivation drop so much? Looking at Yi Yin, the second black dragon king blinked and asked in confusion. That's not a question you should ask. Yi Yin raised his eyebrows and said domineeringly. His gaze focused, and an even more powerful aura of Zulong suppressed the second black dragon king, causing him to tremble all over. Zulong's bloodline had an unparalleled suppressive power to any dragon clan member. The second black dragon king kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to ask any more. Does the Tianluo demon clan have a teleportation altar to the demonic realm? Yi Yan's eyes flashed as he asked coldly. Yes, my lord. After millions of years of preparation, the Tianluo demon clan has prepared the resources needed for the teleportation altar, the second black dragon king hurriedly said. Very good. Yi Yan nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. This Wu De was really a lucky general. If Wu De's predecessor had not slept with Princess Murphy in the demonic realm, Yi Yan would not have fought 3 rounds with the Tianluo demon clan, met the second black dragon king, and found clues about the dark sky dragon. Right now, the Tianluo demon clan was even more helpful. They had prepared all the resources and were just waiting for him to take the altar to the demon realm. The plot design was too perfect. Yi Yan, on the other hand, had stumbled upon such a perfect arrangement. His luck was truly astonishing. Oh my god, boss is too powerful. That half-step divine king black dragon was subdued without even fighting. Wu De clasped his hands behind his back and looked up with a shocked expression. He knew that his boss was a dragon, but he didn't expect him to be so powerful that he could subdue a black dragon without even making a move. Could it be, is boss's dragon bloodline more noble? Wu De didn't know much about the dragons in this world, so he didn't think too deeply about this matter for a while. Clan leader Emoli, what is going on? You have to give me an explanation. On the other side, Princess Murphy was furious when she saw the black dragon being subdued. Subduing the enemy without a fight. This simply made the dignified Tianluo demon clan lose a great deal of face. As the demon realm's Princess Murphy, she naturally felt that her pride was severely trampled on. Princess Murphy, this black dragon's bloodline is extraordinary. That Long Yunzi could subdue it. I'm afraid his bloodline in the dragon clan is even higher. If I can capture him, I can send a new mount to the lords of the demon realm in the future. Clan leader Emoli's eyes flashed as if he had found a peerless treasure. He rubbed his hands lightly and said excitedly. Alright, you will fight the 3rd round. Princess Murphy said loudly. Yes, princess. Clan leader Emoli bowed slightly. By the time he straightened his back and looked at Yi Yan, his aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. Whoosh, a black demonic flame suddenly rose from the surface of his body. It was dozens of feet tall and had an astonishing aura. It made him look like a demon god. The demonic flame burned fiercely, and the fire intent was shocking. It made crackling sounds. The black demonic flame emitted a terrifyingly high temperature, almost melting the surrounding void. At this moment, clan leader Emoli did not hesitate to release his divine king's aura. The aura rolled like a lightning tribulation that could destroy the world. Everyone trembled when they felt the terrifying aura. Even Wu De felt an indescribable sense of fear. Although he was not afraid, his body could not withstand the terrifying aura suppression. Emoli is really shameless. Wu De Meng clenched his teeth and scolded angrily. At this moment, the great priest beside him had already collapsed on the ground. After all, the great priest's cultivation was lower and had not broken through to the divine sovereign realm. Wu De waved his hand and quickly released a wave of magic power to protect the great priest. Otherwise, the great priest would not be able to withstand the divine king's suppression for long and would be killed by the terrifying aura. You want to fight me? Yi Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at clan leader Emoli coldly and asked. The second black dragon king suddenly turned around and looked at clan leader Emoli. He said fiercely, you are not qualified. Your opponent is me. Whoosh, Yi Yan grabbed the second black dragon king and pulled him behind him. Your cultivation realm has dropped too much. You are no match for him. I will deal with him next. Yiyan sent a telepathic message to the second Black Dragon King. Yes. The second Black Dragon King's face was stern. He floated in the void behind him and did not dare to move. His eyes were fixed on Yiyan. It also wanted to see what kind of amazing swordsmanship this reborn Lord Ancestral Dragon had achieved. A mere divine sovereign realm dragon wants to cause trouble in the Tianluo demon clan's territory? How is that possible? Die. Clan leader Emoli's face was ferocious and terrifying. He suddenly roared and punched towards Yiyan. He was wearing a black glove on his fist. The glove was emitting a terrifying aura. It was a middle divine level magic treasure. This punch caused the surrounding void to shatter like a piece of paper. Whoosh whoosh, countless fist shadows fell like a mountain, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Sword of Death. Yiyan's eyes turned cold. He did not take any defensive stance. He raised his sword and turned into a shocking sword light. Boom, there was a loud sound. The fist shadows that filled the sky were disintegrated by the sword light. The sword light was indestructible. It was as if nothing in the world could stop it. How is this possible? Clan leader Emoli's pupils constricted as he watched his black iron fist hit the dazzling sword light. It was as if he had sent himself to it. Boom, the black gauntlet suddenly shattered, turning into countless fragments that swept in all directions. Then, the bones in his fist cracked. Whoosh, a huge force traveled up his arm and shattered the bones of the Emoli clan leader's hand. This power was like a great river, and it didn't stop at all as it forcefully rushed into his body. At this moment, his internal organs were also greatly shaken. Pfft! Clan leader Emoli spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. Whoosh, suddenly, a ghostly sword light flashed in front of his eyes. My life is over. Clan leader Emoli shouted and closed his eyes. Slap, a snow-white sword light slapped clan leader Emoli's face, making a crisp sound. Yiyan kept his sword and looked at clan leader Emoli coldly. He did not kill him, only severely injuring him. After all, Yiyan still needed clan leader Emoli to activate the Tianluo demon clan's altar to send him to the demon realm. Because of the ill-fated relationship between Wu De and Princess Mo Fei, Yiyan had promised Princess Mo Fei to spar with the Tianluo demon clan 3 times. There was no need to kill them all. And the fall of the second Black Dragon King's cultivation level had nothing to do with the Tianluo demon clan. Boss. He won? That sword technique is really terrifying. Wu De stared at the white figure in the sky in shock. His heart was in turmoil. He had seen that sword technique a few times. But he could not figure out the technique behind it. Based on his intuition, Wu De felt that Yiyan had only used 2 moves back and forth. When he was on the defensive, the sky and sea were aligned, and the heaven and earth were in harmony. No attack could break through. And when he was on the offensive, a flash of light that destroyed everything in its path. A shocking sword light that seemed to be able to break through all the obstacles in the world. In Wu De's world, he had never seen such a sword art with such great offensive and defensive capabilities. Boss is truly worthy of being the son of fortune of this world. With just these 2 sword techniques, he can dominate the entire world. Even in our world, those old fellows who use swords would probably not be a match for him. Wu De could not help but grin at the thought. He knew that as long as he followed Boss, he would be able to return to his world one day. If that was the case, he wanted to bring his boss to meet those old swordsmen and break their spirit. I lost. Clan leader Emoli regained his senses, spat out a mouthful of blood, and opened his eyes. He did not expect that. He was a Divine King Realm Level 1 expert, but he could not even take 1 move from Long Yunzi, who was a Divine Venerable Realm Level 3 expert. It was too terrifying. He had lived for so many years, but he had never heard of such a terrifying sword Dao prodigy. Princess Murphy rose into the air and arrived in front of Yiyan. Brother Long Yunzi, we've lost. We've lost wholeheartedly. In the future, I won't find trouble with the primordial demon god anymore. Princess Mo Fei said solemnly. At this moment, she finally understood Long Yunzi's true strength. Even if the entire Tianluo demon clan were to join forces, they would still not be his match. Therefore, there was no need for her to continue pestering the primordial demon god. Alright, it's a deal. Seeing Princess Murphy give in, Yiyan nodded with satisfaction. Wuda's matter was finally resolved. Wuda also rose into the air and flew to Yiyan's side. He bowed and said gratefully, "Thank you, boss, for your help. In the future, this bitch will no longer harass me." "Do you hate me that much?" Beside him, Princess Murphy sneered coldly, "Back then, you said so many sweet words, and even slept with my true body. What exactly are you up to?" Wuda was speechless. He did not know how to defend himself. After all, this body of his did sleep with Princess Murphy in the demon realm. That was an irrefutable fact. However, the soul in this body was now a completely different soul. Wuda could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. Seeing the two of them bickering again, Yiyan smiled helplessly and hurriedly stepped forward to pull Wuda aside and mediate. "Alright, this matter is over. Let's go our separate ways." Brother Long Yunzi said it well. Princess Murphy smiled. "Clan leader Emoli, I'll take this black dragon away. Do you have any objections?" Yiyan turned his head and looked at the seriously injured clan leader Emoli. "No. No." Clan leader Emoli hurriedly shook his head. Blood kept seeping out of the corner of his mouth. How could he dare to disagree at this time? If he did not agree, Long Yunzi's sword would probably take his life. Princess Murphy's expression changed. Her expression was a little complicated. She said in a deep voice, "Brother Long Yunzi, we've already reserved this black dragon millions of years ago. Recently, we're going to teleport it to the demon realm. If you take the black dragon away now, the Tianluo demon clan led by clan leader Emoli will probably be punished by the demon realm. It's fine. Just teleport me over." Yiyan looked at Princess Murphy and smiled lightly. "Teleport Brother Long Yunzi?" Princess Murphy was dumbfounded. She looked at Yiyan in shock. "Don't forget, I'm also a dragon, and I'm even stronger. Whether it's the black dragon or clan leader Emoli, they're no match for me." Yiyan smiled. This, Princess Emofe gasped and exchanged a look with Patriarch Emoli. In terms of strength, Long Yunzi was indeed too strong. If such a powerful dragon entered the demon realm, it would cause a huge commotion. Long Yunzi's cultivation was at the 3rd level of the hierarch realm. If they were to teleport him, they would only need to spend 1/5 of the resources. No matter how they looked at it, this was a suitable deal. "Brother Long Yunzi, why must you go to the demon realm?" "The demon realm is not very friendly to the divine dragon." Princess Murphy suddenly thought of something and said with a bitter smile. "I want to find that black dragon." Yiyan did not deny it. Because when he was teleporting, he would naturally erase the memories of some related people as usual. "Alright." Princess Murphy thought about it and finally agreed. She had no choice but to agree. After all, their side was too weak and had no right to speak. "Boss, you're going to the demon realm. I really can't bear to part with you." Wuda looked depressed and suddenly grabbed Yiyan's arm. "Why don't you go with me?" Yiyan said with a faint smile. "Go to the demon realm?" Wuda was stunned for a moment. His body was the primordial demon god. If he cultivated in the demon realm, it would naturally be twice the result with half the effort. It was much faster than the divine land. However, his original physical body was floating outside the divine land. If he went to the demon realm, would he be able to come back? As if he saw through Wuda's thoughts, Yiyan smiled calmly and said, "I'll come back. You don't have to worry about that." "Alright then, I'll go with you to the demon realm." Wuda gritted his teeth and agreed. Princess Murphy looked at Wuda and frowned. She wondered what her original body would think when she saw this heartless man again. Now that this wisp of her soul had descended to the divine land, the two realms were too far apart and could not sense each other. Therefore, her original body in the demon realm was not aware of what happened here. Seeing Wuda agree so readily, Yiyan was quite amused. The reason why Yiyan wanted to bring Wuda over was that he felt bored. It was more interesting to have a brother by his side. "Brother Long Yunzi, let's go down and prepare. We can activate the teleportation altar tomorrow," Princess Murphy said respectfully. "Okay." Yiyan nodded. Princess Murphy, Patriarch Emoli, and the others quickly left the mountain and began to prepare. Although there was an additional primordial demon god, he was only at the first level of the ultimate god realm. His cultivation base was even lower, so the consumption was not great. Therefore, Princess Murphy did not say anything at that time. There are still a few of your brothers in this small world of mine. You can go in and meet them. Yiyin took out a green bead and said to the second Black Dragon King with a smile. Master Zhu Long, could it be? The second Black Dragon King thought of something and his body trembled with excitement. Yiyin smiled gently. A green light swept out and took the second Black Dragon King into it. Now, there were already 5 Black Dragon Kings in this small world. This also made Yiyun's forces grow stronger. After waiting for a day, Yiyun and Wuda were standing on top of an altar deep in the ground. Buzz, as the teleportation formation was activated, a bright light soared into the sky. The 2 people on the altar instantly disappeared. In the demon realm, a ray of light fell and disappeared, revealing 2 figures. They were Yiyun and Wuda, who had come from the underworld demon realm in the God's land. As expected of the demon realm. This aura, it feels so good to absorb it into my body. Wuda stretched lazily and said with great enjoyment. Yiyun glanced at him and asked in amusement, aren't you from the demon realm? From your tone, you seem to be very unfamiliar with the demon realm? Wuda was shocked. He almost exposed himself in front of his boss. Boss, it's because I haven't been back to the demon realm for a long time and felt a sense of familiarity. Wuda smiled embarrassedly, scratched his head, and said embarrassedly. All right. Yiyun smiled meaningfully and did not continue to delve into this topic. Since Wuda did not want to reveal his true identity, he would just let him continue to hide it. Where are we? Shouldn't we be directly teleported to the Tianluo demon clan? Yiyun looked around and said with a frown. The demon realm was completely different from the God's land. The sky was dark and the light was dim. There was a faint layer of dark clouds in the sky and a few twinkling stars could be seen occasionally. And where the 2 of them were? They were on a peak of a black mountain range. The surroundings were desolate and barren, and there was no sign of life at all. There were only some unknown demonic beasts in the forest moving around sneakily. Could it be the back mountain of the Tianluo demon clan? Wuda looked around and did not find anything, so he guessed. As soon as he said that, suddenly, a ray of black light broke through the sky from afar. In midair, it turned into a woman in black. She was extremely young and in her early 20s. She had an impressive figure, curvy breasts, jade-like skin, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. She was a peerless beauty. Essence Demon God, why are you here? It took me a long time to find you. When the beauty in black saw Wuda clearly, her face was immediately filled with shock. At the same time, there was a huge surprise in her eyes. You know me? Who are you? Looking at this beauty, Wuda only felt that it was pleasing to the eye. His heart was thumping, and he had a feeling of drooling. I'm your wife. Why don't you recognize me? The beautiful woman in black raised her eyebrows and pointed her finger at him angrily. You're my wife? This. Looking at that peerlessly beautiful face, Wuda felt that his brain wasn't working properly at this moment. The primordial Fian Celestial's luck with women was too good. How could he have such a beautiful wife? It was truly intolerable. The Prime Devil God is already dead, and I'm now occupying his body. I'm the new Prime Devil God. This girl is so beautiful. If I don't take her in, it would be a pity. Wuda rolled his eyes and made up his mind. He was ready to acknowledge his identity as the primordial demon god and take this beautiful wife as his wife. Yiyun watched this scene silently from the side. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a strange smile. This guy Wuda was really lustful. He didn't even care about his reputation in order to pick up girls. Although the woman in black in front of him was exuding a demonic aura, her face was so beautiful that it was rare among the ugly demons. This girl can't be Princess Murphy, can she? This thought suddenly appeared in Yiyun's mind. However, he immediately shook his head and denied this speculation. The people of the Tianluo demon clan were generally huge in size and ugly in appearance. Princess Murphy was one of the princesses of the Tianluo demon clan. It was impossible for her to be the size of a normal human and look so beautiful. If that was the case, the body that was controlled by a wisp of Princess Murphy's soul in the God's land should have become beautiful. Wife, my memory has been bad recently. I don't know why I forgot about you. Come and warm me up. Wuda waved his hand and licked his lips. The woman in black giggled and floated over flirtatiously. She plunged into Wuda's arms. That sexy and delicate body rubbed against Wuda's body with all her might. Primordial fiend celestial, how do I look? The woman in black giggled and said. You're so beautiful. You're really amazing. Wuda's face was flushed and he was proud of himself. He hugged the beauty in his arms and was bursting with happiness as he answered with a smile. I specially studied the appearance of the gods in the God's land. After a period of exploration, I recently changed into this appearance. The woman in black smiled proudly. Wuda's expression was a little dull. He subconsciously asked, what did you look like before? I used to. The woman in black suddenly realized something and frowned. You even forgot what I used to look like? Wuda panicked and quickly explained, don't think about the past. Your current appearance is very good. Don't change back. Hee hee. The woman in black smiled slyly. Her eyes turned and kept looking at Wuda, as if she was trying to find some clues. Yiyan looked on from the side and found it funny. He thought that Wuda was probably going to fall into a trap. Miss, who are you? Yiyan asked. I'm Princess Murphy of the Tianluo Demon Clan. The woman in black said with a smile. What? You're Princess Murphy? Wuda jumped up like a monkey whose butt was on fire. He quickly pushed the woman in black away and ran to Yiyan's side. Prime Demon God, why are you running? You didn't lose your memory after a trip to the lower realm, did you? Princess Mo Fei's eyes moved as she observed Yiyan and Wuda. She suddenly said. She was originally cultivating in the clan when she suddenly saw a ray of light rising in a desolate place at the back of the mountain. She recognized that it was a teleportation light. If this light rose, it meant that the Tianluo demon clan of the Netherworld demon realm in the lower realm had teleported the black dragon up. She immediately rushed here. She did not expect to see her old lover, the prime demon god, and a young man in white. The young man in white was only at the godly venerable realm. He exuded a faint dragon aura. For a moment, Princess Murphy could not tell if the young man in white was the black dragon. However, in terms of cultivation, there was a big gap between him and the black dragon. What happened in the God's land? Why would two godly venerables be teleported here at once? Princess Murphy was puzzled and could not figure out the reason. I really don't remember some things. After all, there were so many enemies in the lower realm. I was seriously injured in a battle. Wuda scratched his head and began to talk nonsense again. Is this the black dragon you brought back? Princess Murphy looked at Yiyan and suddenly asked. Don't talk nonsense. This is my boss. Murphy, quickly come and greet him. Wuda was taken aback. He quickly beckoned Princess Mo Fei over with his finger. This is your boss? What happened in the God's land? Why didn't the half-step divine King Black Dragon teleport here? Princess Murphy frowned and her face became gloomy. She realized that the prime demon god was talking nonsense. He was saying things that she could not understand. The black dragon you mentioned has been defeated by me. Now it's my turn to come to the demon realm. I want to ask you, where is the black dragon that was teleported here millions of years ago? Yiyan took 2 steps forward and stared at Princess Murphy with bright eyes. Why should I tell you? Princess Murphy glared at him with a fierce look on her face. She was a 4th level godly venerables. Her cultivation was 1 level higher than Yiyan's, so she was not afraid at all. How dare you talk to my boss like that? I'll divorce you today. Wuda jumped up and roared with a fierce look. He knew Yiyan's temper. If he got angry, such a delicate beauty would probably die. Princess Murphy's aura suddenly softened. Facing Wuda, she had almost no power to resist. That black dragon is not in the Tianluo demon clan. As for where it went, I'm afraid only my father knows. Princess Mo Fei sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes looked at Wuda with hidden bitterness as she slowly said. Since your father knows, what are we waiting for? Hurry up and take me and the boss to your father. Wu De waved his hand and roared in a manly manner. Yi Yan smiled. It was true that everything had its weakness. Wu De was Princess Mo Fei's Achilles heel. She listened to everything he said. It really saved him a lot of unnecessary trouble. Otherwise, Yi Yan would have been ready to attack Princess Mo Fei just now. My father is in seclusion. Princess Mo Fei's face darkened, looked at Wu De, and said faintly. Wu De stared, slapped his thigh with his hand, and said with a dejected face, sigh. What bad luck, why is he in seclusion? Who knows when your father will come out? After saying that, Wu De, who was extremely depressed, raised his purple gold tobacco pipe and started smoking. Seclusion, Yi Yan was also taken aback, and a thought began to form in his mind. Princess Mo Fei's father was in seclusion, this was really bad news. Just like what Wu De said, who knew when he would come out, logically speaking, Princess Murphy's father was at least a God King expert. Such an expert wouldn't come out of seclusion without at least a few hundred or 1,000 years. Oh my God! How did you learn to smoke? Looking at Wu De who was smoking, Princess Mo Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this still the man she liked? Why did it feel a little different? He actually smoked. Throughout the entire Devil Realm, she had never seen a powerhouse who smoked. Boss gave me the purple gold pipe, if I don't smoke, wouldn't it be a waste? Wu De exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said with conviction. Yi Yan was speechless, and black lines appeared on his forehead. This purple gold pipe was indeed given to Wu De by him, and Wu De did not lie about this. It seemed that he had to take the blame for Wu De smoking again. Princess Mo Fei's eyes suddenly lit up, and said in surprise, your pipe is of good quality? Of course. Wu De proudly raised the purple gold tobacco pipe and laughed, I'm not bragging, but even in the entire demon realm, there are very few people who can surpass this treasure of mine. That's true, Princess Murphy sighed and nodded. She glanced at Yi Yan from the corner of her eye, and a thought arose in her mind. Who was this person? To be able to give away such a top-grade divine artifact as soon as he made a move, it was truly shocking. According to the aura of this person, there was no doubt that he was from the Dragon Clan. Did he come to the Devil World from such a distant place in the Divine Land just to find the Black Dragon? Just as he thought of this, suddenly, a ray of light shot into the sky from afar. A tremendous God King presence spread out like a wave. Wu De and Princess Murphy's bodies couldn't help but retreat under this powerful aura. They desperately circulated their mana to stabilize their bodies. Yi Yan, on the other hand, stood rooted to the ground like a nail, without the slightest movement. My father broke through. It seems like he has already come out of seclusion. Looking at the dazzling ray of light, Princess Murphy suddenly said with a face full of surprise. Your old father is really something. Did he break through to the 5th level of the Divine King realm? Wu De looked up and looked into the distance, and said endlessly. My father has been stuck at the peak of the 4th level of the Divine King realm for many years. I didn't expect him to break through during his seclusion. This is really great news. Princess Mo Fei said joyfully. Quickly bring me and my boss to your old father, and then ask him about the whereabouts of the Black Dragon. Wu De suddenly stretched out his big hand, grabbed Princess Murphy's white and tender little hand, and rubbed it hard, and said with a smile. Princess Murphy's little face blushed slightly as a strange feeling came from her hand. She giggled, as if her hand was itchy. I like this kind of thing from you. Princess Murphy looked at Wu De with a face full of infatuation and said flirtatiously. Hee hee. Wu De laughed shamelessly. It seemed like his predecessor was also a sweet talker. That was why he could make Princess Murphy fall head over heels for him. Princess Murphy suddenly thought of something, and her face turned gloomy. She said softly, my father has a bad temper. You two must be careful later. Your father has a bad temper? Then if he sees me, will he attack me? Wu De said with a guilty look. After all, he had slept with Princess Murphy and made this little girl fall head over heels for him. He wondered what this little girl's father would think. My father still doesn't know about what happened between us. After all, he has been in seclusion all this time, Princess Murphy said with a smile. That's good. You really scared me. Come, let me give you a kiss to calm my nerves. Wu De shamelessly moved closer to Palace Master Mo Fei and kissed her on the cheek. Princess Murphy's face turned red, but she did not avoid it. She just chuckled. Seeing this fake couple showing off their affection, Yiyan really could not stand it anymore. Let's go. He waved his hand and said. Okay. Princess Murphy agreed. Just as she was about to leave with the two of them, she suddenly heard a loud roar in the distance. Murphy, what are you doing here? The voice was rough, mixed with rolling anger. Father, I was just about to look for you. Princess Murphy was shocked. Her face was a little pale. She quickly bowed and whispered in a certain direction. Oh my God. Your old father's temper is too bad. Wu De muttered to himself in a low voice. His expression suddenly became unnatural. He secretly glanced at Yiyan. Seeing that his boss was still calm, he could not help but calm down. Could it be that his boss had a trump card even when facing a fifth-stage divine king? Wu De secretly guessed. A black figure with a terrifying aura suddenly broke through the void and stood opposite the three of them. This figure was wrapped in black flames. His face could not be seen clearly. He was as majestic as a small mountain. He exuded a powerful aura that swept out like a monstrous wave. What's the matter? Why is there a divine dragon here? The black figure said impatiently. Father, this divine dragon friend was sent here from the divine land. He has something to ask you, Princess Mo Fei said with trepidation. She did not tell him about the primordial demon god. After all, the primordial demon god was originally in the demon realm. If she did not tell him that he came to the lower realm, her father would not know at all. Therefore, she only told him about Yiyan's matter. Bastard! Shouldn't the half-step divine king black dragon be sent here? Why is there a third-level hierarch realm divine dragon? Damn it! The black figure waved his arms and roared angrily. The flames on his body burned fiercely. A large area of the void around him collapsed. This old man's temper is not ordinary. There must be something wrong with his head. Yiyan raised his eyebrows slightly and a faint sneer appeared on his face. Father, please calm down. Something must have happened in the divine land, right? Princess Mo Fei said with fear in her voice. Ah. Those trashes from the divine land really ruined my plan. The black figure roared angrily. He wanted to rush to the divine land and tear Patriarch Emoli into pieces. What's wrong with your father? Wu De secretly pulled Princess Murphy's hand and sent a message to her. I don't know, Princess Murphy shook her head sadly. Her father was a dictator in the entire Tianluo demon clan. There were many things that she, as his daughter, did not know. Boss, I asked that bitch Murphy just now. She doesn't know what's wrong with her father either. Wu De quickly sent a message to Yiyan. I understand. You guys step back for now. I'm going to wake this old thing up. Yiyan instructed via voice transmission. Okay, boss. Wu De immediately took Princess Murphy's hand and flew into the distance. Why did you leave your boss here and drag me here? At least I can calm my father down. Princess Murphy looked at Wu De angrily and said. A fight between divine kings is not something we can handle. Let's stay away. Boss will handle it. Wu De said indifferently. Princess Murphy pouted and felt helpless. On the other side. Damn it. You've ruined my plan. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of everyone? The black figure roared again. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. I don't care what's wrong with you. I just want to know where the black dragon from millions of years ago is now. Yiyan said with an indifferent expression. You're just a divine dragon. How dare you ask me that? Damn it, I get angry when I see you. Show me your true form. The black figure let out a furious roar, and suddenly raised his mountain-like black palm to slap over. Whoosh, a powerful energy of the divine king realm suddenly controlled the surrounding space. The giant hand that was covered in demonic flames whistled through the air. It was as if he didn't even need to come into contact with it. He could kill any hierarch cultivator with just the aftershock of his palm. Yiyan's eyes were filled with mockery. Mo Fei's father's brain was really not that good. It seemed that he needed to be taught a lesson. If he only used his sword, it seemed that he would not be able to wake this old man up. Yi Yan reached his hand into the warehouse and instantly took out a small yellow bell. This dark yellow bell had been releasing a boundless chaos power, and was embossed with all kinds of ancient patterns, such as flowers, birds, fishes, and beasts. With a light shake, the small bell immediately expanded to a diameter of 3 zhang. Whoosh, Yi Yan's body soared into the air. He suddenly rushed towards the black palm. He held the big bell in his hand and smashed it towards the black palm. What treasure is this? Wu De saw Yi Yan suddenly take out a dark yellow bell-shaped treasure from afar. His expression changed and his body trembled. He actually sensed a world-destroying aura from this artifact. It was far more powerful than the purple gold tobacco pipe in his hand. Oh my god! What kind of person is your boss? This bell of his is too terrifying. Princess Mo Fei looked at the white figure in front of her in horror. She held the giant bell in her hand and smashed it against her father's black palm. Boom, the dark yellow bell hit the palm that was covered in black demonic flames and made a loud bang. The bell vibrated and once again released a powerful sound wave attack. This powerful sound wave was instantly repelled. What treasure is this? The black figure turned pale with fright. His body suddenly retreated, and his other hand raised a black shield to block in front of his chest. Boom, another loud bang was heard. The black shield was instantly disintegrated, and the powerful sound wave attack slammed into his body. Puff puff, the black figure was struck by the sound wave, and countless wounds appeared on his body, causing blood to spurt out. Ah! The black figure screamed and fell from the sky. The black demonic flames disappeared. A black man covered in blood was revealed. He smashed the mountain on the ground and lay in the deep pit. As expected of the Bell of Chaos, Yi Yan held the bell in his hand and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The Bell of Chaos, one of the 3 great Khanate treasures of the Eldritch world. It was the lifelong treasure of the ancient demon emperor Dong Huangtai. This Bell of Chaos naturally came from Yi Yan's Eldritch World warehouse. However, at this moment, outside the demon realm, in the endless darkness, there were suddenly countless rays of light that came from nowhere. They gathered together and formed a brilliant light cocoon. This light cocoon was filled with endless chaotic aura. Almost every wisp could suppress a supreme expert. The chaotic light kept flowing on the cocoon, as if a peerless expert was being nurtured inside. Yi Yan fell from the sky and floated beside the black man. Are you still irritable? Yi Yan said faintly. Who are you? How can you be so powerful? Mo Xian spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yi Yan in horror. Until this moment, he still could not believe that he had lost. He did not even manage to withstand a single blow. He was defeated by a divine dragon in the divine venerable realm. The dark yellow bell in the divine dragon's hand was simply too terrifying. His black shield was a high-grade divine-grade artifact, but it was unable to block the sound wave attack of the bell and was shattered in an instant. What kind of treasure was this bell? How could there be such a powerful treasure in the divine land? If a divine king realm cultivator had such a treasure, wouldn't he be invincible in the entire world? As expected of the boss, he killed your father in one move. Wu De, who was watching from afar, felt cold all over, but he was extremely excited as if he had fallen into a world of ice and fire. What nonsense are you talking about? Could it be that you want to curse my father to die? Princess Murphy frowned and glared at Wu De as she scolded. Although her gaze was fixed on Wu De, her sexy body was trembling uncontrollably. That battle just now was too frightening. Her father had just broken through and reached the 5th stage of the Divine King realm, but he was severely injured by the terrifying young man in white with a bell. It was too terrifying. Princess Murphy could not imagine how such a person could exist in this world. He had completely broken through all the restrictions of the laws. You don't have the right to know my identity. If you want to live, tell me the whereabouts of the Black Dragon now. Yi Yan said coldly. Boss, please don't kill my father. At this moment, Princess Murphy dragged Wu De over. As soon as she saw Yi Yan, she immediately knelt on the ground. Shut up. Yi Yan glanced at her. A great fear rose in Princess Mo Fei's heart, and she immediately fell silent. Even Wu De's body started to tremble, and he didn't dare to say another word. I'll talk. Mo Xian stared at the yellow bell in Yi Yan's hand in horror. He finally came to his senses. He was ready to give in. The demon race had always revered the strong. Now that Yi Yun had severely injured him, Mo Xian accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. The violent intent in his heart had long disappeared without a trace in the face of a supreme expert. Speak. Yi Yun smiled faintly. Seeing her father give in, Princess Mo Fei heaved a sigh of relief. This way, her father's life could be considered saved. Senior, that black dragon was snatched away by the star demon race after it was teleported over. Mo Xian looked dejected as he spoke honestly. Star demon race? Yi Yun was slightly taken aback. He was not clear about the forces in the demon world. However, he could tell that the star demon race was definitely stronger than the Tianluo demon race. Boss, the star demon race is one of the 7 strongest demon races in the entire demon world. Their strength far surpasses our Tianluo demon race, Princess Mo Fei explained from the side. She also unified the way she addressed Yi Yun along with Wu Da. This could be considered as a husband and wife singing together. Is there any news about that black dragon all these years? Yi Yun's eyes flickered as they landed on Mo Xian. He asked again. His only worry now was whether the star demon race had killed the dark heavenly dragon. After the black dragon was snatched away by the star demon race, it became a mount for a star demon king. They used all kinds of resources to nurture it, and it recently broke through to the God King realm. The star demon race is also holding a grand celebration to announce the participation of the demon race, Mo Xian said in a low voice. So it's still alive. That's good. Yi Yun felt much more relieved when he heard that the dark heavenly dragon was still alive. You demon race people are so passionate about using a divine dragon as a mount that you even want to hold a celebration. What a disgusting hobby, Yi Yun shook his head. Senior, this is the only God King realm divine dragon in the entire demon world. Of course, it's worth celebrating, Mo Xian hurriedly said. Alright, then bring me to the Star Demon clan. I also want to participate in this gathering, Yi Yun said with a smile. Senior, I don't dare to take you there, Mo Xian wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is that? Yi Yun asked curiously. All the experts participating in this grand event must bring a divine dragon with them. As for me, how would I dare to bring you along? Mo Xian said with a bitter smile. So that's how it is. Yi Yun's face revealed a look of realization. The meaning behind Mo Xian's words was, if he were to be brought along, then in the eyes of outsiders, he would be equivalent to Mo Xian's divine dragon mount. He had just severely injured Mo Xian. At this moment, Mo Xian was like a bird that was startled by the twang of a bough, so how could he dare to bring Qianxi to the Star Devil clan? Wu De rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Boss, why don't you let Mo Fei take you there? No need, let Mo Fei's father take me there. Yi Yun smiled casually. This grand event invited experts from various demon clans. Princess Mo Fei's level was not high enough, so only her father was qualified. Yi Yun wanted to go there like this because he wanted to see if the current dark heavenly dragon still had the courage of the past. After being a mount for hundreds of years, would it be that after kneeling for so long, it could no longer stand up? He wanted to test it. As long as Senior doesn't mind, I'm willing to lead the way. Mo Xian struggled to stand up, cupped his fists, and bowed. Indeed, there was always one thing to conquer another. Seeing how respectful her father was to Yi Yun and no longer had any irritable emotions, Princess Mo Fei sighed in her heart. All right. Yi Yun nodded. Seeing that Mo Xian was severely injured, he took out the 8-treasure glazed bottle and flicked a drop of triple light holy water. Take it. Oh. Okay, Senior. Mo Xian was stunned for a moment. Then, he opened his mouth without hesitation and swallowed the drop of triple light holy water. After a few seconds, Mo Xian's eyes widened. He could not believe what was happening to him. The injuries on his body were healing rapidly. It seemed like it would not take long for all his injuries to be healed. What kind of medicine did Boss take out? Princess Mo Fei asked Wu De in a low voice. Her eyes were wide open as she looked at Wu De in confusion. Triple light holy water. Wu De said proudly. In the past, he was poisoned by Princess Mo Fei's split soul. After he met Yi Yun, he swallowed a drop of triple light holy water. Not only did it expel the poison in his body, but it also restored his cultivation. Wu De was also shocked by the triple brilliance sacred water. He had never seen such a powerful divine medicine in his life. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior," Mo Xian said gratefully as he knelt on the ground. He had just broken through to the 5th stage of the Divine King realm. He had not stabilized his cultivation base yet, but he was severely injured. If he waited for his injuries to heal, his cultivation base would fall back to the 4th stage. "Get up." Yi Yan looked calm. With a wave of his hand, a wave of magic power swept out and helped Mo Xian to his feet. Mo Xian was very perceptive. He waved his hand and a huge black eagle flew over from afar. The eagle was like a small mountain. It was shrouded in a black aura. Its aura was powerful and it had reached the 5th stage of the divine venerable realm. Its cultivation base was higher than Yi Yan and Wu De. The black eagle was Mo Xian's usual mount. "Senior, please get on my mount. Let's go to the Star Demon clan together," Mo Xian said respectfully. "All right." Yi Yan nodded with a look of approval in his eyes. He had finally awakened the hot-tempered Mo Xian with the Bell of Chaos. Yi Yan put away the Bell of Chaos, rose into the air, and stood on the head of the Black Eagle. Mo Xian, Princess Mo Fei, and Wu De also flew up to the Black Eagle's head. "You're the prime demon god, right?" Mo Xian glanced at Wu De with deep meaning as he spoke calmly. "That's right. I slept with your daughter. Although we're not married, I'm half your son-in-law now. We're family." Wu De chuckled shamelessly. Mo Xian was silent for a moment and said again, "You're with Senior, right?" Wu De crossed his arms and smiled proudly. "You're smart. Father-in-law, this is my boss." "I understand. When we return from the Star Demon clan, I'll hold a wedding ceremony for the two of you." Mo Xian suddenly smiled. There was an indescribable joy on his ugly and ferocious face. "Thank you, father." "Haha. Thank you, father-in-law." Princess Mo Fei and Wu De were delighted and said at the same time. Yi Yan reached out and patted Wu De's shoulder. "Brother, you're really lucky in love. You found a beautiful wife and such a powerful father-in-law as soon as you return to the demon realm. You won't have to worry about breaking through to the Divine King realm in the future." Yi Yan smiled. "Boss, although you're married to Mo Fei, we can still go to the Divine Land with you." Wu De smiled awkwardly. "There's no need for that." Yi Yan shook his head and smiled meaningfully. "Why don't you develop well here? If you can unify the demon realm, it'll be even better." Wu De sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a little weak in the depths of his heart. He felt that his boss's gaze seemed to see through his origins. He was the supreme of a realm. Even if he went to the demon realm, as long as he had enough time, he had the ability to unify the entire demon realm. "Boss, this fool doesn't have the ability to unify the demon realm. You think too highly of him." Princess Mo Fei pouted as she looked at Wu De. Her eyes were filled with mockery. Wu De's cultivation was not even as high as hers. She was not the only one who did not dare to talk about unifying the demon realm. Even her father, a 5th-stage divine king, did not dare to think about unifying the demon realm. The demon realm was full of powerful cultivators. Even the unfathomable Star Demon clan did not dare to say that they would unify the demon realm. "UB*TCH, are you looking down on me?" Wu De was furious as he glared at Princess Mo Fei and roared. "I'm just stating the facts. Are you feeling guilty?" Princess Mo Fei's eyes rolled as she chuckled flirtatiously. "Guilty my ass. Today, I swear in front of boss that I will unify the demon realm in the future." Wu De said hysterically as he patted his chest angrily after being ridiculed by Princess Mo Fei. Seeing this, Mo Xian nodded secretly. Although this primordial demon god's cultivation was not very high, his manliness was not bad. Especially since he had a good relationship with his senior, he would be a promising talent in the future. Yi Yan laughed. "Okay, I'll remember it. If you can't unify the demon realm in the future, I'll confiscate your purple gold tobacco pipe." Wu De had a bitter look on his face as he begged, "Boss, can we change the condition? Even if I can't unify the demon realm, you can't confiscate my only hobby, right? Just do your best. If you have any difficulties, just let me know, Yiyan patted Wuda's shoulder and said with a smile. Okay, boss, I got it. Wuda's eyes lit up as if he had understood something. He immediately agreed with full confidence. Boss's foundation was unimaginably deep. Just like today, he suddenly took out a large yellow bell and defeated his father-in-law, who was a 5th-stage divine king, when he was only a 3rd-stage divine venerable. Such a foundation was really terrifying. Even in his own world, Wuda had never seen such a terrifying treasure. Whoosh, the black eagle flapped its wings and disappeared in the air in an instant. Seeing that his body was too large and striking, Mo Xian transformed and immediately shrunk to the size of an ordinary human. Senior, the Star Demon clan is located in the Star Demon Sea. It's very far away, so we'll need to fly for some time, Mo Xian said honestly as he bowed. It's all right. Yiyan shook his head and said calmly. The space of the demon world was extremely firm. Even Divine King experts would find it difficult to travel a long distance by tearing the void apart. If they weren't in a hurry, ordinary God King realm experts wouldn't tear through the void to travel. That was why there were so many God King realm experts in the devil world who had their own personal mounts. And this time, the Star Demon clan was holding a celebration banquet, and those invited were all big shots of the demon world. If these big shots wanted to participate in the celebration, the most important condition was, he needed a divine dragon as his mount. Yiyan guessed that those who attended the celebration this time were at least half-step Divine King realm experts. After flying for half a day, Mo Xian, who was standing on the black eagle's head, suddenly had a change of expression and murmured with a smile, "These fellas are really in the mood, what's wrong?" Yiyan asked with a smile. "Senior, those fellas below are my good friends. They should also be attending the Star Demon clan celebration banquet." Mo Xian pointed his finger to the side with a wry smile on his face. Yiyan looked down. There was a huge green rock on top of a misty mountain peak. A few Divine King realm demon cultivators were chatting, drinking, and having fun on top of the green rock. Beside these demon cultivators were a few divine dragons of different colors. These divine dragons' cultivation wasn't high. Most of them were divine monarchs, and only one of them was at the hierarch realm. These divine dragons had shrunk their bodies and were lying around lazily with their eyes closed as if they were in a deep sleep. There are quite a number of divine dragons in the demon world. Yiyan sneered. "Senior, these divine dragons were transported here from the divine land using a special method. Most of them have low cultivation, so we can save on resources," Mo Xian said carefully. He could tell that this senior seemed to hate the fact that the demon race used the mystical dragons as their mounts. However, there was nothing he could do about it. This was the general trend in the demon world. Yiyan kept a straight face and didn't say anything. Mo Xian waited for a while and couldn't help but sigh softly when he realized that the senior didn't intend to attack. He was really afraid that the senior would fly into a rage out of humiliation and bring out that terrifying bell to kill all of his devil friends below. Those people's cultivation were only at the 3rd or 4th stage of the Divine King realm. Even if all of them worked together, they wouldn't be a match for the senior. The experts of the demon clan on the Bluestone seemed to have sensed something. A red-faced man raised his head and immediately saw the giant black eagle in the air. "Isn't that old man Mo Xian from the Heaven's Net Demon clan?" The red-faced man chuckled. "Hurry up and ask him to come down so that he can drink with us," another tall and sturdy man with black fur all over his body said. The red-faced man understood and immediately shouted into the sky, "Old man Mo Xian, hurry up and come down to drink." "Senior," Mo Xian swallowed his saliva with difficulty and looked at Yiyan awkwardly. "Go down. Since they're all your friends, there's no reason to reject them," Yiyan smiled gently. Mo Xian nodded as joy flashed across his face. The black eagle under his feet retracted its wings and quickly descended above the black rock. "Old man Mo Xian, long time no see. Hurry up and have a few drinks. Then, we'll head to the Star Demon Sea together." There were a total of 4 demon experts on the green rock. When they saw the black eagle land, they all stood up and welcomed Mo Xian's arrival with smiles. Mo Xian's cultivation was the strongest among them, so he naturally received everyone's respect. Mo Xian landed beside the green rock, and Yiyan followed suit. Princess Mo Fei and Wu De did the same. There were 4 more people on the green rock at once. The other demon clan experts glanced at Princess Murphy and the others one by one. When they saw Yi Yun, the muscles on their faces twitched, and all of them revealed shocked expressions. Old friend Mo Xian, you clearly have a divine dragon as a mount. Why did you ride the black eagle here? The red-faced man asked in shock. Mo Xian's face darkened when he heard the red-faced man's words. Wasn't this slapping his face in public? He actually dared to say that Senior was his mount. Wasn't this pushing him into a fire pit? Mo Xian was about to fall out with him when Yi Yun's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Drink first. Don't deny the mount. Mo Xian was stunned at that moment. What did Senior mean by this? Could it be that he deliberately wanted to push him into a fire pit too? Mo Xian broke out in cold sweat. Instantly, he felt a chill run down his back and had a feeling that he was going to die suddenly. I have some things to confirm. I need you to cooperate with me now. Yi Yun instructed again. I understand, Senior. Mo Xian did not fully understand, but he still hurriedly agreed. He laughed and walked to the huge jade table. He cupped his fists and said with a smile, everyone, let's drink first. We'll talk later. The crowd did not react for a moment. They sat down one after another, and someone immediately poured a glass of wine for Mo Xian. Mo Xian quickly took out another glass and poured himself another glass before passing it to Yi Yun. Hiss, this action instantly shocked the surrounding people. Why would a 5th-stage Divine King Realm Tianluo Demon Clan leader offer wine to a mere 3rd-stage Divine Venerable Realm Divine Dragon Mount? Were they seeing things? Old friend Mo Xian, aren't you being a little too nice to your Divine Dragon? The red-faced man said in surprise. That's right. Don't tell me you want to be like the Star Demon Clan and nurture your 3rd-level Divine Dragon to the Divine King Realm? Be on equal footing with you in the future? Haha. The others also laughed along with him. Their words were extremely harsh and Mo Xian was embarrassed. He really wanted to beat them up and teach them a lesson. However, he could not be angry since the seniors asked him to cooperate. Brothers, the Dragon Clan used to be a very powerful clan, even more powerful than the Demon Clan. Therefore, we should be on equal footing. Mo Xian coughed and said solemnly. Alright. You have the highest cultivation level here. You have the final say. The red-faced man laughed and did not take it to heart. They could see that Mo Xian had broken through to the 5th-level Divine King Realm after his seclusion. His cultivation level was naturally the highest among them. Therefore, they did not dare to joke too much as they were afraid of angering Mo Xian. Everyone knew that Mo Xian had a bad temper. Once he was angry, he would not recognize anyone. If they fought, it would not end well. Yi Yun sat down, picked up the wine cup, and gently took a sip of wine. The wine in the demon realm was very strong, but it was to Yi Yun's liking. At this moment, Wu De also pulled Princess Mo Fei to sit down. Isn't this the prime demon god? Why is he with Princess Mo Fei? The red-faced man asked curiously. This is my son-in-law, Mo Xian hurriedly added. Oh, I see. Why don't I see you holding a banquet to celebrate? The red-faced man asked. After we return from the Star Demon Sea, I'll hold a wedding banquet for them. I hope all of you can come and support us. Mo Xian cupped his fist and said with a smile. Of course, we'll definitely attend the wedding banquet. Everyone laughed. Seniors, would you like a glass of wine? Wu De chuckled and stretched out his hand. The red-faced man immediately poured a cup of wine and handed it to Wu De. Although Wu De's cultivation seemed very weak to him, he was Mo Xian's son-in-law after all. His status was extraordinary. Everyone began to drink. Mo Xian was chatting and laughing with those people and drinking happily. However, he would glance at Yi Yun from the corner of his eyes from time to time. He realized that this terrifying senior had been drinking by himself all this time. Only then did he relax. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Yi Yun suddenly picked up a jar of wine and raised his glass. He stood up and said, You guys chat, I'll go over there and drink. Oh, all right. Mo Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he recalled Yi Yun's instructions and hurriedly nodded. The others could not wait for Yi Yun, the divine dragon, to leave as soon as possible, so they did not say anything. When Wuda saw his boss leave, he couldn't sit still any longer. He quickly grabbed a jar of wine and ran after Yi Yun. Yi Yun walked in front of a yellow dragon. This was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Bloodline concentration was not high, cultivation at the 9th level Divine Lord realm. This dragon race brother, have a drink together? Yi Yun's gaze flickered as he said meaningfully, then he handed over the wine cup in his hand. The 5-clawed golden dragon opened his eyes and looked at Yi Yun in shock. Regarding Yi Yun and the rest's arrival, he naturally used divine sense the entire time and saw it with his eyes. He also did not expect that the other party could actually be on equal footing with those fiend races' divine king realm powerhouses. I can't drink this wine. Your esteemed self's kind intentions, I appreciate it, the 5-clawed golden dragon said softly, then closed his eyes and continued sleeping. He did not have the slightest excitement of seeing his clansmen. Yi Yun heaved a sigh, his expression rather gloomy. He walked in front of another Taitsong Azure dragon once more and handed the wine cup over, saying with a smile, this dragon race brother, want to have a drink? Taitsong Azure dragon closed his eyes and directly shook his head, rejecting Yi Yun's good intentions. You fellow, aren't you also too unreasonable? My boss brought you wine with such good intentions, but you don't appreciate it at all? Wuda could not put up with it by the side and immediately scolded in anger out of humiliation. As the Lord's mount, you should have the corresponding awareness. Taitsong Azure Dragon raised his eyes and glanced at Wuda, sighed, and simply closed his eyes again. Wuda was so angry that he wished to go over and give it a fierce beating, but he was pressed down by Yi Yun's hand on his shoulder. While Emo Xian was also paying attention to the movements at the side at all times. Seeing Yi Yun's actions, he seemed to have understood some things. This divine dragon mount of yours really loves to poke his nose into other people's business. The red-faced burly man drank a mouthful of wine and muttered. So what if he's poking his nose into other people's business? Let's drink and not discuss this matter anymore. Emo Xian pulled a long face and said eerily. Seeing that Emo Xian was about to lose his temper, the others immediately felt a chill run down their spines and did not dare to mention this matter again. The few of them continued to drink. On the other side, Yi Yun visited a few divine dragons along the way, but he was rejected by all of them. Wuda was panting with anger at the side and felt that it was unfair. Yi Yun walked towards the last ultimate god divine dragon. It was also a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its body was curled up and lazily lying on the blue stone as if it had fallen asleep. Yi Yun sat down and drank the cup of wine in his hand. Then, he poured another cup of wine. Sir, although you look glamorous, you're actually very dangerous. The 5-clawed golden dragon opened one of its eyes and looked at Yi Yun as it spoke softly. What danger? Yi Yun laughed. You'll know when we reach the Star Demon Sea, the 5-clawed golden dragon said meaningfully. You're still keeping me in suspense? Do you have the right to do so? Yi Yun frowned. The air around them suddenly turned cold. You're a 3rd-level ultimate god while I'm only a 1st-level ultimate god. Indeed, I don't have the right to do so. Since you want to know, so what if I tell you? The 5-clawed golden dragon snorted coldly. Countless demon clan experts will descend on the grand event at the Star Demon Sea. If your status surpasses your demon clan master, I'm afraid it'll cause public outrage. At that time, even clan leader Emo Xian won't be able to protect you. Don't talk nonsense, little dragon. Emo Xian was scared out of his wits when he heard that. He immediately flew forward in a flash and kicked the 5-clawed golden dragon. Yi Yun reached out and pulled Emo Xian back. What it said might make some sense. I just want to see who dares to attack me. Yi Yun turned to look at Emo Xian and said with a faint smile. Senior, cold sweat broke out on Emo Xian's forehead as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Go back and drink your wine. Yi Yun waved his hand impatiently. Emo Xian hurriedly turned around and left. When the other devil race experts saw this scene, they were shocked. Although the two of them were communicating through voice transmission, everyone could roughly guess what happened. No one would have thought that a dignified 5th-level divine king realm demonic cultivator would be so submissive in front of that divine dragon. It didn't make any sense, on the other side. How did he do it? The 5-clawed golden dragon stared at Yi Yun with his eyes wide open. He was surprised and shocked. The five-clawed golden dragon was surprised. It was because Yi Yun had retreated the Divine King Realm expert, Mo Xian, otherwise, Mo Xian's kick would have injured it. After all, it was only at the first level of the ultimate god realm. There was a difference of 1 realm and 4 small realms between it and Mo Xian. The five-clawed golden dragon was shocked that the mastermind behind the scene was the 3rd level of the ultimate god realm divine dragon in front of him. A dignified 5th stage divine king realm master, in front of a divine dragon mount, could come and go as it pleased. This was really against common sense. Since when did a divine dragon mount receive such honorable treatment? This had never happened before in the devil realm. Thank you, brother dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon was overwhelmed with emotions. It crawled along the bluestone surface and lay down at Yi Yun's feet, saying emotionally, "Have a sip of wine." Yi Yun was upset, but it wasn't the time for him to act up. He handed a glass of wine to the five-clawed golden dragon. The five-clawed golden dragon opened its mouth and sucked the wine into its mouth. "Thank you, brother, for the wine." After drinking the wine, the five-clawed golden dragon's eyes became a little excited. When the other mystical dragons saw this, they seemed to have realized something and crawled to Yi Yun's side of their own accord. "You guys should drink too." Yi Yun felt more complicated when he saw this, but he didn't say anything else. He continued to pour wine for every divine dragon to drink. Boss is so kind. When Wu De saw this scene from the side, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Princess Murphy also walked over and stood beside Wu De. Looking at her boss feeding the mystical dragons wine one by one, tears welled up in her eyes. She knew that boss's true form was a divine dragon. It was the first time in the devil world that Big Brother was so compassionate towards these little dragons when they met with their own kind. 4 to 6 hours later, Mo Xian and the others had already finished drinking. After that, the few demon clan experts also borrowed Mo Xian's influence to stand on the head of the Black Hawk and follow Mo Xian and the others to the Star Demon Sea. After all, their mounts' cultivation bases were not as high as the Black Eagle's, so their flying speed was naturally not as fast as the Black Eagle's. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. A vast blue ocean appeared in the distance, floating above the horizon. It was boundless and had no end. "Is this the Star Demon Sea?" Yi Yun asked. The nearby Mo Xian hurriedly replied respectfully, "Yes, senior." When the other devil experts saw Mo Xian's respectful behavior, they'd already become accustomed to it after these 10 days of practice. In private, everyone had their suspicions, but they couldn't figure out the reason. She did not know why Mo Xian, who had always been hot-tempered, would be so respectful to a godly venerable realm divine dragon. The Black Eagle tore through the sky and soon flew into the Star Demon Sea. Yi Yun realized that the Star Demon Sea was somewhat similar to the Alcade Galaxy. However, there were blue stars scattered everywhere in the Star Demon Sea. These stars weren't big, but there were many of them and they covered the entire Star Demon Sea. In the Star Demon Sea, there was a kind of dark blue air current that was constantly surging like an ocean. From time to time, there were sounds of tides. After flying for a while, Yi Yun even saw some demon beasts that lived in the Star Demon Sea. They were completely blue and emitted starlight as they swam freely like fish. "I have to say that the Star Demon Sea is really a sacred place." The red-faced burly man looked at the beautiful and magnificent Star Demon Sea and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's said that the Star Demon Sea is also a weapon of the Star Demon clan. Once an enemy invades, they can drive the Star Demon Sea to attack the enemy, Mo Xian muttered to himself as he stared into the distance. "It's just a legend." "It seems that no one has invaded in history," the red-faced burly man said with a smile. "That's true." Mo Xian nodded and looked around for a moment before saying, "I'm afraid it'll take a few more hours to reach the first Star Demon Pagoda." Everyone nodded in succession. After flying for a few more hours, Yi Yun saw a huge silver pagoda in the distance. It seemed to connect the heavens and the earth as it towered in the Star Demon Sea. This pagoda is rather similar to the Heavenly Mystery Pagoda in the Nether Ancient Land. Yi Yun seemed to be lost in thought. Whoosh whoosh, the Black Eagle flapped its wings repeatedly and quickly flew past the Star Demon Pagoda. When everyone passed by the Star Demon Pagoda, the enormous Black Eagle was as tiny as a black grain of rice in front of the Star Demon Pagoda. "It's really a building of uncanny craftsmanship." Wuda's horizons were broadened, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's your first time here as well, right? Princess Mo asked with a smile. Wuda scratched his head and said perfunctorily, yes, it's my first time here as well, old friend Mo Xian. Everyone says that there's a star demon king guarding the star demon pagoda. I wonder if that's true? The red-faced burly man suddenly asked. It's true. Back then, I once entered the star demon pagoda and saw a star demon king. Mo Xian's face was solemn as he nodded. Back then, when the black dragon was snatched away by the star demon clan, he had come to ask for an explanation. In the end, he was taught a lesson and was given many precious cultivation resources. That was how the matter came to an end. What's the cultivation level of the star demon king? Yi Yan's heart jolted as he asked. Mo Xian quickly said, almost all of them are at the divine king realm 10th level. It's said that there are also half-step divine emperors. Yi Yan nodded. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the brilliant star demon sea. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. The black eagle continued to fly. After flying for a few more hours, Yi Yan saw the second star demon pagoda. This star demon pagoda was exactly the same as the previous one. It was connected to heaven and earth, and it penetrated the star demon sea. It was extremely magnificent. Father-in-law. Wuda looked at the star demon pagoda in shock and asked, how many star demon pagoda are there? There are 7 star demon pagoda in total. Mo Xian said with a smile. 7 star demon pagoda? Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard Mo Xian's words. He was extremely sensitive to the number 7 and instantly thought of the 7-star formation. Which star demon pagoda will the celebration be held at this time? Yi Yan asked. Mo Xian replied respectfully, the celebration will be held at the 4th star demon pagoda. Yi Yan frowned. Could these 7-star demon pagoda be a formation? Senior, you're right. These 7-star demon pagoda formed the shape of the Big Dipper. It should be some kind of formation, right? Mo Xian said hesitantly. Because there were many opinions in the demon realm about whether these 7-star demon pagoda were a formation or not. After all, no one saw the activation and operation of this formation. Most people only saw these 7-star demon pagoda standing alone in the star demon sea, and there was no connection between them. Give me a moment. Yi Yan said and instantly soared into the sky and disappeared in the sky. As Yi Yan continued to rise, the other star demon pagoda gradually entered his sight. When he rose to a certain height, he could see all the star demon pagoda. There were a total of 7. These 7-star demon pagoda were like long dragons that penetrated the vast star demon sea. They curved and formed the pattern of the Big Dipper. It's another 7-star array. Yi Yan muttered to himself. His face turned cold as rays of cold light shot out from his eyes. The appearance of the 7-star demon pagodas in the star demon sea was definitely not a coincidence. The star demon clan might be one of the forces behind the scenes. Yi Yan frowned. In the Divine Land and Sunnan continent, the mastermind was dealing with the Dragon clan and the Shenlong sect. Therefore, they had set up numerous backups. In the demonic world, there was no Divine Dragon sect. The so-called mounts of the dragon race were transported from the Divine Land. The strength of the Divine Dragons was very weak. To the powerful demonic race, they were no threat at all. Therefore, Yi Yan could not figure out why the mastermind would set up the 7-star demon pagodas in the star demon sea. According to Mo Xian, the 7-star demon pagodas had a long history but had never been activated. This made Yi Yan even more surprised. The mastermind had a motive for everything he did. However, the 7-star demon pagodas had not been activated for millions of years. This was really puzzling. Yi Yan descended from the sky and returned to the Black Eagle's head. Senior, what did you find? Mo Xian came over and asked carefully. How long has the Star Demon clan been in the demon realm? Yi Yan asked. It has a very long history. It should be able to be traced back millions of years? Mo Xian blinked and pondered for a few seconds before saying. Yi Yan nodded and his face became even more serious. The Star Demon clan had been in existence for so long, even before the war between the Divine Land and the Dragon clan. Logically speaking, The mastermind had no need to set up such a trap in the demon realm. Senior, millions of years ago, there was the star demon sea on this continent. Then, one day, 7-star demon pagodas suddenly descended from the sky. The life forms of the star demon sea enjoyed the benefits of being close to the water and obtained the inheritance of the star demon pagoda. Thus, they evolved into the star demon clan. They then evolved into the star demon clan. Mo Xian whispered and told him everything he knew about the origin of the star demon clan. Let's go. Yiyan nodded and waved his hand. The black eagle flapped its wings and continued to fly toward the depths of the star demon sea. Along the way, many experts from all over the devil realm could be seen. Almost all of them were riding on divine dragons. Only Mo Xian's group had arrived on a black hawk. Therefore, this group of people. Naturally, everyone rolled their eyes at him. Fortunately, Mo Xian's cultivation was not low, so no one mocked him to his face. After flying past the 3rd star demon pagoda, the 4th star demon pagoda was in sight. The number of demon clan experts in the surroundings gradually increased. The star demon sea was vast and boundless. It was the holy land of the star demon clan. Normally, ordinary demon cultivators wouldn't dare to enter. Therefore, all the experts of the demon clans who had received the invitation this time were riding on divine dragons of different colors, whistling in the star demon sea. All of them were excited and exhilarated. Mo Xian, you fellows don't ride a dragon when there's one. How embarrassing. A huge blue dragon flew across the sky. Standing on the dragon's head was a tall and sturdy silver-faced male demon. He looked down at the black eagle below and laughed heartily. Duanmu, you go your way, and I go my own way. What's wrong with riding a black hawk? Is it bothering you? Mo Xian raised his head and said angrily. Haha, Mo Xian, don't get agitated. I'm just saying. The silver-faced man laughed. He turned around and disappeared on the huge blue dragon. Mo Xian's face darkened. His demon companions behind him looked at each other, not knowing what to do. They had expected that many people would mock them if they didn't ride a divine dragon when they arrived at the 4th star demon pagoda. Don't bother with such despicable people, Yiyan smiled faintly. He didn't care about such things at all. Yiyan didn't want to make a high-profile appearance before officially seeing the dark sky dragon. Because he had his own selfish motives. After communicating with the divine dragons on the green rock, he was even more eager to communicate with the dark sky dragon. As one of the 10 super divine dragons of the dragon clan, it had been the mount of the star demon clan for millions of years. Was it still there? Yiyan naturally wanted to question it face to face and see the dark sky dragon's attitude. Although Yiyan also hoped that the dark sky dragon hadn't betrayed the dragon clan from the bottom of his heart, the world was dangerous and people's hearts were complicated. Who knew if the dark sky dragon would change? Yiyan was also looking forward to it. He wanted to face the dark sky dragon as a third party and ask what he wanted to ask. He didn't want to use Zhu Long's identity to force the dark sky dragon to submit. While Yiyan was thinking, Mo Xian's black hawk had arrived at the bottom of the 4th star demon pagoda. At this moment, more than 10,000 demon experts had gathered at the bottom of the star demon pagoda. Each of these demon experts rode a divine dragon. The weakest among them was a half-step divine king, while the rest were all divine kings. There was also a large square below the star demon pagoda that was floating in the star demon sea. In the square, many cultivators of the Star Devil clan were responsible for registering the visiting devil experts. Mo Xian and the others also ran over to register. Where's your divine dragon? A man from the Star Demon clan frowned and asked Mo Xian. This was because he realized that Mo Xian wasn't riding a divine dragon. Instead, he was riding a godly venerable realm black eagle. This sort of unconventional method truly caused the people from the Star Demon clan to feel anger in their hearts. He's here. Yiyan quickly descended and came to Mo Xian's side. He smiled at the man from the Star Demon clan and said, "Do I still need to register?" "Of course you do." The man sized up Yiyan and realized that he was releasing the aura of a divine dragon. His cultivation wasn't low as it had reached the 3rd level ultimate god realm, so he didn't continue to be angry. Yiyan registered according to the rules. "Are those two your family members?" The man looked at Wu De and Princess Mo Fei and asked unhappily. Yes. Mo Xian quickly said. Each person can only bring one family member or friend. You've exceeded the quota. Choose one person and go back. The man from the Star Demon clan said indifferently. Sir, one of them is a friend of mine. Just remember him as my friend. The red-faced man quickly came over to help. All right. The man from the Star Demon clan was slightly stunned, but he nodded in agreement in the end. After the registration was completed, Mo Xian and the others were guided to the left side of the Star Demon Pagoda. They randomly found a spot in the void and stopped. At this moment, Mo Xian kept his black hawk so that he wouldn't attract too much attention. The red-faced man and the others saw that the other demon experts were standing on their divine dragons, so they followed suit and stood on their divine dragon mounts. Mo Xian didn't dare to do so. He just carefully stayed by Yi Yan's side. Yi Yan put his hands behind his back and looked calm as he looked at the divine dragons around him with interest. There were tens of thousands of divine dragons. They were yellow dragons, green dragons, and red dragons. Their grades weren't high and their bloodlines were very mixed. Most of them should be divine dragons created by the dragon breeders in the divine land. These divine dragons looked obedient and submissive. Some of them were even trying to curry favor with their masters. If their masters were in a good mood, they would give some spiritual fruits or elixir pills with a wave of their hands. The divine dragons opened their mouths and swallowed the spiritual fruits or elixir pills. They chewed with relish as though they were eating the most delicious thing in the world. Seeing how lowly the status of the dragon clan in the demon world was, Yi Yan's heart was somewhat heavy. How glorious was the dragon clan in the past. There were 10 super divine dragons under Zhu Long, as well as countless high-ranked divine dragons and countless ordinary divine dragons. Such a powerful dragon clan could make any faction tremble. However, things had changed in the past. After Zhu Long went missing, the dragon clan began to have internal strife and headed towards destruction. The surviving mystical dragons had lost all their dignity in front of the demon race. They lived like dogs, wagging their tails and begging for mercy to obtain rewards. There was an indescribable fury in Yi Yan's heart, but he would not vent it out before seeing the dark heavenly dragon. Isn't this younger brother Mo Xian? A vigorous voice came from the distant sky. Yi Yan raised his head to look. He saw a burly man in black armor standing on a 7-colored divine dragon. His appearance was hideous and ugly, and the aura on his body was powerful. He was already at the 6th level of the Divine King realm. Greetings, Taoist brother Yamu. Mo Xian's expression turned serious, and he hurriedly cupped his fists in greeting. He was merely at the 5th level of the Divine King realm, a minor realm lower than this Yamu from the Black Demon clan. Therefore, Mo Xian restrained his temper. Younger brother Mo Xian, this divine dragon of yours has a lot of personality. Other divine dragons all transformed into their true forms and are trampled under their master's feet, but your divine dragon transformed into a human form and is on equal footing with you. Can you tell me why on earth is this? Yamu crossed his arms in front of his chest, a mocking look on his face. This is my personal hobby. Taoist brother Yamu, please don't ask. Mo Xian's face turned cold. He swept a glance from the corner of his eyes and discovered that many demon clan powerhouses around were staring at him closely. Younger brother Mo Xian, although this is your personal matter, we're in the Star Demon Sea now. There are countless demon clan powerhouses around. Everyone's vision is sharp, do you understand? Yamu laughed loudly, his voice spreading extremely far. At this moment, the demon clan powerhouses around the Star Demon Pagoda all heard it, and everyone cast their gazes over one after another. When everyone saw Mo Xian standing together with a divine dragon who transformed into a human form, they could not help revealing looks of shock. Who is this guy? Standing together with the dragon god, are they treating him like an ancestor? What a pervert. That's Mo Xian, the clan leader of the Tianluo demon clan. I don't know where he got a divine dragon from, but he cherished it too much. That's why he did such a ridiculous thing. What a disgrace to our demon race. Humph. Do dragons have any status in our demon realm? It's just a mere mount. The experts of the devil race in the distance whispered to each other, their faces full of dissatisfaction. After all, in the hearts of these demon experts, the lowly status of the dragon race was deeply ingrained, so when they saw a demon who had stepped out of line, it was inevitable that they would unite against a common enemy. Did you hear that? Brother Emo Xian, everyone is extremely dissatisfied with your actions. Hearing the discussion in the distance, Yamu's expression was arrogant as he laughed heartily. So what? This old man has always been open and aboveboard. I don't care what others think. Emo Xian snorted coldly. You're really something. Why didn't I realize that you had such a strong point before? Yamu was quite enraged, and his face constantly changed between green, red, black, and white. People of different paths can't work together. Emo Xian retorted again. Seeing that Emo Xian was so protective of him, Yiyan nodded rather satisfactorily. Looks like what that five-clawed golden dragon said on the limestone back then had already become a reality now. Because of him, Emo Xian became the target of public criticism and received the unanimous ridicule of virtually all the devil ancestor experts. I say, brothers, are you satisfied with Brother Emo Xian's words? Yamu suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he turned around and looked at the surroundings as he said loudly. What the F***ck? Who would be satisfied? Emo Xian's head must have been kicked by a donkey. How can he be on equal footing with a lowly divine dragon? Taoist brother Yamu, why don't you beat that divine dragon back to its original form? Everyone had different opinions, and all of them revealed gloating expressions on their faces. Since everyone has said so, then let me be in charge of taking action. In any case, this fellow Emo Xian isn't my match either. Yamu laughed casually as a trace of pride flashed across the depths of his eyes. In his eyes, Emo Xian was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Therefore, he wanted to defeat Emo Xian first, then force that divine dragon to its original form before throwing Emo Xian on top of that divine dragon. That way, he would be able to vent the anger in his heart. Emo Xian's face stiffened in the face of all the difficulties. He took a step back and gritted his teeth as he said, Yamu, aren't you going overboard? This is the Star Demon clan's territory. Don't tell me that you dare to attack me in front of everyone? I won't hurt you. I'm just giving you a light punishment. What's there to be afraid of? Moreover, everyone here wishes for me to do so. Yamu raised his brows and laughed out loud. Looking at this arrogant fellow, Yiyan frowned. He originally wanted to keep a low profile before the darkness heavenly dragon appeared, but now that the other party had already bullied him to his doorstep, he really couldn't tolerate it anymore. Yiyan patted Emo Xian's shoulder. Senior? Emo Xian turned around and looked at Yiyan in surprise. Take this. If he dares to make a move on you, hit him with this. Yiyan said indifferently. He flipped his palm and threw a dark yellow chaos bell to Emo Xian. It was this divine bell. Emo Xian's eyes widened as his breathing quickened. He was well aware of the bell's power. If it was in his hands, not to mention a mere Yamu, he would even have the courage to fight against the Star Demon King. Thank you, Senior. Emo Xian trembled as he received the chaos bell and held it in his hand. His heart was instantly filled with pride. He knew that he hadn't refined this treasure and could only unleash a small portion of its power. Even so, it was enough to deal with Yamu. Oh my, this little dragon actually has some treasures? Yamu looked at the two of them passing the small bell to each other with a shocked expression on his face. What kind of treasures can a mere hierarch realm divine dragon have? With Brother Yamu's strength, why would he be afraid of Emo Xian? A sixth-stage God King realm demon race man next to him said with a laugh. You're right. Yamu laughed maniacally. He suddenly took a step forward and arrived in front of Emo Xian in an instant. He extended his hand and grabbed the chaos bell in Emo Xian's hand. You're courting death. Emo Xian's eyes flashed viciously as he injected his magic power into the chaos bell in his hand. The chaos bell suddenly became 10 feet long. The surface of the bell was filled with a layer of terrifying chaos chi. Emo Xian wasn't Yiyan, so he naturally couldn't control the chaos bell. Therefore, he could only activate a layer of chaos chi on the surface of the bell. Whoosh, a huge hand came crashing down from the sky. Emo Xian wasn't inferior as he smashed the chaos bell in his hand. Countless demon clan experts around were looking forward to the battle. They wanted to see how the battle would end. Even the clansmen of the Star Demon clan on the square stopped what they were doing at this moment and raised their heads to look at a certain place in the sky. At the same time, in the depths of the fourth Star Demon pagoda, a terrifying blue figure suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through time and looked at the battle that was about to happen. Boom, there was a loud bang. The huge hand that covered the sky collided with the yellow bell, and a huge shockwave spread out in all directions. Seeing the shocking power of the shockwave, countless experts used their Dharma treasures to defend against it. The bell of primal chaos vibrated, and a great force swept over, instantly sending Yamu's hand flying. However, before he could react, Yamu suddenly saw the large yellow bell. The bell trembled and emitted a loud buzzing sound. The loud hum formed a huge sound wave attack like a tsunami. Yamu was the first to be hit. Boom, Yamu, who could not dodge in time, screamed and flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. All the surrounding devil race experts were stunned when they saw this scene. Mo Xian was only a Divine King 5th level. He could seriously injure Yamu, who was a Divine King 6th level, with just a bell-shaped Dharma treasure. What kind of treasure was that? Everyone was excited and looked at Mo Xian. Mo Xian stood on the spot and did not move at all. His face was filled with ecstasy. That bell was really a supreme Dharma treasure. First, it released a powerful force to send Yamu flying. Then, it used a powerful sound wave attack to seriously injure Yamu. With this bell, I'm invincible. For some reason, those words suddenly appeared in Mo Xian's mind. He looked around with pride and could not help but let out a long roar. His eyes were filled with disdain. It was as if all the demon clan experts in front of him were nothing to be afraid of at that moment. Boss, your bell is too powerful. What kind of treasure is it? Wuda's eyes lit up as he drooled. It's hard to define its grade, Yi Yan thought about it and said with a smile. The Chaos Bell came from the primeval world and was one of the 3 Khanate cardinal treasures. It was completely different from the Dharma treasures in the Divine Land and the Demon world. Therefore, it was hard for him to define it. Boss, if you leave this bell to me, I promise to unify the Demon world. Wuda took a puff of his cigarette and said with a smile. I believe you can unify the Demon world even without this bell. Yi Yan smiled meaningfully. Wuda's face was a little embarrassed. He hurriedly lifted the purple gold pipe and began to smoke. Boss, why are you so optimistic about the unification of the Demon realm? Princess Murphy whispered in his ear. How would I know? Wuda put on a bitter face and spread out his hands, deliberately putting on an act. Within the Star Demon pagoda, the terrifying figure looked at the bell of primal chaos in Mo Xian's hand with an indescribable fanaticism in his eyes. What a peerless treasure! How could there be such a powerful treasure in this world? The terrifying figure muttered to himself. After saying this, he suddenly stood up, as if he was about to walk out of the Star Demon pagoda and snatch the bell. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. The 10,000 dragon assembly hasn't even begun, yet you're already trying to snatch it. You're really insulting the dignity of our Star Demon clan. The terrifying figure sighed and sat down on the ground again. The entire dark space fell into silence again. Beside him, Yizichin, there was also a black dragon lying on the ground. The black dragon kept its eyes closed as if it couldn't sense anything outside. If Yi Yan was here, he would naturally be able to see that there was an aura-isolating array formation outside the black dragon. Therefore, the black dragon didn't know what was going on outside. Yamu, you're overestimating yourself. You'd better be a coward in the future. Don't try to stand out for everything. Mo Xian shouted, then turned around and landed beside Yi Yan in a good mood. Senior, I'll return this bell to you. Mo Xian held the bell of primal chaos with both hands and handed it to Yi Yan. Seeing that Mo Xian didn't have any greed for the bell of primal chaos, Yi Yan nodded and put it away. It wasn't that Mo Xian didn't have any greed. After all, he couldn't bear to part with the bell of primal chaos. However, Mo Xian knew very well that even he would need an extremely long time to completely refine this treasure. Therefore, he couldn't even think about touching this bell of primal chaos. If he tried to take it for himself and the senior got angry, he would be severely injured with a light tremor from the bell. TSK, I didn't expect the Tianluo demon clan to have such a treasure. His divine dragon really has a great background. I have to get this bell no matter what. The surrounding demon experts all breathed rapidly as they began to plot their own wishful thinking. Now that they were in the Star Demon clan's territory, they naturally couldn't snatch it with great fanfare. However, after tomorrow's celebration ended, they could make their move on the way back. As for who would get the bell in the end, it would depend on who had the last laugh. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Everyone closed their eyes and rested, waiting for tomorrow's celebration to begin. On the second day, a strange sound rang out. The fourth star demon pagoda trembled slightly and suddenly released a layer of silver light that illuminated the surroundings. All the cultivators opened their eyes instantly and looked excitedly at the glowing star demon pagoda. There was a sudden spatial fluctuation in the center of the star demon pagoda, and a terrifying figure enveloped in blue starlight walked out. Greetings to the fourth star demon king. The cultivators of the Star Demon clan in the square immediately knelt on the ground. The surrounding demon experts trembled under the pressure of the powerful aura. They all bowed and shouted excitedly, "Greetings to the fourth Star Demon King." The fourth Star Demon King's eyes were like lightning. After looking around, a joyful expression appeared on his face. He said lightly, "Everyone here is a top expert of the demon realm. Now that you've brought your divine dragon mount to the 10,000 Dragon Assembly, you've given me face. I thank everyone for coming. Star Demon King, you're too courteous. The demon realm has given birth to the first godly king realm divine dragon mount. Naturally, it's worth celebrating." The surrounding experts all revealed flattering smiles. For millions of years, the entire demon realm didn't have a godly king realm divine dragon mount. The fourth Star Demon King's divine dragon had indeed opened a new path. This was indeed worth celebrating. Everyone, do you know why this king's divine dragon was able to break through to the godly king realm? The fourth Star Demon King said lightly. Why was it able to break through? The experts of the demon realm were all stunned. They didn't know how to answer this question. The fact that the divine dragons of the demon realm couldn't break through to the godly king realm seemed to have become a well-known fact. It seemed to have always been so. Therefore, no one delved into the reason. Fourth Star Demon King, please enlighten us. Someone said loudly. Although our demon realm doesn't have divine spiritual energy like the divine soil, which is fatal to the cultivation of the dragon clan, it's not absolute. The fourth Star Demon King's eyes glowed with brilliance, faintly revealing complacency. With one sentence, he broke the mystery. This king's black dragon was once below the ancestral dragon, one of the 10 great super divine dragons, the darkness sky dragon. Its aptitude is heaven-defying, and its magic power leans towards the dark attribute. That's why it can continue to cultivate in our demon realm. Heavens, the Star Demon King actually obtained one of the 10 super divine dragons, the dark sky dragon. When the surrounding experts of the demon clan heard this news, they were all dumbstruck. They all fell into a huge shock. They weren't unfamiliar with the power structure of the dragon clan. The most powerful of the dragon clan was Zhu Long. There were 10 super divine dragons under Zhu Long, and every one of them was a transcendent existence that could destroy heaven and earth. However, no one expected the fourth Star Demon King to obtain a super divine dragon, the dark sky dragon. What? The black dragon that was transported from the divine soil is one of the 10 super divine dragons? When Mo Xian heard the fourth Star Demon King's words, his eyes instantly widened. Perilous waves rose in his heart. Although a few million years had passed, Mo Xian still remembered the dazzling light that lit up at the back of the mountain that day, and the scene of the ancient teleportation formation sending the black dragon over. That black dragon's realm was not high, and it was severely injured. Its pitch-black body was full of shocking scars. Mo Xian originally thought that it was just an ordinary black dragon. At that time, he even specially investigated it and finally concluded that it was a dark divine dragon. It was considered a relatively rare species among the divine dragons. When the star demons came over to ask for this black dragon, he did not take it to heart. However, he did not expect that. This black dragon was actually the legendary dark heavenly dragon. One of the 10 super divine dragons. It was said to be in charge of the most powerful dark power in the world. To put it bluntly, if this dark heavenly dragon was not severely injured and had its cultivation not decreased greatly, no one would be able to catch it. Unless it was at the level of Zhu Long, I regret it so much. Mo Xian stomped his feet and pounded his chest with a dejected and regretful expression. It's too late for regrets. Yi Yin glanced at Mo Xian and said with a smile, the Tian Luo demon clan is no match for the star demons. If they use force, you're no match for them either. Senior is right, but no matter what, I can't take it lying down after hearing this news. Mo Xian sighed and said. Father-in-law. There's no medicine for regret in this world. If you adopt a dark heavenly dragon, you might be able to dominate the entire demon realm in the future. Wu De chuckled at the side with a hint of mockery in his laughter. Sigh. Mo Xian could only sigh repeatedly. Don't just talk about my father. Boss asked you to unify the demon realm? You've already accepted this mission. Let's see how you're going to unify it then. Princess Murphy saw that Wu De was being rude and challenging her father, so she started to attack Wu De. Don't worry, isn't it just a small demon realm? I'll unify it sooner or later. Wu De sneered. Yi Yin saw that the three of them had different expressions and were already at each other's throats. He could not help but shake his head and smile. At this moment, on the peak of a towering black mountain far away from the star demon sea, a teleportation altar suddenly appeared in the dark night. Light lingered on the altar, and two black figures appeared. Two black figures, one tall and one short. The tall one was a black-clothed old man. Beside him was a black-clothed boy who was about 5 or 6 years old. The old man pointed in front of him. Suddenly, the space in front of him rippled like water, and the image of the entire 4th Star Devil Tower appeared out of thin air. Master, why do we have to return to the Devil World? The black-clothed boy stared at the image of the Star Demon Pagoda and asked with wide, pitch-black eyes. Even though he looked very cute and immature, there was an image of a bloody sword between his eyebrows. It was quite frightening. Even though it's been a long time, I still want to come back and take a look. The old man's eyes were deep as he looked at the scene in front of him. Oh. The boy nodded, seeming to understand. Within the Star Demon Sea. Standing on the 4th Star Devil Pagoda. The 4th Star Devil King looked down at the shocked Devil Clan experts with a smug look on his face. The dark celestial dragon that he had obtained had been nurtured for millions of years. It was already loyal and devoted to him. Even though the dark celestial dragon belonged to him, the 4th Star Devil King. In reality, the dark celestial dragon belonged to the entire Star Devil clan. The dark celestial dragon had great potential. Once it grew up and reached his level, even he would not be able to defeat it. Everyone, let the celebration begin. The 4th Star Devil King said loudly. His voice rumbled and spread throughout the entire Star Demon Sea. At the same time, the other 6 Star Devil Pagoda also released a silver light that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire vast Star Demon Sea. They seemed to be celebrating the dark celestial dragon's ascension to the Divine King realm. Sensing the generosity of the Star Demon clan, all of the Demon clan's experts were boiling with excitement. Come out, dark celestial dragon! The 4th Star Devil King roared in a low voice. A black ray of light suddenly rose from behind him and flew into the void in front of him, turning into a huge black dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long. This huge black dragon was majestic. The black scales all over its body exuded an indescribable cold aura. The dark celestial dragon roared at the sky, and the dragon's roar swept in all directions. The divine dragons under the feet of the Devil Clan experts trembled in fear when they heard the dragon's roar. Divine dragons under your mounts, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and pay your respects to your Dragon King. The 4th Star Devil King suddenly shouted. His voice was like heavenly thunder as it rolled out. The Devil Clan experts around were shocked and looked at each other. When the mystical dragons heard the words of the 4-Star Demon King, their eyes became deep and fanatical. The Devil Clan experts immediately understood. Why would they bring the divine dragons to the so-called celebration? It should be that the 4th Star Devil King wanted all the divine dragons to pay respects to the dark celestial dragon and respect it as the Dragon King. It's just paying respects. It's not like they're going to snatch our divine dragons away. It doesn't matter, almost all the Devil Clan experts had the same thought. They all rose into the air and let the divine dragons under their feet regain their freedom. In an instant, Tens of thousands of different divine dragons, shining with different colors, rushed toward the huge dark celestial dragon in midair. All the divine dragons had fanatical looks on their faces. They circled around the dark celestial dragon, as if they were performing some kind of ancient ritual dance. Seeing this, the corners of Yiyan's mouth curled up. It was time for him to make a move. A golden light surrounded his body. Yiyan turned into a golden dragon and rose into the air. He also joined in the celebration of the divine dragon's worship. Why is boss going too? Wuda stared with his eyes wide open. He even forgot to smoke his cigarette. His face was full of disbelief. Yes. Although the dark celestial dragon is powerful, I feel that it's not even worthy of carrying boss's shoes. Princess Emofe muttered. Senior must have his reasons for doing this. Let's just wait and see, Xian sighed softly and said. Tens of thousands of divine dragons of various colors danced around the dark celestial dragon. Such a spectacular scene was really unprecedented in the entire devil realm. Good. As expected of the divine dragon's worship. The fourth star demon king's eagle-like eyes flickered. He couldn't help but feel excited and laughed out loud. On the other side of a distant black mountain peak. When the black-robed old man saw this scene, he sighed instead. There was an extremely complicated look in his eyes. Master, this divine dragon's worship is really spectacular. The 5 or 6-year-old boy in black stared at the scene in front of him attentively and couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. It's just tens of thousands of divine dragons. It's nothing, the old man said indifferently. Master, if you compare yourself with the dark celestial dragon, whose bloodline is stronger? The boy in black asked with a smile. So what if it's stronger or not? Some things are lost, but gained more. From today onwards, there will be no dark celestial dragon in this world. The old man's eyes were lonely as he said softly. The boy in black didn't quite understand. Let's go. There's no point in staying here anymore. We won't come back again. The old man took the boy's hand and entered the black altar. As the light rose, the two disappeared in the blink of an eye. 1,000 dragons greeting. 7 stars illuminating the world. Haha, great. A loud laugh suddenly resounded in the first star demon pagoda. A figure with a terrifying aura suddenly waved his hand. Bright water mirrors suddenly appeared in front of him. On each water mirror, there was a figure with a terrifying aura. His entire body was wrapped in blue starlight, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. There were a total of 5 water mirrors. The 5 figures on them were naturally the other 5-star demon kings. The terrifying figure in the first star demon pagoda was the first star demon king, a half-step divine emperor expert. He was the strongest among all the star demon kings. Haha, boss, the ancient prophecy finally came into effect in our generation. It seems that our star demon clan will unify the entire demon world in the future. The second star demon king laughed. Brother's words are reasonable, the first star demon king said with a smile. He waved his hand again. Suddenly, an ancient stele emerged from the depths of the star demon pagoda. This stele emitted an extremely ancient aura. There were 7 stars on it, emitting a faint blue light. On the front of the stele, there were 8 words engraved. 1,000 dragons greeting, 7 stars illuminating the world. The 6-star demon kings looked at the ancient stele. Their eyes were burning, and their breathing was somewhat hurried. For thousands of years, the successors of the Star Demon clan had been guessing the meaning of the 8 words on the 7-star stele. It wasn't until the 4th Star Demon King obtained the Dark Heavenly Dragon that the 7-star Demon Kings gradually understood the meaning of the prophecy on the 7-star stele. The rise of the Star Demon clan naturally came from the Dark Heavenly Dragon. If they wanted everything to coincide with the prophecy on the 7-star stele, then they needed to create an opportunity for the 1,000 dragons greeting. Therefore, taking advantage of the opportunity when the Dark Heavenly Dragon broke through to the Divine King realm, the Star Demon clan invited all the experts of the Demon clan to the Star Demon Sea to complete this grand undertaking. The 7-star Demon Kings believed that as long as the 1,000 dragons greeting was compatible, the Star Demon clan would become even stronger in the future. The ancient 7-star stele quietly stopped in front of the first Star Demon King. The 7 small stars emitted a faint blue light. Suddenly, the 7 stars flashed, and the light fell into the steel. 2 more lines of words appeared beside the original 8 words. In the battle against the demonic dragon, it's hard to say who will live or die. Seeing such a strange change suddenly occur on the 7-star steel, with another prophecy of the 8 characters appearing, the 6 great star demon kings looked at this scene in shock, unable to say anything. What the hell is going on? The first star devil king's expression instantly turned gloomy. Boss, could it be that this darkness heavenly dragon is secretly rebelling and will one day wage war against our star demon clan? Second brother is right. After all, the dark celestial dragon is of the dragon race. Once he becomes stronger, he may become hostile to us. That's right. The 5th star demon king said in a low voice. Then what are we waiting for? If we really wait for the dark sky dragon to grow stronger, it will be a huge threat to us. It's better to kill it now. The 6th star demon king said fiercely. Old 4th's darkness heavenly dragon has been raised for millions of years. The slave imprint has long since been imprinted in the depths of its soul. How could this darkness heavenly dragon possibly betray us? The 1st star demon king pondered for a moment and said slowly. But how do we explain the prophecy on the 7-star steel? The 6th star demon king asked anxiously. The time span of each prophecy is extremely long, at least 1,000,000 years. We still have time to wait and see, the 1st star demon king said in a low voice. Then from now on, we have to be even more careful with this darkness heavenly dragon. We must not let it have the possibility of turning the tables, the 2nd star demon king said through gritted teeth. After saying that, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in his gloomy eyes. Although the slave imprint had been imprinted in its soul, he was still somewhat worried. The prophecy of the 7-star steel was extremely important to the Star Demon clan. After all, the Star Demon clan had obtained the inheritance from the 7-star demon pagoda. And this mysterious 7-star steel had appeared in the 1st star demon pagoda at that time. Brothers, you don't have to be too nervous. This darkness heavenly dragon is now only at the 1st level of the Divine King realm. It will still take a long time to cultivate to the 10th level of the Divine King realm. The 1st star demon king suddenly smiled. Haha, we worried too much. The other few star devil kings laughed heartily and relaxed. Then, they disappeared from the water mirror. The water mirrors disappeared completely. The 1st star demon king grabbed the 7-star steel in his hand. This 7-star steel was only a little more than 10 feet tall. Compared to his huge body, it was only 1/3 of its height. Looking carefully at the 7-star steel, the 1st star demon king began to comprehend seriously. It seemed that he also wanted to use this method to obtain more information from this mysterious 7-star steel. The 4th star demon pagoda. All around, in the void, tens of thousands of divine dragons were circling the darkness heavenly dragon at this moment, flying continuously. The scene was so spectacular that it aroused the strong interest of the surrounding demon clan experts. At this moment, no one knew that they had already fallen into the Star Demon clan's plan. Yiyun turned into a golden dragon and flew in front of the darkness heavenly dragon at this moment. In Yiyun's view, this darkness heavenly dragon's bloodline was extremely pure, without any adulteration. Darkness heavenly dragon, receiving the worship of so many divine dragons, how do you feel now? Yiyun flew in front of the darkness heavenly dragon and stopped in midair to ask. At this moment, there were many divine dragons around. Even if Yiyun stopped in front of the darkness heavenly dragon, it did not attract anyone's attention. I'm in a good mood. The darkness heavenly dragon replied subconsciously. After saying that, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. His eyes narrowed slightly as he carefully looked at the golden dragon in front of him. It was a 5-clawed golden dragon. There were many 5-clawed golden dragons among the divine dragons around. This 5-clawed golden dragon's cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the godly venerable realm. Although it was not low among the divine dragons, in the eyes of the darkness heavenly dragon, this 5-clawed golden dragon's cultivation was still pitifully low. You're just a little 5-clawed golden dragon. What right do you have to talk to me like this? The darkness heavenly dragon immediately reacted and questioned in a cold voice. Just as Yiyun was speaking, he had already set up a barrier around him and the darkness heavenly dragon. It was to prevent their voices from leaking out. This barrier was extremely well hidden. It was formed by Yi Yun using the heavenly illusory eye. Therefore, even if there were Divine King Realm demon experts around, they would not be able to discover it at all. Darkness Heavenly Dragon, you've been the mount of the Star Demon clan for millions of years. Are you willing to submit to them? Yi Yun ignored the Darkness Heavenly Dragon's question and continued to ask at his own pace. The Darkness Heavenly Dragon's expression froze. This sentence was like a knife that fiercely stabbed into his face. Impudent. As the mount of the 4th Star Demon King, this should be a matter of supreme glory. How come it becomes so filthy in your mouth? The Darkness Heavenly Dragon cursed angrily. Yi Yun's heart turned cold after hearing Dark Heavenly Dragon's words. Could it be that one of the 10 super divine dragons had fallen? This was Dark Heavenly Dragon. It was said that he used to be the most loyal to Zhu Long. After the incident on Moon Star, Dark Heavenly Dragon led the entire Dark Divine Dragon army in the Dark Mirror Realm and charged into the Divine Land without hesitation. He fought a fierce battle with the Divine Land's Divine Spirit. Blood flowed like a river in that battle. Almost all of the Dark Divine Dragons had perished in that battle. Dark Heavenly Dragon was also attacked by the Divine Land's Divine King and was even hunted down by the 9-tailed Divine Dragon. He managed to survive with great difficulty. By chance, he was teleported to the Demon Realm. How could he be bought over by the Little Star Demon clan after a few hundred years? Yi Yun could not believe and was unwilling to believe that Dark Heavenly Dragon would betray the Dragon clan. Dark Heavenly Dragon, you are also one of the 10 super divine dragons. In the ancient hidden dragon continent, no one was your match except for Zhu Long. Why would you be willing to be a mount for the Little Star Demon clan when you are so glorious? Yi Yun asked bitterly. The Star Demon clan treated me very well. Not only did they let me recover from my injuries, but they also provided me with a lot of cultivation resources. Why can't I be a mount? Dark Heavenly Dragon sneered. Yi Yun was stunned. Dark Celestial Dragon's words seemed to have been enslaved to the point that it was deeply rooted in his mind. Yi Yun's eyes narrowed slightly as he activated the Heavenly Illusory Eye. Whoosh, a powerful life-changing force instantly invaded the Dark Celestial Dragon. Dark Heavenly Dragon was only a first-order ultimate god and was much weaker than Yi Yun. He was caught off guard and could not resist the invasion. I see. The Star Demon clan added a slave seal in the depths of his soul. Looking at the special seal on his soul, Yi Yun's expression turned cold. Boom, a loud explosion suddenly sounded in Dark Heavenly Dragon's mind. Yi Yun used the enormous firmament illusory eye to instantly destroy the slave seal. Darkness Celestial Dragon, are you still willing to be a mount for the Star Demon clan? Yi Yun withdrew his sky disillusionment eyes and asked in a deep voice. His eyes were filled with hope. He hoped that after the slave imprint disappeared, the Dark Sky Dragon would regain the pride that the Dragon clan should have in the past. What did you say? You want me to betray the 4th Star Demon King? How is that possible? In the Demon Realm, the 7 Star Demon Kings of the Star Demon clan treat me like family. I, Dark Heavenly Dragon, am willing to serve Lord Star Demon Kings for life. The Dark Sky Dragon roared at Yi Yun. The 5-clawed golden dragon's words had truly infuriated it. Hee, I understand. A bitter smile appeared on Yi Yun's face. Without using Zhu Long's aura to oppress him, he finally heard Dark Heavenly Dragon's thoughts. The dignified Dark Heavenly Dragon, one of the 10 great divine dragons, had completely changed sides and surrendered to the Star Demon clan of the Demon Realm. Yi Yun was very disappointed and very sad. The dignified Dark Heavenly Dragon was inferior to the 8 great Black Dragon Kings under him. If the Black Dragon Kings and his Green Pearl knew about this, they would definitely cry until they fainted. Aren't you a mount too? Do you want to rebel against your master? You're just a 3rd-order godly venerable realm and you dare to say such disgraceful words. I think your master will deal with you sooner or later. The Dark Heavenly Dragon glared at Yi Yun and roared angrily. How dare a mere demon clan treat me as a mount? Dark Heavenly Dragon, you've really disappointed me. Yi Yun's voice became colder and colder. His eyes were also filled with ruthlessness. Humph. You've disappointed me even more. I think there's no need to wait for your master. I'll kill you now as a warning to all the divine dragons in the demon realm. I'll let them know that this is the consequence of betraying their master. The dark heavenly dragon was furious and suddenly stretched out his claws. What happened? Why did the dark heavenly dragon attack the five-clawed golden dragon? The five-clawed golden dragon has been staying in front of the dark heavenly dragon. It seems to have said something that angered him. The surrounding demon clan experts were discussing fervently. They were also extremely shocked by the situation. It can't be? That little dragon dared to attack boss? When Wu De saw this scene, he was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. He was not worried about Yi Yun. He was mainly worried about the dark heavenly dragon. After all, boss was so strong that he could kill the dark heavenly dragon with one strike. However, once the dark heavenly dragon was killed, the entire Star Demon clan would be enraged. The 7 Star Demon Kings would come out in full force. Would boss be a match for them? Wu De was deeply worried. On the Star Demon Pagoda, the 4th Star Demon King's pupils shrank slightly as he stared coldly at the scene in front of him. He did not stop it. After all, his dark heavenly dragon was already in the Divine King realm. It was too easy for him to deal with an ultimate god 5-clawed golden dragon. He also noticed that there was something strange about the 5-clawed golden dragon. It seemed to have secretly communicated with the dark heavenly dragon and angered the latter. There will always be some dragons who don't have eyes. Let the dark heavenly dragon make an example out of them, the 4th Star Demon King thought to himself. Looking at the huge black claw coming towards him, Yi Yun's expression became extremely complicated. Shock, sadness, disappointment, frustration, despair, all kinds of emotions gathered in the center of his chest and finally turned into a monstrous rage. Yi Yun's eyes were cold as a terrifying aura bloomed from his body. He suddenly swung his hand and a dark yellow light flew out. Within the light, a small dark yellow bell expanded in the wind and instantly became 30 to 40 feet in size. The bell exuded a terrifying chaotic aura. Yi Yun bent his finger and flicked it. Clang, the bell of chaos trembled slightly and suddenly made a loud noise. The loud noise formed a terrifying sound wave attack that instantly struck the dark heavenly dragon. Boom, with a loud bang, the dark heavenly dragon's claw was immediately shattered by the sound wave of the bell of chaos. The sound wave was filled with unimaginable vast power and fell on the dark heavenly dragon in the blink of an eye. Boom, there was another loud bang. The dark heavenly dragon's huge body was instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. The dignified Divine King Dark Heavenly Dragon was killed by Yi Yun on the spot in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the 7 Star Demon Kings in the 7 Star Demon Pagodas kept rubbing their eyes when they saw the scene. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? The 5-clawed golden dragon used that bell-shaped magic weapon to kill the dark heavenly dragon that they had painstakingly raised for millions of years? Impossible. How did the 5-clawed golden dragon do it? The 4th Star Demon King was the closest to the dark heavenly dragon. At this moment, he was deeply provoked by this scene and kept waving his arms with an enraged expression on his face. The dark heavenly dragon is dead? Isn't that Mo Xian's divine dragon mount? How can it be so powerful? The surrounding demon race experts were pale as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies were cold and they shivered. The dark heavenly dragon was the king of all dragons in the demon realm and had a noble status, but now it was killed. Once the Star Demon clan's anger was ignited, it was likely that countless people would be affected by this anger. F***CK. Boss is too fierce, he actually killed the dark heavenly dragon. Wu De's eyes widened as he said with a shocked face. Sigh, the dark heavenly dragon has been killed. Boss is in trouble now, Princess Mo Fei said worriedly. The Star Demon clan is too strong. They have 7 Star Demon Kings, all of them at the 10th level of the Divine King realm. Especially the 1st Star Demon King, he has already reached the peak of the 10th level of the Divine King realm. He is a half-step Divine Emperor, Mo Xian sighed. His eyes were filled with deep fear, and his body was trembling. There was no longer any way to salvage the situation. The dark heavenly dragon that the 4th Star Demon King had raised for hundreds of years had finally reached the Divine King realm, but it was killed by the senior. It was a situation where one of them had to die. Once a battle broke out, the 3 of them would be implicated and would have no chance of survival. After living for so long and cultivating to Divine King Realm 5th level, Mo Xian naturally did not want to die. But now, he could only wait passively. He hoped for a miracle. The traitor of the Dragon Clan, even if he is one of the 10 supreme divine dragons, has a noble status. He should be killed. After killing the Dark Sky Dragon, Yi Yan's mood was much better. Yi Yan believed that Zhu Long would do the same even if Zhu Long was still alive. Moreover, he had 99% of Zhu Long's bloodline. To a certain extent, he was no different from Zhu Long. His will now represented Zhu Long's will. Yi Yan's body swayed and turned into his human form. He looked around and found that everyone was still in shock and had yet to wake up. As for the flying mystical dragons, they stopped in midair, trembling in fear. "I won't kill you. Get lost." Yi Yan waved his hand and said casually. The divine dragon bloodline was not pure and they were raised by the Dragon Master. They had been raised by the experts of the demon clan for so many years that they had lost their minds. Yi Yan did not plan to deal with these little dragons. Just let them be. Yi Yan did not even think of taking them back to the Cangnan continent. Because in his opinion, these mystical dragons had lost the dignity of the Dragon Clan and had become the vassals of the Demon Clan. As Zhu Long, Yi Yan was ready to abandon them. "Thank you." Upon hearing Yi Yan's words, the tens of thousands of mystical dragons fled in panic. Streaks of colorful light streaked across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Now, only Yi Yan was left in the empty void. Seeing the white-robed man with an extraordinary temperament not flustered in the slightest under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the surrounding demon race experts widened their eyes in shock. What was this 5-clawed golden dragon trying to do? After killing the dark celestial dragon, would he still have to fight the Star Demon Clan? Haha. A burst of loud laughter instantly resounded throughout the entire Star Demon Sea. The 4th Star Demon King only came to his senses at this time. At this moment, his eyes were completely red, and the flames of fury in his chest instantly erupted. He was like an unstoppable volcano that could destroy the world. "How dare you, 5-clawed golden dragon? How dare you kill the dark celestial dragon that I have raised for many years?" The 4th Star Demon King took a step forward and instantly came to the opposite side of Yi Yan, facing him from afar. "The dark celestial dragon deserves to die. If you want to die, why don't you come up and have a try?" Yi Yan lowered his eyelids, holding the bell of chaos in his hand, and said coldly, "I." The 4th Star Demon King shook his head. He was about to go crazy from the arrogant 5-clawed golden dragon in front of him. It was undeniable that this guy did have some skills, but now he was in the Star Demon Sea. Unless one had the cultivation of the Divine Emperor realm, no one could escape. "Who ordered you to do this?" The 4th Star Demon King took a deep breath and asked coldly. As soon as his voice fell, his huge body trembled, and a powerful pressure of the Divine King realm swept out like an apocalyptic torrent. "Oh no, run!" When the surrounding Devil Clan experts felt this powerful pressure, their expressions changed. They immediately rode their divine dragons and fled far away. Mo Xian's face also changed greatly. He reached out and grabbed Wu De and Princess Mo Fei, and also fled into the distance. Right now, the target of the 4th Star Devil King was Yi Yan, so he naturally did not pay attention to these 3 ants. Yi Yan, who felt the powerful pressure of the Divine King realm, frowned slightly and found it difficult to breathe. Whoosh, he threw the bell of chaos above his head. The dark yellow bell of chaos hung down, and wisps of chaotic aura wrapped tightly around Yi Yan. In the blink of an eye, the powerful pressure disappeared. It's worthy of being one of the 3 primordial treasures of the untainted world. Its defense is unparalleled. Yi Yan's eyes lit up and he secretly praised it. There were many magic treasures in the warehouse of the untainted world, and Yi Yan liked this bell of chaos very much. It had both offensive and defensive capabilities. He blocked it. What kind of treasure is this bell? Seeing Yi Yan block his pressure, the 4-Star Devil King also had a look of shock. At the same time, the other 6-Star Demon Kings and the other 6-Star Demon Pagodas were shocked speechless. In the 1st-Star Demon Pagoda, a few water mirrors appeared in an instant. "Boss, is the prophecy of the 7-Star Steel referring to this moment?" The 2nd Star Demon King said hurriedly. "Maybe." he's a dragon and we're demons. Isn't it the great war of the dragon and demon? The first star demon king frowned and said gloomily. The great war of the dragon and demon is unpredictable. How can a mere divine dragon of the third level of the ultimate god realm be a match for the seven of us? Boss, I don't believe in the second prophecy of the seven-star steel. The sixth star demon king said angrily. It's hard to say if the prophecy of the seven-star steel will really happen. However, this divine dragon has a mysterious origin and his strength cannot be underestimated. We must not let our guard down. The first star demon king said in a deep voice. After saying that, he stood up. Boss, are you going to join the battle personally? The second star demon king asked hurriedly. That's right. This battle concerns the life and death of our star demon clan. The seven of us must work together to overcome this crisis. After the first star demon king said that, he disappeared in an instant. The other star demon kings looked at each other and their faces turned solemn. In an instant, the water mirrors disappeared and the star demon kings in each star demon pagoda disappeared from the pagoda. Swoosh, swoosh. Starlight flickered and 6 vague and terrifying figures wrapped in blue starlight suddenly appeared in the void around the fourth star demon king. Each of the figures emitted the aura of a divine king realm level 10 and above. The aura was abnormally terrifying and the surrounding space trembled under the powerful pressure as if it would shatter at any time. When the demon clan experts who were hiding in the distance saw this scene, they were all stunned and speechless. A divine dragon of the third level of the ultimate god realm had alarmed the seven-star demon kings. What happened? Why did the seven-star demon kings move together? Could it be that the fourth star demon king is unable to deal with the dragon? This matter is serious. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. It's better for us to hide further away. The demon race experts sensed some kind of danger and fled in all directions again. If it was a divine king realm level 10 battle, the terrifying shockwaves would be unimaginably powerful. They had to retreat further to ensure their survival. Mo Xian, Mo Fei, and Wu De were also retreating continuously. Oh my god! The seven-star demon kings are moving together. The three of us are going to die. Princess Mo Fei's face was pale and bloodless. Wife, we don't have to be afraid. Since Boss dared to kill the dark celestial dragon, he naturally has a backup plan. Wu De suddenly put away his playful expression, took a puff of his cigarette, and said seriously. Why are you still smoking at a time like this? So annoying. Princess Murphy said angrily. Is it wrong to want to smoke when I'm nervous? Don't be so wishy-washy, or I'll divorce you. Wu De said angrily as he raised his purple gold cigarette pipe. He hated it when people said that he smoked. In his world, everyone tried their best to compliment him and said good things about him when they saw him smoking. How could they be as talkative as this bitch? Mo Xian frowned when he heard Wu De say such harsh words. Although Mo Xian was a little angry, he knew that now wasn't the time to lay all his cards on the table. If Senior won and he attacked Wu De now, it would be easy for Senior to vent his anger on him. Alright, go ahead and smoke. I won't care about you anymore. Princess Murphy said angrily. Son-in-law, do you really think Senior can defeat the seven-star demon kings? Mo Xian asked seriously. I'm 50% confident. Wu De thought about it and said seriously. Although he knew that this statement was a little unbelievable, he believed that Yi Yun would definitely win. This was a kind of confidence that came from his intuition. I hope Senior wins. Mo Xian felt uneasy when he heard Wu De's words. He looked into the distance and sighed slightly. The three of them would only have a chance to live if Senior won. Otherwise, how could the powerful star demon tribe let the three of them go when they were enraged? Father-in-law, you must have confidence in my boss. Wu De patted Mo Xian's shoulder and laughed rudely. He wasn't worried about himself. Even if he didn't want his body, he had a way to let his primordial spirit escape and find another body to possess. Senior will definitely win. Mo Xian's face turned red after being provoked by Wu De. He looked into the distance with a determined gaze. In another direction. 7 terrifying figures shrouded in dark blue light floated in the air, exuding a powerful aura. It was like an apocalyptic torrent that surged towards Yi Yun. The 7 great star demon kings had a tacit understanding. They apparently also wanted to use this kind of pressure to test Yi Yun's strength. Under the protection of the Bell of Chaos, Yi Yun activated Zhu Long's bloodline and forcibly resisted the impact of the pressure. This guy is really something, boss. The fourth Star Demon King sensed the arrival of the other great Star Demon Kings. He turned his head and said with a solemn expression. He's just relying on the power of his magical equipment. The first Star Demon King indifferently said. I'm going to snatch this Dharma treasure and give it to boss. This way, boss will be invincible in the same realm. The fourth Star Demon King's mind flashed, and he laughed loudly. Good. The first Star Demon King was overjoyed in his heart, softly saying. This bell-shaped treasure was indeed powerful, and everyone present could see that. If he, a half-step Divine Emperor expert, obtained this bell, he was afraid that he would be able to face a real Divine Emperor expert. Thinking of this, the first Star Demon King's eyes revealed a fiery color. You want to snatch my Bell of Chaos? You guys really know how to dream. Hearing the fourth Star Demon King's words, Yi Yun smiled coldly, his eyes revealing a sense of ridicule. With a shake of his hand, he pulled out a silver long sword. Yi Yun now also wanted to fight with a Divine King Realm 10th level demon race expert. He wanted to see if he could defeat such an expert under the protection of the Bell of Chaos. This was a battle. Yi Yun was not ready to use the Life Realm Sword or Binary Sword technique. He wanted to attack. Attack the 7 Great Star Demon Kings. Yi Yun's goal was only to kill all the 7 Great Star Demon Kings with his sword. Arrogant. The 4th Star Demon King's face was cold. With one hand, he pulled out a sword out of thin air. This sword was extremely gorgeous, flowing with bright starlight, blooming with a faint blue light. Could it be that the 4th Star Demon King is proficient in sword arts? A demon race expert far away said with a frown. Sword arts? Never heard of it before. I've only heard that the Star Demon race is proficient in all kinds of starlight magical abilities and cultivation methods. Another expert from the demon race asked doubtfully. Not just the two of them, the other demon race experts also had dumbfounded looks at this moment. After all, demon race experts in sword arts were extremely rare. As if hearing the astonished cries of those demon race experts far away, the 4th Star Demon King revealed a hint of a hideous smile and said sinisterly, in order to deal with you, I've also made an exception and let you witness our Star Demon race's true inheritance, 7 Stars Light Pursuit Sword Art. 7 Stars Light Pursuit Sword Art? Yi Yun was slightly stunned. Looking at the Star Demon Pagoda behind, he seemed to be deep in thought. It seemed that this Star Demon Pagoda's highest inheritance was the 7 Stars Light Pursuit Sword Art. 5-clawed Golden Dragon, if you obediently hand over the treasure above your head, I can spare your life. The first Star Demon King suddenly opened his mouth and said. You want me to hand over the treasure, you can give up on this thought. Yi Yun let out a cold laugh, and at the next moment, his body disappeared. A stream of astonishing sword light appeared before the 4th Star Demon King without any warning. The first Star Demon King's pupils contracted slightly, and he disappeared in an instant as well. Immediately, streams of terrifying starlight longswords appeared in void space. They clashed with Yi Yun's stream of sword light. Boom, a loud boom rang out. Even though Yi Yun's sword art was unbreakable, it finally encountered a powerful obstacle at this moment. For the first time, his Death Realm sword art had failed to achieve anything. It was stopped by the 7 Stars Light Pursuit Sword. Yi Yun was sent flying by a powerful force. He forcibly stabilized his body in midair. His vital energy and blood were seething, and his breathing was a little hurried. Yi Yun raised his brows. The 4th Star Demon King at the 10th level of the Divine King Realm was indeed very powerful when he performed the 7 Stars Light Pursuit Sword Art. Most of the attacks were blocked by the Bell of Chaos. However, the remaining part of the attacks landed on his sword. Yi Yun also felt a little overwhelmed. The members of the demon race had terrifying physical bodies and immense strength. Although there was still a gap between them and Zhu Long's body, the 4th Star Demon King's realm was too high, far surpassing Yi Yun's Hierarch realm level 3. Therefore, in the first round, Yi Yun was at a disadvantage. Is this all you've got? Seeing that he had the upper hand, the 4th Star Demon King laughed loudly. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh! Countless starlight swords suddenly appeared in all directions. Each of the starlight swords surpassed the speed of light and were unbelievably fast. The speed of the swords had already surpassed the speed of Yi Yun's Death Realm sword art. Boss isn't a match for him? Wu De, who was in the distance, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He originally thought that Boss would be able to kill the 4th Star Demon King in the first round. He didn't expect Boss to be at a disadvantage in just one round. Let's run quickly? Seeing that Yi Yun was at a disadvantage, Princess Murphy was so scared that she was about to cry. Why run? Do you think you can run away just because you want to? Mo Xian glared at his daughter fiercely. His face was completely pale at this moment. Whoosh, a resplendent beam of blood-red light suddenly enveloped Yi Yun's body without any warning. When the light disappeared, there was a sparkling crimson armor on Yi Yun's body. At the same time, his cultivation base also soared rapidly. From the 3rd level of the Hierarch realm to the 1st level of the Divine King realm. Damn, Boss is finally using his ultimate move. Wu De was so surprised that he almost jumped up. He stared at the blood-red armor on Yi Yun's body from afar. The armor was glowing with red immortal light. It was crystal clear like blood jade and covered in mysterious patterns. It released a powerful aura. It was as if one would never be able to take their eyes off it. Is this a supreme-grade divine armor? Mo Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said with some difficulty. Supreme-grade divine armor? How can it rise from the Hierarch realm level 3 to the Divine King realm? Wu De shook his head. He had a feeling that the red armor that Boss took out had surpassed the supreme-grade divine armor. It might be a transcendent divine armor. Boss? Who exactly are you? How can you have so many treasures? Wu De mumbled to himself. His eyes were burning with passion as he admired Yi Yun even more. What armor is that? It can allow one's cultivation to rise from the Hierarch realm level 3 to the Divine King realm? I've lived for so long, but I've never seen such a terrifying treasure. How can Mo Xian's 5-clawed golden dragon be so powerful? Even the ancient dragon clan, the 10 super divine dragons, didn't have such a powerful treasure. Seeing Yi Yun clad in red armor, the expressions of the devil race experts who were floating in the distance changed drastically. They were shocked to the extreme. Everyone felt that Yi Yun was unfathomable. What kind of armor is that? Even if it's a supreme-grade divine armor, it can't break through to the Divine King realm in such a short time. The 1st Star Demon King's face was gloomy as he pondered. The 4th Star Demon King, who was using the 7-star light pursuit sword in midair, was shocked when he saw Yi Yun's aura rising rapidly and breaking through to the Divine King realm. He had lived for so long, but he had never seen an armor that could raise one's cultivation from the Hierarch realm level 3 to the Divine King realm by 7 small realms. However, his sword had already been unsheathed, so there was no reason for him to withdraw it. The 4th Star Demon King also wanted to see if his 7 stars light pursuit sword could defeat the red-armored Yi Yun. Whoosh, 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 the starlight swords that filled the sky were unbelievably fast, falling down like a heavy downpour. Every inch of space seemed to be enveloped by the sword light, and the pressure caused the space to shatter inch by inch. This transcendent armor is still passable. Glancing at the armor, Yi Yun smiled casually. He had too many of such armors in his warehouse. There were too many armors that were better than this one. He couldn't even count them all. Wang, in an instant, Yi Yun's figure also disappeared, and a shocking sword light suddenly appeared. Sword of Death activated. Boom boom boom, this shocking sword light smashed through the billions of star swords as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashed rotten wood, heading straight for the 4th Star Demon King. How is this possible? The 4th Star Demon King turned pale with fright. Just as he was about to escape into the void to avoid the sharp edge, he suddenly heard a word from beside his ear. Immobilize. A huge mysterious force instantly descended on him, and the 4th Star Demon King's body was instantly immobilized in midair. Sword light flashed and disappeared. Pfft, a blue flower of blood suddenly bloomed in the void. You. How are you, so fast? Turning back, the 4th Star Demon King saw that his heart had been pierced through, and a huge bloody hole had appeared. He looked at Yi Yun in astonishment, wearing an extremely shocked expression. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected that he would be defeated by Yi Yun in just one round. The powerful deathly force that was transmitted from the sword instantly crushed his internal organs. The fourth star demon king's gaze rapidly dimmed, and his body suddenly trembled. Then his huge body turned into a stretch of starlight, disappearing into the void. You! To think that you killed Old Fourth? The sixth star demon king bellowed furiously and drew out his sword. Yiyan turned around, pointed the tip of his sword at the sixth star demon king, and said calmly, "If you're not convinced, you can come at me together. Your esteemed self really has excellent means." The first star demon king suddenly reached his hand out and pressed the sixth star demon king, his expression icy cold, akin to 10,000-year-old ice. Buzz buzz, inside the fourth star demon pagoda, space suddenly fluctuated. A blue light suddenly flew out. In midair, it turned into the fourth star demon king again. Turns out that the fourth star demon king didn't die. Just what kind of divine ability cultivation method is this? When those fiend race powerhouses in the distance saw this magical scene, monstrous waves set off in their hearts. Could it be, this star demon pagoda that connected heaven and earth would give the star demon king infinite lifetimes? Alive again? Yiyan looked at the fourth star demon king who came back from the dead. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a hint of a disapproving smile. The aura of the revived fourth star demon king was a little weaker than before. This kind of resurrection seemed to require some price too. And their kind of divine ability seemed to refine the body into starlight. Then with the star demon pagoda as a medium, storing a certain amount of starlight, they could revive again. This was just Yiyan's one-sided guess. As for the specifics of what kind of divine ability it was, he was not clear right now. "Old Four, are you all right?" The sixth star demon king asked in a solemn voice. "It's all right, it's nothing serious. Everybody, this brat is formidable. We have to collectively take action to exterminate him." Recalling being beheaded by Yiyan in one sword under everyone's watchful eyes, the fourth star demon king was very enraged in his heart and said with a cold snort, "Kill him." The first star demon king drew his sword, the sword tip pointing at Yiyan, his tone sinister. Seeing that their boss gave the order, the other several great star demon kings drew their swords one after another. Their figures changed position strangely. The 7 people immediately formed a 7-star sword formation. 7-star sword formation? Seeing the somewhat familiar 7-star sword formation, Yiyan could not help smiling. The entire fiend world's people never knew that our star demon clan's strongest is the 7-star sword formation. Even divine emperor realm powerhouses are similarly helpless against the 7-star sword formation. Today, it's also your honor to be able to die under the 7-star sword formation. The first star demon king's eyes were deep, an invincible look appearing on his face as he said proudly. After saying that, the 7-star sword formation was activated in an instant. This 7-star sword formation used the 7-star light pursuit sword as the foundation. Through the coordination of each other, it formed a powerful offensive force. Whoosh! Terrifying sword light, like countless mercury flowing down the ground, instantly enveloped the entire void. The surrounding onlookers could no longer see Yiyan's figure. This sword formation is too terrifying. Even a divine emperor realm powerhouse can deal with it. The Star Demon clan's foundation is really terrifying. The onlookers of the fiend race were all trembling. They were increasingly wary of the Star Demon clan's strength. Freeze! Yiyan uttered a word softly. With a point of his finger, the sword light that filled the sky suddenly paused. At the same time, countless tiny star runes in Yiyan's eyes also rapidly revolved. The heavenly illusory eye was activated. This was a supreme divine ability. Only after reaching the Divine King realm could one truly reach the Great Accomplishment realm. At this moment, Yiyan had unleashed the heavenly illusory eye to an extremely terrifying state. The sword light that filled the sky instantly turned into particles and disappeared. Immediately after, an astonishing sword light. Like splitting the sky and earth, it shot out. Sword of Death. Puff. Puff, this sword released a resplendent sword light of annihilation, piercing through the bodies of the 7 great star demon kings. The sword light flashed again. Yiyan's figure appeared from the void. The 7 great star demon kings behind him each had a huge bloody hole in their chests. Fresh blood spurted out. The 7 great star demon kings looked at their chests in disbelief. The swords in their hands could no longer be held firmly and all of them fell down. The 7-star sword formation that they were so proud of had just been activated and was actually broken by Yi Yun with a single sword. And their 7 bodies were also pierced through. At this moment, powerful death energy swept wildly within their bodies. Boom. Boom, amidst a series of loud explosions, the bodies of the 7 great star demon kings exploded into countless starlight particles, disappearing into the void. This scene shocked everyone. The entire star demon ocean was silent. All the demon clan experts widened their eyes and were dumbfounded. 7 star demon kings died just like that, in front of the white-robed youth that was transformed from a divine dragon. He could not even withstand a single blow. Even the 7-star sword formation that they were so proud of was destroyed in an instant when it was activated. The formation was destroyed and the people were killed. Is he still a level 3 divine venerable? He reached level 1 divine king realm just by wearing a red armor. He killed level 10 divine king realm 7-star demon kings with his level 1 divine king realm strength. Such terrifying combat power is invincible in the world. At this moment, the demon clan experts looked at the majestic figure standing in the void. The shock in their hearts was like a volcano erupting at the end of the world. Too strong. He was simply too strong. He killed level 10 divine king realm experts like killing dogs. Too shocking. Haha, he's indeed my boss, the real son of fortune. In another direction, Wuda took a puff of his cigarette excitedly. He turned around and blew a smoke ring at Princess Emofei's face. You're so annoying. Princess Emofei pushed Wuda angrily. Emo-Xian turned a blind eye to all of this and said in shock, Senior is really a god. Of course. Although my boss's cultivation isn't high, he can easily defeat the entire demon realm. Father-in-law, don't you think so? Wuda said proudly. You're right. Emo-Xian said modestly. Father-in-law, if you want to build a good working relationship with my boss in the future, you must learn to smoke. Wuda tapped Mo-Xian's shoulder with his purple gold tobacco pipe and said with a smile. Do I still need to smoke? Emo-Xian was stunned. Of course, you need a good tobacco pipe to smoke. You can give me the materials you've collected and I'll be responsible for forging it for you personally. Wuda chuckled. Princess Emofei smiled and said straightforwardly, forge one for me too. I want to smoke too. Go away. Why are you girls smoking? Wuda reached out and grabbed Princess Emofei's chest. The feeling of her breasts made him a little infatuated. That's a classic double standard. When I see the boss, I'll tell him personally. Princess Murphy stomped her foot and said angrily. It'd be strange if boss listened to you. Wuda laughed twice, his face revealing a disapproving expression. Princess Murphy glared at him fiercely. Come, give me a kiss. Wuda leaned over with a mischievous grin. He stretched his neck and pouted his thick lips. Emo-Xian, he turned away, unable to bear to look at his daughter. In the void, Yi Yun's expression was calm. He held the silver longsword in his hand and looked at the huge star demon pagoda in front of him. A few wisps of flames vaguely jumped in his eyes. The 7 great star devil kings had been killed by his sword. This was all part of Yi Yun's plan. Next, if nothing unexpected happened, the 7 great star demon kings would revive in the 7-star demon pagodas. If he revived, Yi Yun believed that they wouldn't have the guts to deal with him anymore. Most likely, he would hide in the 7-star demon pagodas and activate the 7-star array within the pagodas. Yi Yun was waiting for this moment. Now that he had activated Zhu Long's bloodline, put on the super god-grade armor, and raised his cultivation to the first level of the Divine King realm. If it were an ordinary cultivator, they would probably have exploded and died from this kind of increase. Only his powerful Zhu Long body could withstand the enormous pressure brought about by this super god-grade armor. Just now, Yi Yun had used the fixed body art, the sky illusory eyes of annihilation, and the sword of death. Only with the 3 great cultivation methods and abilities combined did he manage to break through the 7-star Demon King's 7-star sword array so easily. If he had only used the Duan Yuan sword technique, Yi Yun wouldn't have won so easily. Inside the 7-star demon pagodas, Wisps of starlight gathered into 7 balls of light. 7 blurry and terrifying figures walked out of the balls of light. Damn it! The 7 great star demon kings' faces were ashen, and their hearts were filled with endless anger. Suddenly, rays of light flashed in the first star demon pagoda, and 6 crystal-clear water mirrors appeared. Boss, the prophecy of the 7-star steel is true. This divine dragon, could it be that he's here to destroy our star demon clan? The second star demon king was unwilling to accept this as he roared. 1,000 dragons greeting, 7 stars illuminating the world, battle of the dragon demon, life and death unknown. The first star demon king looked at the ancient 7-star steel in front of him, and his face darkened. Without a doubt, the prophecy of the 7-star steel had all come true. The second prophecy came so quickly that the 7 great star demon kings were caught off guard. Although this divine dragon that came out of nowhere did not have a high cultivation level, his magical powers, cultivation methods, and various dharma treasures were unimaginably powerful. The first star demon king admitted that he had never seen such a powerful treasure in his life. Just by wearing a piece of armor, he could raise his cultivation to the first level of the divine king realm. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, who would believe it? After that guy reached the first level of the divine king realm, he could easily break their 7-star sword array. Such terrifying combat strength was rarely seen in their lives. No, it should be something that they had never seen before in their lives. Boss, the final prophecy of the 7-star steel, since it's life and death unknown, our star demon clan might not lose. After all, we still have the array of the star demon pagoda. The third star demon king suddenly said. Yes. Boss, let's activate this array? Now that guy is still in the star demon sea. As long as we activate the array, he can't escape even if he wants to. The other star demon king said one after another. The first star demon king's face was cold as he slowly said, this 7-star array, once activated, will consume all of our star demon clan's foundation. At the same time, there's a risk that the cultivation realm of the 7 of us will drop. Have you thought about it? Boss, activate it. If we don't activate it, that dragon will kill us. Quickly activate it, boss. The other star demon king said anxiously. Alright, then we'll activate it. The first star demon king suddenly gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He pointed his finger in front of him and a groove suddenly appeared in the pagoda. Then, the 7-star steel suddenly rose from the ground and embedded itself in the groove. The first star demon king constantly changed his hand seals. His face was gloomy and his body began to emit a faint blue light. 7-star demon lock array, activate. He suddenly roared and his entire body suddenly turned into countless blue lights. Like flowing water, he fused with the star demon pagoda. Whoosh, the first star demon pagoda suddenly emitted a bright light. A pillar of light soared into the sky and pierced into the depths of the clouds. What happened? Seeing the strange changes in the first star demon pagoda, the experts of the demon clan and the surroundings suddenly felt a sense of terror. It's really coming. Yiyan looked at the light of the first star demon pagoda with a look of anticipation. Whoosh, at this time, the second star demon pagoda also emitted a bright light pillar. Then, the third pagoda, the fourth pagoda, in a few breaths of time, the 7-star demon pagoda emitted a bright light. The light pillar that soared into the sky illuminated the entire star demon sea. They're activating the array. Seeing this astonishing scene, Wuda was a little panicked. At this moment, the 3 of them were also in the array. Perhaps. Once the array was completely activated, the 3 of them would be crushed into a bloody mist. Oh no, the formation is about to be activated. Everyone, run. A demon powerhouse seemed to have realized something, and his expression suddenly changed as he screamed loudly. After shouting, he immediately turned around and fled. Damn it, is the Star Demon clan trying to kill us all? The other demon powerhouses also realized it and cursed angrily. They put away their divine dragon mounts and used all kinds of secret techniques and dharma treasures to desperately escape. Whoosh, the blue air currents in the entire Star Demon Sea were like boiling water, rolling and surging violently. The sound of huge waves was louder than the previous one, and it was very frightening. Even if these demon powerhouses were desperately escaping, they were affected by the blue airflow at this moment, and their escape speed was greatly reduced. Let's go. Mo Xian's expression changed drastically. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu De and Princess Mo Fei, turned around, and fled. When the city gate was on fire, the fish pond would be affected. If they didn't hurry and escape, they would probably die here. A ray of light flashed. Yi Yan suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Senior. Mo Xian hurriedly bowed. Yi Yan held up a green bead and said with a smile, "This formation is a bit strong. You can't escape even if you want to. Why don't you enter my small world first?" "That's great, boss." "Haha." Wu De said with a happy smile. Yi Yan nodded and suddenly activated the bead. A green light descended and sucked the three of them in. Yi Yan put away the bead. Looking around, his expression was slightly solemn. This 7-star formation was extremely powerful. If it really launched an attack, it would probably be comparable to the attack of a divine emperor powerhouse. Should I take out another transcendent artifact? Otherwise, if I'm injured by this formation, it's really not worth the loss. Yi Yan muttered to himself with a strong sense of confidence on his face. After signing in for 100,000 years, there was no doubt that he was an invincible existence no matter which dimension he went to. The current demon realm was the same. Yi Yan naturally wouldn't let himself be injured, not even a little bit. Otherwise, he would be letting down those terrifying treasures in the warehouse. He hesitated for a moment. Yi Yan touched his wrist and a dazzling golden lotus platform appeared in his hand. "This is it." Yi Yan smiled and threw the golden lotus platform under his feet. The golden lotus platform fell into the void and immediately emitted a bright light. It expanded continuously until it reached a diameter of 3 zhang. Yi Yan stepped onto the golden lotus platform. The golden lotuses bloomed layer by layer, forming a powerful defense. This was a treasure. Naturally, it came from the warehouse of the primordial world. Its name was the 12th grade virtuous golden lotus. Now, Yi Yan had the chaos bell above his head and the 12th grade merit golden lotus under his feet. The two defensive treasures protected him tightly. This treasure is barely passable. If it's still not enough, I'll just exchange it for the heavenly auspicious cloud. Yi Yan smiled and looked around. After continuously signing in for 100,000 years, he had obtained too many magic treasures. Therefore, Yi Yan didn't have any special interest in these artifacts. Use it according to fate. What a bastard. Why does this guy have another treasure? In the first star demon pagoda, the first star demon king, who had already fused with the star demon pagoda, saw another golden lotus platform under Yi Yan's feet, emitting a powerful aura. He was so angry that he almost left the star demon pagoda. Who the hell is this guy? How can he have so many terrifying magic treasures? Boss, no matter how many magic treasures he has, how can he escape the attack of our great array? The second star demon king gritted his teeth and said. Now that the 7-star demon kings had fused with the star demon pagoda, it was even more convenient for them to communicate. At this moment, the 7-star demon pagoda allowed them to establish a telepathic connection. Attack! The first star demon king roared. Whoosh, the vast star demon sea became irritable. Monstrous waves continued to surge as if the end of the world had arrived. Chi, the first star demon pagoda suddenly shot out a silver-white beam of light, heading straight for Yi Yan who was in the center of the great array. The other 6-star demon pagoda did the same. 6 astonishing beams of light emitted a terrifying aura. It was like the light of extermination. All of them shot towards one point. At this time, Yi Yan was already locked onto. Even if he used any method, he was unable to tear the void and escape. Yi Yan was indifferent. The expression on his face was still very calm. Countless tiny runes the size of stars appeared in his eyes. These runes were all deep purple in color and were changing rapidly. A powerful force of changing life and death spread out in all directions with Yi Yan as the center, rushing towards those 7 beams of light. Puff! Puff! A series of muffled sounds echoed. The 7 beams of light were sniped by the firmament illusory eyes of destruction. A portion of them disappeared. But they still forcibly broke through the sniping and landed on Yi Yan's body. Bang, bang, a series of loud rumbles shook the entire star demon sea. Those divine king realm demon race powerhouses who were fleeing, many of the weaker ones actually fainted from the shock at this moment. Some of the stronger demon race powerhouses could not help but turn around to take a look. In an instant, everyone's eyes popped out. They were all stunned. The 7 destructive beams of light smashed onto the white figure. Rumble. Although there was a series of earth-shattering rumbles, the attack of the 7 beams of light did not break the white figure's defense. At this moment, the young man in white, who was in the form of the divine dragon, had a large yellow bell above his head and a golden lotus platform beneath his feet. These 2 treasures emitted layers of light that completely protected him. The 7 beams of light landed on the white figure. Although there was a huge commotion, it did not break the defense. The attack of the Star Demon Pagoda's formation is probably at the Divine Emperor realm. How could he still take it? Some of the demon race powerhouses were so shocked that they forgot to escape. They stood in the void and stared blankly at the white figure. This person was too strong. He was so strong that they did not know how to describe him. Even if the other 6 demon race powerhouses came out in full force to deal with this person, they would not be able to defeat him. What? He actually blocked it. The first Star Demon King turned pale with fright. The attack of the formation just now had the strength of a level 1 Divine Emperor realm powerhouse. But that guy actually withstood it with his Divine King realm cultivation. He was unscathed. This was too shocking. Continue to attack. Even if your cultivation falls, don't hesitate. The first Star Demon King's mind stopped for a few seconds. He roared again. Right now, it was either you die or I die. If they did not eliminate this terrifying guy, they would not be able to live. There was no way out. The next moment, the 7 Star Demon Kings operated the Star Demon Pagoda hysterically. The entire 7 Star Demon Lock formation was operating crazily. Swoosh! Swoosh! The blue tide of the Star Demon Sea became even more turbulent. Many of the weaker half-step Divine King realm powerhouses were crushed into blood mist by the tide at this moment. Swoosh! The 7 Star Demon Pagodas released terrifying silver light beams, which interweaved into a terrifying big net in the air, and enveloped Yun from all directions. The 7-star array formed by the 7-star Demon Pagoda is really something. Its power has increased once again. Yun looked at the shocking scene around him calmly and said indifferently. Even as he watched a huge silver net fall from the sky, he still remained indifferent. Yun had easily blocked the first attack with the help of the grade 12 Merit Golden Lotus and the Bell of Chaos. Now, Yun wanted to see if the 2 treasures could block the second attack. I don't believe that you can block it. The first Star Devil King saw that Yun still had that kind of carefree expression, and could not help but fiercely roar. The silver net had gathered an unimaginable amount of terrifying energy. Once trapped by it, even a level 1 Divine Emperor realm expert would die with a grievance. The other 6 Great Star Demon Kings also showed hopeful looks in their eyes. Although they had not used their final trump card, they wanted to kill the guy in front of them with the second wave of attack. Whoosh! The huge silver net fell and enveloped Yun. It began to shrink violently. In the process of shrinking, the huge silver net released a terrifying crushing force that acted on the Bell of Chaos and the grade 12 Merit Golden Lotus. Chi! 2 powerful forces were fighting against each other. One was from the 7-star Demon Trap Array. The other was from the 2 famous treasures from the Untainted Land. The Primal Chaos Chi that had fallen from the Bell of Primal Chaos was continuously being destroyed by the terrifying energy of the large silver net. The golden lotus petals of the grade 12 Virtuous Golden Lotus were constantly falling off as the silver net continued to strangle it. The size of the huge silver net was also shrinking in the fierce fight. Yun stood on the grade 12 Merit Golden Lotus and looked at the fierce fight. He frowned slightly. He suddenly swung his sword. A shocking sword light immediately shone from the huge net. Boom! The entire silver net shook violently, and a hole was forcibly cut open. This guy's swordsmanship is so strong. The 7-star Demon Kings were secretly surprised. Although the second wave of attacks from the 7-star Demon Lock formation had weakened in the process, it was still not something that God Kings could withstand. Who would have thought that Yun would be able to break it with a single sword strike? In this instant, the 7 Great Star Demon Kings felt as if there was a blade at their backs. There was a kind of indescribable feeling of fright. If they couldn't kill this person, their Star Devil clan would definitely perish today. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 7-star devil lock formation once again began to revolve violently. Rays of light descended as if they didn't care for their lives, replenishing the silver net. After the silver net was replenished with powerful energy, it began to violently crush the chaos energy of the grade 12 virtuous golden lotus and the bell of chaos. The 12th grade virtuous golden lotus continued to spin, constantly growing golden lotus leaves. Even so, it could not stop the consumption. It's time to end the game, Yiyan said softly. At this moment, his face was filled with murderous intent. The silver sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. Instead, it was a silver longsword of an even higher grade. This was the heaven-cleaving sword that Yiyan had used to kill Tian Dao. Quality, transcendent grade. Lowering his head to look down at the heaven-cleaving sword, Yiyan said with a smile, "This time the enemy is not Tian Dao, you just have to make do with it. Master, no matter what you use me to kill, I'll be happy, hee." The heaven-cleaving sword let out a childlike laughter. You've given birth to spiritual intelligence? Yiyan was slightly taken aback. The corners of his mouth rose, revealing a smile. This heaven-cleaving sword originally had a certain level of consciousness. He didn't expect that in less than a year, it would give birth to spiritual intelligence so quickly. It seemed that it wasn't far from forming the body of a sword spirit. What sword is this? It's too scary. Why do I feel like my soul is starting to hurt intensely? I feel like my heart is about to split open. The dazed high-level Divine King Realm Demon Clan experts in the distance, seeing Yiyan suddenly take out a new silver longsword, each and every one of them had all kinds of frightened reactions. Even though the sword was so far away from them, everyone felt like they were on the verge of death. The same was true for the 7 great star demon kings. When they saw Yiyan's heaven-cleaving sword, everyone's soul involuntarily produced a deep sense of fear. Attack with all your strength, don't let him use that sword. The first star demon king roared, his voice hysterical. The other 6 great star demon kings madly poured their lifetime's cultivation into the star demon pagoda, constantly increasing the power of the 7-star demon lock great array. The 7 silver star demon pagoda, at this moment, also turned slightly red. The 7-star demon lock great array hummed, as if there were billions of fierce beasts roaring. In an instant, it was raised to the strongest level. Kill! The 7 great star demon kings roared. The 7-star demon pagoda trembled, a sea of white light, like an apocalyptic flood, rolled towards Yiyan to crush him. This time, it wasn't a light pillar, nor was it a large silver net, but an endless silver tide of apocalyptic destruction. Slash! Yiyan's eyes were ice-cold as he spat out a word. Following a light wave of the heaven-cleaving sword in his hand, an astonishing sword light, like the first ray of light that split the heavens and earth, instantly slashed towards the surging silver tide. Hua! The heaven-cleaving sword emitted an indescribable power. When it slashed the silver tide, not only was the silver tide split in two, it actually evaporated in a large area. In just a breath's time, 2/3 of the silver tide had disappeared. The remaining silver tide weakly flowed in all directions. Yiyan flipped his hand and slashed again. Another sword light flew out in an arc. The weak silver tide, after coming into contact with this sword light, instantly evaporated. The full power attack of the 7-star demon lock great array, in front of Yiyan's heaven-cleaving sword, was as weak as a baby, unable to withstand a single blow. How is this possible? The 7 great star demon kings roared in unison, looking at Yiyan with a face of horror. What kind of sword was this? 2 sword strikes, and all the attacks were evaporated. Too terrifying. At this moment, the 7 great star demon kings were in despair. Because they had used the strongest attack of the 7-star demon lock great array, it had caused their realms to fall greatly. Now, they were even less of a match for Yiyan. Looking at the 7-star demon pagodas that connected the heavens and the earth, Yiyan felt more and more displeased. He slashed with his sword. A swift and fierce sword light instantly landed on the 7th-star demon pagoda. Boom! The 7th-star demon pagoda suddenly shattered. Too terrifying. Run! Looking at the shattered star demon pagoda, the surrounding demon clan experts seemed to have awoken from a dream. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and they turned to flee. This time, they had come to the Star Demon clan and saw the most terrifying killing god. From then on, Yiyan had become a nightmare in their hearts that they could not get rid of. After shattering the 7th Star Demon Pagoda with one slash, Yiyan did not hesitate and slashed at the other Star Demon Pagodas one after another. Boom, boom, one by one, the Star Demon Pagodas shattered. At the moment of shattering, the Star Demon Kings that had fused with the Star Demon Pagoda also died. Looking at the scene in the distance, Yiyan was slightly startled. He saw that before he could unleash the final slash, the first Star Demon Pagoda suddenly rose from the ground and flew toward the depths of the firmament. Want to run? How is that possible? Yiyan sneered, and the sky-cleaving sword fell again. A shocking sword light went straight for the first Star Demon Pagoda. At this moment, a strange scene occurred. The entire lower half of the Star Demon Pagoda suddenly disintegrated on its own and collided with the sword light of the sky-cleaving sword. As for the tip of the pagoda, it actually pierced through the heavens and flew out. Boom, just as the tip of the Star Demon Pagoda pierced through the barrier of the demon world and was about to escape, it suddenly collided with a large silver cocoon. Boom, the two collided and shook violently, giving off a loud and shocking sound. The tip of the Star Demon Pagoda was instantly shattered by a powerful force. Countless fragments fell from the sky, fluttering about like a heavy snowfall in winter, sprinkling over the entire sky of the Star Demon Sea. The 7 great Star Demon Kings, this time they are all dead. This person is invincible. We are like ants in his eyes, unable to withstand a single blow. The Divine King Realm experts of the Demon Clan were indescribably shocked. They looked at the white figure in the distance in a daze. Their knees went weak and they knelt down. 7 Star Demon Pagodas were destroyed with one slash. The 7 great Star Demon Kings that dominated the demon world were all gone. Even though there were many of them, they could not withstand the power of this person's slash. It's none of your business. Leave. Yiyan waved his hand and smiled as he looked at the Demon Clan experts who knelt down in the distance. Thank you for sparing our lives. All the demon ancestor experts stood up gratefully and bowed. They then turned and left quickly. In the entire Star Demon Sea, Yiyan was the only one left except for some Star Demon clansmen. The fragments of the Star Demon Pagodas in the void were still fluttering like snowflakes. Yiyan stood still and felt a little lonely. The feeling of being invincible once again filled his heart. Sigh, being invincible is not a good thing. Looks like I have to keep a low profile in the future and leave some room for others to live. At the same time, I can find some fun for myself, Yiyan said to himself with a smile. He gently swiped his palm and the sky-splitting sword disappeared in his palm. Then, the bell of chaos above his head and the 12th grade golden lotus of virtue under his feet were also put into the warehouse. Finally, the red armor on his body turned into a red light and disappeared. Yiyan kept the super divine grade armor in his body. He did not put it into the warehouse. It was equivalent to adding another layer of protection to his body. Yiyan's cultivation level returned from Divine King Realm Level 1 to Divine Venerable Realm Level 3. He panted slightly. The super divine grade armor instantly raised his cultivation level to Divine King Realm. Although he had the support of Zhu Long's body and withstood it, it still consumed some of his physical body. Yiyan ate a few elixirs to replenish his spiritual power and blood qi. Then, he tore open the space and left the Star Demon Sea. The fragments of the Star Demon Sea were still fluttering in the air. Suddenly, in the farthest stronghold of the demon world, a silver cocoon suddenly squeezed in before the hole that was pierced by the Star Demon Pagoda was completely sealed. After the impact of the pagoda, the silver cocoon's thickness was also thinned. Due to the thinning of the cocoon layer, one could faintly see a large black bird inside. It was bathed in the blazing flames and stood quietly inside. The silver cocoon was like a snowflake as light as a feather. After God knows how long it was Star Demon Sea, the Star Demon Sea. The ancient 7 stars tablet had also floated to the side of the silver cocoon at some point in time, emitting a faint blue light. Dong 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 dong, dong 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 dong. Dong 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 demon god. King Dong. Pure demon chi was contained in the demon chi. The silver cocoon was gradually shrouded in a layer of black, making the demon ancestor realm level demon see not so clear. After a while, a few Hierarch Realm Star Demon clansmen cautiously came over. What is this? A Star Demon clansman looked at the silver cocoon and asked with a frown. Oh my god. The silver cocoon is filled with flames. There seems to be a demon ancestor realm level demon C. Another Star Demon clansman came closer. After observing for a while, he suddenly raised his head and said with a shocked face. The other few Star Devils were shocked, and they all gathered together. Their faces were pressed against the large silver cocoon, and they carefully looked inside. Sure enough, the silver cocoon was filled with raging flames. There was a demon ancestor realm level demon C with its eyes closed as if it was sleeping. Why does this demon ancestor realm level demon C have 3 legs? A Star Demon clansman said in disbelief. Another Star Demon clansman looked at the 7-star stele at the side with a deep gaze as he muttered to himself, I have never seen such a strange demon ancestor realm level demon C. What does this mean? Another old man suddenly became excited. He waved his arm and said loudly, hiding in the cocoon, breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn. Could this be the hope that the heavens have bestowed upon us Star Demons? Just as his voice faded, suddenly, the 7-star stele flew up and floated above the silver cocoon as it emitted a faint blue light. The original words on the 7-star stele had already disappeared. This stone tablet, it shouldn't be the first Star Devil King's old man's stone tablet, right? A Star Demon clansman said with a shocked face. It should be. That old man said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that the Star Demon Pagoda would be destroyed, but this stele was still intact. Yes, everyone sighed. The fall of the 7-star Demon Kings and the 7-star Demon Pagoda meant that their Star Demon clan had completely withdrawn from the stage of the Demon Realm's 7 major forces. The remaining Star Demon clansmen were equivalent to a small second- or third-rate Demon Dao force. The 7-star stele suddenly emitted light. But these Star Demons turned a blind eye to it. They didn't know how precious the stele was. After all, only the 7-star Demon Kings were the true owners of this 7-star stele. These clansmen only knew a little bit of information about the stele. They didn't even know the exact name of the stele. What is that? Why did a line of words suddenly appear on the stele? A Star Demon clansman shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly looked over and saw a line of words suddenly appear on the stele. The primordial demon emperor has descended upon the demon realm. The Star Demon clan will rise again. Is this the stele's prophecy? That old man's expression was extremely excited as he said with a trembling voice. Could the big black bird inside be the primordial demon emperor? But our demon realm has a long history and I've never heard of such a person. A Star Demon clansman said. We are the noble demon clan. The one inside the silver cocoon is a great demon. Demons and demons are different. How can we listen to his orders? Another Star Demon clansman snorted coldly. The demon clan is extremely weak in our demon realm. If we, the dignified Star Demons, listen to the orders of this great demon, who knows how many people will laugh at us, a Star Demon clansman said with a frown. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that this big bird hasn't hatched and kill it? Another member of the Star Demon clan raised his hand, and a vicious expression appeared on his face. Everyone, you mustn't. An old man's expression was flustered as he hurriedly blocked several young Star Demons. Buzz, the silver cocoon suddenly trembled and exploded with a terrifying aura. This aura contained a supreme surging power. All the Star Demons present instantly felt their knees go soft and they all knelt down. I am the primordial demon emperor, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. Who are you? Quickly report your names. Primordial demon emperor, Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. What kind of divine being was this? The Star Demons kneeling on the ground all trembled as countless questions surfaced in their hearts. Demon Realm. In the territory of the Tianluo Demon Clan. A ferry boat sped over and landed in the sky above the back mountain. Boss, you're going back so soon? Wuda hugged Princess Mo Fei and said reluctantly. Yes. Boss, you haven't attended our wedding ceremony yet. Princess Murphy said with a smile. I've been out for a long time this time. I want to go back and take a look, Yi Yin said indifferently. After that, he took out a storage bag and threw it to Wu Da. This is for you. Stay in the demon realm and cultivate well. Strive to unify the demon realm as soon as possible. I'll come and see you then. Yi Yan said with a smile. Wu De opened the storage bag and took a peek. His eyes lit up and he became excited. Boss, don't worry. Leave the mission of unifying the demon realm to me. Wu De said loudly as he patted his chest. Yi Yan looked at Mo Xian and asked, it shouldn't be difficult for the Tianluo demon clan to send me back to the God's land, right? Senior, don't worry. No matter what price we have to pay, we'll definitely send you to the God's land. Mo Xian said solemnly. If you don't have enough resources, you can ask your son-in-law for them after I leave. Yi Yan said as he looked at Wu De with a meaningful look. Wu De was shocked and immediately covered the bag. He looked at Mo Xian anxiously and said, Father-in-law, this is my capital to conquer the demon realm in the future. Don't you dare have any ideas about me. Don't worry, son-in-law. The Tianluo demon clan still has this bit of foundation. Mo Xian shook his head helplessly. His son-in-law was really stubborn and mischievous. Compared to the senior, one was heaven and the other was earth. The difference was like heaven and earth. However, Mo Xian didn't dislike Wu De as his son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. After all, this son-in-law and the senior called each other brothers. The senior even killed the 7 great star demon kings of the star demon clan alone. His strength was really terrifying. With such a backer in the future, no one in the demon realm would dare to offend the Tianluo demon clan. Next, Mo Xian personally set up the formation, and Yi Yan entered the formation. Along with the rise of a ray of light, Yi Yan's figure instantly vanished. My boss left just like that, leaving me alone in this place, Wu De sobbed. His words were half true and half false. A few drops of tears even dripped from the corners of his eyes. Although he hadn't spent much time with Yi Yan, they had gone through life and death several times, and they had already established a deep brotherhood. Princess Murphy curled her lips and said disapprovingly, Boss is so powerful, he can come whenever he wants in the future. Yes. Wu De stopped crying. His eyes were filled with nostalgia as he nodded his head heavily. Divine Land, Underworld Devil Domain. In the underground space of the Skynet Demon Clan, Yi Yan's figure walked out of the teleportation formation with a flash of light. 2 figures flashed. Princess Mo Fei and clan leader Mo Li appeared at the teleportation portal almost at the same time. When the 2 of them saw Yi Yan appear, they could not help but be shocked. How did the senior return from the demon realm so quickly? Yi Yan glanced at Princess Mo Fei and said lightly, your original body will be married to the essence demon god soon. If there's nothing important, this wisp of your soul can also return, understood? Thank you, senior. Princess Mo Fei was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. She immediately knelt on the ground. She knew that all of this must have been done by the senior. Yi Yan looked at clan leader Mo Li again and said with a smile, in the future, the Tianluo demon clan must take good care of the essence demon clan. That old fellow Mo Xian likes him very much as his son-in-law, yes, senior. In the underworld devil domain, if anyone dares to bully the essence demon clan, the Tianluo demon clan will definitely fight to the death with him. Clan leader Mo Li declared solemnly. Yi Yan nodded. In a flash, he suddenly tore through space and left the Tianluo demon clan. He made a trip back to the Taishang region. However, Yi Yan did not reveal his true body. He only secretly took a look at Yunjiao's situation and the operation of the entire Taishang palace. When he found that everything was fine, he left with peace of mind. When he passed by the Daluo region, Yi Yan stopped for a moment again. Seeing that Lui was still in seclusion and that the Sword Cloud sect was running well, Yi Yan was relieved and tore through the void toward the Ninth Sea region. He came to the sky above Tongtian Island. Yi Yan's huge divine consciousness projected down and found that Tongtian Island was thriving now. He could not help but feel relieved. Jiang Hingyue, this kid, had managed Tongtian Island quite well. The next time I come, why don't I let Wushuang cultivate on Tongtian Island, Yi Yan muttered to himself. His disciple, Ji Wushuang, was already in the true God realm. It was not suitable for him to leave her in the Cangnan continent. Now, Yi Yan had a few foundations in the Divine Land. If there were people in the sect who had cultivated to the true God realm in the Cangnan continent in the future, he would let them come over to cultivate. As for the azure heavenly dragon and the undying celestial silkworm, they did not need such treatment for the time being. Yiyan still needed them to stay in the Sunnan continent to protect the safety of the few juniors. After leaving the Ninth Sea region, Yiyan passed through the ancient heavenly path and entered the Sunnan continent. Every time you come back, you are so kind. After taking a deep breath, Yiyan smiled and tore through the void, disappearing on the spot. In the valley at the entrance of the immortal underworld ancient land, the huge bronze gate had already disappeared. 1,000 miles east of the valley, on the top of a towering mountain, a carriage was parked quietly. It was a black carriage. There were a few kittens of different colors lying on the carriage, looking lazy and sleepy. There was also a small silver silkworm, round and plump, lying among the cats. On top of the carriage stood a small black bird. The big black horse pulling the black carriage was lying quietly on the ground with its eyes closed, as if it had fallen asleep. Opposite the carriage, there was a huge green tree with a huge canopy. It was cool under the shade of the tree. In the shadow, there were 4 young boys and girls sitting under the tree, cultivating very seriously. On a mountain range in a valley near the immortal underworld ancient land. At this moment, a young cultivator was standing on a huge rock, looking at the black carriage on the mountain peak in the distance with a look of horror on his face from time to time. Good heavens, where did Master find these demonic beasts? Their cultivation is so high that I don't dare to go over. Ji Wushuang muttered to himself. It had been nearly a month since the immortal underworld ancient land trial ended. During the whole process, he secretly escorted Luoli and the others and did not show his true body. After this trial ended, everyone was teleported out, and the gate of the immortal underworld ancient land had completely disappeared. After Ji Wushuang came out, he still did not recognize Luoli and the others. He just guarded them from afar. However, when Ji Wushuang saw Luoli and the others return to the black carriage, he was shocked. There were a few demonic beasts in the carriage that he could not see the cultivation of. Ji Wushuang did not dare to approach and could only wait quietly in the distance. He was waiting for his master's return. Wushuang, you are here. There was a fluctuation in the void, and Yiyan walked out. Wushuang greets master. When Ji Wushuang saw Yiyan appear, he was excited and immediately bowed. Get up. Yiyan waved his sleeve, and a magic power swept out and helped Ji Wushuang up. These little fellows have tempered themselves in the ancient land of the Nether this time, and their cultivations have improved very obviously. Yiyan looked into the distance with a gratified smile on his face. Jun Maxiao had broken through to the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Luoli and Suwani had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Mao Bao'er had also reached the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. Mu Qing, who was originally at the Fate realm, had now become a cultivator at the 1st level of the Life and Death realm. The big black cat had also reached the peak of the 10th level of the Fate realm and was only 1 step away from the Life and Death realm. As for the other beasts, the big black horse, the blood chief demonic dragon, the mystic bird, and the netherblood greenwood dragon had each broken through 1 or 2 small realms. The divine monarch realm immortal silkworm's breakthrough speed was astonishing. In just a few months, it had now reached the 7th level of the divine monarch realm. This speed was truly terrifying. Yiyan naturally knew the reason for such a breakthrough. Devouring a few divine monarch realm corpses was definitely a great supplement for the immortal silkworm. It would allow it to improve rapidly in a short period of time. The further it progressed, the slower its improvement speed would be. Master, are these all the beasts of our Shenlong sect? I only think the mystic bird looks familiar. Ji Wushuang asked cautiously. Yes. Yiyan nodded. He originally wanted Ji Wushuang to go and meet Luoli and the others, but suddenly a thought arose in his mind that made him stop. Although Ji Wushuang's cultivation wasn't high, he was at least his personal disciple and was more than 200 generations away from Luoli and the others. In terms of address, there was a conflict with him, the old ancestor. He was the old ancestor of the Shenlong sect. Ji Wushuang was only 1 generation away from him. Did he want those little guys to call him old ancestor? Yiyan felt a little strange in his heart. There can only be 1 old ancestor. Yiyan smiled and had an idea in his mind. He looked at Ji Wushuang and said with a smile, Luoli and the others are from the 298th generation, and you are from the 14th generation. Your seniority is too high, it's better if you don't meet with them for the time being. I understand, Master. Ji Wushuang scratched his head and said awkwardly. If they were within a few generations of the sect, it would be easy for them to recognize each other. But now, more than 200 generations had passed, and there was still a master standing in front of him. His status as a disciple was indeed somewhat awkward. You don't have to worry. Return to my small world to cultivate for now. Next time, I'll bring you to the divine land. That's the real paradise for true immortal realm cultivators, Yi Yin said with a smile and took out a green bead. I understand. Master, please make the decision. Ji Wushuang smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of green light shot down and landed on Ji Wushuang's body before disappearing in an instant. After settling down Ji Wushuang, Yi Yin's heart also relaxed. In the distance, on a carriage. So boring. When will the master come back? I also want some spirit stones from the divine land. A blue kitten raised its head, looked at the sky, and yawned. Its eyes were filled with infinite expectation. It was the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. After the end of the trial in the underworld immortal ancient land, it took advantage of the chaos during the teleportation and quietly slipped back. Anyway, the task given to it by the master was to protect the little girl's safety in the underworld immortal ancient land. Its task had been completed, so it returned in time. After returning, it found out that everyone had a lot of divine land spirit stones in their hands and couldn't help but be envious. Thus, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon waited day and night for the return of the master. The master has indeed been out for a long time this time. Maybe something happened in the divine land and he was delayed. The undead celestial silkworm also opened its eyes and sighed. For a moment, all the monster beasts stopped cultivating and looked in the direction of the sky, somewhat in a daze. Everyone missed the master. Especially the big black horse, which was a monster beast obtained from signing in the warehouse, missed Yi Yin even more. There was a fluctuation in the void. An ethereal white-clothed figure appeared. Wow, the master is back. The Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon jumped up excitedly, its furry body rolling in the air. Greetings, master. The other monster beasts were overjoyed and bowed. Luoli, Jun Maxiao, Suwani, and the others, who were cultivating in the distance, immediately opened their eyes and ran over happily. Old ancestor, you're finally back. I missed you so much. The corners of Luoli's eyes were wet. She grabbed Yi Yin's arm and cried and laughed coquettishly. Old ancestor, I thought you didn't want us anymore. Jun Maxiao was depressed. He grabbed Yi Yin's other arm and shook it vigorously. How is that possible? You are the 298th generation of the Shenlong sect. Before you cultivate to the true immortal realm, I won't let go. Yi Yin said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Luoli and Jun Maxiao stopped crying and let go of their hands. Suwani stood aside. Her eyes were slightly red. She seemed to be very excited. This time, I was delayed by some matters in the divine land. That's why I came back late. But seeing that all of you have cultivated diligently and made breakthroughs, I'm very pleased. Yi Yin looked around and nodded with a smile. The big black cat raised a paw and said with a smile, Master, I'm about to break through to the life and death realm. That's right. But I think you can break through now. Yi Yin laughed and suddenly pointed his finger. A stream of pure divine energy immediately poured into the big black cat's body. Boom, the sky darkened. Dark clouds rolled and thunder and lightning flashed. The thunder tribulation is coming. Mu Qing's face changed drastically. She looked at the big black cat and said solemnly. She had just broken through to the first layer of the life and death realm. Naturally, she was very familiar with the thunder tribulation. If she wanted to enter the life and death realm, she had to go through the thunder tribulation. I'm not ready yet. Master. Looking at the terrifying thunder tribulation that was about to fall, the big black cat cried out with a sad face. Little Black, your body is already so strong. Don't worry and go through the thunder tribulation. The big black horse laughed and swung its tail, whipping the big black cat into the air. Boom, thunder and lightning flashed. Long dragon-like lightning bolts fell from the sky and smashed the big black cat's body. Ah! the big black cat screamed. In the next second, when it found that the thunder tribulation didn't do any harm to it, it immediately laughed in the air. Damn heavens, come if you have the guts. The big black cat was full of pride. It raised its paw and challenged the sky. Haha. Seeing the big black cat's arrogant appearance, everyone around the carriage laughed. Little black cat is a little afraid of death sometimes, but it doesn't have any other major problems, Yiyan chuckled. Boom, boom, terrifying bolts of lightning rained down one after another, hammering the big black cat's body continuously. Every strike of lightning made the big black cat's aura stronger and stronger. After an incense stick's worth of time, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed. The big black cat had finally completed the thunder tribulation and fell from the sky. Many thanks for Master's help. The big black cat, who had broken through to the life and death realm, lay at Yiyan's feet and cried bitterly. Don't be a hypocrite. The big black horse pursed its lips and revealed its big white teeth. It chuckled and kicked the big black cat back into the carriage. Haha. Seeing this, everyone roared with laughter. After laughing, Yiyan looked at the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon and asked with a smile, why did you come back? Where's the little girl from the Su family? Master, didn't you ask me to protect the little girl's safety in the Nether Immortal Ancient Land? I completed the mission with outstanding results. Now that the training is over, the little girl has returned to the Jianchuan dynasty, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon said seriously. Then our next step is to go to the Jianchuan dynasty, Yiyan looked at everyone and suddenly said with a smile. Go to the Jianchuan dynasty? All the people and demonic beasts around were stunned. Let's go. Yiyan didn't explain too much. He took a step forward and entered the carriage. Yiyan naturally had to visit the descendants of his eldest disciple, Su Qi. The Jianchuan dynasty, vast and misty. The Bijiang Lake was a vast and boundless body of water. Legend has it that tens of thousands of years ago, divine water fell from the sky and flooded the entire territory of the dynasty. Countless creatures died in the flood. Those who survived were pleasantly surprised to find that after the territory was flooded by the divine water, the spiritual energy became extremely rich. Therefore, many cultivators established many different forces on the large and small islands on the lake. The territory here was also named the Jianchuan dynasty. After tens of thousands of years of development, the Jianchuan dynasty became a supreme sect-level force. Due to the unique territory of the Jianchuan dynasty, the spiritual energy was extremely rich. Many strong cultivators were born in these tens of thousands of years. The powerful Jianchuan dynasty was enough to compete with the neighboring Nether dynasty. However, the two dynasties had no enmity and had always been at peace. At this time, in the sky above the two dynasties, there was a sudden fluctuation in the void and a black carriage emerged. Master, this Jianchuan dynasty didn't exist for 100,000 years? Xianxia stood on the top of the carriage and looked at the vast green water in front of him and said in shock. It really didn't. I remember that the spiritual energy in this place was not so rich. Yiyan sat in the carriage and said softly. Mu Qing explained next to him, Master, the Jianchuan dynasty only appeared in the last tens of thousands of years. At that time, there was a flood here. The water came very suddenly and completely submerged this place. Mu Qing explained the origin of the Jianchuan dynasty to Yiyan. Her voice was not loud, but it spread out clearly. Even the Xianxia outside heard it. Xianxia glanced at the lake and said in admiration, TSK, the spiritual energy in the lake is really rich. And there are many demon beasts and all kinds of treasures in the water. So, the rapid growth of the Jianchuan dynasty and its ability to become a supreme sect is not without reason. Yiyan said with a smile. Although the spiritual energy in the lake is rich, there is no divinity at all, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon yawned. With a slight movement of its claws, many spiritual stones flew out and were swallowed by it. These spiritual stones were naturally given to him by Yiyan. They came from the divine earth and contained divinity within them. The big black horse suddenly turned around and grinned. Master, where are we going? To that place. Yiyan said calmly, and a thought fell into the big black horse's mind. Yes, Master. The big black horse answered and pulled the carriage towards the southeast at a leisurely pace. 100 million miles away from here, there was a huge island with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. There were quite a few humans living on this lush island. The most powerful force on this island was the famous Sioux family. There was a life and death realm expert on the island, which was a deterrent force. Ordinary forces would not dare to provoke them. However, the originally glorious Sioux family was now in a gloomy and miserable state. In the family leader's meeting room, there was an old man and a young girl. Both of them were frowning and looked worried. Father, Uncle Li was injured for no reason. I'm afraid this was done by the Zhao family, right? A young girl in colorful clothes said. Sitting opposite her was a black-clothed old man with white hair and beard. This old man was called Su Shan, the current family leader of the Su family. The young girl in colorful clothes opposite him was called Su Jin, his daughter. Su Shan also had a 7-colored mark on his forehead, just like Su Jin, the multicolored clothed girl. It's most likely done by the Zhao family. Su Shan's eyebrows were knitted together as he sighed. At this time, Su Jin's gaze fell on a piece of spirit stone on the table. With a face full of shame and anger, she said, "This time, an extremely high-quality spirit stone mine was found in the waters of my Su family. This has nothing to do with the Zhao family. They actually used such a despicable method to seriously injure Uncle Li. They are really too shameless. The Zhao family's intention is clear. They want us to give up this spiritual stone mine and let them mine it alone." Su Shan said angrily. "Father, the Zhao family gave us a deadline of 3 days. If we don't reply, they'll send people to seize the spiritual stone mine. What should we do?" Su Jin frowned and asked worriedly. "Didn't your second uncle go find the elder of the Water Dragon Gate? If we can find the elder of the Water Dragon Gate and have him mediate, this matter will be easily resolved." Su Shan said softly. "Uncle, my father invited the elder of the Water Dragon Gate back." A gust of fragrant wind drifted in from outside the door. Then, a beautiful girl in white walked in and said with a smile. Su Shan's face lit up with joy. He suddenly stood up and asked, "Su Shui, is what you said true? Will the elder of the Water Dragon Gate really mediate between our Su family and the Zhao family?" "Yes. Uncle." Su Shui smiled sweetly, revealing 2 small dimples on her face. She was especially charming. Su Shui was about the same age as Su Jin. She was also very beautiful. "Daughter, come with me to greet the elder of the Water Dragon Gate." Su Shan walked out with a face full of joy. "Big brother, there's no need. Elder Lu is already here." A man's voice came from outside the door. Then, 2 figures floated in and entered the meeting room. On the left was a middle-aged man. It was Su Shan's younger brother, Su Shui. The 2 brothers complimented each other very well. Next to Su Shui was an old man with a transcendent aura. He wore a green robe and carried a sword on his back. His aura was astonishing. He had already reached the 3rd layer of the life and death realm. Su Shan greets Elder Lu. Su Shan cupped his fists and greeted respectfully. No need for formalities, family head Su. Elder Lu had the appearance of an expert. He lightly stroked his long beard and smiled faintly. "This time, I hope Elder Lu can mediate the grudge between our Su family and the Zhao family. This time, our Su family will definitely give Elder Lu a large portion of the spiritual stone mine." Su Shan got straight to the point. "You don't have to be so polite." Elder Lu smiled and glanced around the room. Finally, his eyes fell on Su Jin. He said softly, "Actually, it's easy to solve this matter. I wonder if family head Su wants to hear it." "I'd like to hear the details." Su Shan quickly said. Elder Lu smiled and said, "The Zhao family has 2 sons. They're about the same age as the Shui and Jin sisters of your Su family. Their eldest son, Zhao Long, likes your Su Jin very much. He wants to marry her. What do you think, family head Su?" After hearing Elder Lu's words, Su Shan's face suddenly stiffened. It was true that the Zhao family had 2 sons who were about the same age as his 2 daughters. However, the eldest son of the Zhao family was born a good-for-nothing. He was only at the 3rd layer of the Nirvana realm. How could such a cultivation be worthy of his beautiful daughter who was at the Fate realm? "Father, I will never marry Zhao Long." Tell the Zhao family to give up on this idea. Su Jin. was so angry that her face turned pale and her body trembled. "Elder Lu, you heard my daughter." "She doesn't agree," Su Shan said with a wry smile. Elder Lu gently shook his head with a displeased look. "Elder Lu, you also know that our Su family is no match for the Zhao family. We still need you to mediate this matter." Su Shui's expression changed greatly as she hurriedly said. "Let me think about this matter." Elder Lu lowered his head and quietly pondered. The entire room was silent. Su Shan raised his head and looked at Elder Lu expectantly, hoping that he could find a better solution for the situation. Su Jin looked out of the window. Her originally watery eyes were now extremely empty. She had an intuition. This time, her Su family had truly encountered a calamity. Although she obtained some divine origin longevity fruit from the underworld immortal ancient land and gave it to the old ancestor, for some unknown reason, the old ancestor inexplicably fell into a deep sleep. No matter how she called, he wouldn't wake up. In addition, the life and death realm Uncle Li was secretly injured. Right now, their Su family's high-end combat power could be said to have been seriously damaged. Facing the aggressive Zhao family, they really didn't have the strength to do so. "Patriarch Su, how about this? This spirit stone mine will be mined by your Su family and the Zhao family at the same time." Elder Lu raised his head and said with a gentle expression. "Mine at the same time." Su Shan was stunned, and then a trace of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. This was clearly their Su family's spirit stone mine. The Zhao family didn't do anything and could mine at the same time. Wasn't this clearly robbing? This water dragon Gates. Elder Lu gave 2 suggestions in a row, both of which were so immoral. It wouldn't benefit the Su family at all. "This suggestion is good. Big brother, why don't we agree?" Su Shui said with a face full of surprise. Su Shan's face stiffened, and he stared at Su Shui with some anger. "Uncle, Elder Lu's suggestion is very good. We and the Zhao family will mine this spirit stone mine at the same time. This way, we can avoid disputes and neither side will suffer any losses," Su Shui said with a sweet smile on the side. "Su Shui, are you still a member of our Su family?" "How can you say that? The Zhao family doesn't have to do anything and can get half of the spirit stone mine's mining rights. Isn't this the same as us handing it over?" Su Jin angrily scolded. "Sister, don't slander us. I'm doing this for the good of our Su family." Su Shui frowned and retorted without any trace of politeness. "Whether or not it's for the good of the Su family, you know in your heart, and I know in my heart too." Su Jin snorted coldly. "Su Jin, how can you talk to your cousin like that? Are you still a member of the Su family? Why don't you think about it from the Su family's perspective?" Su Shui was furious and scolded Su Jin without hesitation. Su Jin's face turned red. She lowered her head and did not continue to refute. Su Shan couldn't stand it anymore. He waved his arm and said loudly, "Stop fighting. Shut up." Everyone immediately shut their mouths and stopped talking. Elder Lu looked at this scene calmly, smiled slightly, and said slowly, "Patriarch Su, these 2 suggestions are not a big loss to the Su family, but as an outsider, I am only making suggestions. As for the fate of the Su family, it's up to you to decide. I won't choose any of them." "Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Lu." "Su Shui, see the guest out." Su Shan said angrily. "You don't know what's good for you." The muscles on Elder Lu's face twitched as if he was about to flare up. However, after taking a look at Su Shui, he forcefully held himself back. He turned around and left. "Big brother, why do you have to do this? You angered Elder Lu like this. You're simply putting our Su family in a state of eternal damnation." Su Shui glared at Su Shan angrily and chased after him. Su Shan was in a fit of anger. He turned around and didn't even look at Su Shui, who ran out. At this moment, a young man in black ran in from outside. "Eldest miss," a black carriage suddenly came from outside. "The person in the carriage said that he's your friend and wants to see you." The young man in black stood at the door and said very respectfully, "I'm not seeing anyone." Su Shan was in a fit of anger. He waved his hand without hesitation and ordered the guest to leave. "Father, wait a moment." Su Jin quickly ran over and looked at the young man in black. Her expression was slightly complicated as she said, "Are there a few cute kittens in the carriage?" "Yes. Eldest miss, how did you know? The young man in black said in astonishment. Those are my friends. Quickly invite them in. Although her mood was very depressed before, at this moment, Su Jin still revealed a happy smile. When she thought of the black carriage, she immediately thought of the blue kitten that she lost. Perhaps this time, the owner of the kitten was here to deliver it to her. Oh, your Su family has brought reinforcements again. No wonder you didn't listen to my suggestion. Elder Lu had just walked out of the door when he suddenly stopped and said in a strange tone. Su Shui was slightly stunned. He turned around and looked at Su Jin. He frowned and asked, little girl, what are you doing? Isn't the house chaotic enough? Second uncle, this is my friend. Please don't meddle in other people's business. Su Jin lowered her eyelids and said rudely. Good. Good. You two, father and daughter, have really steeled your hearts. Su Shui was so angry that he stomped his feet. Hee hee, the Su family is really interesting. Elder Lu looked at Su Shui meaningfully and chuckled softly. Su Shui's face stiffened. He seemed to have thought of something and immediately shut his mouth. Outside the Su residence. At this moment, there was a black carriage quietly parked there. Yi Yin sat outside the carriage with a few kittens of different colors lying beside him. A little interesting, Yi Yin looked at the depths of the Su family. His eyes flickered slightly and revealed an imperceptible expression. Master, do you need me to do something? After all, that little girl was quite nice to me back then. A blue kitten raised its head. There's no need for that. You can just be an ordinary kitten in peace. Yi Yin smiled and said. The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon's body stiffened. He wanted to cry but had no tears. In Master's eyes, this Divine Lord Realm Divine Dragon was actually just an ordinary kitten. The undead celestial silkworm shook its fat body and said with a smile, just be obedient. I want to become a kitten. Master doesn't care. All right. The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon could only agree gloomily. Haha. The big black cat and Mao Bauer looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh in their hearts. Among the cats in the carriage, only Big Black Cat and Mao Bauer were pure cats. One was a nine-tailed spiritual cat and the other was a heavenly spiritual cat. The others were all fakes. Unexpectedly, even the undead celestial silkworm senior with the highest cultivation level wanted to become a cat. It seemed that the Cat Clan's team was getting stronger and stronger. The black-cloaked youth returned. Young master, please come in. The black-cloaked youth said respectfully. Let's go. Yi Yin smiled gently. The big black horse lowered its head and pulled the carriage into the Su family's gate. Although the road was a little high and low, the big black horse was walking on flat ground. The black carriage, under the guidance of the black-cloaked youth, quickly arrived at the courtyard of the meeting hall. What kind of weird combination is this? Elder Lu saw that the carriage was filled with all kinds of cats and birds. There was even a fat white silkworm. The corner of his mouth twitched. He sensed for a moment and found that they were all ordinary pets. He couldn't help but calm down. Seeing the change in Elder Lu's eyes, Yi Yin smiled indifferently. Everything was under his control. After understanding the mystery of the Su family, Yi Yin had already concealed the aura of all the monsters in the carriage. The Su family was the descendant of his eldest disciple, Su Qi. Therefore, Yi Yin was prepared to take action personally this time. Of course, he was a dignified third-level hierarch realm cultivator. Although he had once created a shocking record of killing 7 great star demon kings in the demon realm, in a small place like the Jiangchuan dynasty of the Sunnan continent, Yi Yin wouldn't go overboard and bully the weak. A suitable light punishment would be enough. Therefore, Yi Yin did not want his demonic beasts to take action in this visit to the descendant of his eldest disciple, Su Qi. He wanted to personally help the Su family resolve this crisis. From Yi Yin's point of view, the Su family's crisis was not just the spirit stone mine. There was an even greater crisis that seemed to be quietly brewing. The cultivation that Yi Yin displayed was fixed at the first level of the life and death realm. So your name is Su Jin? Long time no see, little girl. Yi Yin looked at the picturesque girl in colorful clothes and waved his hand with a gentle smile on his face. Su Jin smiled slightly and asked subconsciously, "Brother, how do you know my name? Who on this island doesn't know the eldest daughter of the Su family, Su Jin?" Yi Yin smiled. Su Jin's little face blushed slightly, and then her eyes lit up. She instantly saw the blue kitten on the carriage. "Brother, don't tell me you're here to send me a cat?" Su Jin said in surprise. "That's right, I'm here to send you a cat." Yi Yin smiled gently, grabbed the blue kitten, and threw it over. "Why is my life so bitter?" The blue sea heavenly dragon instantly wailed in its heart. It originally thought that it had escaped from Su Jin's clutches, but it did not expect its master to send it out again. "You'll have to suffer for a few days first. After the matters here are settled, I'll let you go," a voice suddenly resounded in the blue sea heavenly dragon's ears. "I understand, master." The blue sea heavenly dragon was energized and immediately replied happily. "Wow, little blue kitten, long time no see." Su Jin hugged the blue kitten and rubbed its soft little head with her jade-like hands. A doting expression appeared in her eyes. Yi Yin chuckled. Now that everything was settled, all he needed to do was to leave a clone of the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon behind. On one hand, it could protect the Su family. On the other hand, it could ensure that Su Jin's love for cats would not be affected. "Daughter, this life and death young master is actually your friend?" Su Shan stared at his daughter, dumbfounded. After a long while, he finally spat out a sentence. "Yes, this big brother is very good to me. This kitten is so precious, and he gave it to me for free." Su Jin smiled sweetly. "All right." Su Shan's expression froze. He didn't know what to say. Although the white-clothed youth in front of him had a similar cultivation level as him, Su Shan always felt that the other party was much more powerful than him. The extraordinary temperament that the white-clothed young man exuded was like that of an immortal in a painting. It was something that he had never seen before in his life. "Are these the reinforcements your Su family brought?" "He's only at the first layer of life and death realm. He's powerless against the Zhao family." Elder Lu raised his eyebrows and said impolitely. "He's not a reinforcements. This big brother is here to give me a kitten," Su Jin quickly said. She felt that she wasn't particularly familiar with Yi Yun. She definitely couldn't drag this big brother into this muddy water of the Su family. "Since you've given the kitten, then please leave the Su family quickly." Su Shui frowned and immediately issued the expulsion order. "You're the Su family's patriarch?" Yi Yun turned around, looked at Su Shui, and asked indifferently. "The patriarch is my big brother." "Why are you asking this?" Su Shui said angrily. "You're not the patriarch. What qualifications do you have to ask me to lead the Su family? Besides, Su Jin and I are friends. We came from afar. Can't I ask for a cup of tea?" Yi Yin said calmly. Su Shui suddenly felt that his self-esteem was insulted. His face swelled red. "Since that's the case, daughter, bring this young master to the living room to drink tea," Su Shan said to ease the situation. "Yes, father." Su Jin hurriedly agreed and ran near the carriage. Yi Yin got off the carriage and followed Su Jin. After a few steps, he looked back at Elder Lu and said indifferently, "I advise your water dragon gate not to meddle in other people's business." When Elder Lu heard this, he immediately became angry. A little first-level life and death realm cultivator dared to look down on the water dragon gate. Their water dragon gate was a supreme sect of the Jiangchuan dynasty. He himself was a third-level life and death realm cultivator. If he were to deal with this first-level life and death realm youth in white, he could kill him with one slap. However, the youth in white's tone was a bit arrogant. Elder Lu was careful and didn't make a move. "Sir, where do you come from?" Elder Lu asked. "I'm just a rogue cultivator." "Do I look like someone from a large sect?" Yi Yun spread his hands and smiled indifferently. Elder Lu looked up and down at Yi Yun, then at the carriage. It was filled with all kinds of demonic beasts, but none of them had any cultivation. He couldn't help but feel relieved. "Brat, it seems you're also here for the Spirit Stone Mine. I advise you not to be delusional. Hurry up and drink your tea and leave," Elder Lu said in an unfriendly tone. "This Spirit Stone Mine belongs to the Su family. I have no interest in it." Elder Lu, I advise you to lead the Su family to avoid disaster from falling from the sky. Yi Yan smiled. There was a strange expression in his smile. Brat, you dare to threaten me? Elder Lu immediately flew into a rage and grabbed at Yi Yan with his palm. Elder Lu, don't attack. Su Shan was anxious and hurriedly shouted. But Elder Lu was the one with the highest cultivation. At such a close distance, no one could stop him. Yi Yan stretched out a fist and punched towards the incoming palm. Boom, there was a loud noise. Elder Lu raised his palm up high, and a huge force surged over, causing him to retreat continuously. This guy is a demonic beast? Otherwise, how could his physical body be so strong? Elder Lu suppressed the boiling blood in his body and looked at Yi Yan in shock. He finally understood why this person raised a group of demonic beasts. It turned out that he was a demonic beast. The demonic beast's physical body was indeed stronger than that of human cultivators. And if this person was a demonic beast, he must have a great background. He couldn't act rashly. Killing this person could easily trigger the fuse of a war between the human and demonic beasts. You dare to attack me? Yi Yan shouted and suddenly widened his eyes. An extremely small purple rune flashed across his eyes. Elder Lu saw Yi Yan's eyes and suddenly shuddered. For some reason, he actually felt a sense of horror. It was as if the white-clothed youth in front of him was like a demon king who killed without batting an eyelid. The killing intent on the other party was abnormally strong, and he couldn't bear it. A warm stream of water suddenly flowed out from under his leg without warning. Su Shui, who was beside him, immediately smelled a stench. He glanced at Elder Lu's wet pants and immediately turned around. This is too embarrassing. Elder Lu's face turned red. Just as he was about to use his dermic powers to remove the traces, his body suddenly trembled, and another stream of water rushed out. The flowing water intent became extremely ferocious, as if a dam in his body had opened, and he couldn't hold it back anymore. Ah! Elder Lu roared in shame and anger. He rose from the ground and disappeared in midair. Elder Lu was so scared that he peed? Su Shui glanced at Su Shui. The two of them looked at each other in disbelief. Su Shan was also dumbfounded. The two of them had only exchanged one blow. How could Elder Lu lose his composure like that? How could an elder of a paragon-level sect not have any demeanor at all, hundreds of miles away? A green light flashed, and Elder Lu suddenly appeared. Damn it, this is so embarrassing. He was flustered and exasperated. Just as he was about to pee, his body suddenly trembled and he fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, Elder Lu's body was stiff and he was no longer breathing. You deserve to die. Yi Yan, who was following Su Jin all the way to the living room, suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth and revealed a faint smile. Elder Lu could hide it from the Su family for the time being, but how could he hide it from Yi Yan's discerning eyes? Elder Lu of the Water Dragon Gate had long been on the Zhao family's side. As for Su Shui, he had already colluded with the Zhao family. Inside and outside. Su Shan's position as the patriarch was also in danger. After all, the patriarch of the Su family had been in a deep sleep after eating the divine essence longevity fruit. The family lacked a stabilizing force, and Su Shan was alone. The Zhao family took advantage of the situation. This kind of family conflict seems to be very common in history. For the position of the patriarch, they don't hesitate to turn against their brothers. When Yi Yan thought of this, his expression was lonely as he sighed silently. Whether it was Su Shan or Su Shui, they were both descendants of Yi Yan's eldest disciple, Su Qi. As the saying went, both the palm and the back of the hand were meat. That was the logic. When Yi Yan saw that Su Shui had colluded with the enemy to frame his elder brother, he felt a sense of disappointment in his heart. If he killed Su Shui, Yi Yan would feel sorry for Su Qi. However, if he didn't kill him, he couldn't let him off easily. He had to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Yi Yan followed Su Jin to the living room with mixed feelings. Big brother, please have some tea. Su Jin personally served a cup of fragrant tea and handed it to Yi Yan with a smile. Okay. Yi Yan took the tea and took a sip without batting an eyelid. He asked knowingly, what happened to your Su family? Sigh, Su Jin sighed. Her eyes were slightly red and there was a trace of dejection in her watery eyes. Tell me, maybe I can help. Yiyan smiled. Hearing that this life and death realm cultivator was willing to help the Su family, Su Jin was instantly agitated and her breathing quickened. Just now, when Yiyan fought with Elder Lu in the courtyard, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position. It was clear that his battle prowess had already surpassed the first layer of life and death realm. If they had the help of this big brother who came from the demon race, the Su family would have a higher chance of winning. Big brother, it's like this. A few days ago, my Su clan discovered a spirit stone mine in the depths of a certain body of water. The quality is very high. I didn't expect that the Zhao clan would set their eyes on it and insist on occupying the spirit stone mine. Su Jin's eyes were sparkling with tears. She recounted the whole story in a low voice. How high is the quality of the spirit stones? Yiyan asked casually. Big brother, just take a look and you'll know. I've never seen such a high-quality spirit stone in my life. Su Jin flipped her hand and handed over a sparkling and translucent spirit stone. On the surface, this spirit stone looked no different from other spirit stones, but when Yiyan held it in his hand and carefully sensed it, he was a little surprised. This spirit stone actually contained a trace of extremely thin divinity. Holding the spirit stone in his hand, Yiyan's eyes flickered like flames. Spirit stones with divinity, even if it was pitifully thin, would greatly increase the quality of the spirit stone. It would also allow cultivators who absorbed this spirit stone to quickly advance in their cultivation. This spirit stone mine had just been mined and not many people knew about it. In addition, the cultivators of the Xianxia continent didn't know anything about divinity, so this kind of precious spirit stone didn't attract the attention of super sects and above. Although the spirit stone was extremely precious in the Xianxia continent, it couldn't compare to the spirit stones of the Divine Earth. The spirit stones of the Divine Earth contained an abundance of divinity. It was far from being comparable to the spirit stones of this spirit stone mine. This kind of spirit stone has never appeared in the Xianxia continent. Now that it appeared without warning, it means that this spirit stone mine is very mysterious. Yiyan's eyes shone with interest. This trip to the Jiangchuan dynasty wouldn't disappoint him too much. In the original courtyard, Su Shan was still standing there with a worried expression. He didn't know what to do. The Water Dragon Gate's Elder Lu's line was completely broken. Who could help the Su clan now? Big brother, it wasn't easy for me to invite Elder Lu here, but you angered him so much that he left. There's nothing I can do. Su Shui stood to the side with a gloomy expression. He stomped his foot and left in a huff. Su Shui also followed. Only Su Shan was left alone in the courtyard. A gust of wind blew past. The white hair in front of Su Shan's forehead was blown away, revealing deep wrinkles. This old man who had been in charge of the Su clan for many years suddenly squatted on the ground, revealing a deep depression. Let's go see the ancestor. After a long while, Su Shan finally stood up and staggered out of the room. After 7 or 8 turns, he entered a simple and unadorned courtyard. There was a pond in the courtyard with lush green lotus leaves and pure white lotuses in full bloom. Su Shan raised his hand and struck the pond with a spell. Suddenly, all the lotuses disappeared, leaving behind only an azure coffin floating on the water's surface. Around the green coffin, there were 4 small spirit-gathering formations, which were continuously absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Su Shan walked along the water surface to the coffin and looked inside. The coffin's lid was made of translucent crystal. At this moment, a wrinkled old man in azure clothes lay quietly inside with his eyes closed, in a state of deep sleep. The old man's face was rosy, his chest was slightly undulating, and his heart was beating vigorously. Why isn't the ancestor awake yet? It's not the first time the ancestor has consumed the divine vitality longevity fruit. Why did he suddenly fall into a deep sleep this time? Could it be that someone secretly poisoned him? Su Shan muttered to himself. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and his face was filled with shock. Carefully looking at the ancestor in the azure coffin, Su Shan still rejected the possibility of the ancestor being poisoned. The ancestor was only in a state of deep sleep, not like being poisoned at all. Also, the ancestor was already a great cultivator at the 4th level of the life and death realm. He had not eaten or drunk for decades, so how could he be poisoned? Ancestor, the Su clan is facing a huge crisis. If you can hear me, quickly wake up. Holding the coffin with his hand, Su Shan called out affectionately. No matter how he called, the ancestor of the Su clan remained in a state of deep sleep, showing no signs of waking up. After a while, Su Shan gave up. He left the small courtyard and staggered towards the meeting hall. Just as Su Shan left, the ancestor's chest started to move strangely, as if an invisible snake was swimming in his body. I didn't expect that someone would have attacked the Su clan thousands of years ago. Yi Yin drank his tea and took in everything without batting an eyelid. Yi Yin first ruled out the mastermind. After all, Su Qi's descendants did not have the bloodline of the divine dragon, nor did they have a motive for the mastermind to take action. Thousands of years ago, the Su clan's ancestor's body had been tampered with and a small worm was implanted in his body. That small worm was a type of goo called the blood-spiriting goo. It was a very mysterious goo worm. 100,000 years ago, Yi Yin had heard of this goo worm, but he had never seen it before. This was because the sect that raised this blood-spiriting goo was said to have been lost more than 100,000 years ago. But for some reason, Yi Yin actually saw such a blood-spiriting goo on the Su clan's ancestor. Southeast of the Su family's island. 60,000 miles away. There was a huge island. In terms of scale, it was a bit bigger than the Su family's island. The Zhao family, who had caused a huge crisis for the Su family, was the strongest force on this island. Two figures flashed and broke through the sky. The two figures landed in the sky above a courtyard of the Zhao family's mansion. They were Su Shui and Su Shui. In-law, why are you here again? Where is the elder of the Water Dragon Gate? A middle-aged man in a golden robe walked out of the house. He looked at the two of them with a smile on his face and asked with a loud laugh. Brother Zhao, things have changed. Su Shui cupped his fists and said very politely. The middle-aged man in the golden robe was the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Zhogong. He was at the peak of the first level of the life and death realm. He was only at the peak of the 10th level of the fate realm, half a step into the life and death realm. He couldn't be compared to Zhao Zhogong in terms of strength or status. Therefore, Su Shui's attitude was always respectful. What's the change? Zhao Zhogong frowned slightly. That brother of mine, Su Shan, is a stubborn person. He didn't listen to a single one of Elder Lu's suggestions. Originally, after leaving the Su family, Elder Lu would come here. Who would have thought that a white-clothed youth would suddenly come and claim to be Su Jin's friend? Su Shui's expression was respectful as he recounted the entire story. After hearing Su Shui's words, Zhao Zhogong's expression became serious. You suspect it's a demon? It should be. That guy's body is strong enough to take Elder Lu's palm without being injured at all. Su Shui nodded. Just as he finished speaking, a red figure descended from the sky and turned into a handsome young man. This young man in red was Zhao Zhogong's second son, Zhao Hu. 2 sons, 1 dragon and 1 tiger. However, the eldest son's cultivation talent was worse than the second son's. Zhao Hu was now at the 8th level of the Fate realm. In the entire Jiangchuan dynasty, he was also a famous genius. Su Shui, you're here? Looking at Su Shui, Tiger Zhao's face lit up with joy. Brother Hu. Su Shui immediately ran over with a sweet smile. Su Shui was extremely happy to see this pair of talented man and beautiful woman in love with each other. The two children had known each other since they were children and had always been close. Zhao Hu's cultivation was higher than Su Shui's by 2 levels. Now, he and Zhao Zhogong had already privately decided on the marriage of these 2 children. So when he arrived, Zhao Zhogong's family, Su Shui didn't think he was the family's patriarch, so he couldn't be on the same level as Zhao Zhogong. Even though they were in-laws, he was still extremely respectful to Zhao Zhogong. You 2 little fellows, go to the side and have a good talk. Zhao Zhogong waved to Shui and Su Shui. There were only 2 people left in the courtyard. In-law, don't worry. Since I promised to help you become the Su family's patriarch, I, Zhao Zhogong, will definitely keep my word. Zhao Zhogong patted his chest and said. As for that demon youth, I don't think Elder Lu would dare to act rashly. He found an excuse to leave the Su family and should be back at the Water Dragon Gate. Su Shui pondered and said. Brother Zhao, our Su family's old ancestor is now asleep. Our family's top experts have suffered heavy losses. This is a good opportunity for Zhao family to occupy the spirit stone mine. Zhao Zhogong raised his eyebrows and said disapprovingly, I'm not worried about the spirit stone mine. The only thing I don't like right now is that old bastard Su Shan. How about I send 2 life and death realm experts to follow you back to Su family and subdue Su Shan first? Then you can officially become the Su family's patriarch. Then why don't we split into 2 groups? I'll take 2 life and death realm experts to subdue Su Shan first. Brother Zhao will go directly to the spirit stone mine and occupy it first. Su Shui suggested. Alright, Zhao Zhogong nodded and agreed. He sent a telepathic message in a certain direction, and 2 figures immediately descended. You 2 go with Su Shui to Su family and subdue Su Shan first. Zhao Zhogong ordered. Patriarch, I'll go alone. A middle-aged man said with a smile. Can you do it alone? After all, Su Shan is also at the first level of life and death realm. The middle-aged man raised a medicine bottle and said proudly, 9 revolution ambergris. Even life and death realm experts will be subdued by it. I didn't expect you to have such a rare item, Zhao Zhogong said in shock. Su Shui was also shocked. Looking at the small bottle, his heart was in turmoil. 9 revolution ambergris was said to be made from the saliva of some kind of divine dragon and refined 9 times with a special method. Once released, even a half-step eternal realm expert would not be able to resist it. Not only would his body become weak, but he would also lose control of his magic power and become an ordinary person. Okay, then you go with Su Shui to Su family alone. Zhao Zhogong said with relief. Brother Su, let's go. The middle-aged man looked at Su Shui and shook the 9 revolution ambergris in his hand and smiled gently. Okay. Su Shui nodded. The 2 immediately rose into the air and disappeared from the island. Not long after, Su Shui brought the middle-aged man back to Su family again. Big brother, I'm back. Su Shui went directly to the meeting hall. Second brother, why did you invite the people of Zhao family here? Su Shan was slightly stunned when he saw the middle-aged man next to Su Shui. The middle-aged man put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, of course, I'm here to negotiate with clan leader Su on behalf of Zhao family. Negotiate? Su Shan was slightly stunned. Could it be that the Zhao clan had some new plans? Zhao family originally gave Su family a deadline of 3 days. Now that only 1 day had passed, they sent someone to negotiate. Could it be that they were going to be kind? As the weaker party, Su Shan still had a fluke mentality in his heart. In another room, Yi Yan put down the teacup and said lightly, I'm going to help Su family this time. Do you want to talk to your father? Yes, big brother. Su Jin smiled happily and jumped to Yi Yan's side like a happy kitten. She pulled him and was ready to go to the meeting hall. Yi Yan stood up and followed Su Jin out. The 2 halls were not far from each other. It was just a few steps. Second uncle, why did Zhao family's people come early? Didn't we agree on a 3-day deadline? After entering the meeting hall, Su Jin saw Zhao family's people. Her face was a little pale and she knew that something was wrong. He's here to negotiate on behalf of Zhao family, Su Shan hurriedly explained to his daughter. Negotiate? Su Jin was slightly stunned. Why would Zhao family, who clearly had the upper hand, suddenly want to negotiate? This was obviously not in line with the norm. Yi Yan looked at this scene and smiled without batting an eyelid. He smelled a familiar smell. It was the 9-turn ambergris refined with dragon saliva. This kind of smell naturally had no effect on him. At this moment, what's wrong with my body? Suddenly, I can't use my magic power? Su Shan raised his head in shock and looked at the middle-aged man from Zhao family opposite him. What did you do to me? What kind of poison is this? Su Shan shouted. Immediately after, Su Jin's expression changed drastically. My magic power is gone too. Father, this Zhao family is too despicable. Haha. The middle-aged man raised the small bottle in his hand and said proudly to Su Shui, is my 9-turn ambergris good? Haha, as expected of the 9 revolution ambergris. My elder brother is a life and death realm expert, but after inhaling a trace of it, he lost his combat ability. Su Shui laughed and clapped his hands excitedly. A victorious look appeared on his face. Yes, from today onwards, the Su family's patriarch would change. The Su family was going to change. At this moment, the Su family's patriarch would be him, Su Shui. Congratulations, Patriarch Su. The middle-aged man cupped his fists and said politely. We're on the same side. Don't be so polite. Su Shui smiled modestly. After all, the 9 revolution ambergris was the reason why he was able to seize the position so smoothly. Seeing this, Su Shan's face contorted, and his heart began to ache. He never thought that his younger brother would ally with the Zhao family to usurp his position as the patriarch. Su Shui, are you worthy of the Su family's ancestors? Su Shan laughed bitterly as he looked at Su Shui and questioned loudly. Elder brother, what is there to be ashamed of? My surname is Su, and I'm also a descendant of the Su family. My ancestors won't have any objections if I become the patriarch. Su Shui raised his eyebrows and said with conviction. Good. Good. Su Shan was so angry that he couldn't speak. His blood and qi surged in his chest, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Father. Su Jin immediately rushed over and supported Su Shan, who was on the verge of collapse. You're from the demon race, so I won't make things difficult for you. Go back to where you came from and don't get involved in the Su family's mess. Su Shui turned around and looked at Yi Yun with a serious face. After all, he didn't want to have any conflicts with the demon race. After 2 hours of using the 9 revolution ambergris, the magic power in the body would recover. So, as long as he chased this demon race youth away, he would definitely back off. I've already promised Su Jin that I'll help the Su family get through this disaster. Yi Yun didn't think much of it and replied indifferently. You've also been poisoned by the 9 revolution ambergris. You're no match for us now. Since the human race and demon race are in a peaceful relationship, I advise you not to push your luck. Su Shui said loudly. How can a mere 9 revolutions ambergris defeat me? Yi Yun's expression suddenly changed, and he sneered coldly. Bang, without any warning, he flicked his finger and a ray of light shot out. The small bottle in the middle-aged man's hand suddenly exploded. A large amount of 9 revolution ambergris rolled in and instantly filled the entire room. Meanwhile, a tiny purple light flashed in Yi Yun's eyes. Eh? Why is my magic power gone? The first to react was the middle-aged man from the Zhao family. He looked at Yi Yun in shock, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He had clearly taken the antidote, but after inhaling the 9-turn ambergris, he strangely lost control of his mana. How could he not be shocked? He couldn't even control his own 9 revolution ambergris. Now that he had become a powerless cripple, wouldn't he be at the mercy of others? My magic power is also gone. Su Shui was also shocked to discover the huge changes in her body. When she looked at Yi Yun again, her eyes were filled with horror. This demon clan youth. Where did he come from? Why was he not affected by the 9 revolution ambergris at all? Instead, with a turn of his hand, he used the 9 revolution ambergris to suppress her and the middle-aged man from the Zhao family. Whoosh, Yi Yun grabbed with his hand, and all the fragrance of the 9 revolution ambergris in the room suddenly gathered in his hand and turned into a small white ball. Yi Yun took out a small porcelain bottle and placed the small ball inside. Su Jin, this is for you. You might need it in the future. Yi Yun gently tossed the small porcelain bottle to Su Jin. Su Jin suddenly reached out and grabbed the small porcelain bottle. At the same time, her small face was filled with surprise. Brother, my magic power has recovered. Did you help me get rid of the poison of the 9 revolution ambergris? Yi Yun smiled and nodded. Thank you, young master. Su Shan at the side also returned to normal at this time. He immediately cupped his fists and thanked him gratefully. You're welcome. I'll definitely take care of your Su family's matter this time. Yi Yun smiled. Although his voice was very soft, it gave people an unquestionable feeling of power. Su Shan was so excited that he was at a loss for what to do. His face was also flushed red. He never thought that his daughter's trip out to make a friend could actually help the Su family get through this huge crisis. This young master, although he's from the demon clan, he's handsome and powerful. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to my daughter? If that's the case, then I'll do my best to matchmake them. At this moment, a thought suddenly popped up in Su Shan's mind. Once this thought appeared, the way Su Shan looked at Yi Yan changed. It was as if the current Yi Yan had become the son-in-law of the Su family. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. If Yi Yan knew that Su Shan had such thoughts, he would probably vomit a mouthful of old blood. Clan leader Su, you can deal with these two people as you see fit. Yi Yan smiled. All right. Su Shan agreed and strode in front of Su Shui. Big brother, don't blame me, Su Shui lowered his head and said with a face full of shame. Second brother, you've really disappointed me. Su Shan sighed. He raised his hand, paused for a moment, and finally put it down. He sealed Su Shui's cultivation and did not kill him. In the Su family, there's only you and me. If I kill you, I'll never have a brother, Su Shan said with tears flowing down his face. Big brother. I know I'm wrong. I'm willing to accept any punishment. Su Shui suddenly found his conscience. At this moment, he was sobbing silently and tears flowed down his face. Men. Take Su Shui to the prison first and wait for my punishment. Su Shan wiped his tears and shouted towards the outside. Immediately, two young men came in and detained Su Shui. When Yi Yan saw this scene, he was very impressed with Su Shan's magnanimity. At this moment, Su Shan walked in front of the middle-aged man from the Zhao family. His face was gloomy and he did not express his opinion. If he killed this person, he would really have an irreconcilable feud with the Zhao family. Clan leader Su, the Zhao family is nothing to worry about, Yi Yan said with a smile. If he put himself in Su Shan's shoes, he could understand Su Shan's current state of mind. After all, he had not shown Su Shan his true strength. All right. Su Shan did not know where the courage came from. He made up his mind and raised his hand. Su Shan. If you dare to kill me, the Zhao family will annihilate the Su family. The middle-aged man screamed loudly. Bang, when the palm landed, the middle-aged man instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Su Shan killed this man. Looking at the cloud of blood mist falling from the air, Su Shan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His breathing became hurried. Clan leader Su, don't worry. With me here, the Zhao family will not be able to stir up any waves. Looking at the panting Su Shan, Yi Yan smiled faintly and gave him a reassuring pill. Father, the Zhao family has a good relationship with the Water Dragon sect, and the Water Dragon sect is a paragon-level sect, Su Jin said worriedly. She could also see that Yi Yan's big brother from the Yao clan was indeed very strong. Dealing with the Zhao family would not be a problem. But behind the Zhao family was the Water Dragon sect, a paragon-level sect. Could this brother in white deal with them? Don't worry, the Yao clan is not weak, Yi Yan said casually. He even purposely emphasized the word demon. After all, in the entire Cangnan continent, the stronger a human cultivator was, the more afraid they were of the Yao clan. Naturally, he threw out these two words to reassure Su Shan and Su Jin. As for his true identity, Yi Yan did not want to reveal it. After all, too much time had passed. 100,000 years. It was unknown how many generations of Su Qi's descendants they were. There was no need for Yi Yan, the ancestor, to reveal his true identity. Clan leader, bad news. The Zhao family sent a large group of people and has already occupied our spirit stone mine. A man in black covered in blood rushed in. When he saw Su Shan, he immediately knelt on the ground and said hurriedly. What? The Zhao family's troops have already occupied the spirit stone mine. Isn't there still 2 days? Bastards, this bunch of treacherous villains. Hearing the black-clothed young man's report, Su Shan's expression changed greatly. His entire face was distorted with anger, and his heart was extremely furious. Father, this Zhao family is too shameless. Su Jin's little face flushed red as she cursed with a common enemy. Su Shan let out a long sigh and said dejectedly, there are too many life and death realm experts in the Zhao family. Even if our Su family goes now, we won't be their match. Instead, it will only add to our humiliation. Speaking of this, Su Shan lowered his head and said dejectedly, as the saying goes, losing money to avoid disaster. It seems like this spirit stone mine can only be handed over to the Zhao family, Patriarch Su, could it be that you've forgotten about me? Yi Yan chuckled and said. He had been watching coldly from the side, but he didn't expect Su Shan to still ignore him. Perhaps in Su Shan's heart, he didn't want to rely too much on an outsider like him. Young master, I've already troubled you so much. I'm really sorry. Now that the Zhao family has a strong army and many life and death realm experts, I really don't want to drag you down with me. Su Shan let out a long sigh and said bitterly. Su Jin looked at Yi Yun and said with a serious face, Big brother, my father is right. Although losing a spirit stone mine is a bad idea, if it can protect the Su family's safety, it doesn't matter. Patriarch Su, you've already killed a life and death realm expert of the Zhao family. How can the Zhao family spare you? Take me to the spirit stone mine. I'll help your Su family take care of this matter. Yi Yun said with a faint smile with his hands behind his back. Hearing these words, Su Shan was so grateful that he didn't know what to say. Big brother, thank you so much. Su Jin said with tears in her eyes. You're welcome. We're all fated people, Yi Yun said with a smile. Su Shan seemed to have caught something and hurriedly said, My daughter has always been unmarried. If young master doesn't mind, how about? Before Su Shan could finish, Yi Yun's expression changed. With an awkward expression, he coughed and said, Clan leader Su, let's stop this. Su Jin and I are just friends. Su Jin also blushed and was speechless. She didn't think that her father would be so frank and outspoken, actually intending to betroth her to this white-clothed young master. Then, I've misspoken. Su Shan was immediately at a loss as he apologized with a slightly red face. Yi Yun smiled helplessly. This Su Shan's brain was filled with paste. What was he thinking about? Did she think that he was helping the Su family because of Su Jin's beauty? Su Shan, this little fellow, actually wanted to marry his daughter to him. This was simply too preposterous. He was the master of the eldest disciple, Su Qi. In terms of age, he was over 100,000 years old. How could he, the patriarch, fall in love with Su Qi's descendant? If Su Qi were to revive at this moment and hear this, he would definitely slap Su Shan, this descendant, until he couldn't find his bearings. Su Jin raised her head and hurriedly said, Daddy, let's hurry to the spirit stone mine. All right. Su Shan's expression turned cold. He turned around and sent a voice transmission, immediately summoning a man at the second level of the life and death realm. This man was one of the Su family's consecrators. Su Shan naturally had to bring some people to the spirit stone mine. There was no need for ordinary low-end combat strength to follow. After all, the outcome of the Su family and the Zhao family depended on the battle between life and death realm experts. Patriarch Su, I heard that the spirit stone mine has been occupied by the Zhao family. We won't be able to defeat them even if we go. The man cupped his fists the moment he arrived and said with a strange expression. Yi Yun was stunned. This fellow was so afraid of death. After being a consecrator of the Su family for so many years, he actually wanted to desert at the critical moment. In front of Yi Yun, Su Shan was choked by the words of his family's consecrator, which put him on the spot. His expression darkened as he said coldly, Wu Qingxian, you are a consecrator of the Su family. Are you going to run away at this moment? In the face of a great disaster, each of us will fly separately. I won't be a consecrator of the Su family anymore. Wu Qingxian waved his sleeve and flew away. You ingrate. Su Shan was so angry that his whole body trembled. The Su family was facing a great disaster and there was no one in the family who could be of great use. Instead, there was an outsider that his daughter knew who was enthusiastically helping the Su family. Come back. Yi Yun suddenly stretched out his hand and beckoned. Wu Qingxian let out a muffled groan and immediately fell from the sky. You took so many benefits from the Su family and now you want to leave? How can there be someone like you in this world? Yi Yun walked forward with a gloomy expression. He stretched out his hand and slapped Wu Qingxian's face. Instantly, half of his face swelled up, and a red palm print could be seen clearly. Who the hell are you? Wu Qingxian looked at Yi Yun in horror, his eyes filled with disbelief. The other party was only at the first level of life and death realm, and yet he was able to forcefully pull him back from the sky. At the same time, he also set up a restriction so that he could not move. This kind of powerful technique was far beyond that of an ordinary first-level life and death realm cultivator. This seemed to be the strength of a prodigy descendant from a supreme sect. Why would a supreme sect help the Su family? Wu Qingxian's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. Clan leader Su, what's the point of keeping this kind of person alive? Just kill him. Yi Yan looked at Su Shan and smiled indifferently. Su Shan's face was filled with anger. He strode forward and snorted coldly, this kind of despicable person is indeed useless. As he spoke, he raised his hand and slammed it down. Bang, a loud bang was heard. Wu Qingxian, a second-level life and death realm expert, was smashed into a bloody mist by Su Shan's palm. Young master, I'm sorry that there are so many vermin in the Su family. After killing Wu Qingxian, Su Shan seemed to have aged a lot. The wrinkles on his face deepened as he lowered his head and sighed. Let's go. Yi Yan said disapprovingly. Young master, please follow me. Su Shan rose into the sky and flew towards the southwest. Yi Yan and Su Jin followed closely behind. The spiritual stone mine in the water was not too far away from the Su family's island. It would not take long to fly there. Su Shan muttered to himself as he flew, Young master, can you do it alone? After having this thought, Su Shan immediately sent a telepathic message to Su Jin. He wanted her to persuade Yi Yan not to go. After all, the Zhao family had too many people and they were too strong. If he insisted on going there and lost his life, the loss would outweigh the gain. Su Jin understood and gently stroked the blue kitten's head. She looked at Yi Yan and said faintly, Big brother, including the Zhao family's leader, Zhao Zhougong, there are about 5 life and death realm experts in the Zhao family. The old ancestor of the Zhao family is even a 4th-level life and death realm expert. Damn, what nonsense is this girl talking about? Hearing this, the Sea of Jade heavenly dragon could no longer hold it in. How dare they look down on master like this? As a demonic beast of the Shenlong sect, it could not take it anymore. The Sea of Jade heavenly dragon wished it could slap all the people of the Zhao family to death from thousands of miles away. Little girl, are you worried that our master can't defeat the Zhao family? Humph, what a joke. It said angrily. Kitten, you can actually talk? Su Jin looked at the blue kitten in her arms with an astonished expression and stuttered. Can't talk. The Sea of Jade heavenly dragon was shocked and panicked. It immediately stuttered. Master only asked it to be an ordinary kitten. It did not expect it to be unable to hold back and blurt out the wrong words. How should it end? Yi Yan shook his head with an awkward look on his face. Big brother, did this kitten hide its cultivation? Su Jin raised her head and looked at Yi Yan in shock. She suddenly thought of a possibility. This ordinary-looking blue kitten and this white-clothed brother who looked like he was only at 1st-level life and death realm, perhaps, both of them hid their cultivation? Big brother, we'll reach the water area of the Spirit Stone mine in half an hour, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in the air. Su Jin flew against the wind. Her features were picturesque, and her temperament was outstanding. Her colorful clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy who had descended from the 9 heavens. Yi Yan nodded lightly. He was also very interested in the Spirit Stone mine. However, Yi Yan was not in a hurry to open the lid. After killing the 7 star demon kings in the demon world Star Demon Sea, Yi Yan had tasted the loneliness of being invincible. After reflecting on his mistakes, he would not easily use his extraordinary powers now. After signing in for 100,000 years and experiencing unimaginable boredom, he now needed to find some interesting things to dispel the loneliness in his heart. According to Yi Yan's guess, there should be some interesting things in this Spirit Stone mine. At this moment, Su Shan was leading the way. Yi Yan and Su Jin were walking side by side, and this little girl was holding a blue kitten in her arms. At this moment, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was obediently closing its eyes and did not dare to open them again. After being reprimanded by Yi Yan previously, it was scared to death. Although the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon had exposed some information about Yi Yan, it was actually nothing to Yi Yan. Yi Yan used the Sky Disillusionment Eye to erase that small memory from the minds of the two. Therefore, Su Shan and Su Jin did not know Yi Yan's strength now. Su Jin also did not know that the blue kitten in her arms was already a divine dragon of the divine monarch realm. Half an hour later, the 3 of them descended from midair and plunged into the water. After diving for a few thousand meters in the water, they saw a dark riverbed that looked like a black dragon winding in the water. During the diving process, Yi Yan saw all kinds of monsters in the water. However, the aura of the three of them was too strong, and these monsters with low cultivation levels did not dare to approach. That's strange. Where are the people from the Zhao clan? Arriving at the entrance of a pitch-black mine, Su Shan's face was filled with surprise. There are no guards at the door. Could they have retreated? Su Jin also said doubtfully. Yi Yun's eyes flashed. Suddenly, he gently pulled the two of them to the side. Out of nowhere, a large group of water-type demonic beasts gushed out. All of them were at the Fate realm and the Life and Death realm. They rushed into the mine like a torrent. Looking at this scene, Su Shan was dumbfounded. Why are all the demonic beasts rioting? The cultivation of these demonic beasts was extremely high. It was as if they had discussed this beforehand, and all of them entered the mine. Could it be, were they also here for the spirit stones? Thinking that these demonic beasts might fight with the Zhao family, Su Shan felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. There were too many demonic beasts, and the Zhao family might not be able to handle them. If a fierce battle broke out and both sides suffered heavy losses, then they could take back the spirit stone mine without shedding a drop of blood. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Yun looked at the entrance of the mine with a deep gaze and chuckled softly. Okay. Su Shan agreed and led the way in front. Yi Yun and Su Jin followed closely behind. After entering the mine, there was a luminous pearl that emitted a faint light, making the tunnel of the spirit stone mine less gloomy. Get out of the way. Everyone had just flown in the tunnel for more than 10 breaths when they suddenly heard a roar from behind. A huge black demonic beast, like a big fish, quickly swam over. Behind it was a large group of strange-looking demonic beasts. There were at least hundreds of them. The strongest ones were at the first and second layers of the Life and Death realm. The rest were at the Fate realm, and some were at the Nirvana realm. How could it be another army of demonic beasts? Seeing this scene, Su Shan was frightened out of his wits. Just as he was about to dodge, he realized that a white figure was blocking his way. With his hands behind his back, Yi Yun stood in the water of the tunnel and his eyes suddenly turned cold. You guys, don't you understand the principle of first come, first served? A powerful aura suddenly swept over. Those demonic beasts felt a powerful pressure. This pressure also contained a mysterious bloodline suppression power. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright and immediately stopped moving. So you're also a demonic beast. Which force do you belong to? The leading Life and Death realm demonic beast shook his body and turned into a big man in black armor. He cupped his fists and said politely. You little demonic beasts aren't qualified to know my origin. Yi Yun said indifferently. He turned around and gave Su Shan a look. The three of them continued on their way. Huff. Feeling the pressure disappear a little, the big man in black armor let out a long breath. So strong, he muttered to himself. Looking at Yi Yun's back, his eyes revealed an unfathomable expression. After waiting for a moment, he dared to lead his men forward. Unbelievable. Seeing the demonic beasts behind him being so obedient, Su Shan was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. Only now did he realize that this white-robed young master was of noble status. He probably had an extremely high status among the demonic beasts. With just one sentence, he had forced such a large demonic beast army to retreat. It was hard to imagine. Among the demonic beasts, the hierarchy was extremely obvious. Especially the Palace of Cold Blood founded by the demonic beast ancestor. It was the holy land of all demonic beasts in the Tsangnan continent. If the successor of the Palace of Cold Blood walked in this world, no demonic beast would dare to disobey. This young master can't be related to the Palace of Cold Blood, right? Su Shan suddenly had such a thought. But then, he rejected it. The Palace of Cold Blood, that was the holy land of all demonic beasts in the continent. How could there be a successor in a small place like the Jiangchuan dynasty? After flying along the winding tunnel for a while, they finally arrived at the spirit stone mining area after half an incense stick's worth of time. The originally exposed spirit stones had already been mined. An even deeper tunnel led deeper into the ground. My Su family's spirit stones. Su Shan's emotions were slightly out of control. His body trembled slightly as he cried out in grief. Now, a large area of spirit stones had disappeared. Perhaps it was the joint masterpiece of the Zhao family and the demonic beasts. In front of them was a deep tunnel that led straight to the depths of the ground. There were probably more spirit stones inside. Therefore, those demonic beasts and the Zhao family people had not appeared. They should still be digging for spirit stones in the depths of the ground. Yiyan glanced inside. He found that in addition to the Zhao family people in the depths of the ground, there were many demonic beasts. There were many of them, forming dozens of different forces, crazily digging for spirit stones. The spirit stones were disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. These demonic beasts are so eager for spirit stones. It seems that they also know the benefits of spirit stones. Yiyan shook his head and smiled. Su Shan took the lead to enter the deep tunnel. Yiyan and Su Jin also followed. Not long after they left, many demonic beasts rushed out. The burly man in black armor looked inside and laughed heartily. The depths of this tunnel are very spacious, and it's split into many smaller tunnels. I believe that young master won't be able to dig all of them. Everyone, use all of your strength to dig for spirit stones. Okay. The demonic beasts roared and swarmed over. Yiyan and the other two flew in the tunnel for a while. They saw that there was a fission in the tunnel. At first, it changed from 1 tunnel to 3 tunnels, and from 3 tunnels to 9 tunnels. It was constantly increasing. I didn't expect that the more spirit stones we dig underground, the more there are. Seeing this scene, Su Shan's eyes were a little absent-minded. He didn't know whether to be happy or depressed. The reserves of this spirit stone mine had far exceeded his expectations. Therefore, so many demonic beasts and the Zhao family people who came in were now acting separately. It didn't produce the scene he imagined. Father, the situation in the spirit stone mine is out of control now. I'm afraid the Zhao family didn't expect this. Su Jin said bitterly. The Zhao family has been scheming for so long, but these beasts still took the initiative. It's really retribution. Su Shan said with a sneer. Although he didn't get the spirit stones, the Zhao family didn't get much either. With so many powerful beasts pouring in, these beasts were the ones who really profited. Man proposes, God disposes. Patriarch Su, if you don't take action, these spirit stones will be dug out soon. Looking at the busy scene in the depths, Yiyan suddenly said with a smile. Ah, the spirit stone mine is almost dug out? Su Shan immediately reacted and flew over quickly without hesitation. Because there were many branches in the tunnel at the moment, Su Shan only picked 1 tunnel and flew to the deepest part. At this time, in front of them, there was a team of dozens of beasts who were crazily digging out spirit stones. The spirit stone mine in front of them was still very large. These beasts couldn't dig out all of it. Su Shan took a deep breath and took the lead. Like an arrow leaving the bowstring, he dashed forward and grabbed at an empty mining area with his big hand. Life and Death Realm cultivators had extremely strong physical bodies, so it was very easy for them to dig out spirit stones. On the road of Tsungnan, digging spirit stones could only be regarded as ordinary hard work. It was done by some cultivators with low cultivation. Now that it was replaced by a great cultivator of Life and Death Realm, the efficiency naturally doubled. Su Jin also joined in the digging of spirit stones with a taut face. Seeing the father and daughter digging spirit stones in a race against time, Yiyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. He didn't interfere and just stood quietly behind the two of them. Dozens of feet away, in the dark space, there were about dozens of beasts who were crazily digging spirit stones. A black snake, half of its body coiled, was constantly digging spirit stones with its hard tail. Its upper body suddenly turned into a human form. It looked in the direction of Su Shan and laughed. Haha, isn't this the patriarch of the Su family? You actually came to dig spirit stones in person? So what? Su Shan lowered his head and ignored him. This was because he knew that there were too many people digging for spirit stones. If he didn't speed up, there wouldn't even be any soup left. Clan leader Su, you're such a fool. Why didn't you dig out such a high-quality spirit stone mine earlier? In the end, you let so many of us benefit. The black snake laughed out loud. Its laughter caused the other demonic beasts to laugh as well. Shut up. Yiyan snorted coldly. This voice seemed to carry the supreme majesty of the heavens, striking the soul of the black snake. In an instant, it felt a cold killing intent. So strong. Why do I feel a powerful bloodline suppression? The black snake's heart skipped a beat. It was so scared that its face turned ashen. It immediately lay on the ground. Senior, spare my life. It hurriedly opened its mouth to beg for mercy. As for the other demonic beasts, they also felt an invisible pressure. One by one, they lay on the ground and begged for mercy. If you want to live, then hand over all the spirit stones you've mined to clan leader Su. Yiyan said indifferently. Yes, senior. The black snake immediately agreed. Next, as if to show off, it actually summoned 2 clones to mine the spirit stones at the same time. The other demonic beasts also worked hard to mine the spirit stones. They were afraid that they would be killed. Hiss, seeing this, Su Shan and Su Jin sucked in a breath of cold air. In Su Shan's heart, he increasingly felt that this white-robed man's status in the demon clan was unfathomable. With the help of this group of demonic beasts, the speed and efficiency of mining the spirit stones increased greatly. Yiyan nodded in satisfaction. These small demons did not have any bloodline. He only needed to release a little bit of the divine dragon's aura to suppress them. In ancient times, the dragon clan dominated the entire Sungnan continent. Many of the scaly clans in the water worshipped the dragon clan as gods. This kind of memory in the bones was passed down through the bloodline. After being in a daze for a few seconds, Su Shan came to his senses and continued to mine the spirit stones. As the excavation progressed, the tunnel rapidly expanded into the depths of the ground. 2 hours later, almost all the people and demonic beasts who were mining the spirit stones gathered together. At this moment, all the spirit stones had been excavated. Many demonic beasts and human cultivators gathered in a large empty tunnel. In front of everyone, there was a thin and long spirit stone pillar that extended into a constantly boiling void. The boiling void was like boiling water, making gurgling sounds, giving off an extremely strange feeling. This is a space seal. After breaking it, there must be a large number of spirit stones inside. Zhao Jiogong couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the boiling void excitedly with his hands behind his back. He could tell at a glance that this space seal could not be broken by the Zhao clan alone. He was afraid that all the forces of the demon clan would have to be gathered together. This despicable person. Su Jin stood behind the tall figures of the demonic beasts and looked at the high and mighty Zhao Jiogong as she scolded softly. No need to scold him. This time, he miscalculated and I think he won't have a good ending in the future, Yiyan chuckled at the side. Su Jin smiled charmingly and stroked the blue kitten with one hand. She whispered, Big brother, look at the kitten in my arms. It's very quiet and has been sleeping, yes, it's very obedient. Yiyan chuckled and said with a deep meaning behind his words. The ocean heavenly dragon was also very depressed. It closed its eyes and dared not speak. After all, it had been warned by its master before and had become obedient. Su Shan had been looking at the boiling void in front of him. His eyes flashed constantly as if he was trying to guess what was inside. Behind this space seal, there must be a better spirit stone mine. Brothers, this time we're going to be rich. What are we waiting for? Let's break the space seal and dig for the spirit stones inside. There were many demonic beasts in the tunnel, and they were making a lot of noise, making the space inside very noisy. Friends of the demon clan, behind the space seal, there must be a large number of high-quality spirit stones. Why don't we work together to break it? Zhao Jiogong suddenly said loudly. All right. A third-level life and death realm demonic beast man immediately agreed. His attitude immediately gained the approval of all the demonic beasts. Next, everyone concentrated their firepower and began to launch fierce attacks at the boiling space seal. Boom, a series of powerful attacks fell into the boiling void, causing a series of loud booms. An incense stick's worth of time passed. There were still no changes to the space seal, and it was still emitting bubbling sounds like boiling water. Yiyan faintly smiled. A faint trace of divinity was slowly being released from the space seal. This piqued his interest. It seemed that there must be a very interesting place behind the space seal. Could it be a god from some divine land? Yi Yan's imagination ran wild. Surnamed Su, why aren't you joining? Zhao Jiogong suddenly noticed Su Shan and called out loudly. Humph. Su Shan coldly snorted. Although he hated the Zhao family, he still joined the ranks of the demonic beasts attacking the space seal. After all, he also wanted to know what was behind the space seal. Everyone took action, including Su Jin, a Heaven's Mandate realm cultivator. The only one who did not take action was Yi Yun. Boom, after attacking for a while, the space seal still did not break. Brother from the demon clan, why don't you hurry up and take action? A burly demon clan man suddenly shouted at Yi Yun. Okay. Yi Yun smiled gently and also joined the large group of people. The space seal could not be broken unless one was in the eternal realm. If he did not take action, these little guys would not be able to break the space seal in a year and a half. Boom, all the light attacks hit the space seal, and with a loud bang, the boiling space seal disappeared, and a huge black hole suddenly appeared in front of everyone. An ancient and desolate aura rushed out. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Go. Dig for spirit stones. It was not known who shouted, but everyone gathered into a vast torrent, majestically rushing into the black hole. Yi Yun followed behind and also entered the black hole. He looked around, looking at all kinds of strange things in the distance with deep eyes, and could not help but show a look of shock on his face. Isn't this the Sumi Dark World? Yi Yun said in surprise. In Yi Yun's eyes, the small world behind the cave was not big. It was not as big as the ancient land of the underworld. The reason why Yi Yun could tell at a glance that this was the dark Sumi realm was because at the end of this small world, he saw a towering black mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a large prison, and there was a black dragon locked inside. This was a dark divine dragon, and its bloodline was very pure. Prison, dark divine dragon. In addition, there were dense and undulating mountains in this small world, showing different colors. It was clearly formed from the corpses of dead gods and dragons. Back then in the dark Sumi realm, the great void divine dragon led the dragon clan and fought a great battle against the army of gods that invaded the dark Sumi realm. There were many who fell from both sides. Most of them were scattered in different fragment worlds of the dark Sumi realm. Through the above clues, Yi Yun could naturally determine that this was a fragment world of the dark Sumi realm. The one locked in the prison was the dark divine dragon, the younger brother of the dark dragon king in the Cloud Scar Grotto heaven. The geographical location of this place was almost exactly the same as the Dragon Cave ancient map. In other words, this map was originally leaked out from this small world. The black dragon in the prison suddenly raised his head and looked at the entrance from afar. A look of disappointment flashed across the depths of his eyes as the flood formed by the demon clan and the human clan rushed into the small world. Sigh, the black dragon sighed deeply, its eyes lonely, without a trace of surprise. Too weak. What the hell are these people? They're just a bunch of mobs. The black dragon complained unwillingly, then suddenly curled up, lying on the ground and closed its eyes. Its heart was tired. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, the seal was broken, but the person who should have come did not come. What is this place? The spiritual energy in this small world is so rich. Many demons, as well as Zhao Zhogong and the others, looked at this strange small world with a shocked expression. In the distance, there were mountains, one after another, rolling up and down, overlapping each other. It was a shocking sight, completely different from a normal mountain range. The colors of the mountains were also very colorful. It was truly a sight to behold. Even though there aren't any spirit stones here, this place is probably a remnant from the ancient era. There's bound to be countless fortuitous encounters here. Zhao Zhogong's eyes flashed as he looked at the mountain range in the distance. He saw through the clues at a glance. At this time, an old man from the demon clan also stood out. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he observed the mountain range in the distance. He said slowly, "If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid this is the remains of the battle between the ancient gods and the dragon clan." What? The remains of the battle between the ancient gods and the dragons? Upon hearing this news, everyone was in an uproar. In ancient times, the dragon clan and god spirits were powerful existences above the true god realm. If they had fallen, then there would be many unimaginable opportunities hidden in the ruins. Not only would there be the arch-weapons, there might even be divine weapons, divine-level weapons or treasures. At the thought of the various possibilities, everyone's blood began to boil, and their hearts began to beat wildly. Even their breathing became hurried. Those high-quality spirit stones from before had already been thrown to the back of everyone's minds. This is really unbelievable. There's actually an ancient ruin in the waters of my Su family. Looking at all of this, Su Shan had a complicated expression as he muttered to himself. Ever since he entered the tunnel of the spirit stone mine, from the moment he encountered those demonic beasts, Su Shan felt that everything he encountered was so difficult to fathom. It was like a dream or a fantasy. It was as if there was a big hand of fate that kept giving everyone unimaginable surprises. Big brother, what do you think of this small world? Su Jin asked quietly. What the old man from the demon clan said is true. This is indeed the ancient ruin of the battle between the ancient gods and the dragon clan. Yi Yan smiled faintly. Hiss, Su Jin also sucked in a breath of cold air and looked excited. Even the legendary 10 major immortal lands in the Tsangnan continent could not compare to this ancient ruin. While the two of them were talking, some impatient demon clan members had already rushed to the mountain range in the distance. Young master, shall we also set off? Su Shan turned around and looked at Yi Yan very respectfully. Yi Yan nodded. He was not in a hurry to enter the prison and release the dark divine dragon. Anyway, that guy had been imprisoned for millions of years and was still alive. It did not matter if they waited for another 2 days. The three of them followed the team of demon clan members and quickly flew to the mountain range in front of them. TSK, these mountains are so huge. They should be the corpses of the ancient gods and divine dragons after they died. It's really hard to imagine their cultivation when they were alive. The old man from the demon clan strolled in the void, his eyes flickering like flames as he exclaimed in admiration. There's a weapon over there. It seems to be an axe. On the other side, a demon clan member shouted loudly. Everyone hurriedly looked in that direction. Indeed, there was a bright silver axe stuck diagonally in a mountain stream. Whoosh whoosh, several figures immediately rushed over, trying to snatch the bright silver axe. The first was a burly demon clan member at the first level of the life and death realm. He was the fastest. Just as he grabbed the silver axe suddenly turned into powder and fell through the gaps between his fingers. His body suddenly stiffened, and he looked at his palm in disbelief. This weapon had actually turned into powder. What kind of power could be so powerful that it could disintegrate a weapon? What bad luck! The burly demon clan member resentfully withdrew his hand, and his face revealed an angry expression. This place is a little strange. Everyone should be more careful. Seeing this scene, the old man from the demon clan said in a deep voice. Strange, how did that weapon turn into powder? Su Jin frowned and muttered to herself. Yi Yan was well aware of this, but he did not intend to say it out loud. He only smiled slightly. This small world was probably affected by the power of the ancient void dragon. Although it was very weak, the weapons and even the corpses of some ancient gods were affected by the power of the void. Therefore, even if it was an indestructible weapon or treasure, if the grade was not high enough, it would not be able to maintain its normal state. This prison should be the area at the edge of the battlefield. Lin Yan muttered to himself. Yi Yan came to this conclusion in his heart. Swoosh swoosh, some of the demon clan members descended from the sky and began to excavate the mountain range. They felt that since this mountain range was formed by ancient gods and the dragon clan, the rocks in the mountain range would naturally be extraordinary. Bang, a demon clan member's hard and sharp claw was forcefully sent flying. Wow, it's so hard. That demon clan member's claw was in pain and he quickly retracted it. Fellow demon clan members, since these mountains were formed by the bodies of ancient gods and the dragon clan, even after millions of years, they are still extremely hard. If your cultivation is not high enough, then don't even think about it, the old man from the demon clan kindly reminded them. After that, he led a group of demon clan members and quickly flew forward. Many demon clan members resentfully withdrew their hands. These mountains were so hard that it was obvious that they were treasures. Unfortunately, they were not fated to have them. What kind of flower is that? It's so bright and blooming, and it's releasing so much spiritual chi. It's obviously not an ordinary flower. The old man from the demon clan's eyes suddenly lit up. He turned into a flash of light and suddenly charged forward. In a low-lying area of the valley, a small red flower was blooming. It was bright red, as if it was formed by the blood of an ancient god. Yi Yan glanced over and his gaze fell on the little red flower. He could not help but smile. According to the legends from 100,000 years ago, this was the flower of God. Born from the blood of fallen gods, it was an extremely high-quality divine medicine. It could be used to refine all kinds of pills and had a wide range of applicability. 100,000 years ago, the flower of God was an extremely rare thing. If an eternal rank force encountered a flower of God, they would most likely fight for it. At this moment, Yi Yan gently waved his hand, and the bright red flower of life disappeared into the kernel. The next moment, the little red flower appeared in Yi Yan's hand. Strange. Could it be that this flower knows some kind of escape technique? As soon as the demon race old man landed in the call, he found that the flower was gone and could not help but be shocked. He stood in the call and released his divine sense, constantly searching for it with an extremely serious expression. The group of demons that he brought with him also landed and began to search everywhere. Su Jin, this is the flower of God. Keep it well. Yi Yan smiled and handed the red flower to Su Jin. Big brother, this is too precious? Su Jin's face was slightly red. She seemed to be at a loss and did not dare to accept it. Su Shan's eyes lit up. This young master in white actually gave his daughter a flower. He must have liked his daughter, so he did this. It seemed that he would have to play matchmaker in the future. Take it. This flower of God has a total of 9 petals. You can pick 1 petal each time you refine pills. If you are breaking through the life and death realm, you can take 1 petal directly. It will make it easy for you to break through, Yi Yan explained with a smile. Oh, thank you, big brother. After receiving the red flower of God, Su Jin's little face blushed and she stuttered for a moment. Daughter, the young master is showing his appreciation. Quickly take it. Su Shan was the most experienced and quickly persuaded Su Jin to take it. After all, Yi Yan's technique was extremely magical. No one noticed it. He let his daughter take the opportunity to put away the flower of God so that it would not attract the demon race's attention. Su Jin understood and immediately put it into her storage ring. Sigh. This old man's luck is really too bad. Looks like I have to be faster next time. I can't give it a chance to escape. In the distance, the monster race elder could not find the flower of God spirits. He stomped his feet and pounded his chest. He was so angry that his beard stood up. After venting his anger, he continued to fly forward with his people. After all, this small world was extremely large, and there were many opportunities waiting for them in the distance. Not long after, the demon clan forces began to split up into different groups and flew off in different directions. The same went for the Zhao family. This ancient era's ruins was very big. Everyone had to spread out to get a better harvest. Perhaps someone would be lucky enough to obtain an emperor weapon or a divine weapon. Then, they would be rich. Let's go as well, Yi Yan smiled and took the lead to fly forward. Su Shan and Su Jin followed closely behind. Arriving at these ruins, Yi Yan naturally did not need to lead the way. Everything was done according to his heart. Although he was flying with the father and daughter of the Su family, Yi Yan's enormous consciousness had been paying attention to these dozens of factions. As for the flower of God spirits, Yi Yan did not want them to obtain it. These life and death realm and fate realm demons did not deserve to have a divine medicine that even eternal level sects would fight for. Even if they had it, it would bring about a fatal disaster. Therefore, once someone discovered the flower of God spirits, they would discover that the flower of God spirits had strangely disappeared as soon as it landed. This made countless people stomp their feet and pound their chests. This was especially so for the monster race elder. When he saw several flower of God spirits disappear before his eyes, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was old and shrewd. Although he did not know the name of this flower of God spirits, he knew that this red flower was definitely a supreme divine medicine. After Yi Yan received these flower of God spirits that had disappeared in the distance, he secretly gave them to Su Jin. The Su family was the descendant of his eldest disciple, Su Qi. Yi Yan had come to take care of the Su family's descendants. These flower of God spirits were just a small appetizer. Before Yi Yan left, he would naturally give the Su family a rich gift. Big brother, I can't accept any more flower of God spirits. I've already received more than 10. They're too precious. Su Jin's heart was beating wildly. Her beautiful face was abnormally red, like a shy lotus flower. Under Yi Yan's constant gifts, Su Jin finally couldn't take it anymore. Yi Yan spread out his hands and smiled casually. Even if you can't finish these flower of God spirits, you can still give it to your descendants. These words were very explicit. Su Jin's face was flushed red, and she was speechless. It seems that this young master is really interested in my daughter. He's even considering his descendants. Su Shan chuckled as he thought to himself. Although this white-robed young master was a demon, his status was noble and his strength was unfathomable. Just now, from so far away, he was able to pick the flower of God spirits from the hands of so many great demons. Just this ability alone was enough to see the young master's strength. If the young master could marry into the Su family, he would naturally be more than happy. With the demon race as a powerful back mountain, in the entire Jiangchuan dynasty, even a supreme sect like the Water Dragon Gate wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Yi Yan still didn't know Su Shan's thoughts. If he knew, he would probably die of embarrassment. Since the demon race and the Zhao family people were exploring in front, Yi Yan and the other two flew at a leisurely pace. Until now, no emperor or deity-level weapons or magic treasures had appeared. Occasionally, there would be emperor-level weapons that didn't turn into powder. Yi Yan didn't interfere and just let them be. In the sky above the Su family's island, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and several powerful life and death cultivators appeared. It's here. A fifth-level life and death black-robed old man raised his eyebrows and immediately landed. Sigh, Elder Lu really died here. When he saw the tragic corpse in the forest, the black-robed old man's eyes couldn't help but reveal a monstrous killing intent. Who has the guts to do this? Who dares to kill an elder of my Water Dragon Gate? The black-robed old man glared, the fury in his heart erupting like a volcano. Kacha Kacha, a powerful chi flow instantly pushed down the forest in 100 li. Could it be the Su family? A person nearby said. How could the Su family have the strength? Moreover, does the Su family have the guts? The black-robed old man coldly snorted. His powerful spiritual sense swept over and found that the Su family head wasn't in the mansion. He once again looked into the distance and found that the experts of the Zhao family had also come out in full force. The Su and Zhao family heads aren't on the island. Could it be that they went to the Spirit Stone mine? A person nearby said. The black-robed old man frowned. He waved his hand and collected Elder Lu's corpse. With a solemn expression, he said, it should be. That Spirit Stone mine has caused the two families to fight over it. It seems that the quality is indeed extraordinary. Let's go take a look, all right. Everyone agreed and rose into the air one after another, flying towards the water area of the Spirit Stone mine. After entering the water, everyone dove down, but was surprised to find that the Spirit Stones had already been dug out. What's going on? The black-robed old man's face was gloomy. His intuition told him that this matter was very fishy. Everyone didn't stop. They followed the tunnel all the way to the depths of the earth and finally found a huge mysterious black hole. The black-robed old man stood at the entrance and glanced inside. Immediately, his face revealed a huge shock. There was actually an ancient small world hidden in the depths of the Spirit Stone mine. Elder Qi, quickly return to the sect and report this matter to the sect master. I'll take some people and go explore this ancient ruin. The black-robed old man coldly ordered and led a few life and death experts into the black hole. Another first-layer life and death expert went in the opposite direction. He followed the tunnel out of the water and went straight to the Water Dragon Gate. Someone else is coming? Yi Yan casually raised his eyebrows. His divine sense naturally detected several people at the entrance. After seeing their clothes, Yi Yan roughly understood that they were from the Water Dragon Gate. They were very similar to Elder Lu. For a small Water Dragon Gate, Yi Yan naturally didn't care. He still casually led the Su family's father and daughter forward. One of the demon clan's forces suddenly stopped in the middle of their flight. A life and death realm great demon looked down and said in shock, how could there be a straw hut in the valley? Could it be that someone lived there? Another great demon's face suddenly jumped. He looked around and said with some lingering fear. As soon as he said this, it immediately caused a commotion among the demon race forces. Could it be that there were gods or dragons that survived in the ancient ruins? If so, then how terrifying was the other party's cultivation? No one, it was a false alarm. The great demon leader released his divine sense and carefully scanned the area. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Could they have gone out? Another great demon frowned and said. It shouldn't be. People who can survive in the ancient ruins are at least eternal realm great cultivators. Even if we all came here together, we wouldn't be a match for them, the great demon leader shook his head and said. The other demons saw that his analysis was reasonable and nodded in agreement. Since the straw hut had no value, the demons whistled past. The three figures quickly flew to the sky above the valley. Looking at the straw hut, Yiyan's face changed. What kind of people lived here? The other party only built a simple straw hut and didn't seem to have lived here for long. Yiyan landed in front of the straw hut and pushed the door open. Su Shan and Su Jin also followed in. The straw hut wasn't big. There was a single wooden bed, a desk, and a stool. There was a brush, ink, and paper on the desk, but it was covered in dust. Whoosh, Yiyan walked to the front of the desk and gently waved his sleeves. A gust of wind blew, and the thick dust on the drawing paper disappeared. A long ancient painting suddenly entered the eyes of the three people. This? Yiyan sucked in a breath of cold air. His handsome face was filled with incomparable shock. This ancient painting depicted a young man dressed in white with his hands behind his back. He raised his head and looked at the sky, giving off a lonely feeling of invincibility. Without a doubt, the only thing that could cause such a drastic change in Yiyan's expression was naturally the figure in the ancient painting, his own back. Father, why do I feel that the back view of the man in this ancient painting is similar to Big Brother's? Su Jin blinked her eyes and looked behind Yiyan. Then, she compared the back view in front of her and said in surprise. They do look alike, Su Shan said solemnly. He actually wanted to say that it was 100% similar, but on second thought, it wasn't quite appropriate, so he could only say it ambiguously. Hee hee. It's just similar. Yiyan smiled and said casually. After saying that, Yiyan's expression calmed down and his eyes deepened. A huge thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Who was it that drew his back view? Regarding this painting, other than the famous painter, only Yiyan could recognize that this back view was his own. That white robe was the same one that Yiyan wore 100,000 years ago. It was exactly the same, without any difference. This back view was so lifelike that it almost outlined his temperament. It must be someone who was familiar with him who had such skill. Could it be the mastermind behind this? A bold thought suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart. The mastermind behind this had done a lot of mystifying things. Perhaps in this ancient ruin, they had also set up a backup plan to deal with him. Thinking of this, Yiyan's lips curled into a smile. He stretched out his hand and put away the ancient painting. Let's go, there's no opportunity worth looking for here. Yiyan turned around and smiled at Su Jin. He pushed open the door and walked out. The two of them hurriedly followed him out. The three of them continued to fly into the depths of this small world. All the god spirit flowers in this small world disappeared almost as soon as someone discovered them. The flowers of God quietly passed through Yiyan's hands and finally fell into Su Jin's storage ring. Su Shan and Su Jin were extremely shocked by Yiyan's ability to steal the sky and replace the sun. They didn't know what to say for a while after receiving so many flowers of God. Perhaps this is the betrothal gift that young master secretly sent? Su Shan could only comfort himself like this in his heart. However, this betrothal gift was really too expensive. If this was known by outsiders, the Su family would become the target of public criticism and would have no foothold in the entire Jiangchuan dynasty. Perhaps even the super sects would make a move on the Su family. Just as Su Shan's heart was feeling weak and a series of thoughts appeared in his mind. In the depths of the Shumi dark world, in the underground prison of the towering mountain, the curled-up black dragon suddenly opened its eyes. This was drawn by that little girl. The person in the painting was her sweetheart, but it was taken away by that guy. Damn it! The black dragon muttered to itself, its eyes filled with anger. however, it was trapped in the prison. Even if it reached the Divine King realm, it couldn't get out of this prison. Around it, there were black pillars in all four directions. These pillars were thick and solid, with a diameter of several feet. They were 100 feet apart from each other, and the surface was inscribed with very powerful sealing runes. If it didn't have the key, it would never be able to get out in this lifetime. I should think of a way to attract those people and then snatch the ancient painting. While I'm at it, I'll also have some fun. The black dragon's eyes turned and instantly had an idea. Buzz, the dragon's body trembled slightly and a white light surged. In an instant, its entire body turned into the form of a spirit stone. It turned into a spirit stone dragon. From afar, it looked like a dragon spirit stone mine made of high-quality spirit stones. These sparkling spirit stones emitted a dense divine aura. If someone saw it, they would definitely be unable to resist rushing in. The prison of the Shumi dark world has a flaw. True immortal realm and above can't enter, but there's no restriction for those below the true immortal realm. I presume that the original designer didn't think that some life and death and heaven's fate realm guys would come in. A soft voice echoed from the depths of the prison. The black dragon's tone was filled with pride. It crawled on the ground, emitting a sparkling radiance of spirit chi, illuminating the dark space around it. The black dragon was calmly waiting for those forces to enter this side of the world. Of course, its main target was Yiyun, who had taken away the ancient painting. Yiyun was still oblivious at this moment. He didn't think that the little black dragon he wanted to save would dig such a hole for him. Emperor weapon. I found an emperor weapon. In the sky above a black mountain range, a life and death great beast roared. He held a black longsword in his hand and roared excitedly at the sky. The other great demons in the team also roared excitedly. Yiyun saw this scene from afar and shook his head with a smile. He stretched out his hand and the black emperor sword suddenly broke free from the great beast's hand and soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. Clan head Su, you can leave this sword behind. Yiyun lightly waved his hand and grabbed a black emperor sword from the void, handing it over to Su Shan. This is an emperor's sword? Su Shan looked at the black sword in Yiyun's hand with difficulty, his eyes filled with disbelief. Although millions of years had passed, this sword was still sharp, as if it had not been affected by the passage of time. The sword was as black as ink, thick and heavy, and the blade was extremely sharp. It constantly emitted a powerful killing intent, causing people to be intimidated. Young master, this sword is too precious. I can't accept it. Taking a deep breath, Su Shan shook his head with difficulty. He was not the kind of person who did not know what was good for him. This young master had helped the Su family too much along the way. Now, he was going to give him an emperor's sword. No matter how thick-skinned Su Shan was, he was too embarrassed to accept it. Yiyun chuckled and threw the sword over. It's just an emperor's weapon. Take it. Seeing the black sword flying over, Su Shan's expression was flustered. He clumsily grabbed the sword hilt with both hands. At this moment, his face was flushed red, and his heart was thumping. This was an emperor's sword. In the entire Jianchuan dynasty, this kind of emperor's weapon only stayed in some legends. Now, such an invincible emperor's sword was in his hand. Holding the emperor's sword, Su Shan's eyes became dreamy. He felt as if he was dreaming. He could not tell whether it was reality or illusion. It was as if at this moment, he felt invincible. Seeing Su Shan lose his composure, Yiyun chuckled. This black sword was still affected by the void power of the ancient void dragon, and its quality had dropped by a lot. Now, it was barely maintained at Emperor's low grade. If it was a little longer, it would probably fall to Emperor's level. Father, quickly put the sword away. Feeling someone flying over from behind, Su Jin came to her senses and hurriedly reminded. Oh, right. Su Shan's eyes regained clarity. Just as he was about to put the sword away, whoosh, a few figures broke through the air. A powerful pressure instantly locked onto the three of them. So strong. As if a mountain was pressing down on her, Su Jin's little face flushed red, and she found it difficult to breathe. The newcomers were all at life and death realm, and were exceptionally powerful. Su Shan, right? This sword. Where did it come from? The leader of the black-clothed old man's gaze landed on the black greatsword in Su Shan's hand. His gaze immediately became heated. It was actually an emperor sword. It was simply too shocking. Even the Water Dragon Gate didn't have an emperor-grade sword like this. In the sect, there was only one mid-grade emperor-level sword. This time, the black-clothed old man had led a few experts from the sect into this small world. Naturally, he wanted to obtain a supreme opportunity. Now, when he saw the emperor sword in Su Shan's hands, he was immediately tempted. Water Dragon Gate. Su Shan sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw the appearances and clothes of the old men in front of him. His face was filled with shock. The imposing black-clothed elder looked very familiar. He was famous in the entire Jiangchuan dynasty. This black-clothed old man was the hall master of the law enforcement hall of the supreme sect, Han Jianglong, a fifth-layer life and death realm expert. His subordinates were also from the law enforcement hall of the Water Dragon Gate, and their cultivation bases were all at least at the second layer of life and death realm. Although there were only 5 or 6 of them, this was a high-end battle force that no one dared to provoke in this small world. The Water Dragon Gate's position was too high. No matter who it was, if they wanted to fight with these people, they would have to first weigh their own strength and see if they could afford to provoke a supreme sect. Looking at the experts of the Water Dragon Gate, Su Shan's hand holding the sword slightly trembled, and his expression became unsightly. The Water Dragon Gate was a supreme sect, and he really couldn't afford to provoke them. You're just a small Su family head, how could you have the qualifications to have an emperor weapon? Hurry up and give it to me. I can take it as a sign of your Su family's allegiance to our Water Dragon Gate. Han Jianglong raised his eyebrows and said sternly. Su Shan hesitated. Father, you can't give this sword. Su Jin whispered from the side. Su Shan's face revealed a difficult expression. This emperor sword was indeed very precious. If it wasn't given to the Water Dragon Gate, the 3 of them would be in danger. In Su Shan's eyes, Yi Yun was only at the first layer of life and death realm, so he shouldn't be a match for the experts of the Water Dragon Gate. If he insisted on not handing over the Emperor's sword and angered the experts of the Water Dragon Gate, the 3 of them would be in danger. Right now, Su Shan was in a dilemma. He didn't want to hand over the sword, but he also didn't want the 3 of them to be surrounded and killed by the experts of the Water Dragon Gate. If it was just the 2 of them, then it would be fine. But if the white-clothed young master who had helped the Su family so much was added into the mix, Su Shan wouldn't be able to face his conscience. Yi Yun saw through Su Shan's thoughts and smiled disapprovingly. He didn't want to be a burden to others, but also wanted to escape unscathed. How could there be such a wonderful thing in this world, of course? For Yi Yun, perhaps this could be achieved. Yi Yun's thoughts moved, and the black sword in Su Shan's hand flew up with a buzz, breaking through the air and flying into the distance. Why did the Emperor sword run away? Chase. The experts of the Water Dragon Gate were stunned at first, but then reacted and chased after the black light without stopping. Feeling the emptiness in his hand, Su Shan looked at the Emperor sword in the distance. His heart was incomparably disappointed, and his face revealed a depressed expression. An invincible Emperor sword flew away from his hand just like that. It was truly too heart-wrenching. Could it be that my Su family's qualifications are insufficient, and my fortune is shallow, causing the Emperor sword to feel disdain? Su Shan's eyes lost focus as he muttered to himself. At this moment, his face was twisted. It could be seen that the Emperor sword flying away on its own made him feel very pained. Seeing her father's depression, Su Jin's mood was also very low. Seeing the father and daughter's expressions, Yi Yun, this old ancestor, couldn't help but feel a little funny. If the Su family didn't have the qualifications to possess an emperor weapon, then there weren't many people in the world who had the qualifications to possess one. Su family head, I heard some people say that your Su family's qualifications are extremely profound, and that there have been extraordinary people in the past, Yi Yun said with a deep smile. Young master, don't comfort me. When has there been any extraordinary people in our Su family? Su Shan said with a bitter smile. That Emperor sword, it was me who made it fly away. Yi Yun didn't continue to entangle with Su Shan on this issue, and directly told Su Shan the truth. It was young master's doing. Su Shan's face was filled with shock, and then he came to his senses. He immediately shook his head and bitterly smiled. His face was red, and he was dumbstruck, unable to say another word. Big brother, what kind of divine ability did you use to be able to control an emperor sword so freely? Sujin asked with a face full of shock. A small divine ability passed down from my ancestors, Yi Yan lightly smiled. He turned around and looked into the distance. That black light quickly fell near the group of beasts that had discovered the emperor sword. Haha, the emperor sword is back. The life and death great demon was very excited and immediately grabbed the sword. Several figures broke through the air. How dare you beasts, how can we let you touch the emperor sword of our water dragon gate? The black-robed old man's anger erupted like a volcano. He roared and attacked the great beast without holding back. Bullsh *T. This is clearly my emperor sword, how did it become your water dragon gates? The life and death realm beast flew into a rage and charged at the black-robed old man Han Jianglong with the emperor sword. In an instant, several experts from the water dragon gate began to fight with this group of beasts. Boom! Boom! Loud sounds of battle resounded in all directions. Many people saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but be shocked. Although the emperor sword was full of temptation for many factions, they didn't rush over to join the fight. Since this small world was the site of the battle between the ancient god spirit and the dragon race, there might be even more emperor weapons and divine weapons waiting for them somewhere. So, they couldn't lose the big picture for the small. It's really a dog biting dog. Su Shan looked at the fierce battle in the distance and laughed. The beast race had always been strong, even the water dragon gate experts couldn't make them submit. At worst, it would cause a real battle between the Jiangchuan dynasty's supreme sex and the beast race. No one was afraid of the other. For an emperor weapon, so what if they fought to the death? Yi Yan saw this and smiled. He said, let them fight to the death first. In the end, I'll take all the emperor weapons and even the divine weapons and give them to the Su clan. Young master, your words are too serious, you think too highly of our Su clan. Su Shan said, flattered. Big brother, with your divine ability, I'm sure none of the emperor weapons or divine weapons can escape from your hands. But, I want to know, why are you so good to us? Su Jin's heart was moved by Yi Yan's words. Her eyes were brimming with tears, making people feel pity for her. Because we're friends. Yi Yan smiled and repeated the word friends. This was also his excuse. He couldn't say in front of these two juniors that he was the master of the Su clan's ancestors, could he? That would be too frightening. Moreover, Yi Yan didn't want to reveal his identity. Anyone in the Jiangchuan dynasty who had seen his face would eventually have their memories erased by Yi Yan's supreme divine ability. The father and daughter of the Su family were no exception. Perhaps, Yi Yan would be especially merciful and leave a different version of herself in the memories of the father and daughter of the Su family. Yi Yan would naturally not be stingy towards the descendants of his old friends. He would definitely give them sufficient resources. However, he would not absorb these people into the Shenlong sect, nor would he keep them by his side. After all, it had been hundreds of generations, and these people were already used to their way of life. Yi Yan didn't need to break this peace. In other words, different people had different ways of living. It was also impossible for him to be a creator and put all the descendants of his old friends into that small world. In this way, it was equivalent to killing the lives of these descendants. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. That was the logic behind it. How could Yi Yan, the ancestor, take care of these descendants generation after generation? Friend, Su Jin murmured these two words. On her beautiful little face, no one knew what she was thinking, but there was a delicate blush. My daughter has finally come to her senses. Su Shan patted his thigh excitedly and laughed secretly. This mysterious young man in white had an amazing background and had been helping the Su family all the way. If he didn't like his daughter, Su Jin, there was no reason. The more Su Shan looked at Yi Yan, the more he liked him, as if he was looking at his son-in-law. However, he didn't make it clear. In his plan, when they got out of this small world and everything was stable, he would bring up the marriage of these two people. Su Shan believed that as long as he made such a request, both Yi Yan and Su Jin would definitely agree at the same time. Seeing Su Jin blushing and looking like she was in love for the first time, Yi Yan was speechless for a while. It was over. It seemed that this little girl misunderstood the word friend. After all, Yiyan was full of ups and downs, so he didn't care about this kind of thing happening. A misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. When he left the Jianchuan dynasty, Su Jin's memory would naturally change, and a certain experience would naturally disappear. At that time, the misunderstanding would vanish like smoke. Yiyan looked into the distance, his eyes jumping like flames, and his face changed slightly. It was at this point that he caught sight of the darkness heavenly dragon in the form of a spirit stone. What was this little black dragon doing? Why did it suddenly turn into a spirit stone mine? Could it be that there was some shady business going on? Yiyan's interest was aroused. He suddenly realized that this black dragon might have been locked up for too long. Now that it saw so many creatures break in, it wanted to lead them into the prison. And that prison seemed to be extremely sturdy and indestructible, but for those creatures in the life and death realm, it might not have any effect. After all, millions of years ago, this prison imprisoned divine dragons. Divine dragons were at least in the eternal realm, and most were in the true immortal realm. Therefore, the dragons who built this prison might have overlooked a point, that is, creatures under the true immortal realm could enter. In any case, once they entered, they wouldn't be of any help. Thinking of this, Yiyan felt relieved. Yiyan didn't want to expose this black dragon's mischievous nature. In any case, all the factions would eventually explore the vicinity of the Black Mountain. Then, whatever happened would happen. I'll satisfy this little black dragon's mischievous wish. Yiyan thought of this and said to the Su father and daughter, "Let the water dragon gate and the beast race fight to the death. We'll go ahead and take a look. Who knows, maybe an emperor weapon will appear, okay?" Su Shan nodded. He had long been in awe of Yiyan's wondrous manipulation ability. So he wasn't worried that the emperor's sword would end up in the outside world. The three continued to fly forward. Some of the beast race saw the three and showed a curious expression. The three flew all the way, turning a blind eye to the opportunities in the ancient ruins. It was as if they were sightseeing. It was puzzling. Another emperor's sword has appeared? Yiyan's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself. He stretched out his hand and beckoned in the air. A silver emperor's sword drilled out of the air and instantly appeared in Yiyan's hand. Hiss, seeing this wondrous ability again, the Su father and daughter sucked in a breath of cold air. They were so shocked they couldn't speak. This young master's ability was heaven-defying. If this continued, none of the emperor weapons in the ancient ruins would fall into the hands of others. Another god spirit flower? Yiyan laughed again. He waved his other hand and grabbed a red god spirit flower from the void. "I'll give this sword to clan leader Su for safekeeping. Su Jin will keep the god spirit flower." Yiyan chuckled and tossed the flower and sword to the two. Su Shan hurriedly stretched out his hands and carefully received the emperor's sword. He didn't even have time to examine it for fear of a third party appearing. He hurriedly put the emperor's sword into his storage ring. Boom! After Su Shan's storage ring stored the emperor's sword, it instantly exploded with a loud bang. Ah? What's going on? Su Shan looked at the scene in front of him in shock, not knowing what to do. "Clan leader Su, the grade of your storage ring is too low. It can't contain this emperor's sword. I happen to have 2 storage rings here. Why don't I give them to the 2 of you?" Yiyan said with a smile and immediately threw out 2 storage rings. 2 rays of light flashed and disappeared. As the light faded, 2 storage rings with restrained divine light appeared in front of Su Shan and Su Jin. Su Shan looked at the items scattered around and was a little anxious. He quickly grabbed the storage ring and injected magic power into it to quickly refine it. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the scattered items, including the emperor's sword. Huff, Su Shan took a deep breath, and only then did his heart calm down. It was the first time he saw a storage ring explode. And the cause of all this was actually an emperor's sword. Emperor-grade treasured swords only existed in legends, so he didn't know that there was such a thing. "Brother, what grade is this storage ring?" Su Jin grabbed the storage ring and asked with a shocked face. "Emperor grade," Yiyan said with a smile. "What? An emperor grade storage ring?" Su Jin exclaimed and looked at Yiyan in disbelief. She was so excited that her heart was beating wildly. "It was passed down from my ancestors. I just happen to have a few extra, so I'll give them to you." Yi Yan said with a smile. Brother, isn't this gift too expensive? Su Jin's eyes reddened and tears flowed out of her eyes. At that time in the Netherworld Empire, the two of them had just met by chance. Su Jin didn't expect this brother in white to treat her so well. Su Jin was so touched that she couldn't repay him. At this moment, she actually had the thought of marrying him. You don't have to be so courteous with me. There are so many storage rings that I don't have any use for them. Yi Yan waved his hand casually and then flew forward. Su Jin wiped her tears when she saw her brother in white being so carefree. Suddenly, her tears turned into laughter. Daughter, it seems that this young master really likes you. Why don't I ask him for your hand in marriage after we get out of this ancient ruin? Su Shan came over and whispered sneakily. He used a voice transmission, and was naturally afraid that the powerful Yi Yan would hear him. This big brother is so good to my Su family. Even if I were to devote myself to you, I'm afraid it would be difficult to repay this kindness. Su Jin blushed, lowered her head and said in a low voice. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the player involved. Your old man saw it clearly from the side. This white-robed young master really likes you. Su Shan said with a smile. Oh. Su Jin blushed. Her head was almost touching Bo Tao's chest. She was so emotional that she couldn't speak anymore. Let's go, young master is still waiting in front. Seeing his daughter acting like a little girl, Su Shan laughed and immediately flew over with Su Jin. Although the two of them used voice transmission to communicate, how could they hide from Yi Yan's divine ability? Good heavens, this brat Su Shan actually has such thoughts. I really didn't expect this. You actually dared to do such a thing to me, your ancestor. Yi Yan thought with a look of embarrassment. Su Jin was an outstanding beauty and could be called a peerless beauty. However, Yi Yan's heart was as still as water. Naturally, it was impossible for him to have any thoughts about her. Moreover, the difference in seniority between the two of them was too big. When he thought of seniority in Yi Yan's mind, he suddenly thought of a special woman. 100,000 years ago, there was a girl who came out of nowhere. She was called the Massacre Empress. Her combat strength was terrifying and she killed people as if they were her life. She once ran rampant in the Sunnan continent and killed many experts. Even an eternal-level sect would have a headache dealing with this unpredictable slaughter empress. At that time, Yi Yan was the #1 expert in the Eternal Realm and was in the limelight. Naturally, it was inevitable that he would fight with the Massacre Empress. The result of the battle was naturally Yi Yan's victory. However, he didn't expect that the Massacre Empress would fall in love with him. Although the name of the Massacre Empress was terrifying, she had an excellent temperament, a beautiful face, and jade-like skin. Compared to all of Yi Yan's confidants, she was a little bit better. In the beginning, Yi Yan was also a little tempted. However, when he learned that the Massacre Empress was tens of thousands of years older than him, Yi Yan immediately wanted to retreat. She was just like an old witch. She was definitely an old cow eating young grass. Yi Yan was unhappy at that time. He had so many confidants, there was no need for him to feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Yi Yan tried his best to distance himself from the Massacre Empress at that time. The Massacre Empress was furious. She thought of all kinds of ways to capture Yi Yan and suppress him in the palace. Yi Yan fought with her again. In the end, he won. Because of some old friendship, Yi Yan didn't kill her. Instead, he sealed the Massacre Empress. 100,000 years had passed since then. The Empress of Slaughter had probably vanished into thin air in the passage of time. Thinking of the absurd things he did 100,000 years ago, Yi Yan now felt that they were all the actions of a young man. After all, he had been in his early 20s at that time. As the sect master of the Divine Dragon sect, an eternal ranked sect, he was invincible throughout the entire continent. Naturally, he was a little arrogant and had many close female friends. As the various factions of the monster race continued to explore the depths of the ancient ruins, many people came across some opportunities. However, it was strange. Once they discovered an emperor-grade weapon or magic treasure, they would suddenly escape into the void and disappear. It was almost the same as the scene of the red flower disappearing. As the saying goes, it's not strange. Slowly, everyone became accustomed to it. In their hearts, they had long since accepted their fate. They all believed that emperor-rank weapons weren't something they could possess. A few hours later, almost all of the factions had searched the depths of the ancient ruins, near the Black Mountain. Is this a prison? The water dragon gate's Han Jianlong stood in front of a pitch-black door. He glanced inside and spoke in a low voice. From the looks of it, it should be. Why don't we go in and take a look first? An elder from the demon clan said. All right. Han Jianlong nodded. The Black Emperor sword from before had naturally fallen into the hands of the water dragon gate after a series of fights. Now that they'd explored the ancient ruins to the end, they naturally couldn't let go of this huge prison. Perhaps there would be some opportunities inside. Han Jianlong and the old monster were the strongest cultivators of both the human and monster races. So when the two of them came to an agreement, the others had no objections. After the water dragon gate's experts and the old monsters group entered, the other factions also walked through the black door. Yi Yun and the other two followed behind and flew in leisurely. After everyone entered the prison, they flew for a while. Suddenly, there was a flash of silver light in front of them. The spiritual energy was oppressive. A huge silver dragon spirit stone mine appeared in the prison formed by many black pillars. Zhao Jiugong, who was standing in the crowd, suddenly widened his eyes. He said in shock, "What kind of spirit stone is this? Why is the quality higher than the spirit stones outside?" Zhao Jiugong, take out the spirit stones you obtained outside. Let this old man examine them. Han Jianlong turned his head and said. Yes. Zhao Jiugong's expression was stern. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. He took out a large piece of spirit stone and handed it over to the water dragon gate expert. The quality of the spirit stone is indeed very high, but the spirit stones from the dragon spirit stone mine should be even higher. After some examination, Han Jianlong said in a low voice. Let's go. This spirit stone mine isn't small. Right now, both the human race and the monster race have many experts. How many spirit stones we can obtain will depend on our own abilities. The demon race elder looked at Han Jianlong and said with a solemn expression. All right. Han Jianlong pondered for a moment and immediately agreed. The monster race's influence in the Jiangchuan dynasty was extremely large. For tens of thousands of years, the two sides had always been relatively harmonious. The chances of a large-scale war happening were very low. Since the old monster said so, he couldn't refute. Otherwise, he would also be attacked by the crowd. Everyone would rely on their own abilities and take what they needed. Instead, it was the best way for the various major forces to balance out the situation. Charge. A life-and-death great monster in a small group had an irascible temperament. Hearing the two's agreement, he immediately roared and led his subordinates in. The others were not willing to fall behind. They rushed to be the first to turn into a torrent and enter the prison formed by many black pillars. Rushing into the prison, the dragon-shaped spirit stone mine emitted a torrential wave of spiritual energy that surged towards the crowd. Hiss! What a powerful spiritual energy! Someone exclaimed. Hurry up and dig! Someone roared and rushed towards the dragon-shaped spirit stone mine. Su Shan was also affected by the crowd's enthusiasm. Looking at his daughter, he said, "This is a rare opportunity. Let's go dig up some spirit stones." Okay. Su Jin said excitedly. The two of them were about to rush over when Yi Yun pulled them back. This place is a bit strange. Don't worry, let's wait and see. Yi Yun said with a smile. Strange? Hearing Yi Yun's words, Su Shan was startled. As if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, he calmed down. He immediately stopped moving obediently, as did Su Jin. At that moment, several greater demons rushed to the mouth of the dragon-shaped spirit stone mine. Just as they were about to extend their sharp claws and dig out some spirit stones. All of a sudden, the ground began to shake. A black light flashed and the dragon-shaped spirit stone mine transformed into a huge black dragon. The black dragon opened its mouth and swallowed the greater demons. Crunch! Crunch! The black dragon chewed a few times until its mouth was full of blood, then swallowed. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone at the scene was stunned. So it wasn't a dragon-shaped spirit stone mine. Instead, it was a living black divine dragon. Humph. It's too disgusting. These creatures from millions of years later have no taste at all. The black dragon slowly moved its body and raised its huge head. It looked down at all the demons and humans. An enormous pressure was exerted on everyone, causing them to be unable to move. What is this black dragon's cultivation? Witnessing this terrifying scene, Zhao Jiugong was so frightened that he wanted to cry. In his entire life, he had never felt such a powerful pressure descend upon his body. Han Jianlong of the Water Dragon Gate was also pale and sweating profusely. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that what was inside the prison was not a spirit stone mine, but a living divine dragon. This dragon god had been imprisoned in this place since the ancient era until the present. Just how strong was it, Han Jianlong didn't dare to imagine. Their Water Dragon Gate also had a water-type divine dragon with astonishing strength, surpassing the sect master and grand elders. It was also the Water Dragon Gate's greatest trump card. If the Water Dragon of the Water Dragon Gate were to be compared to this black dragon, it would be like comparing the earth to the sky. The difference between the clouds and the mud was enormous. Honorable Lord Dragon God, I come from a supreme sect, the Water Dragon Gate. Our sect worships the Dragon God and worships the Dragon God. My Water Dragon Gate clan is willing to serve Lord Dragon God as king. Han Jianlong suddenly knelt on the ground and said loudly and sincerely. His words shocked all of the demon race. This guy was too shameless. Seeing a powerful dragon, he wanted to take it to the Water Dragon Gate? We demons are also willing to honor Lord Dragon God as our king. When the demon clan elder saw this, he knelt down without hesitation to express his submission. The black dragon froze. He didn't think that both the humans and demons would want him to be king. It was like the sun rose from the west, he didn't think this would happen. Turning his head, the black dragon looked in another direction. He found that some human cultivators were still standing and didn't seem to want to kneel. These human cultivators were divided into two groups. One group was Yi Yun, Su Shan, and Su Jin. The other group was led by Zhao Jiugong from the Zhao clan. Zhao Jiugong was scared silly and didn't kneel as the Water Dragon Gate did. You puny humans dare not kneel in front of this king? You must be tired of living. It seems you want this king to eat you? The black dragon looked in the direction of Yi Yun and the others and sneered. He still remembered that this guy took the little girl's painting. Now that the situation here was under its control and no one could get out of the prison, it naturally wanted to take back the painting first. As for eating the humans and demons here, that was secondary. After all, eating these weak creatures wouldn't increase its cultivation base at all. It was just to satisfy its cravings. Eat us? Yi Yun shrugged and pointed in another direction. Let's eat them first. I'm not in a hurry to eat them. The direction Yi Yun pointed in was the direction of the Zhao clan. You have some guts. You don't panic when you see this king. How surprising, the black dragon looked at Yi Yun with a trace of shock in his eyes. All the living beings present, whether they were humans or demons, were extremely respectful towards it. Their expressions were filled with fear. But this white-clothed youth didn't seem to care at all, as if he didn't exist. This made the black dragon feel that Yi Yun was different. This difference gave him an indescribable sense of novelty. Don't eat me, Dragon King. Zhao Jiugong saw that Yi Yun was causing trouble and immediately knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. The members of the Zhao family knelt down in a flurry. Yi Yun fanned the flames from the side and said with a smile, Let's eat, Lord Dragon King. You can eat them first and then eat us after you're done. Young master, what are you planning? Su Shan's body trembled. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Su Jin's little face was pale. Her body was so cold that she couldn't speak. She was only at the fate state. Under the black dragon's pressure, she felt even more uncomfortable. Haha, you're really interesting. Then this king will do as you wish. The black dragon looked up to the sky and laughed. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and a black light rushed out, sucking all of the Zhao clan members into its mouth. Crunch, crunch, it violently chewed a few times, until it was dripping with blood. Dark red blood flowed down from the corner of its mouth. Seeing the black dragon eat people without even blinking, all of the nearby beasts and water dragon gate members trembled in fear. Some of the more cowardly ones even wet their pants. This black dragon was too ferocious. No wonder it was locked in this prison. Gulp, the black dragon chewed up the Zhao clan members and swallowed them in one gulp. Then, it shifted its cold gaze in the direction of Yi Yun and the other two. How satisfying. The Zhao clan was completely annihilated. But soon, it will be our turn to die. Su Shan looked at the black dragon, his heart filled with fear. Su Jin's body was also trembling. She held the blue kitten in her arms. At this moment, she raised her head and glanced at the black dragon. This dragon senior is so strong. Is he a hierarch? The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon thought to himself. Now, it's my turn to eat you. Black Dragon gave a sinister smile, his black dragon eyes releasing a tidal wave of killing intent. You're a half-step divine king. What's the point of eating us life and death experts? Yi Yun took a step forward and said indifferently with his hands behind his back. What? The black dragon was shocked. How could this puny life and death expert see through its cultivation at a glance? This was completely impossible. It was a half-step divine king dragon. Even a hierarch divine earth spirit would find it difficult to see through its cultivation. Half-step divine king realm, what kind of realm was that? A huge question appeared in the hearts of everyone in the prison. That realm was unheard of. What was the background of that young man in white? How could he shock the black dragon to this extent with just one sentence? Who are you? The black dragon squinted his eyes and stared at Yi Yun. Although this guy gave him a weak feeling, he was definitely not an ordinary person since he could see through his realm with just one glance. In his heart, he instantly guessed that this young man in white was most likely from the Divine Land. He must be some big shot from the Divine Land who had disguised himself as a level 1 life and Death Realm cultivator and entered the prison to assassinate him. For a moment, the black dragon was so nervous that the dragon scales on his body stood up. His aura became even more ferocious. At this moment, the powerful aura caused everyone to faint. Except for Su Shan and Su Jin, who were under the protection of Yi Yun. Of course I'm here to save you. Yi Yun smiled gently and a black key suddenly appeared in his hand. This key naturally came from the Black Dragon King who had died in the Cloud Scar Cave. What? The black dragon's pupils shrank as he stared at the key in Yi Yun's hand. Once again, he was shocked. This key was the key to open the prison. But hadn't the key always been in his brother's hands? How could it be in the hands of this young man in white? You must be a deity king from the Divine Land, right? Did you kill my brother? The black dragon's eyes turned red as he asked emotionally. If I killed your brother, would you still be alive? Yi Yun smiled. This? The black dragon took a deep breath and his expression dimmed. The words of the mysterious young man in white made some sense. His brother was one of the 8 great black dragon kings, a divine king realm expert. If this young man in white really had the ability to kill his brother, then his half-step divine king realm cultivation was pitifully weak in his eyes. Black Dragon's mood instantly fell from the sky to the bottom of the valley. Sparkling and translucent tears suddenly flowed out of those pitch-black eyes. Although it had long had a premonition that its brother was no longer alive, it still could not suppress the intense grief in its heart when it heard the white-clothed young man's words. This poor little dragon, seeing the sorrowful black dragon, Yi Yun also sighed. At that moment, a tiny rune flashed across his eyes. Su Shan and Su Jin, the father and daughter pair, were immediately stunned. Yi Yun did not want the two of them to know what happened next. Therefore, he temporarily blocked the 5 senses of the father and daughter. It made them feel like they were in an illusion. Sir, what exactly are you doing? The black dragon saw some clues and asked doubtfully. Wang, Yi Yun's body moved slightly and immediately released Zhu Long's aura. A massive aura pressed down, causing the black dragon's body to tremble as it looked at Yi Yun in disbelief. Lord Zhu Long? How can you be Lord Zhu Long? It said loudly. Impudent. Yi Yun raised his eyebrows and released Zhu Long's aura again. The powerful pressure from the bloodline immediately made the divine black dragon submit. It turned into a black-clothed young man and fell from the sky, throwing itself at Yi Yun's feet. Greetings, Lord Zhu Long. The divine black dragon kowtowed continuously and said with a fervent and respectful expression. Get up. You have been locked in this place for too long. I am here this time to rescue you, Yiyan said. He flipped his palm and a green pearl appeared in his hand. A green light swept out and turned into several huge black dragons. Greetings, Lord Zulong. The black dragon kings immediately transformed into their human forms and knelt at Yiyan's feet when they saw Yiyan. Lord Black Dragon Kings, so none of you are dead? The divine black dragon said with a shocked expression. Yes. The first black dragon king said in a deep voice, it's all thanks to Lord Zulong for rescuing us from the ancient star graveyard. Alright, you guys go back first. We will catch up later. I have some things to ask this little dragon. Yiyan ordered. Yes, Lord. The black dragon kings quickly agreed. The green pearl in Yiyan's hand released a green light again and sucked the black dragon kings into it. That's great, the divine black dragon king became extremely excited when he saw the black dragon kings. He stood on the spot and danced with joy, looking a little comical. Let me ask you, this ancient painting. Who exactly painted it? Yiyan raised his hand and took out the ancient rune painting from the straw hut. This ancient painting, the divine black dragon hesitated for a moment and quickly said, it was drawn by a beautiful young lady. A beautiful young lady? Yiyan was slightly taken aback, and a few beautiful figures suddenly appeared in his mind. Who was it that was able to enter the dark summer world? Lord Zulong, this young lady looks like this, the divine black dragon said with a smile. Then, he used his magic power to condense an illusory beautiful figure in the void. Yiyan glanced over and his face was immediately filled with astonishment. This beautiful figure was actually Cloud Sky. Yiyan originally thought that it would be the mysterious Nangong Yu, but he did not expect it to be Yun Xiao. Could it be that Yun Xiao came here before she went to the Divine Land? When did she enter this small world of the Dark Meru realm? Yiyan asked. About 60,000 years ago, the divine black dragon thought for a moment and said in a deliberative tone. Are you sure? It's not 70,000 years ago? Yiyan raised his eyebrows and asked. Lord Ancestral Gragon, I don't think I'm wrong. This little girl should have entered this world more than 68,000 years ago, the divine black dragon said with a solemn face. Yes. Yiyan nodded and his face became solemn. The divine black dragon's words should not be false. Moreover, it was already a half-step divine king and was not sick or suffering from any disaster. Naturally, it would not be dizzy and lose track of time. Yun Xiao clearly left the Sungnan continent 70,000 years ago and entered the Divine Land. Then, she was taken to the Supreme Emotion Palace. How could she have returned to the Sungnan continent 68,000 years ago? Yiyan muttered to himself with a frown on his face. Yun Xiao's strange appearance this time was indeed unbelievable. Why did she return? How did she know that there was a fragment of the Dark Meru realm here? He thought silently for a moment. Yiyan asked again, when you saw her, what was her cultivation level? Not high. Only level 6 of the Eternal Realm. The Divine Black Dragon answered honestly. Level 6 of the Eternal Realm? How is that possible? Yiyan's expression changed greatly and his eyes suddenly became cold. Yun Xiao had broken through to the true God realm 70,000 years ago and walked through the ancient road to heaven. How could Yun Xiao's cultivation level have fallen to level 6 of the Eternal Realm 68,000 years ago? This was completely illogical. Plop, the dark divine dragon knelt on the ground again and said solemnly, Lord Zulong, I'm really not lying. I understand. Yiyan nodded gently, and the coldness on his face lessened a little. The dark divine dragon naturally wouldn't lie in front of him, but this 6th level Eternal Realm Yun Xiao, who was she? Could it be Nangong Yu in disguise? Do you think she used any transformation techniques at that time? Yiyan asked. She didn't use any transformation techniques. This girl's true form is a 5 elements true dragon. As a member of the dragon clan, I felt very close to her. The dark divine dragon recalled the events from more than 60,000 years ago and felt very close to her. He said with a smile. Yiyan nodded silently. Yun Xiao was the ancestor of all demons. Very few people in the Sungnan continent knew her true form. That's right, Yun Xiao was also a member of the dragon clan. Moreover, Xianxia had a very rare dragon clan bloodline, the five elements true dragon. Back then, Xianxia liked to follow Yiyan. In addition to Yiyan's charm, there was a more important reason, the dragon clan bloodline between the two of them. This kind of bloodline would resonate and create a mysterious attraction between the two of them. Although the five elements true dragon couldn't be compared to the 10 super divine dragons, it was still considered a high-level divine dragon among the billions of dragons. In ancient times, the five elements true dragon was also a famous existence. Lord Zulong, at that time, I saw that this girl's origin was severely damaged, so I gave her some of my blood and taught her a set of cultivation techniques, the dark divine dragon said, minding his own business. Her origin was severely damaged? Hearing the dark divine dragon's words, Yiyan frowned again. There was no doubt that Xianxia, who had the body of a five elements true dragon, was definitely not Nangongyu. However, how could Xianxia's origin be so severely damaged? What exactly happened? A while ago in the Supreme Emotion Palace, Yiyan didn't find any signs of Xianxia's origin being damaged. Yes, Lord Zulong. Her origin was severely damaged, and she was sickly as if she couldn't live for long. The dark divine dragon said gloomily. Yiyan nodded silently. He did not blame the dark divine dragon for giving Xianxia ordinary blood instead of heart blood essence. After all, Xianxia was only at level 6 of the Eternal Realm at that time. She could not accept the blood essence of a half-step Divine King Realm expert like Dark Divine Dragon. Giving some blood was enough for Xianxia to absorb. However, Cloud Sky was a five elements true dragon, and its origins came from the five elements. The Darkness Divine Dragon's blood contained the power of darkness, so it could not truly make up for the loss of Cloudsky's five elements origins. That was why the Dark Divine Dragon taught her a cultivation technique. Yiyan was rather impressed by the Dark Divine Dragon's actions. What cultivation technique did you impart? Yiyan asked casually. Lord Zulong, it's his own dragonization art. The Dark Divine Dragon flipped his hand and respectfully handed over an ancient bronze plate. Yiyan grabbed the bronze piece and placed it in front of his eyes to observe. Yiyan's expression turned grim after he finished reading the manual. Where did you get this cultivation technique from? Yiyan asked. Millions of years ago, I accidentally obtained this bronze plate in an ancient deep pool. Only then did I discover that it was an ancient cultivation technique. After obtaining this cultivation technique, I offered it to Lord Dark Divine Dragon, but was scolded by Lord Dark Divine Dragon. He said that I had ulterior motives, so he locked me in this prison. The Dark Divine Dragon said dejectedly. It's not wrong for him to scold you. Yiyan gently stroked the bronze plate and smiled faintly. Yes, I didn't understand it at that time. However, in these millions of years, in the prison, I've finally comprehended this cultivation method. Although this cultivation technique is beneficial to the longevity of the Dragon Clan, it will actually thin out the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. It's really a cultivation technique that will end one's bloodline. The Dark Divine Dragon sighed. That's right. Although this cultivation method can allow the dragon race to live a second life, it actually comes at the cost of weakening their bloodline. This is no small matter for the dragon race. It's no wonder that the Dark Sky Dragon locked you up here. Yiyan nodded. Lord Zulong, I really deserve it. The Dark Divine Dragon knelt on the ground again and cried bitterly. Get up. You gave this cultivation technique to Xianxia and saved her life. I don't blame you. Yiyan said softly. With a wave of his sleeve, a wave of magic power swept out and helped the Dark Divine Dragon up. The Dark Divine Dragon's approach was not wrong. At that time, Xianxia's origin was seriously damaged and would not live for long. If she did not cultivate his dragon transformation art, it would be impossible for her to survive. If she cultivated it, it was possible for her to live a second life. How long has Xianxia been here? Yiyan said indifferently as he surveyed his surroundings. His mood was incomparably lonely. She stayed in the straw hut for about 100 years before leaving. Before she left, she said that she would find a way to rescue me, the Dark Divine Dragon said. Yiyan took out the Dragon Cave ancient map and silently glanced at it. He was now almost certain that this map was circulated by Xianxia. Perhaps Xianxia felt that she could not live a second life, So she circulated this map so that the capable later generations could enter this small fragment world of the Dark Mirror realm and rescue the Dark Divine Dragon. This idea was very simple, but it was also a little ridiculous. Xianxia probably did not know the true cultivation level of the Dark Divine Dragon from the beginning to the end. The seal outside is also Xianxia's masterpiece, right? Yiyan looked in the direction of the entrance and asked in an ethereal voice. Yes, Lord Zulong, the Dark Divine Dragon replied respectfully. I understand, Yiyan said softly. At this moment, his chest was a little stuffy. He had already understood the cause and effect of everything. He also understood why this little black dragon had been punished by the Dark Celestial Dragon and locked up in prison. The cause was this dragon transformation art that was written on the ancient bronze piece. This cultivation art was of a very high grade. According to Yiyan's judgment, it had already reached the divine realm. Although the bronze piece had appeared in the hidden dragon continent in ancient times, Yiyan guessed that it might have been secretly done by the gods of the divine land. You've been stuck in the half-step divine king realm for a long time. The next time we go to the divine land, I'll help you break through to the divine king realm. Yiyan looked at the dark divine dragon and said. Thank you, Lord Zulong. The dark divine dragon said happily. You should return to this small world first and have a good chat with the Black Dragon Kings. Yiyan raised the green bead. A green light fell and the dark divine dragon disappeared without a trace. It's time to deal with the aftermath. Yiyan looked at the cultivators of the demon clan and the human clan who were lying on the ground, and tiny runes as big as stars appeared in his eyes. He activated the heavenly illusionary eye. At this moment, some of the memories in the minds of the Su family's father and daughter were also erased and tampered with by Yiyan. Yiyan waved his hand gently. A gust of wind swept past and everyone was blown out of this small world. This gust of wind also took back the emperor weapons that some people had obtained and they fell into Yiyan's hands. A figure flashed. In the wide underground tunnel, Yiyan's figure appeared. In this tunnel, there were many people lying in a mess. They were all unconscious and no one was awake. Yiyan put his hands behind his back and looked at the black hole with nostalgia in his eyes. More than 60,000 years ago. Xianxia, that little girl, personally sealed the entrance of the Dark Mirror realm. More than 60,000 years later. This entrance would be sealed by Yiyan again. Every sip and every peck is predetermined. There must be a reason for the orchid cloud fruit. Could this Xianxia be the clone of Xianxia's original body? Yiyan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. According to common sense, Xianxia, who had successfully cultivated the Great Oblivion Tao 70,000 years ago, had long been heartless and did not think about the past. It was impossible for her to miss him. However, Xianxia, who was in the eternal realm, had drawn his back on the paper. It was obvious that she had not cut off the past and 7 emotions and 6 desires. This made Yiyan have no choice but to suspect that this Xianxia was definitely hiding some secret. Perhaps, the clone inherited everything? A thought flashed through his mind and Yiyan suddenly thought of this possibility. A trace of sorrow flashed in his eyes at this moment. If Xianxia really did that, it could be seen that this girl had deep feelings. It was really difficult to describe with words. This clone of the 5 elements true dragon had inherited the original memories and the past. It wandered alone in the Tsangnan continent, alone, and kept looking for him. If it was not for the chance to enter the Dark Mirror realm, this Xianxia, whose origin was severely damaged, would have died 60,000 years ago. There were no traces left. Even if Yiyan was reborn and could see Xianxia's original body, he would not know everything that Xianxia had done. This silly girl, Yiyan's eyes were filled with sorrow and there was a crystal light at the corner of his eyes. He kept shaking his head. As the saying went, one wrong step led to many wrong steps. After cultivating the Great Oblivion Tao, Xianxia had already embarked on a path of no return. However, before taking this path of no return, Cloud Sky still left behind a contingency plan. However, in Yiyan's opinion, this move she was so fragile. It was like a bubble, light and beautiful. Even if it was carelessly illuminated by the warm sunlight, it would still burst. However, this was already the greatest effort of Xianxia's life. It was a good thing that Xianxia obtained some of the divine darkness dragon's blood in the end, which would help her recover a bit. adding in the mysterious dragon transformation art. If Cloud Sky succeeded in cultivating it, there was still a possibility of living a second life. 100,000 years ago. Yun Xiao, this little girl, had always been very lucky. Yi Yan believed that this time, her luck would still be very good. Reminiscing about the past, Yi Yan's eyes glistened as he sighed. He suddenly waved his hand, and a beam of light flew out and landed on the black hole, forming a sturdy seal. From then on, no one could enter this small world again. Yi Yan turned around and looked at the disorderly crowd. He waved his hand again, and everyone woke up. What's going on? Weren't we exploring the ancient ruins just now? Why were we suddenly teleported out? There was a gust of wind just now. It was very strange, and I fainted at that time. Damn it, where did my Emperor Sword go? My Emperor Sword is also gone. After everyone woke up, they discovered the strange situation on their bodies. They could not help but stomp their feet and beat their chests, wailing endlessly. At this moment, Su Shan and Su Jin also woke up. They stood up and saw Yi Yan standing beside them. Then, they quickly glanced at their hands and discovered that the storage rings that Yi Yan gave them were still there. They could not help but feel relieved. Hearing everyone's discussion, Su Shan hurriedly sent his consciousness into the storage ring. When he discovered that the Emperor weapon was still there, his expression immediately became interesting. Big brother, what's going on? Su Jin was dumbfounded and asked softly. A gust of wind suddenly blew in this small world and blew all of us out. Yi Yan said with a smile. Oh, Su Jin nodded, deep in thought. At this moment, she heard everyone's discussion and quickly sent a voice transmission to Su Shan. After receiving Su Shan's confirmation, Su Jin finally felt relieved. Haha. The Emperor Sword that I obtained is still here. A great demon laughed heartily. When the elder from the demon clan saw this, his face turned gloomy. It seems that the Emperor weapon in this small world has already gained intelligence. It is not something that we can control at all. What bad luck. Han Jianglong roared angrily and his face became extremely ferocious. There was a fire in his heart that could not be vented. The few of them had only obtained one Emperor Sword. Unexpectedly, the Emperor Sword had disappeared without a trace. It was equivalent to entering this small world and returning empty-handed. Seeing that the demon clan all seemed to have obtained a great harvest, Han Jianglong felt extremely jealous. I say everyone, although this ancient ruin is closed, we can continue to break the seal and go in to find more Emperor Swords. What do you all think? Han Jianglong rolled his eyes and had an idea in his heart. So, he said loudly. That's a good idea. This old man has the same idea. The elder from the demon clan agreed. Good, then let's work together to break the seal. The other demon clan members also roared, all of them looking excited. They had no way of resisting an emperor weapon. Yi Yan's eyes flashed with a cold smile. This was a seal that he had personally placed. With this group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, they wouldn't be able to break it even if they were given 10 billion years. Hall Master Han, where are you? Suddenly, a man's deep voice came from afar. Han Jianglong's face lit up with joy. It was Elder Qi's voice. It seemed that the water dragon sex experts had arrived. Here. Han Jianglong hurriedly shouted into the distance. In a breath's time, figures with powerful auras appeared in the tunnel. Greetings, Sect Master. Han Jianglong cupped his fists and spoke to a white-robed elder. The white-robed elder nodded and looked around with a hawk-like gaze. Finally, his gaze fell on the seal. What happened here? Why is this small world in the ancient era's ruins sealed again? The white-robed elder frowned. It's like this, Sect Master. Han Jianglong hurriedly recounted what had just happened in a simple manner. When he heard that there were many emperor weapons inside, the white-robed elder's eyes lit up. Emperor weapons, as a supreme sect, the Water Dragon sect didn't have a single emperor weapon. If they could break the seal and enter this small world, then they would have a chance to obtain an emperor weapon. This was an unparalleled temptation. No one would be able to resist. Sect Master Su, this ancient ruin isn't your Water Dragon sect's back garden. It should belong to both of us. The demon race elder took 2 steps forward and said with a sinister look in his eyes. That's right, we should have half of this ancient ruin. The other demon clan members all roared, their faces twisted with excitement. It was as if they were about to start a war with the water dragon sect. Haha. Suluan calmly smiled and looked at the demon clan elder. His eyes flickered as if he was thinking of something. As the sect master of the Water Dragon Gate, Su Luan's considerations were far more complex. Whether it was in the Jiangchuan dynasty or the entire Sunnan continent, the Yao clan was very powerful and couldn't be underestimated. Although he had brought many experts from his sect with him this time, it was impossible for him to keep all the demon clan here. If even one of them managed to escape, the news would spread. Then the Water Dragon Gate would be attacked by all of the Yao clan in the Jiangchuan dynasty. Perhaps these demon clans would even leak the news to the other two Supreme Being sections. In that case, before they could finish exploring this small world, the other two Supreme Being sects would come to kill them. If that was the case, it would be better to have the Yao clan join the two sides. Suluan believed that the Yao clan wouldn't easily leak the news of the ancient ruins. Thinking of this, Suluan cupped his hands and smiled at the Yao clan that was about to go berserk. Us humans and Yao clan have always been on good terms, like brothers. Why don't we break the seal together and go look for opportunities in the ancient ruins? Sect Master Su is wise, this old man admires you, haha. The demon race old man laughed loudly. He was old and experienced, how could he not see Su Luan's intentions? However, the Yao clan couldn't break the seal alone. They needed the Water Dragon Gate's help. Boom! Boom, a series of explosions sounded. After the two sides finished their discussion, they began to wildly attack the seal. Let's go. Yi Yan looked at this scene and felt a little bored, so he said with a smile. Alright, we'll do as you say. Su Shan immediately nodded. He and his daughter had obtained a lot of opportunities. It was best to keep a low profile and leave as soon as possible. Just as the three were about to leave, a figure flashed in front of them. It was the hall master of the Water Dragon Gate's law enforcement hall, Han Jianglong. Surnamed Su, we're all attacking the seal. Not only are you not going to help, are you going to sneak away? Han Jianglong frowned. Senior, our cultivation realms are low and we really can't help much. Also, our little Su clan has no intention of getting a share of the opportunities in the ancient ruins. Su Shan cupped his fists and said politely. Han Jianglong's eyes flickered as he said indifferently, leave the spiritual stones that you've dug out before you go. This, Su Shan's face immediately turned red. This was originally his Su family's spirit stone mine. He and Su Jin were the last to arrive, so they didn't obtain many spirit stones. He didn't expect that Han Jianglong would actually want him to contribute all his spirit stones. This was too much of a bully. Are you handing it over or not? Han Jianglong's gaze turned cold, shooting towards Su Shan like a knife. No. Yi Yan walked up and directly said the answer. He slowly pulled out a sword and sneered, you actually have the face to ask for the Su family's spirit stone mine? I think you're really tired of living. You dare to threaten me? Han Jianglong was slightly taken aback. He carefully sized up Yi Yan. In an instant, a sword light flashed. Before Han Jianglong could react, his huge head had already fallen from his neck. Blood crazily gushed out from his neck, dyeing the tunnel's water red. The people in the distance who were attacking the seal saw this scene from the corner of their eyes. They were all shocked, speechless. This white-robed youth was too strong. One sword strike killed Han Jianglong, who was at the 5th level of life and death realm. Yi Yan turned around and pointed his sword at Su Luan, saying indifferently, I advise your Water Dragon Gate not to act rashly. Otherwise, I'll start a massacre today. Hiss, Su Luan sucked in a breath of cold air, his face turning red and white. This guy actually dared to threaten him like this. This was too much. By the way, I'll tell you that your Water Dragon Gate's Elder Lu was also killed by me. Yi Yan faintly smiled, revealing another shocking piece of news. Who are you? Su Luan frowned and angrily asked. Who am I? You don't need to worry about that. I advise you to take care of yourself. Yi Yan coldly smiled and left with Su Shan and Su Jin. Inside the tunnel, everyone looked at each other in dismay, unable to believe what had just happened. In the distance, Han Jianlong's body was still bleeding, as if everything that had just happened was real. Sect Master, are we going to let this murderer get away with it? A fifth-level life and death realm old man stood beside Su Luan and said with a sorrowful expression. This person's origin is mysterious, and his sword arts are superb. I'm afraid that even if I personally act, I won't be his opponent, Su Luan sighed and said. Then we can't kill him if we act together? The old man loudly said. His sword arts are too frightening, and his speed is unimaginably fast. I'm afraid you won't even have time to react before your head is separated from your body. Su Luan worriedly said. That sword strike just now was extremely difficult for him to deal with. If it were any other life and death realm expert in the sect, they wouldn't have been able to block such a terrifying sword strike. If they angered this guy, once he attacked, it would be a massacre. The Water Dragon Gate couldn't bear such a loss. Sigh. The Water Dragon Gate's people all lowered their heads in dejection. Their mood was indescribably gloomy. You don't need to worry. When we return to the sect, I'll ask the Dragon Ancestor to personally deal with this guy, Su Luan said in a deep voice. Hearing the name Dragon Ancestor, everyone's expression immediately became excited. The Dragon Ancestor was the most powerful divine dragon of their Water Dragon Gate. He had lived for tens of thousands of years. He had always been protecting the Water Dragon Gate. Sect Master Su, are you still going to break the seal? The old man from the beast race said impatiently. Of course. Su Luan turned around and waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to join the battle of breaking the seal. Boom. Boom, streaks of colorful light landed on the seal, causing a series of loud bangs. The seal didn't budge in the slightest. Splash, accompanied by the sound of water, Yi Yun and the others soared into the air. Big brother, I didn't think you'd be this strong. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Jin let out a sigh of relief. She looked at Yi Yun with a face full of shock. I'm alright. Yi Yun chuckled. After identifying the direction, he flew straight towards the Su family's island. That sword strike just now caused the entire Water Dragon Gate to tremble in fear. It also scared the Su family's father and daughter. Hurry up and follow them, Su Shan chuckled as he patted his daughter's shoulder and reminded her softly. Su Jin's face reddened and she quickly flew over. Su Shan followed closely behind. When the three of them arrived at the Su family's residence, Su Shan couldn't hold back anymore. Young master. Su Shan called out in a low voice. What's wrong? Yi Yun looked at the black carriage in front of him. His gaze was gentle as he smiled. Young master, if you like my daughter Su Jin, why don't I marry her to you? Su Shan rubbed his hands together. His face was red as he spoke with difficulty. What? This old man wants to marry his daughter to the old master. Did he take the wrong medicine? On the black carriage, all the monsters raised their heads and looked at Su Shan with their mouths agape. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Hee, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good heavens, why is Su Shan promoting his daughter again? This was simply leading him, the old ancestor, into a fire pit. Patriarch Su, let me tell you a piece of bad news. Yi Yun put on a stern face and pretended to be distressed. The family has an ancestral rule that only women of the demon clan can marry. Marriage with women of the human clan is forbidden. Huh? Su Shan was dumbfounded. Su Jin, who was next to him, also blushed like a ripe red apple. Obviously, the two of them didn't expect Yi Yun's family to have such an ancestral rule. The two of them were silent for a few seconds. In the end, it was Su Shan who broke the silence. He smiled awkwardly and said, if that's the case, I won't force you, okay? Yi Yun nodded. Patriarch, you're finally back. Something big happened in the family. A middle-aged man in black ran over from afar and said with a sorrowful face. What happened? Su Shan's heart sank and he quickly asked. The patriarch has awakened and absorbed the blood essence of dozens of clansmen. We don't know where he is now, the middle-aged man said in a panic. The patriarch. Why would he do such a thing? Su Shan's heart beat wildly and he immediately rushed to the backyard. When he reached the backyard, he found dozens of shriveled corpses floating on the pond. The coffin was broken. The patriarch was nowhere to be found. Father, what happened to the patriarch? Su Jin, who followed closely behind, looked at the terrifying scene and asked with a trembling body. I don't know either. I only feel that after the patriarch ate the divine vitality longevity fruit, he acted differently from ordinary people, Su Shan said with a sorrowful face. After the patriarch woke up, he killed some clansmen. Although they weren't direct descendants, they were still of the Su family's bloodline. He now guessed that the patriarch's mind was probably not normal. Yi Yan stood in the courtyard and looked at the scene in the backyard. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The blood-spiriting goo in the Su clan's patriarch's body flared up. Master, the blood-spiriting goo in that old man's body suddenly flared up and he became delirious. That's why he started a massacre in the Su family, a clear voice was heard. Yi Yan turned his head and saw that the one who spoke was the undead celestial silkworm. You also recognize this blood-spiriting goo? Yi Yan asked curiously. Master, although I've lost a lot of my memories, seeing that little bug still activated some of my ancient memories, the undead celestial silkworm straightened its chubby white body and explained, before this epoch, someone once raised the blood-spiriting goo. Someone raised them before the epoch? Yi Yan's face was full of shock. It was hard to imagine that this little blood-spiriting goo actually had such a big background. He suddenly realized that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. For the blood-spiriting goo to be able to be passed down from before the epoch until now, how many hundreds of millions of years had it been? This inheritance was endless, and it could be seen that it had a terrifying place. Master, that blood-spiriting goo is still controlling the old man's body and is still flying. I have a clone that has been following him, the undead celestial silkworm said. Very good, keep an eye on him and see where he went in the end, Yi Yan ordered. The undead celestial silkworm had a long lifespan and had lived for an epoch. Although it had lost a lot of its memories, it could still give him a pleasant surprise at critical moments. After a while, Su Shan and Su Jin returned with sad faces. Patriarch Su, your patriarch is a good person. There shouldn't be any problems. Don't worry. Yi Yan comforted. I hope so. Now, I don't know where the patriarch went. Su Shan sighed and said helplessly. Wait quietly for a few days. Maybe your patriarch will come back after he finishes his business. Yi Yan comforted. That's the only way. Su Shan nodded worriedly. After exchanging a few words with Yi Yan, he asked his daughter to entertain this distinguished guest. At this time, Yi Yan revealed to Su Jin that he wanted to stay in the Su family for a few days. Su Jin was very happy and arranged a first-class guest room for him. 3 days passed in a flash. In the large underground tunnel, everyone stopped what they were doing and panted in exhaustion. Give up, the seal is stronger than before. Our attack power is simply not enough. The demon clan elder panted and said helplessly. The strength of this seal is really rare in my life. It seems that we need to gather the strength of all the supreme-level sects in the entire Jiangtuan dynasty to have a chance of breaking it. Su Luan looked at the seal and said with a deep expression. The demon clan elder agreed. Sect Master Su is right. Why don't we gather all the strength of the human clan and demon clan in the entire dynasty and break the seal in 3 days? Okay, it's a deal. Su Luan nodded and led the experts under his command to leave the place. Of all the demon clan members, a portion of them stayed behind to guard the place. The rest also left. After Su Luan returned to the sect, the first thing he did was go to a large lake in the back mountains. Su Luan greets the dragon ancestor. He cupped his hands and said respectfully. What's the matter? A deep voice suddenly resounded from the bottom of the lake. Dragon ancestor, we've encountered a big problem. We need you to make a decision and kill that guy. Su Luan whispered. Then, he narrated the whole story in detail. This is a piece of cake. This seat just so happens to be going out, so I'll help you deal with this matter. The dragon ancestor said from the bottom of the lake. Many thanks, dragon ancestor. Su Luan's face lit up. He cupped his hands and bowed, then turned and left. When he returned to the sect master's hall, suddenly, Su Luan's heart skipped a beat. His expression became somewhat suspicious. The dragon ancestor had been cultivating in the inner lake of the water dragon gate for tens of thousands of years. Why would he suddenly go out to do something, in his impression? The dragon ancestor had almost no friends, nor any relatives. Forget it, the dragon ancestor's matters are not something I can guess. After thinking for a while, Suluan gave up on the doubts in his heart and began to get busy. After all, he had to inform the other two supreme sects and gather the strongest forces of the Jiangchuan dynasty to break the seal. At the bottom of the lake in the back mountains of the Water Dragon Gate. In the depths of the clear lake, there was a water-blue dragon. Strange, what did I just say? Going out to do something? The aqua-blue dragon widened its eyes and said with a dumbfounded expression. It seemed that it didn't remember why it said that. A blood-red light flashed across the dragon's eyes without any warning. The water-blue dragon returned to normal. Master has planned for tens of thousands of years. Success or failure, now it all depends on this. The blue dragon let out a low roar and suddenly soared into the air, flying out of the lake. Since I promised that kid Suluan, I might as well kill that guy from the Su family on the way. The water-blue dragon hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned around and flew quickly in the direction of the Su family's island. Su family. Master, Su family's old ancestor has stopped at a place. He's sitting cross-legged at the edge of an abyss, motionless, as if he's waiting for something. Yi Yun, who was cultivating, suddenly heard the undead celestial silkworm's voice. Interesting, Yi Yun faintly smiled, stood up from his cross-legged posture, and prepared to go out. The person behind the scenes who planted the blood spirit Ingu in Su family's old ancestor had a big plan, which made Yi Yun interested. After entering the Jiangchuan dynasty, Yi Yun maintained a sense of mystery, and didn't rush to open the lid of the truth, so he didn't use his terrifying divine sense. Otherwise, how could a mere Sannan continent withstand the divine sense of a terrifying supreme god like him? Just as he walked out of the house, Yi Yun's expression changed, and he felt a strong aura coming from afar. In the blink of an eye, a huge blue dragon abruptly appeared in the sky above the island. This dragon's body was covered in blue scales, and its body was huge, at least several thousand feet long. It soared above the Su family, blocking out all the sunlight. The entire Su family was plunged into darkness. Everyone in the Su family was panicking at this moment. Many people with low cultivation levels could not even stand properly and fell to the ground. Yi Yun's figure flashed, and he immediately appeared beside the Su family's father and daughter. At this moment, the Su family's father and daughter were also panicking, nervously looking at the sky, not knowing what to do. The huge blue dragon's eyes were cold, and it looked down mercilessly, as if it was looking for something. Su family head, do you know this blue water true dragon? Yi Yun asked with a smile. Young master, this blue water true dragon comes from the Water Dragon Gate. Everyone in the Water Dragon Gate calls it the Dragon Ancestor. Its cultivation base is very high, already at the 9th level of the life and death realm. Su Shan said with a nervous face. Humph. A tiny water dragon wants to become the Dragon Ancestor? The Sea of Jade heavenly dragon in Su Jin's arms could not take it anymore. It stared at the blue dragon in the sky and pleaded with Yi Yun, Master, let me take care of this little water dragon who doesn't know what's good for him. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon was using telepathy, so Su Jin and Su Shan couldn't hear it. This turquoise true dragon's bloodline is close to yours, but there's no need for you to do anything. Yi Yun shook his head and smiled. Seeing that his request for battle had been rejected, the heavenly dragon of the Jade Seas hung his head, on the verge of tears. Eh? There's actually a great mystery in this little water dragon's body, Master. The voice of the undead celestial silkworm rang in Yi Yun's ears again. What did you see? Yi Yun asked despite knowing the answer. Master, there's also a blood spirit Ingu in this little water dragon's body. It's exactly the same as the blood spirit Ingu in Su family's old ancestor's body. The undead celestial silkworm said anxiously. Hee, this is indeed very interesting. I don't think it's a coincidence. Will this little water dragon also reach the abyss in the depths of that body of water? Yi Yun asked with a smile. I think it will, eh? More people have come. Several people have come from the abyss, and they're all in the life and death realm, the undead celestial silkworm said with astonishment. So it's true. Yi Yun's heart moved, and he vaguely had some speculations in his heart. This turquoise true dragon had probably just passed by the Sioux family, and its ultimate goal was to reach the black abyss in the depths of that body of water. It seemed like someone was organizing and planning a very secret operation behind it. Let me deal with this little water dragon. Patriarch Su, you don't have to worry too much. Yiyan looked at Su Shan and said with a calm face. Young master, this is the 9th level of life and death realm. Can you deal with it? Su Shan asked in shock. It's alright. I have an illusion technique that should be able to deceive it, Yiyan smiled casually. Then, young master must be careful, Su Shan still gave him a reminder. Su Jin, on the other hand, was at ease. She was full of confidence in Yiyan's words. Good kid, so you're here. The turquoise true dragon in the air suddenly discovered Yiyan. It opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. Yiyan soared into the sky. Floating in front of the turquoise true dragon, he indifferently looked at the little dragon. Turquoise true dragon, in terms of bloodline, it was much weaker than the turquoise heavenly dragon, and could only be considered as an ordinary divine dragon. However, divine dragons were rare in the Songnan continent. It was extremely rare to find a pure water-attributed turquoise true dragon. Although this turquoise true dragon was possessed by the blood-spiriting parasite, Yiyan wouldn't kill it. It was still useful for the time being. Strange, a puny first-level life and death realm dares to take the initiative to challenge this dragon ancestor? The turquoise true dragon looked at the small figure opposite it and laughed. We're both dragons. Is there a need to kill each other? Yiyan paused and a smile appeared on his face. He secretly transmitted a message to the turquoise true dragon. At the same time, his body released a divine dragon's aura. This aura was naturally unique to the turquoise true dragon's bloodline. As a Zhu Long, Yiyan could naturally imitate the aura of all kinds of divine dragons. The reason why he imitated the turquoise true dragon was because Yiyan wanted to see if this little dragon would let him off after being possessed by the blood-spiriting parasite. You're also a turquoise true dragon? The turquoise true dragon opened its eyes wide and stared at Yiyan in disbelief. It never expected that. The person Sulwan wanted it to kill was actually a turquoise true dragon like itself. As a member of the dragon clan and possessing the same bloodline, the true dragon of blue water immediately rejected the idea of killing Yiyan. Yes, I'm also a turquoise true dragon. Yiyan nodded and said. Haha, little brother. We're all family, so there's no need to do anything. The two people who died in the water dragon gate, I can only say that they deserved to die. The turquoise true dragon suddenly laughed and threw Su Luan's words out of the window. Seeing the sudden change in the turquoise true dragon's attitude, Yiyan's eyes revealed a look of admiration. Although this little dragon was possessed, the blood of the dragon race still flowed in its body. So at this moment, it changed its original position. Originally, Yiyan was prepared to use the heavenly illusionary eye to create an illusion for the turquoise true dragon. He didn't expect that just revealing the dragon's bloodline aura would accomplish this task. This was somewhat beyond Yiyan's expectations. It seems that the blood-spiriting parasite's control of the turquoise true dragon had not truly begun before reaching the abyss. So, this little dragon was still able to make its own decisions and its mind was relatively clear. Long Yinzi greets brother. Thinking of this, Yiyan had an idea in his heart. He cupped his hands and said very politely. Well said. Well said. Little brother, you can just call me 18. The turquoise true dragon laughed. 18, Yiyan smiled faintly, feeling that this name had some deep meaning. However, he didn't ask. Yiyan flew closer and cupped his hands. He smiled and asked, Brother 18, where are you going in such a hurry? I'm going to. The turquoise true dragon was about to speak when a bloody light flashed in its eyes. It actually closed its mouth and didn't continue. Seeing this, Yiyan looked pensive. Brother 18, if my guess is correct, we might be going the same way. Yiyan smiled and spoke of the location of the abyss in an extremely secretive manner. What? Little brother, are you also from the same sect as us? The turquoise true dragon asked with a face full of shock. Yes. Yiyan nodded. That's great. I can travel with you. Blue water true dragon laughed and suddenly transformed into a green-robed young man. Patriarch Su, I'm going on a long trip, so I'll leave the carriage with you. Yiyan looked down and whispered to Su Shan. Alright, please be careful, young master. Su Shan nodded with a dumbfounded expression. He still couldn't figure out how Blue Water True Dragon's attitude changed so drastically after Yiyan flew up. The two of them were communicating via voice transmission, so Su Shan didn't know what kind of confidential content they were talking about. Yiyan followed Blue Water True Dragon and disappeared from the Su family sky in the blink of an eye. This young master's position in the beast race is truly frightening. Looking at a certain direction in the sky, Su Shan said with a frightened expression. To be able to make a 9th level life and death realm Blue Water True Dragon change its attitude, this white-robed young master's position in the beast race was simply unimaginable. Frog at the bottom of a well, lying in Su Jin's arms, the ocean transcendence heavenly dragon grumbled in its heart. Master is Zhu Long, the true ancestor of all beasts. After flying for a while, Blue Water True Dragon suddenly felt that its speed was somewhat slow, so it shook its body and transformed into its true form. Brother, why don't you sit on my body? We'll have to speed up, Blue Water True Dragon said somewhat anxiously. Yiyan nodded and immediately stood on Blue Water True Dragon's body. Blue Water True Dragon soared through the clouds and flew toward that body of water. It only took a few hours for it to reach the sky above the body of water. Huff, the huge blue dragon body descended from the sky and plunged into the water, diving deep into the abyss. Not long after, a huge abyss that looked like the mouth of a black beast appeared before Yiyan's eyes. This abyss was incomparably huge. Water unceasingly gushed out from it. It was as if the entire river dynasty's water flowed out from this place. The water here was turbulent and powerful. Without a life and death realm cultivation base, one wouldn't be able to stay here for long. There are quite a lot of people. Yiyan's eyes flashed as he saw dozens of people sitting cross-legged at the edge of the abyss. Most of them were human cultivators, but there were a few demon cultivators as well. Master, you're here? A translucent silver light suddenly appeared near Yiyan's shoulder. When the light appeared, the turquoise water true dragon did not notice it at all. This silver light was the avatar of the undying celestial silkworm. The undying celestial silkworm's realm was too high. Even if it was just a clone, it wasn't something a mere life and death true dragon could sense. There are so many people gathered here. It seems like something big is about to happen. Yiyan smiled and transmitted his voice. Master, there is a formation at the bottom of the abyss. In order not to alert the enemy, I did not break the formation. Instead, I used a special divine ability to explore it. I found that there is a cave in the formation. There is a stone plaque at the entrance of the cave with the words Xianxia Cave Heaven written on it, the undead celestial silkworm said. Xianxia Grotto Heaven? Yiyan was slightly taken aback. Whose cultivation cave was this? Could it be the mastermind behind the blood-spiriting parasite? If it was really the mastermind behind the scenes, it would make sense. At this moment, the turquoise water true dragon landed in the middle of the crowd with Yiyan. It looked around, transformed into its human form, and found a place to sit down. Yiyan did not ask, but remained silent and sat beside it. Brother, the mission that Master gave us this time might be more difficult. For someone with a lower cultivation base like yours, it's very easy for you to fall. After closing its eyes for a while, the turquoise water true dragon suddenly thought of something and opened its eyes to look at Yiyan with a worried expression. Yes. But since Master has ordered us to do it, we can't not do it. Yiyan pushed the boat and said. Don't worry, you and I are both of the turquoise water true dragon bloodline. No matter what, I will protect you. The turquoise water true dragon patted its chest and said solemnly. Thank you, Brother 18. Yiyan cupped his fists and said gratefully. The conversation between the two attracted the attention of the surrounding people. But the crowd just glanced at them and did not say anything. I'm willing to die for Master. The Su family's old ancestor stood up and looked at the dark abyss in the distance with a generous expression. We're also willing. Immediately, someone stood up and said loudly. Master's order has not been officially received yet. You don't have to rush to express your opinions. We must complete this mission for Master. The turquoise water true dragon stood up and said without showing any weakness. Everyone nodded silently. Standing at the edge of the abyss and under the pressure of the huge flowing water, everyone's face was indescribably gloomy. Whoosh whoosh, the water current was ferocious, causing everyone's robes to flutter. From time to time, a black shadow flew down from above the water and landed at the edge of the abyss, standing there expressionlessly. Seeing that more and more people were coming, Yiyan nodded to himself. This mission was really not small. What was the mastermind behind the blood-spiriting parasite trying to do? Yiyan waited quietly. He believed that it wouldn't be long before this mysterious mission that he had been looking forward to began. After a day. Finally, no one came to this place. Yiyan counted carefully. There were more than 100 people around who were possessed by the blood-spiriting parasite. Their cultivation base was uniformly fixed at the life and death realm. There were no fate realm or eternal realm cultivators. It's about time. We should move. A black-robed old man suddenly stepped forward and gazed into the pitch-black abyss. He spoke with an excited expression. Good. We'll definitely complete the mission for Master. Everyone around started cheering enthusiastically. The black-robed old man seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked at Yiyan. Yiyan smiled indifferently and looked at him without any scruples. Yiyan's body emitted an aura similar to that of the turquoise water true dragon as he activated the myriad manifestation art. Naturally, this aura also contained the aura of the blood-spiriting parasite. I thought too much. The black-robed old man whispered to himself and turned his head back. With a wave of his hand, he jumped and flew toward the abyss. All the life and death realm experts turned into streaks of black light and flew toward the abyss against the huge pressure of the water. After flying for about an incense stick's worth of time, everyone had reached the deepest part of the black abyss. The water here was even more turbulent, and many people could not stand steadily. This mission will definitely succeed, so this array is useless now. Let's work together to break it. The black-robed old man pointed at a translucent barrier in front of him and said excitedly. After saying that, swish, he suddenly pulled out a sword and slashed at the array in front of him. The others also launched ferocious attacks one after another. Boom. Boom, accompanied by a series of loud bangs, the powerful array shattered in an instant. With the disappearance of the array, an ancient cave mansion appeared in front of everyone. Above the cave abode, there was an ancient plaque with 4 big words written on it. Xianxia Cave Mansion. Who wrote these few words of Xianxia Grotto Heaven? They have no calligraphy skills at all, and their handwriting is really ugly. Yiyan looked at those crooked strokes and shook his head softly. Brother, in fact, I wrote this, you just have to put up with it. Blue Water True Dragon scratched his head awkwardly and said. Brother 18, these 4 words were actually written by you? What kind of scenery is inside this grotto heaven? Yiyan asked in surprise. I don't remember, many of my memories have disappeared. I probably only remember that I wrote this plaque. Blue Water True Dragon laughed awkwardly. I see, looking at the turquoise true dragon, Yiyan smiled meaningfully. In just a moment, Yiyan invaded Blue Water True Dragon's mind. He found that Blue Water True Dragon's memory had been forcibly tampered with, but the method was a bit inferior, and some memories were not completely erased. Therefore, there were some simple memories left in Blue Water True Dragon's mind. Yiyan looked at Su family's old ancestor again. After some investigation, he found that the memories in Su family's old ancestor's mind had not been altered. He continued to scan the others, but there were no traces of memory tampering. Among the hundreds of possessors, only Blue Water True Dragon's memory had been tampered with. This matter is getting more and more interesting, Yiyan smiled gently, full of expectations for this Xianxia Grotto Heaven. Let's go, we have to complete the task given by Master as soon as possible. The black-robed old man said in a hurried tone and took the lead to walk in. The others followed in one after another. After entering the entrance of Xianxia Grotto Heaven, their eyes suddenly turned, and a small world appeared. In this small world, the sun was shining brightly, the grass was green, the mountains in the distance were undulating, and the river nearby was gurgling. The spiritual chi in the air was very rich. It was like a paradise. This small world also has a suppressive force, those above the eternal realm can't enter, Yiyan felt for a moment, and secretly transmitted to the undead celestial silkworm outside. Master, don't worry. Disguise is my specialty. The undead celestial silkworm gently chuckled, and this clone immediately dropped to life and death first layer, the same cultivation base as Yi Yun. With a flash of silver light, the undead god silkworm flew to Yi Yun's shoulder. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. Back in the Cloud Scar Grotto heaven, the undead celestial silkworm liked to use disguises to act mysterious. At that time, Yi Yun even thought that it was a divine king powerhouse. It's very dangerous here. There are formations and restrictions everywhere. Everyone, be careful. After everyone had entered, the black-robed old man pointed at a stone tablet in the distance with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice. Yi Yun looked over. There was a stone tablet erected on the ground, and a line of words was written on it crookedly. Xianxia Forbidden Land, those who enter without permission will die. This line of words was exactly the same as the words on the signboard at the entrance of the cave. 18th Dao brother, did you write this as well? Yi Yun asked quietly. No, I don't remember this stone tablet. The turquoise true dragon scratched its head and said in distress. Yi Yun smiled and nodded. This part of its memory had been erased, so the turquoise true dragon couldn't remember it. The first 500 meters were all solved by Master last time. After 500 meters, the real danger begins. Everyone, be careful, the black-robed old man slowly walked forward and reminded. For Master's mission, even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we won't hesitate. Everyone shouted loudly, and their expressions were incomparably fanatical. This Xianxia Grotto heaven doesn't look like a place where the blood spirit Ingu's master lives, Yi Yun thought silently. At this moment, everyone followed the black-robed old man to a spot about 500 meters away. There was a small river in front of them. They had to cross this river and enter the forest on the other side. Let's line up and go in turn, the black-robed old man raised his hand and issued an inexplicable command. Everyone formed a long line. Yi Yun walked slower, so he and the turquoise true dragon were at the back. The black-robed old man stood in the middle of the line. What is hidden in the Xianxia Grotto heaven? Why are there so many blood spirit Ingu possessors rushing like ducks? Just as Yi Yun thought of this, he suddenly saw the grey-robed old man at the front of the line leap up and fly toward the other side of the river. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. In an instant, the surging river began to flow in reverse in a strange manner. Hum, there was an inexplicable vibration in the air. Tiny ancient runes emitted a faint golden light and appeared in the void. The grey-robed old man suddenly roared and threw all his treasures at the golden runes. Boom, boom, the treasures all exploded when they came into contact with the golden runes. The golden runes rippled slightly and their color became lighter. However, the vibration in the air above the water did not stop and was still buzzing. An unimaginably powerful force surged toward the grey-robed old man. The grey-robed old man waved his sword and slashed out tens of thousands of sword lights. Boom boom, the terrifying sword lights were like a torrential downpour. They landed on the golden runes and made earth-shattering noises. The golden runes dimmed again. Puff, the grey-robed old man spat out a mouthful of blood from the violent vibration. The river water splashed as if something new was brewing. What are you waiting for? The black-robed old man in the line suddenly roared. Ah! The grey-robed old man in the air above the river screamed. His body shone brightly and expanded violently. With a loud bang, his entire body exploded. Countless pieces of flesh fell from the air and landed on the river surface. The surging river water calmed down a little. All right, the strange restriction in the river has disappeared, the black-robed old man said with a gloomy face. He then waved his hand and ordered, continue forward. This time, the snake-like procession crossed the river and walked towards the forest. This restriction is a little strange, Yi Yun saw all this and frowned. The runes of the restriction were extremely ancient. Even he could not recognize them. The attack power of this strange restriction was very strong. It forced the grey-robed old man to explode before the restriction was eliminated. Master, this seems to be the blood spirit restriction. The undead celestial silkworm's voice rang in Yi Yun's ears. Blood spirit restriction? Yi Yun asked curiously. Master, if I'm not mistaken, this is also an ancient restriction from before the epic, the undead celestial silkworm said thoughtfully. Before the epic again? Yi Yun's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that this trip to the Langya cave heaven might have an unexpected harvest. Master, in my impression, this blood spirit restriction is very domineering. Once a living being enters the blood spirit restriction, unless they sacrifice their flesh and blood at the last moment, the restriction will be truly destroyed, the undead celestial silkworm explained. No wonder the gray-robed old man didn't help him when he was dealing with the blood spirit restriction. It turns out that it's a restriction that won't stop until one of them dies. Yiyan nodded and looked at the rolling mountains in the distance with a solemn expression. Now that there were so many people possessed by the blood spirit Ingu in the Langya cave heaven, it seemed that they were the key to breaking the blood spirit restriction. In Langya grotto heaven, every cultivator who was possessed by the blood spirit Ingu was a life key to open the blood spirit forbidden land. After it was opened, the cultivator would die here. Thinking of this, Yiyan's heart stirred, and he looked at the Su family's old ancestor. That old guy was extremely lucky. He was several feet behind the black-robed old man and was not in danger for the time being. As for the blue water true dragon, it was in the second-last position and would not be in any danger. This blood spirit forbidden land appeared before the last era. Which sect did it come from? Do you know? Yiyan looked at the undulating mountain range in the distance and sent a message to the undead celestial silkworm. Let me think. Master. The undead celestial silkworm closed its eyes and began to think hard. Yiyan smiled gently. This little worm was really hard on it. Relying on the talent of the undead celestial silkworm race, it had been reborn 9 times and lived for more than an era. Now, many of its memories were naturally lost. Only occasionally would some extremely ancient memories be activated. This was already very precious. The undead celestial silkworm suddenly exclaimed, I remember, Master, the blood spirit forbidden land came from the blood spirit divine sect. Yiyan asked with a smile, how much do you know about the blood spirit divine sect? I don't have any impression. It's too long ago. I just vaguely felt that the blood spirit divine sect seemed to be relatively powerful and had done a lot of bad things. The undead celestial silkworm recalled. Done a lot of bad things? It seems that the blood spirit divine sect is not a good sect. Yiyan laughed. Through the words of the undead celestial silkworm, Yiyan now speculated that this Langya grotto heaven should be a cave left behind by a certain successor of the blood spirit divine sect. There were a large number of blood spirit forbidden land in the cave, and those who were not from the blood spirit divine sect could not set it up. Little Silkworm, the blood spirit Ingu and the blood spirit forbidden land have similar names. Could they both come from the blood spirit divine sect? Yiyan's heart stirred, and he asked again. I'm not sure about this, Master, the undead celestial silkworm said. Awkwardly. It's okay. Yiyan smiled and nodded. Looking at the snake-like team in front of him, they flew over the small river one by one and entered a green forest after landing. Yiyan suddenly realized that the mastermind behind the blood spirit Ingu had never really shown himself. The black-robed elder was only indirectly giving orders through the blood spirit Ingu. Thinking of the fact that Eternal Realm cultivators could not enter the Langya cave heaven, Yiyan had a shocking guess in his heart. The master of the blood spirit Ingu must have reached the Eternal Realm. Or above the Eternal Realm. It was precisely because of their high cultivation that they were unable to enter the Langya grotto heaven. What kind of treasure is in this Langya grotto heaven that could make the master of the blood spirit Ingu spend so much effort to send so many life and death cultivators to explore it? Yiyan's eyes flickered. He was deep in thought as he followed the true dragon of blue water and the entire team. After entering the forest. After walking for less than 150 feet, the blood spirit seal was triggered again. Buzz, the space in the forest was distorted. Countless green leaves turned into powder and gathered together like countless sharp swords, attacking the middle-aged man at the head of the team. Open! The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. He rushed forward with his sword and scattered thousands of sword chi. Chi. Chi, the sword chi was fierce and invincible. Countless streaks of sword chi turned into dazzling rivers of stars in the air and surged back. Boom, boom. The sharp swords formed by the powder of the leaves collided with the dazzling galaxies in midair and exploded with an earth-shattering sound. The dazzling galaxies were destroyed in an instant without any suspense. The huge shock wave from the explosion blended into the surrounding distorted space and did not set off any waves. Trash! The black-robed elder roared angrily. His expression was extremely cold. This guy wants to break the blood spirit seal with his superb swordsmanship? That's simply wishful thinking. Any cultivator who entered the blood spirit seal would not be able to break this strange seal without sacrificing their flesh and blood. Once any cultivator entered the seal, the first step was to quickly suppress the attack of the blood spirit seal. After successfully suppressing it, the blood spirit seal would weaken. The second step was to sacrifice their flesh and blood to completely break the blood spirit seal. Buzz, buzz. With a series of buzzing sounds, the distorted space intensified and the blood spirit seal became stronger again. Chi, chi. The powder of the leaves turned into countless sword chi. The middle-aged man tried his best to block again, but he could not block the powerful attack of the blood spirit seal. Immediately, many holes were pierced in his body. Ah! I'll fight you to the death. The severely injured middle-aged man knew that he was going to die. He gritted his teeth and roared angrily. He threw out all his Dharma treasures and exploded them at the same time. Boom! A huge explosion sounded and a powerful shock wave swept out wildly. Countless pieces of flesh and blood were blended into the distorted space. What an idiot! You haven't suppressed the blood spirit seal. Even if you explode now, the blood spirit seal will not disappear. The black-robed elder stomped his foot and said helplessly. Another one! The black-robed elder said loudly. A cultivator at the back leaped into the air and rushed into the void. As soon as this cultivator entered the distorted void, he threw out all his Dharma treasures. These Dharma treasures collided with the blood spirit seal and created a series of loud bangs. Although the powerful blood spirit seal destroyed these Dharma treasures, it also dimmed down. The man took out his weapon and launched his strongest attack at the blood spirit seal. Boom! The blood spirit hex dimmed once more amidst a loud rumble. Seeing this, the man was unafraid of death and detonated himself without hesitation. A burst of light suddenly rose from his body, and then exploded with a loud bang. A powerful force swept out in all directions. Together with countless pieces of flesh and blood, it rushed into the distorted void. After being attacked by the power of the explosion and sacrificed flesh and blood, the blood spirit seal disappeared. The black-robed elder took a deep breath. The blood spirit seal was so difficult to deal with. It could only be broken at the cost of people's lives. Yiyan watched the battle and nodded slightly. If it were him, he would be able to break through everything with brute force. A mere blood spirit seal would naturally be easily broken. However, a life-and-death realm cultivator would have to sacrifice his life. This also meant that the blood spirit seal was still not powerful enough. If a God King realm cultivator had set up the blood spirit seal, even that God King realm powerhouse would have died. Brother 18th, do you have a way to deal with the blood spirit seal? Yiyan asked in a whisper. Nope. This blood spirit seal can only be broken by the dead. The true dragon shook his head. Do you know what Master's mission is this time? Yiyan blinked and asked again in a whisper. He naturally blocked out the surroundings when he spoke so that no one could hear him. How would I know? The true dragon shook his head and looked at the undulating mountain range in the distance. A sense of longing suddenly appeared in his eyes. Yiyan caught it with his sharp senses. When he saw the true dragon's gaze, he felt as if he wanted to go home. Heh, how interesting. This little water dragon seems to have some connection with Langya Paradise, Yiyan smiled faintly. Although he was looking into the distance, he didn't use his terrifying consciousness to forcefully scan this small world. After all, this small world couldn't bear it. Boom, boom. From time to time, there would be a series of loud explosions in the Langya Grotto heaven. However, these loud explosions and the intense shockwaves of the battle were absorbed by the distorted space and didn't spread far. Every time there was a loud explosion, it represented the death of a cultivator possessed by the blood spirit Ingu. After traveling for 2 hours, a team of 100 people had lost nearly 1/3 of its members. The Su family's ancestor is just a chess piece. As the ancestor, I can't let him die in this place. Yiyan's eyes flashed as he looked at the back of the Su family's ancestor. Suddenly, he made his move. Without anyone noticing, the Su family's old ancestor had been switched to Yi Yun's side by a strange coincidence. Yi Yun created a layer of illusion in front of the Su family's ancestor, making him mistakenly think that he was still in the original team. This layer of illusory power was equivalent to a barrier. In the eyes of others, it was as if it was transparent and they couldn't see the Su family's ancestor. There was a new person in the Su family's ancestor's original position. The undead celestial silkworm had transformed into another Su family's ancestor. Yi Yun's act of deceiving everyone was naturally not discovered by anyone. After all, his realm was too high. And the undead celestial silkworm's disguise technique was also terrifyingly brilliant, so no one would discover it. Although many people had died along the way, the people in the team were still excited and didn't feel the horror of death. As they continued to move forward, people continued to die. Yi Yun noticed that the black-robed old man's expression was becoming more and more excited. When it was almost the black-robed old man's turn to break the seal, he turned around and retreated. "You go," the black-robed old man ordered. "Yes," the person behind replied with a fanatical expression. He didn't have the slightest resentment for sacrificing his life to break the seal. After crossing a few mountain ranges, the number of people had been reduced to 2/3. At this time, the Su family's ancestor, who was transformed from the undead celestial silkworm, was already at the front of the team. "Everyone, work harder. We will soon reach our final destination." The black-robed old man took a deep breath and looked at a towering mountain range in the distance. He said excitedly, "Yes. We will definitely complete the mission Master gave us. Good luck." The remaining cultivators immediately became excited. "We seem to be walking very slowly, but in fact, we are already moving very quickly." The black-robed old man pointed to the sky with a fearful expression. He said softly, "The Langya Grotto heaven is terrifying. The blood spirit seals in the sky are densely packed. If we flew over, we would have died long ago. My lord, let's hurry. Let's finish Master's task as soon as possible." The turquoise true dragon laughed. "All right." The black-robed old man waved his hand and said, "Then let's continue our journey." Everyone continued on their way. He had just walked a distance of 1,000 feet when he suddenly heard a buzzing sound. The space in the tall forest ahead distorted violently. The green leaves turned into fine powder, forming ice-cold sharp swords that shot towards the undead god silkworm. "Hee, it's finally my turn." The undead celestial silkworm rejoiced in its heart and suddenly pounced towards those sharp swords. He waved his fist, and with a gust of wind, he smashed it against the sharp swords in front of him. "Why are you so useless? Didn't someone die in vain just now?" The black-robed old man scolded loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, a shocking scene happened. The punch was extremely fierce and was wrapped in a layer of silver light. After hitting the sharp swords, most of them were blown away. "How can this guy's physical body be so strong?" The black-robed old man was shocked. Buzz, the blood spirit seal shook violently once again as if the second wave of attack was about to be born. Seeing the undead celestial silkworm getting carried away, Yi Yun quickly sent out a voice transmission and instructed. "Master, I'm sorry. I was a little carried away just now." The undead celestial silkworm felt guilty and immediately apologized to Yi Yun. "It's fine," Yi Yun said. After receiving the master's instruction, the undead celestial silkworm suddenly acted like a different person. After continuously punching out to suppress the blood spirit seal, it suddenly exploded. "This little guy's acting is quite good." Yi Yun smiled in his heart. The undead celestial silkworm naturally wouldn't explode and die. Its original body was at the Hierarch Realm level 7, and this clone was at least at the Hierarch Realm level 1. Therefore, playing a little trick in front of these people wouldn't be discovered at all. A silver light quietly flew to Yi Yun's shoulder. The undead celestial silkworm had returned. "Well done." Yi Yun sighed in admiration. "Let's continue." The black-robed old man didn't feel guilty about the death of the Su family's old ancestor. Looking at the towering mountain in the distance, he waved his hand excitedly and immediately commanded the team to continue forward. After a period of time, after crossing several mountains in succession, there were only 17 or 18 people left in the team. Everyone stood on top of a mountain. The black-robed old man looked at a large green lake below and said excitedly, "Our goal is the water tomb at the bottom of the lake." Water tomb? Yiyan was stunned. The water tomb in the lake, is it really the tomb of the blood spirit divine sex people? The master behind the blood spiriting parasite went through so much trouble just to obtain the inheritance of the blood spirit divine sect. Yiyan felt that it was reasonable to think so. Turquoise water true dragon, there are 17 water dragons sleeping at the bottom of the lake. They are of the same clan as you. Sneak in later and don't disturb them. Just quietly carry the crystal coffin out. The black-robed old man looked at the turquoise water true dragon and ordered with a serious face. Understood. The turquoise water true dragon immediately agreed. He took 2 steps forward and suddenly looked puzzled. He turned his head and asked again. Why are there so many of my clansmen in the lake? Don't talk nonsense, go quickly. You're of the same clan as them. Now that you're back, don't disturb them. The black-robed old man stared and said seriously. Understood. The turquoise water true dragon nodded. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned to Yiyan with a smile. Brother, wait for me here. Okay. Yiyan nodded. The turquoise water true dragon transformed into a true dragon and quietly dived into the lake. Because it had activated its water superpower, it did not stir up any waves. It dived down without anyone noticing. The black-robed old man stood on the top of the mountain with a hopeful look in his eyes. After half an incense stick's worth of time, a huge monster slowly emerged from the lake. It was the blue turquoise water true dragon. On top of its dragon head was a small crystal coffin. Success! The black-robed old man said excitedly. Yiyan looked at the coffin with a puzzled look in his eyes. The crystal coffin was crystal clear and wrapped in a layer of sparkling light. There was a small divine dragon lying in the coffin. It was not a human. Could the successor of the blood spirit divine sect be of the dragon clan? Yiyan asked secretly. It can't be the dragon clan, master. The undead celestial silkworm replied. That's strange. Although the dragon in the crystal coffin is dead, its corpse is still very lifelike. It seems that there is some treasure in its body. Yiyan's eyes flashed as he stared at the crystal coffin. Suddenly, his expression changed. The divine dragon in the crystal coffin was a 5 elements true dragon. Ah! As soon as its head emerged from the water, the turquoise water true dragon suddenly screamed. Its body trembled in the water and its eyes were filled with extreme pain. Turquoise water true dragon, do you still want to go against Master's will? The black-robed old man saw this scene and his pupils shrank. A powerful mind power instantly rushed over. No, the true dragon of turquoise water screamed in pain. In its mind, the blood spirit Ingu once again flared up violently, creating a fierce struggle with the will in the depths of its heart. Whoosh, the lake water churned violently, forming huge whirlpools. Oh no, the aquamarine true dragons have awakened. The black-robed old man's expression changed drastically. A colossal creature poked out of each whirlpool. These giant dragons that poked their heads out all had aqua-blue bodies and exuded a powerful aura. Interesting, I finally understand the meaning of the 18 Dao brothers' names. Yiyan's eyes flashed with understanding when he saw the drastic changes in the lake and the sudden appearance of the 17 aquamarine true dragons. There were originally 18 aquamarine true dragons in the lake. These turquoise water true dragons guarded the ancient water tomb together, guarding the 5 elements true dragon in the crystal coffin. But for some reason, the aquamarine true dragon ran outside the Langya paradise and was poisoned by the blood-spiriting parasite. In the end, it became the dragon ancestor of the water dragon gate. The black-robed old man sneered and shouted, so what if all 18 of you aquamarine true dragons come out at once? With that, he waved his hand. With a wave of his hand, the cultivators around him immediately leaped into the air and pounced on the turquoise water true dragons. The aquamarine true dragon was in the life and death realm, and so were these cultivators. Boom, boom. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce battle above the lake, causing waves to roll and mountains to crumble. Come. The black-robed old man waved his hand and a thin thread flew out of his hand, curling toward the crystal coffin on the dragon's head. The aquamarine true dragon was still in a state of extreme pain and hadn't reacted yet. The thin thread suddenly wrapped around the crystal coffin and rolled back. "I can't betray my master." The aquamarine true dragon suddenly roared and leaped out of the water, pouncing toward the black-robed old man. The old man pulled the thread and grabbed at the crystal coffin. Suddenly, a figure flashed. A figure in white suddenly appeared in front of him. "I want this crystal coffin." Yiyan stretched out his hand, and the thin thread broke. He grabbed the crystal coffin. "Why aren't you being controlled?" The black-robed elder looked at Yiyan in disbelief and shock. "It's not like the blood spirit Ingu has a 100% success rate. Don't forget, I'm also a turquoise water true dragon." Yiyan sneered. "Since you didn't succeed, I'll plant a few more for you." The black-robed old man suddenly laughed sinisterly. Bang, a bloody hole suddenly appeared in his chest, from which dozens of blood-colored bugs crawled out. These blood-colored bugs were extremely savage and terrifying, and their speed was swift like numerous blood-colored bolts of lightning. Suddenly, a group of them pounced towards Yiyan. Some blood spirit Ingu flew towards the turquoise water true dragon. Yiyan could not help but sneer when he saw that the black-robed old man was fully prepared and had been controlling the rhythm of the battle. With a light tap of his finger, the blood spirit Ingu that pounced towards him immediately froze in midair. In another direction, a silver light suddenly swept out and swallowed all the blood-colored bugs. "What's this?" The black-robed old man looked at the silver light in shock. The silver light flashed in midair, and a small silvery white silkworm appeared. "This is the undead silkworm?" The black-robed old man looked at the small white silkworm with disbelief in his eyes. He was so excited that his whole body trembled. Strange, I didn't expect you to know me." "It seems that you've lived for an era too." The undead silkworm was slightly taken aback. "Your body is more precious than the 5 elements true dragon. Today, I'll capture you no matter what price I have to pay." The black-robed old man laughed strangely. He stuck out his blood-red tongue and licked his lips. His eyes were burning. "It seems that he wants to capture you, little silkworm?" Yiyan crossed his arms over his chest and laughed loudly. "Master, he wants to capture me? There's no way." The undead silkworm coldly snorted, infuriated. As soon as its voice fell, its aura continued to grow. At this moment, it actually reached the peak of life and death 10th layer. This realm was already considered the peak in Xianxia paradise. However, the black-robed old man's cultivation was only at life and death 10th layer. "So, you've been hiding your cultivation?" The black-robed old man's face twitched. He gently rubbed his chest, and the wounds quickly healed. "Give me your life." The undead silkworm coldly shouted. It opened its mouth and spat out a silver thread. Chi, a faint sound came from the space. This silver thread was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the black-robed old man's body. The black-robed old man didn't even react during the entire process. The thread quickly wrapped around him, and in a breath's time, the black-robed old man was turned into a silver cocoon. "Master, I didn't kill him. I left him alive," the undead silkworm said. "Very good." Yiyan let out a sigh of admiration. This black-robed old man still had a lot of clues, so he would let him live for the time being. At this moment, suddenly, a terrifying figure landed outside the Xianxia grotto heaven. It was also a black-robed old man. He wore a mask, so his face couldn't be seen clearly. His body was releasing a powerful Eternal Realm aura. This was an Eternal Realm Great Cultivator. Damn it! How could there be such a variable? The black-robed old man said angrily with his hands behind his back. He paced back and forth outside Xianxia paradise, not daring to enter at all. He knew very well that once he entered, he would be trapped by the blood spirit seal that filled the sky. Even if he was an Eternal Realm cultivator, he would still die here. Humph. This old man's luck is too good. I actually found the undead silkworm of that era. This body is many times stronger than the 5 elements true dragon's body. The black-robed old man muttered to himself, his tone filled with excitement. After so many years of painstaking planning, although he didn't get the crystal coffin in the end, a legendary undead silkworm had appeared. Once he captured this undead silkworm, it would be an unimaginably huge harvest. In addition to the 5 elements true dragon's body, the Ishui divine pearl in its body is also an incredible treasure. I must get it too. By the way, there's also that cultivation technique, the black-robed old man muttered to himself, his voice a little anxious. At this moment, he couldn't wait for those guys to come out immediately so that he could catch them all in one fell swoop. Inside Xianxia Paradise, Yiyan saw that the cultivators and the blue water true dragons were fighting fiercely and couldn't stand it anymore. His pupils shrank slightly, and in an instant, he activated the heavenly illusionary eyes. The battle came to an abrupt end. The cultivators screamed and fell from the sky, one after another, into the lake. At this moment, Yiyan removed the blood-spiriting goo in their bodies. The blood-spiriting goo in the mind of the blue water true dragon was also removed at the same time. Seeing that the 18th brother was still in a daze and in pain, Yiyan took out the 8 treasures glazed bottle and flicked a drop of triple brilliance holy water into the mouth of the blue water true dragon. The triple brilliance holy water had an unimaginable and amazing effect in repairing the divine soul. In an instant, the blue water true dragon's expression returned to normal. Eh? Little brother, what did you feed me? I actually recovered more than half of my memory, and that terrifying little worm in my mind also disappeared. The blue water true dragon looked at Yiyan with a dumbfounded expression and said in disbelief. Recovered some of your memory? Yiyan suddenly smiled and invaded the blue water true dragon's mind in an instant. He wanted to see the origin of the dead 5 elements true dragon in the crystal coffin. This is Xianxia? When he entered the true dragon's mind and touched the incomplete memory, Yiyan was shocked. He could not believe what he saw. A familiar Xianxia appeared in Yiyan's sight. She was lying in the depths of the graveyard. Her skin was snow white and her eyes were beautiful like a painting. She was still as beautiful as ever. The true dragon's memory was incomplete at this point. Then, it jumped, after an unknown period of time. Xianxia, who was in a deep sleep, had a shocking change in her body. She gradually turned into a little girl of 4 or 5 years old. She awoke from her deep slumber. Little 18, right? Come with me? Little Xianxia skipped over to a blue water true dragon and gently stroked the huge blue dragon's head as he said with a smile. Yes, master. The turquoise true dragon nodded and woke up from its slumber. Little Xianxia jumped lightly and landed on the true dragon's head. Let's go. I'm a little weak this time. I need you to escort me out. Little Xianxia frowned and said. Yes, master. The turquoise true dragon replied respectfully. It swayed its body and flew out of the graveyard. It rose into the air and flew towards the entrance of the Xianxia grotto heaven. The true dragon's flight path was very strange. It seemed to be avoiding the blood spirit seal. After flying out of the Xianxia grotto heaven, suddenly, a black shadow shot over from afar. Who are you? You came out from inside? The black shadow turned into a masked old man in a black robe. He looked at the man and dragon in shock and disbelief. Yes. Little Xianxia nodded, but there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. The old man in front of her had a dangerous aura. Bring me in and I can spare your lives. The old man in the black robe rolled his eyes and said loudly. As he spoke, a handful of red insects suddenly appeared in his hand. Little 18, we can't let him in. Can you hold him off for a while? Little Xianxia said. Master, don't worry. I can hold him off for a while. Hurry up and leave this place. The true dragon said in a deep voice. Good. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely repay your kindness. The corners of little Xianxia's eyes sparkled and tears rolled down her cheeks. She circulated the little spiritual energy in her body and raised her small jade hand. An ancient talisman appeared in her hand. 10,000 miles teleportation talisman? The black-robed old man was shocked. He didn't expect that this little girl, whose cultivation wasn't high, would have such an ancient talisman. You old bastard, even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. The turquoise true dragon roared angrily. It controlled the rolling water and pounced on the black-robed old man. A ray of light flashed. Little Xianxia activated the 10,000-mile teleportation talisman and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boom, the black-robed old man and the turquoise true dragon began to fight. The battle was intense. The river began to rumble as huge waves soared into the sky. However, after a few rounds, the turquoise true dragon was at a disadvantage. Hee hee. Little dragoni, today I will let you have a taste of this old man's blood-spiriting goo. The black-robed old man sneered and threw out the red bugs in his hand. Each of the bugs turned into a red bolt of lightning, shooting toward the turquoise water true dragon from all directions. Streaks of water appeared and formed a barrier. The turquoise true dragon blocked for a while, but a red bug still attached to its brain. You want to control me? I won't let you get what you want so easily. The turquoise true dragon roared angrily and began to erase the memories in its mind in a suicidal manner. After all, it controlled the only passage in the Xianxia grotto heaven. If the black-robed old man got it, then the crystal coffin that its master wanted them to protect would be taken by the black-robed old man. This was something it couldn't tolerate even if it died. You still want to destroy your own memories? The black-robed old man saw through it and roared angrily. The red bug suddenly sped up and drilled into the turquoise true dragon's mind like a bolt of lightning. Just as he destroyed that pathway in his memory, the other memories were slightly damaged, and the blood-spiriting goo came in. As soon as the blood-spiriting goo came in, it immediately controlled the turquoise true dragon. It couldn't continue to destroy its memories. At the same time, the black-robed old man also peeked into some of the turquoise true dragon's memories through the blood-spiriting goo. So there is a real body of the 5 elements real dragon here. It has reached the peak of level 10 eternal realm, the black-robed old man muttered to himself, his eyes blazing. Now the only safe passage into the Xianxia grotto heaven is with that little girl. I can't let her escape. The black-robed old man's face was ferocious. He turned around and flew away. The turquoise true dragon's memories were broken at this point. As for whether the black-robed old man found little Xianxia, it wasn't sure. However, the black-robed old man returned and entered the Xianxia grotto heaven. After breaking some of the blood spirit seals, his vitality was greatly damaged and he had no choice but to leave the Xianxia grotto heaven. He also strengthened a layer of formation seal. The turquoise true dragon was also released by him. Anyway, with the blood-spiriting goo in its mind, the black-robed old man didn't have to worry about anything. This was probably the most important memory in the turquoise true dragon's mind. After reading these memories, Yiyan's emotions surged and the corners of his eyes moistened. Xianxia, the little girl, had really succeeded in cultivating his dragon transformation skill and lived a second life. The 5 elements real dragon in the crystal coffin was the real body of Xianxia's first life. And that young and beautiful Xianxia from before was her second life. Yiyan didn't expect that Xianxia, who cultivated his dragon transformation skill, could cultivate a third life. The little girl, who was 4 or 5 years old, was Xianxia's third life. Xianxia's talent is indeed unparalleled. His dragon transformation skill has flourished in her body. However, in this way, the dragon clan bloodline in Xianxia's body has become pitifully thin. Yiyan sighed slightly. He focused his gaze and instantly invaded the black-robed old man, who was wrapped in the silver cocoon. Boom, the blood-spiriting goo felt the invading power and exploded in an instant. Yiyan was stunned. He didn't expect these little worms to have some unique points. Yiyan thought silently and finally felt that Xianxia's luck should be good. The owner of the blood-spiriting goo, the black-robed old man, must have not caught Xianxia. Or else. He had obtained the path to avoid the blood spirit seal and could enter this water tomb at that time. The black-robed old man in the silver cocoon died in an instant due to the self-explosion of the blood-spiriting goo. In order to prevent the Su family's patriarch from walking on this old path, Yiyan immediately activated the heavenly illusionary eye and turned the blood-spiriting goo in his mind into particles and dissipated. Yiyan withdrew from the Jade Water True Dragon's memory. At this moment, the other 17 Jade Water True Dragons also quickly swam over. They surrounded Yiyan's side and felt the aura of their clansmen. Their eyes revealed shock. Are you Master's new Jade Water True Dragon? Hey, do you know where Master is? So many years have passed. Is Master still alive? The Jade Water True Dragons all talked at once and asked Yi Yan. I don't know either. Yi Yan shook his head bitterly. Thinking of the lonely Xianxia who stubbornly lived one life after another, there was an indescribable pain in his heart. I say, brothers, don't ask my little brother like that. Look at him, he's not in a good mood. The Jade Water True Dragon named 18 saw Yi Yan's sad mood and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Oh. The dozen or so dragons shut their mouths and looked at Yi Yan anxiously. 18, who is he? A Jade Water True Dragon asked. He's our good brother. We're from the same clan. How can that be fake? 18 said with a smile. Then we'll call him 19 from now on. Haha. The Jade Water True Dragon laughed. Hey, don't joke too much. How can my family's master be your equal? The undead celestial silkworm couldn't help but shout in anger. After it finished speaking, it turned from a silver light into a small white silkworm. That's strange. What's this white worm? It looks like a silkworm. TSK. It's too small. It's not even the size of our fingernails. The Jade Water True Dragons were all talking at once. They were extremely interested in the undead celestial silkworm and began to discuss it enthusiastically. Damn. These stupid dragons, the undead celestial silkworm was furious. All of you, stay put for a while. After it finished speaking, it spat out a silver thread from its mouth. Chi, this silver thread suddenly divided into 18 thin threads and wrapped around the 18 Jade Water True Dragons. The silver thread rotated at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, these Jade Water True Dragons were wrapped in a huge silver cocoon. The 18 huge silver cocoons floated in the air and made the surroundings quiet down. Yi Yan came back to his senses and couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. Master, these fellows have no sense of propriety. Their mouths are too loose. I'll lock them up first. The undead celestial silkworm said with a smile. All right. Yi Yan nodded slightly. He activated the heavenly illusionary eye and invaded the minds of the remaining 17 Jade Water True Dragons. The 17 Jade Water True Dragons had more memories than 18. It turned out that these 18 Blue Water True Dragons were brought back from the outside by Yunjiao's second body to guard the crystal coffin. More than 60,000 years have passed. I wonder how many lifetimes Xianxia has lived. Yi Yan's eyes were lonely as he sighed softly. He grabbed the crystal coffin in the air and entered the tomb in a flash. This large tomb was very ancient. The architectural style was something Yi Yan had never seen before. In the great necropolis, there were quite a few blood spirit seals blocking the way. If one didn't know the path and bumped into it, they would definitely trigger the blood spirit restriction. However, these blood spirit seals were nothing in Yi Yan's eyes. However, he did not destroy the blood spirit seal. After all, Yunjiao's first body had always been placed in this tomb. After bypassing the blood spirit forbidden land, Yi Yan walked into the depths of the graveyard. The tomb was deep and unfathomable. In the deepest place, there was a spacious hall. There was a square-shaped hole in the ceiling of the main hall, and water was gushing out of it continuously. Yi Yan waved his hand and the crystal coffin flew over and landed on top. The water no longer gushed up and was suppressed by the crystal coffin. Yi Yan walked in front of the crystal coffin and looked at the dragon body of the 5 elements true dragon inside, his emotions somewhat agitated. He waved his hand lightly and a small azure bead immediately rose up from within the dragon body. This small bead was only the size of a duck egg and was surrounded by mist, blooming with surging water vapor. There were also 4 small words on the surface of the bead, reeking water divine bead. For Xianxia to be able to cultivate successfully from her first life, this reeking water divine bead played a huge role. Yi Yan's eyes flickered as a trace of understanding flashed across his eyes. This reeking water divine bead was an incredible treasure. Its grade reached low-grade divine rank. Back then, Xianxia, whose source was severely damaged, accidentally obtained this bead and used the surging water energy contained in the bead to replenish the water element source of her 5 elements source. The 5 elements source replenished one of them to perfection. It was enough for Xianxia to successfully live a second life. This little girl's luck is really too good. Yi Yan smiled gently and revealed a gratified smile on his face. Turning around, looking at the densely packed blood spirit seals in front of him and the extremely ancient architectural style of the tomb in front of him, Yi Yan's eyes flickered. Countless tiny runes were rapidly changing in his eyes. After observing for a while, Yi Yan made a deduction about the situation here. This place should be the tomb of a certain successor of the blood spirit divine sect. The blood spirit seal that was set up back then was also extremely powerful, but too much time has passed and it has weakened to this extent, Yi Yan said softly. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the reeking water divine bead in his hand and walked straight to the nearest blood spirit seal. When he walked into the space of the blood spirit seal, he did not trigger the blood spirit seal. As expected, Yi Yan nodded to himself. The reeking water divine bead seemed to be a relic of the successor of the blood spirit divine sect. He did not know how Xianxia obtained it. With the reeking water divine bead in hand, Xianxia could freely travel through the entire Xianxia grotto heaven. Feeling the astonishing water energy, Yi Yan put it back. In fact, the water energy of the reeking water divine bead was not that sufficient. Most of it had been absorbed by Xianxia's first life. The flood of the Jiangchuan dynasty tens of thousands of years ago should be the decline of the array formation outside the cave, causing the aura of the reeking water divine bead to leak out, forming a monstrous flood. Thinking of these causes and effects, Yi Yan sighed silently with mixed feelings. He put the reeking water divine bead back to its original place. Yunjiao's 5 elements true dragon body still needed the nourishment of the pearl's water vapor to maintain it forever. There was a moment of silence. Yi Yan turned and left. He did not take the crystal coffin away, but left a wisp of divine consciousness. In the future, if Xianxia returned here, Yi Yan could be the first to know and recognize Xianxia. Coming out of the water, Yi Yan looked at the huge silkworm cocoons, and his pupils shrank slightly. The 18 blue water true dragons had fallen into a state of deep sleep. When I find Xianxia in the future, I will wake them up. Yi Yan took out a green bead and put the 18 silkworm cocoons and the Su family's old ancestor into it at the same time. Let's go. Yi Yan stood in the air and stared deeply at the big tomb in the depths of the lake. His eyes were extremely bleak. After sighing softly, he turned and left with the undead celestial silkworm. Out of the Xianxia grotto heaven, Yi Yan found a black-robed old man wearing a mask, standing quietly opposite him. Oh, I finally waited for you to come out. It's really not easy. The black-robed old man laughed. Seeing this black-robed old man with eternal realm cultivation, Yi Yan immediately understood what was going on. The master behind the blood-spiriting parasite had finally appeared. These blood-spiriting parasites, are they all raised by you? Yi Yan asked faintly. That's right. The black-robed old man nodded, then waved his hand and said fiercely, hand over the undead celestial silkworm obediently, and I will not kill you and take you under my command. Take me under my command? Yi Yan found it quite funny and could not help but laugh out loud. Haha, I say, old man, your body is full of worms. It seems that you are already brain-dead. The undead celestial silkworm next to him laughed. Undead celestial silkworm, although you're precious, your cultivation base is only in the life and death realm. How dare you speak to this old man like this? The black-robed old man flew into a rage. He opened his big hand and grabbed at the undead celestial silkworm. Keep him alive. Yi Yan didn't move at all and ordered softly. Yes, master. The undead celestial silkworm happily agreed and spat out a white thread. Chi. Chi, this thin white thread wrapped around the black-robed old man's hand like a bolt of lightning. With unimaginable speed, it first sealed his entire arm, then wrapped around the black-robed old man's entire body. How can it be so strong? The black-robed old man was scared out of his wits. Was a life and death celestial silkworm strong enough to defeat an eternal realm expert? Freeze! Yi Yan gently pointed. In an instant, the black-robed old man's entire body froze. Not only the blood-spiriting goo in his body, but even his blood, thoughts, and everything else were frozen. After all, this black-robed old man was only in the eternal realm. Yi Yan was able to freeze his entire body with ease. Activating the firmament illusory eye, Yi Yan began to dig through the old man's memories. The old man's original name was Chen Kong, and he later called himself Sage Xue Ling. He was originally a rogue cultivator, but by chance, he obtained the inheritance of blood spirit Yinggu in an underground ruin. This sage Xueling's aptitude was not bad. After obtaining the inheritance, he cultivated all the way to the life and death realm. Naturally, it wasn't a problem for him to break through to the eternal realm. This person had a gloomy temperament and kept a low profile. Since he cultivated blood spirit Yinggu, he had been secretly planting goo everywhere. Planting goo was risky, and it didn't necessarily succeed every time. Just like this, he grew from a rogue cultivator to a life and death realm great cultivator. Later, when the river dynasty was hit by a flood, he accidentally passed by and found some clues. It seemed to be a flood caused by the divine water pearl. After searching for a while, he finally found the source of the flood in a small cave. In the inheritance memories obtained by Sage Xueling, the divine water pearl belonged to the blood spirit divine sect. The inheritance that he had obtained naturally came from the blood spirit divine sect. Just as Sage Xueling was about to enter the Xianxia grotto heaven after breaking the array formation outside, he saw Xianxia and the turquoise true dragon. Thus, a battle broke out between the two sides. Venerable blood spirit used the blood spirit Yinggu to subdue the turquoise true dragon. However, he did not obtain the information he wanted. Therefore, he used some kind of secret technique and began to search for little Xianxia who had escaped far away. After searching for a while, he finally found traces of little Xianxia. The black-robed elder rushed over, and just as he was about to grab Xianxia, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky and took little Xianxia away. That beam of light emitted a powerful pressure. The black-robed elder hid in the distance and trembled in fear, not daring to move. After missing out on the little Xianxia, the black-robed old man didn't give up. He returned to the Xianxia cave and explored it, but it ended in failure. This time, his vitality was greatly damaged, and his lifespan was sharply reduced. He almost died inside. After coming out of the Xianxia grotto heaven, the black-robed old man tried his best to prolong his life. The only way to extend one's lifespan was through the blood spirit Yinggu. When the blood spirit Yinggu was planted in someone's body, it could absorb a certain amount of the person's lifespan through some kind of secret technique. However, this method had a huge drawback. The blood spirit Yinggu's lifespan wasn't long, and the person who was planted with it wouldn't live for long either. This required venerable blood spirit to continue planting it. On the other hand, the person who was planted with the blood spirit Yinggu would also look for treasures to prolong their lifespan. For example, he would send people into the nether immortal ancient land to look for the divine vitality longevity fruit and then consume it to prolong their lifespan. Back then, after the Su family's ancestor ate the divine vitality longevity fruit, he fell into a deep sleep. In fact, at that time, he used the blood spirit Yinggu to transfer venerable blood spirit's lifespan. Little silkworm, I didn't expect that the blood spirit Yinggu inheritance that venerable blood spirit Yinggu also came from the blood spirit divine sect, Yiyan said with a smile. Master, I remember that the blood spirit divine sect has done a lot of bad things. Looking at it now, I didn't remember wrongly. The undead celestial silkworm said with a smile. Yiyan nodded. Whether it was the blood spirit seal or the blood spirit Yinggu, they were all sinister techniques. It could be seen that the blood spirit divine sect belonged to the evil path and had indeed done nothing good. Yiyan glanced at the silver cocoon. He originally wanted to kill venerable blood spirit, but after thinking about it, he felt that the time wasn't right yet. It was better to keep him alive first. When he found Xianxia, he would let her do it herself. Thinking of this, Yiyan stretched out his hand and put away the silver cocoon. He turned around and looked at the Xianxia grotto heaven. With a wave of his hand, he sealed this place. However, Yiyan also left a back door for this seal. This back door was the undead celestial silkworm's clone. This little guy had countless clones, so he would let it guard here for a while. After settling the undead celestial silkworm, Yiyan soared into the sky and left the black abyss. Leaping up from the water, Yiyan stood in the void and sensed the movement in a certain direction. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile. A large number of powerhouses had gathered at the seal of the Sumi Dark Realm. There were both humans and demons. Both sides joined forces and kept attacking the seal. Yiyan's figure flashed, tore through the void, and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Yi Yan quietly appeared in the huge tunnel where the seal was. At this moment, the tunnel had been expanded to a wider area. There were more than 100,000 people inside. Boom, a series of loud noises were heard. All the attacks that landed on the seal were silently absorbed by the seal. The seal didn't budge at all. After attacking for a while, the top cultivators of the human and demon races couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. This seal is too strong, isn't it? Now that we've gathered the 3 Paragon sects and the 4 Paragon factions of the demon clan, we still can't break the seal. Everyone frowned, looking at the seal with a distressed expression. They could only watch helplessly as the Supreme Emperor weapon was inside, but they couldn't get it. This kind of complicated feeling could be imagined. In the air. Suddenly, a small whirlpool appeared, and a resplendent beam of light descended, directly diving into the sea. Void delivery? Who is this? Yi Yan wanted to leave, but he was suddenly curious about the appearance of this person, so he decided to stay for a while. The newcomer was a silver-robed youth at the first level of life and death realm. He stood in the void above the tunnel with his hands behind his back, looking at the seal with an unruly expression. I say, what are the 3 great sects of the Jiangchuan dynasty and the 4 supreme forces of the demon race doing here? The silver-robed youth asked indifferently. It's none of your business. Puny first level of life and death realm, if you don't want to die, hurry up and scram. A demon race old man angrily reprimanded without any trace of politeness. You are talking to me? The silver-robed youth frowned slightly, and an indescribable coldness instantly spread out. What's wrong with talking to you? I'll say it again, if you don't want to die, scram. The demon race old man angrily said. You 3 great sects have the same attitude? The silver-robed youth looked at the 3 supreme sects and sneered. That's right. The sect masters of the 3 great sects had disdainful expressions as they expressed their stance. A trifling supreme sect dares to be this arrogant? The silver-robed youth proudly smiled, then suddenly extended his hand, and a silver token appeared in his hand. Everyone's gazes immediately landed on the silver token. This is the Tianji token? The demon race old man's eyes widened, and his body trembled as he said, could it be that young master is from the Tianji pavilion? After the monster race old man finished speaking, the monster race old man said. There was complete silence. No one would have thought that. This ordinary-looking silver-robed youth was from the Divine Secret Pavilion. What was the Divine Secret Pavilion? It was a super sect. Although these supreme sects had reached the pinnacle of power in the Jiangchuan dynasty, they were nothing compared to the super sections. There was no way to compare at all. If the supreme being sects were a grain of sand, then the super sects were a fist. When a grain of sand and a fist were placed together, one could imagine the difference in size. The sect leaders of the 3 supreme being sects and the leaders of the 4 supreme being demon clans all breathed heavily and their faces turned ugly. They had just spoken rudely and offended the successor of the Divine Secret Pavilion. This was unforgivable. I didn't expect you to recognize the Divine Secret token of the Divine Secret Pavilion. The silver-robed youth took in the expressions on everyone's faces and smiled proudly. He then put away the Divine Secret token. Yi Yan, who had been watching the battle from the side, was also surprised by this scene. The Divine Secret realm where Jun Ma Xiao and Lei Qinian went to train was built by the super sect, the Divine Secret Pavilion, using the body of the Xianin moon dragon. The Divine Secret Pavilion was also the mastermind behind the destruction of the Shenlong sect. Yi Yan had used his divine sense to search for the Divine Secret Pavilion in the Li dynasty. However, the Divine Secret Pavilion had always been mysterious and was proficient in concealment formations, so he could not find their base. He did not expect that Yi Yan would meet the successor of the Divine Secret Pavilion in the Jiangchuan dynasty. It was really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it by chance. Yi Yan was delighted. Even the wisest man would make a mistake. No matter how mysterious the Divine Secret Pavilion was, they would appear in the world one day. He just happened to meet them in the Jiangchuan dynasty. Yi Yan had a faint smile on his face. Looking at the arrogant youth in front of him, he felt more at ease. He had originally planned to leave, but now he did not want to leave. Through this silver-robed youth, Yi Yan could secretly track down the headquarters of the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets and then capture the entire Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets in one fell swoop. At the same time, he wanted to take a look at the background of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion and see who else was supporting them. According to Yi Yan's analysis, the mastermind behind the scenes was adept at concealment. Presumably, the Divine Secret Pavilion was merely one of the chess pieces. In the Xianxia continent, only eternal sects could truly stir up trouble. Plop, plop, following a series of dull thuds, the patriarchs of the 3 Nine Heavens Supreme Sects and the leaders of the 4 Great Beasts dropped to their knees. Young Master, please spare our lives. We didn't know that Young Master came from the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets, so we offended you with our words. Please forgive us. Everyone had a pleading look on their faces. In front of the super sects, they could only beg for mercy in order to survive. Oh my God, what kind of power was the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion? When the disciples of the various forces saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. They were inexplicably shocked. Most of them had never left the Xianxia dynasty, so they didn't know much about the mysterious divination pavilion in the distant Li dynasty. All of you, kneel. Su Huan turned around and roared at the disciples of the Water Dragon sect. Clatter, all the disciples were terrified and immediately knelt on the ground. The other great sects and beasts did the same. When Yi Yan saw this, he couldn't help but nod inwardly. The divination pavilion was worthy of being called a super sect. It had some semblance of a super sect. Back in the day, when the Xianxia sect was an eternal sect, even a disciple of a super sect like the divination pavilion had to kneel before them. This was the difference. When he thought of the glorious days of the Xianxia sect, when tens of thousands of immortals came to greet them, Yi Yan's heart was filled with nostalgia. In his heart, he wanted to train the 3 juniors of the Xianxia sect as soon as possible and restore the Xianxia sect to the top of the Xianxia continent. Hehe, you're quite knowledgeable. I won't lower myself to your level. Rise. The silver-robed youth smiled proudly. He glanced at the seal and waved his hand. Many thanks, young master. Everyone's face lit up with joy and they immediately stood up. The backs of the 3 sect masters and the rest were drenched in cold sweat. They looked at the silver-robed youth with a question in their hearts. The divination pavilion had always been extremely mysterious and rarely appeared in the world. Why would the silver-robed youth suddenly come to the Xianxia dynasty? What's inside the seal? The silver-robed youth's gaze turned and he suddenly asked coldly. Young master, inside the seal is an ancient ruin. It's the place where the gods and dragons once fought. The old demon cupped his fists and said respectfully. You don't want to tell the truth? Do you think I don't know the reason why I suddenly came here? The silver-robed youth's eyes were cold. His words caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Everyone shuddered. Don't forget, the divination pavilion is best at deduction, the silver-robed youth reminded them with a cold smile. Young master, how could we dare to hide it from the divination pavilion? Even if we have to give up all the opportunities we obtained in the ancient ruin to the divination pavilion, we're willing to do so. The old demon smiled bitterly. Then tell me, what's inside? The silver-robed youth's eyes turned and he said meaningfully. Just now, he had received a secret order from his sect to come to the Xianxia dynasty to investigate. At that time, the elders of the sect who were good at deduction did not calculate the specific opportunity of the Xianxia dynasty. They only said that the opportunity was extremely amazing, but there were also signs of it being lost. For the sake of caution, they still suggested that he go and check it out. Therefore, he directly used the void teleportation method and teleported to the sky above the Xianxia dynasty. Young master, an emperor weapon appeared in the ancient ruin. The old demon said in a low voice. Although he was unwilling to tell the truth, at this time, he had no other choice. The super sects were powerful and far from what they could afford to provoke. An emperor weapon? The silver-robed youth was shocked when he heard this. He did not expect that there would be such a supreme opportunity in the ancient ruin. An emperor weapon was enough to be a cornerstone treasure for a super sect. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion only had one emperor weapon. Young master, we gathered the strength of the entire Xianxia dynasty and still could not break this seal. Please help us, the old demon hurriedly said. Alright, I'll teach you a formation that can break this seal. The silver-robed youth hesitated for a moment, then agreed happily. Regardless of whether the opportunities were lost, he had to try to break this seal. If he could successfully enter the ancient ruin and obtain an emperor weapon, he would have made a great contribution to the divination pavilion. His future achievements were limitless. "Thank you, young master." Hearing the silver-robed youth's words, everyone's face lit up with joy. Yiyan watched from the side with great interest. A mere successor of the divination pavilion wanted to break the seal with a formation, that was wishful thinking. Yiyan waited patiently for a good show. Next. Under the guidance of the silver-robed youth, all the human and demon cultivators learned an extremely profound offensive formation. They practiced this formation for a full day before they could barely familiarize themselves with it. "Alright, we can attack now." The silver-robed youth stood in midair, looking at the seal in the distance with a heroic expression. He waved his hand and gave the order for the formation to attack. Rumble. A powerful array formation was activated in an instant, and a powerful force leaked out. Even if it was only a small amount, it was enough to turn the rocks in the underground tunnel into fine powder. The powder was washed away by the current. As the formation was activated, streaks of multicolored star-like light lit up on the formation. These rays of light exuded a terrifying aura. Under the control of the silver-robed young man, they gathered together and collided with the seal. "Open!" The silver-robed young man shouted. The Nine-Bend Star River Array was a powerful offensive formation of the Divine Secret Pavilion. Now that all the experts of the Jiangchuan dynasty had gathered and the formation was activated, it formed an attack that was comparable to a level 1 Eternal Realm expert. He believed that such a powerful attack could definitely break the seal. Rumble. It was accompanied by a loud bang. When the terrifying beam of light hit the seal, it didn't pose any threat to the seal except for the sound of the explosion. How is this possible?" The silver-robed young man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Young master, there was a seal in the ancient era relic that was easily broken. Later, when we were teleported out, a new seal formed. This seal is much stronger than the previous one," the demon clan elder explained. "No matter how strong it is, I have a way to break it," the silver-robed young man said through gritted teeth. He adjusted his hand gesture again and the formation began to change again. Rumble. As the formation was activated again, countless rays of starlight rose up. At this moment, everyone felt the dermic power in their body surging out like a tide. Although they were afraid, they knew that there was no way out. They could only charge forward. If they did not break the seal, all their efforts would be in vain. Rumble. The Nine Bends constellation array once again emitted powerful light pillars with a terrifying aura as they fell towards the seal from all directions. This time, the formation's attack formed a continuous attack. There was a loud bang as all the light beams fell on the seal. Still, there was no danger to the seal. "It's a waste of effort. Even if you guys bombarded it for 1,000,000 years, or even 10 million years, it's impossible to break the seal." Yiyan shook his head and laughed. "Why isn't it broken yet? How can the second seal be so strong?" The silver-robed young man roared, his eyes burning with rage. He began to direct the array continuously, and the array began to operate faster and faster. Beams of light shot towards the seal in an endless stream. The FAL in everyone's body was being consumed rapidly. Some people saw that the situation was not good and immediately took out pills to replenish their FAL. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everyone was gasping for breath, and the speed of the array had also slowed down. However, the seal was still as stable as Mount Tai, as stable as a boulder, without any changes. "Don't tell me I have to go back to the divination pavilion to ask for reinforcements?" The silver-robed young man looked in the direction of the seal with a gloomy expression. At this moment, Yiyan felt a little bored when he saw these little fellows making some meaningless efforts. This seal, even if he was kind enough to remove them, there wouldn't be a single emperor weapon left in this small world. Yiyan had already collected all the emperor weapons and prepared to leave them for the Su family. He had already given a portion of them, and Yiyan was going to put the rest in the depths of the Su family's ground. Sigh, how boring. Yiyan was bored. Suddenly, he flicked his finger, and the small fragment of the dark Sumeru world was hit by a powerful force. It shattered the void and drilled into the void like lightning, disappearing from the crack. What? Why did the ancient ruins suddenly disappear? All the cultivators of the Jiangchuan dynasty looked at the strange scene in front of them in disbelief. After working so hard for so many days, not only did they not break the seal, but the ancient ruins seemed to have been frightened by something and disappeared into the void. It was really strange. My emperor weapon. Damn it, the emperor weapon flew away just like that. This is too infuriating. Countless people began to stomp their feet and beat their chests, their faces filled with anger. Especially those who had entered the ancient ruins for the first time. Some of them had once owned those emperor weapons, and at this moment, they were even more depressed. The signs of loss. Sigh, it's a pity that I still encountered it. Witnessing all this with his own eyes, the silver-robed young man lowered his head, his eyes filled with indescribable frustration. Although the elders of the sect had already calculated all this, he still failed to seize the opportunity despite his efforts. At this moment, one could imagine how depressed he was. Young master, the ancient ruins have escaped. Is there any way to get it back? The demon clan elder raised his head and looked at the silver-robed young man with a hopeful expression. Naturally, he hoped that the successor of the Divine Secrets Pavilion would have a way to find the ancient ruins. There's no other way. The silver-robed young man shook his head and slowly rose into the air. Suddenly, a small whirlpool appeared in the air above the water region. With a rumbling sound, a powerful suction force appeared, followed by a resplendent beam of light. The silver-robed young man was enveloped by the beam of light. As the beam of light rose into the air, it entered the vortex and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The Divine Secrets Pavilion can't do anything, the demon clan elder sighed and sat on the ground powerlessly. The others looked at each other with teary expressions. After working so hard for so long, it was all for naught in the end. Let's go. Yi Yin smiled faintly. With a flash of his body, he left the area. Yi Yin did not pursue the silver-robed young man who had left the Divine Secrets Pavilion. He only attached a strand of consciousness to the young man. This way, as long as the young man returned to the Divine Secrets Pavilion, he would expose the location of the Divine Secrets Pavilion. At that time, Yi Yin would lead the juniors of the Shenlong sect to kill their way up and take revenge. With a ripple in the air, Yi Yin's figure appeared in the sky above the Su family. His expression changed slightly. The strand of consciousness attached to the silver-robed young man had been projected to the Sun Sky dynasty. He did not return to the Plough dynasty. After the silver-robed young man appeared, he entered a large auction house in a city and then entered a secret room to begin cultivating. This disappointed Yi Yin. It seemed that the silver-robed young man might not be a core figure of the Divine Secrets Pavilion. He was one of the peripheral figures, such as an outer sect disciple. Now that I've got my eyes on this chess piece, he'll be exposed sooner or later. There's no need to rush, Yi Yin smiled faintly and descended from the air. His appearance immediately alarmed the father and daughter of the Su family. Big brother, you're finally back. Seeing Yi Yin, Su Jin's face flushed red with indescribable joy. This joy was faint and shy, like a young girl's first awakening of love. I found your Su family's patriarch, standing in the courtyard, Yi Yin smiled faintly. With a shake of his hand, a ray of light flashed, and the sleeping patriarch of the Su family appeared in the air. Is the patriarch injured? Su Shan moved closer and looked nervously at the patriarch who was in deep sleep. He's only slightly injured, it's not a big deal, Yi Yin didn't think much of it. With a chuckle, he took out the 8-treasure glazed bottle and flicked out a drop of triple light sacred water. After the triple light sacred water entered the mouth of the Su family's patriarch, it was quickly absorbed. The Su family's patriarch immediately woke up. After eating the Divine Vitality Longevity fruit, I actually slept for so long. The Su family's patriarch opened his eyes and looked at Su Shan in front of him. His old face turned red as he said with some embarrassment. Yi Yin smiled faintly. He had already erased part of the Su family's patriarch's memories. Ancestor, could it be that you have forgotten everything from before? Su Shan asked in shock. The Su family's ancestor scratched his head and said with a wry smile, what happened? Why don't I have any impression of it? Sigh, Su Shan sighed and was about to explain when Yi Yin suddenly walked forward and patted Su Shan's shoulder lightly. Su family's ancestral temple, can I go in and take a look? Yi Yan's expression was calm as he said softly. Ancestral temple? Su Shan was stunned at that moment. This young master was not a member of the Su family. Why would he go to their Su family's ancestral temple? However, when he thought of this young master's kindness to the Su family, Su Shan knew that he absolutely could not refuse. Not only did this young master help them solve the family's crisis, but he also gave them several emperor weapons. Now, he even brought the Su family's ancestor back. This kindness was as deep as the sea. If young master wants to go to my Su family's ancestral temple, of course you can. Su Shan agreed without hesitation. What did you say? Su Shan, how can you allow an outsider to enter my Su family's ancestral temple? The Su family's ancestor stared at him and scolded loudly. In his opinion, Yi Yan was an outsider. And the ancestral temple was such an important place that only the direct descendants of the Su family could enter. Ancestor, I will explain this matter to you later. Su Shan laughed bitterly and gave Su Jin a look as he said, Daughter, you bring young master to the ancestral hall. All right. Su Jin immediately agreed. Seeing that Su Shan was still quite responsible, Yi Yan nodded his head in satisfaction and walked towards Su Jin. Big brother, come with me. Su Jin smiled slightly. At this moment, she seemed to have ignored the Su family's ancestor and led Yi Yan out of the courtyard. The Su family's ancestor was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. After Yi Yan disappeared, the anger in his heart finally erupted. Su Shan, do you really not take me, your ancestor, seriously now? The Su family's ancestor flew into a rage. Ancestor, what do you think of my sword? Su Shan helplessly took out an emperor sword from his storage ring. What? This sword? The Su family's old ancestor hadn't even received the sword, but he was already shocked by the sword's aura. When he received the sword and felt it, his entire body stiffened and he couldn't say a word. It was actually an emperor's sword, a genuine emperor weapon, a peerless divine weapon. Su Shan, you, how do you have such a divine sword? The Su family's old ancestor was no longer calm as he said with a trembling body. It's a gift from that young master. Su Shan seemed to have expected that the ancestor would have such a reaction. He sighed helplessly. Oh my God. That young master actually gave you an emperor's sword. Who exactly is he? The Su family's old ancestor looked in a certain direction in shock as he muttered to himself. Ancestor, please take a look at my storage ring. Su Shan handed the storage ring in his hand to the Su family's old ancestor. The Su family's old ancestor used his divine sense to take a look inside. Suddenly, his eyes widened. His entire person was like a clay statue as he fell into a huge shock. There were actually quite a few emperor weapons inside the ring. This was simply too terrifying. How could their Su family have so many emperor weapons? One had to know that the dignified supreme sect of the Jiangchuan dynasty didn't even have a single emperor weapon. And their small Su family actually had several emperor weapons. Thinking of this, the Su family's old ancestor suddenly quivered. He immediately stuffed the emperor's sword into the storage ring and then carefully handed the storage ring to Su Shan. This matter must be kept strictly confidential and must not be spread out. Otherwise, my Su family will be in trouble, the Su family's old ancestor said with a solemn face. I understand, old ancestor. I also want you to see the kindness that young master has shown to our Su family. Su Shan took the ring, put it on his hand, and said with a smile. This great kindness, my Su family will never forget it. The Su family's old ancestor said with an excited face. His prejudices against Yi Yan from before were all gone now. My Su family suddenly has so many emperor weapons. What should we do? The Su family's old ancestor was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan as he kept pacing back and forth in the courtyard. Old ancestor, you don't have to worry too much. Su Shan said. How can I not be worried? If even a single emperor weapon is leaked out, our Su clan will be annihilated. Such a divine weapon, we can only look at it. The Su family's old ancestor was so anxious that he was about to cry. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that as the family's old ancestor, he would be so anxious that he was about to cry because the family had several emperor weapons. Su Shan lowered his head and stood there silently, pondering over the matter. The Su family was too weak. These few emperor weapons were really hot to handle. In the Su family's ancestral hall, Yiyan stood somewhere and looked at one of the memorial tablets. He quietly lit an incense stick. This was the memorial tablet of his eldest disciple, Su Qi. After 100,000 years, this eldest disciple of his could not withstand the corrosion of time and still died. Green smoke curled up and slowly floated past his line of sight. Yiyan's eyes were filled with sorrow. The scene of Su Qi challenging him in the past seemed to appear before his eyes. It was precisely because Su Qi had failed the challenge that he had become Yiyan's disciple. "Big brother, why are you taking care of our Su family's ancestor?" Su Jin looked at Yiyan's back and kept guessing in her heart. Quietly waiting for the incense stick to burn out, Yiyan's emotions also returned to normal from the memories of the past. Yiyan turned around and walked out of the ancestral hall. Standing in the courtyard of the ancestral hall, Yiyan looked around with a nostalgic expression and sighed softly. This was his first time coming to the Su family, and it would also be the last time in his life. Yiyan had already burned an incense stick for Su Qi. Time was long, and some deep memories were destined to be buried by him. Whoosh, Yiyan stretched out his hand and rays of light scattered in all directions. A powerful formation surrounded the entire Su family, as well as the area within a radius of 100 miles. "Big brother, you are?" Su Jin asked in shock. Yiyan took out a token and smiled. "I've set up an array formation that can protect your Su family from being disturbed by any faction. This is the control token of the array formation. Keep it well." With that, Yiyan handed the token to Su Jin. Su Jin helplessly took the token and looked at Yiyan with a dumbfounded expression. Why did this big brother set up an array formation for the Su family out of the blue? What did he mean? Yiyan waved his hand again, and rays of light sank into the depths of the ground. Without anyone noticing, he drew out a strand of Su Jin's blood and set up a restrictive spell deep underground. Only the direct descendants of the Su family could enter the depths of the ground and retrieve the arch artifact. There are still some the arch artifacts in the ancient ruins. I placed them deep underground. I've set up a small teleportation array in the ancestral hall. The direct descendants of the Su family can enter through it, Yiyan said softly. At this moment, 2 rays of light shot into the small courtyard from afar. It was Su San and the old ancestor of the Su family. "Young master, what did you do to our Su family?" Su Shan asked nervously. "Su Jin will tell you," Yiyan smiled gently, and star-like runes flashed in his eyes. The heavenly illusionary eye was activated. At this moment, the 3 of them fell into a dream. Yiyan's figure disappeared. At the same time, a man's voice suddenly came out from a black carriage. "Let's go to the Heavenly Sun Dynasty." "Yes, old master." The big black horse agreed happily and pulled the black carriage into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from the Su family. After a while, in the small courtyard of the Su family's main hall, the 3 of them woke up from a dream. "That mysterious senior is gone," Su Shan looked at the sky and said in a daze. "This senior is actually fated to be with our Su family's ancestors. That's why he treated our Su family so well." The old ancestor of the Su family was shocked and teared up. "Senior is elusive. I don't know if we'll have the chance to meet again," Su Jin sighed. The 3 of them did not expect that the memories in their minds had been tampered with by Yiyan. The 3 of them only knew that a mysterious senior helped the Su family. As for the appearance of this senior, who was he, the 3 of them knew nothing. The Heavenly Sun Dynasty. It was vast and boundless. Its territory was unimaginably vast. The Heavenly Sun Dynasty was under the influence of a supreme sect. It ruled over a dozen territories as large as the Celestial Empire. Under the Celestial Empire, there were many territories similar to the Celestial Empire. One could imagine how terrifying the real Heavenly Sun Dynasty's territory was. At this time, somewhere on the border of the Heavenly Sun Dynasty, in a lush mountain range. In the middle of the mountain road, a black horse-drawn carriage was moving slowly. Although the big black horse pulling the carriage looked slow, in fact, it could go from one mountain to another in a few breaths. Inside the carriage, Yiyan silently glanced in a certain direction, a meaningful smile on his face. The silver-robed young man of the Divine Secret Pavilion was still cultivating in the same place. This was somewhat beyond Yi Yan's expectations. After all, it had been nearly a month since they left the Jiangchuan dynasty to the Heavenly Sun dynasty. After such a long time, the silver-robed young man had not contacted the Divine Secret Pavilion, which made Yi Yan feel a little helpless. This also showed that the Divine Secret Pavilion was not only mysterious, but had been deliberately hiding itself. Even if it was someone from their own sect, they would not easily contact them. This was very much in line with the style of the mastermind behind the scenes. In the past month, the 3 juniors of the Shenlong sect and some demon beasts had been constantly absorbing the divine earth spirit stones. Jun Maxiao had officially entered the first level of the Fate Realm. Luo Li and Su Wani had also reached the peak of Nirvana Realm level 10, only half a step away from the Fate Realm. Mao Bauer had reached the 9th level of the Nirvana Realm. Although the Big Black Cat and Mu Qing had not broken through to the next level, they had reached the peak of the first level of the Life and Death Realm. They were not far away from breaking through to the next level. Yi Yan told the 2 not to rush to break through, but to temper themselves. Sometimes, if one's cultivation was too fast, it would be detrimental to one's cultivation if one's comprehension could not keep up. After all, there was an insurmountable gap between the Life and Death Realm and the Eternal Realm. For ordinary cultivators, breaking through this barrier was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. "Master, please have some tea." Mu Qing boiled some hot water, brewed a cup of tea, and handed it to Yi Yan. Yi Yan took the teacup and took a sip. Then, he looked at Mu Qing and asked with a smile, "You've collected a lot of tea leaves, right?" "Ah." Mu Qing was caught off guard. She didn't expect her master to ask such a question. Her beautiful face instantly turned red as she replied shyly, "Master, I have indeed saved up quite a bit, these tea leaves are extraordinary. If you haven't reached the Eternal Realm, don't touch them." "Keep your mind clear," Yi Yan said with a smile. "Yes, Master, I understand." Mu Qing blushed and nodded. Yi Yan cast his gaze into the distance. The area 10,000 miles ahead had already been sealed off by many people. It turns out that there are a lot of 9-leaf blood lotuses growing in that valley. Yi Yan smiled faintly, finally understanding what was going on. Looking at the crystal-clear 9-leaf blood lotuses, Yi Yan recalled the time when he subdued the Big Black Cat. Recalling how the Big Black Cat was tortured by the Big Black Horse, Yi Yan's lips curled up slightly and he smiled. "Little Black, do you still remember the 9-leaf blood lotuses?" Yi Yan's heart stirred and he asked in the carriage. "Yes, Master." "Why did you suddenly think of asking this?" The Big Black Cat opened its eyes and said with some surprise. "There is a large area of 9-leaf blood lotuses in the valley 10,000 miles ahead." "There are more than a dozen of them," Yi Yan said with a smile. "There are actually so many 9-leaf blood lotuses?" The Big Black Cat was stunned and there was a look of shock on its face. It had guarded that 9-leaf blood lotus for so long, but in the end, it did not obtain it and left with Master. The Big Black Cat more or less felt a little regretful. The 9-leaf blood lotus was a rare immortal herb and it was very beneficial for the cultivation of the physical body. Whoosh! At this moment, a black ponytail descended from the sky and slapped the Big Black Cat onto the carriage. "Ayo, Uncle Ma, why are you bullying me again?" The Big Black Cat shook its body violently and got up from the carriage. It bared its teeth and said, "What do you mean by bullying you? I'm concerned about you." The Big Black Horse pouted its lips and showed its big white teeth as it said snappily, Yes, Uncle Ma is concerned about me, I'll always remember that." The Big Black Cat nodded repeatedly. After so many days of interaction with Uncle Ma, it naturally understood Uncle Ma's temper. In front of Uncle Ma, it had to be humble and low-key, regardless of whether it was right or wrong. "I say, Little Black, your expression doesn't look right when Master mentioned the 9-leaf blood lotus. Quickly tell me, do you miss your original master?" The Big Black Horse turned its head and asked with a smile. No, in my heart, only Master is my true master. He has given me a new lease of life and is like my biological parents." The Big Black Cat said with conviction. "F*CKU, how dare you say that Master is your biological parent?" The Blood Chief Demon Dragon at the side was furious. It suddenly stretched out a furry palm and slapped the Big Black Cat into the shape of a card. "Haha. The few cats at the side laughed loudly. Even Mystic Bird, who was standing on top of the carriage, could not help but laugh. As the saying goes, trouble comes from the mouth. This nine-tailed spirit cat really came true. It did not flatter well and actually fell under the horse's leg. It deserved to suffer. Yi Yan laughed as well. He felt helpless against these clownish demonic beasts. But fortunately, with these demon beasts as companions, it was still a lot of fun. I know I was wrong, Master. I should not have spoken carelessly. The big black cat climbed up again stubbornly. Its flat body shook and immediately returned to normal. Little Black, since you have such thoughts, then you will be responsible for picking those 9-leaf blood lotuses thousands of miles away. Yi Yan said with a smile. No problem, Master. I promise to complete the task. The big black cat said energetically. As it said this, it even stretched out its furry black paw and patted its chest twice. The cat at the side smiled and did not say anything. Based on its intuition, it felt that the task assigned by Master was not simple. Little Black, if you complete this task well, I will reward you with a set of armor. Yi Yan's words were shocking. What? The task was completed, and there was a set of armor? Hearing this, the big black cat jumped up like a monkey whose butt was on fire. After joining the Xianxia sect for so long, it naturally understood the power of the armor that Master was talking about. Come down, don't be so impulsive. You have no respect for your elders. The big black horse stretched out its tail angrily and pulled the big black cat down from midair. Little Black, go ahead boldly. We will watch the enemy's formation and cheer for you. The dark snow greenwood dragon at the side laughed. Could it be that there are many people fighting over these 9-leaf blood lotuses? The big black cat blinked and seemed to understand. However, it immediately patted its chest and vowed, don't worry, Master. No matter how many people are fighting over them, I will definitely get the 9-leaf blood lotuses. Yi Yan nodded and smiled. Although the big black cat was usually not very reliable, it would not drop the ball at critical moments. The carriage continued forward. After a while, 2 cultivators blocked the path at the entrance of a towering mountain. Xianxia Heaven is a forbidden area. All unrelated personnel, return. A young man crossed his arms and shouted coldly with a cold expression. Xianxia Heaven? Inside the carriage, Yi Yan looked at Mu Qing and raised his eyebrows. Mu Qing understood and hurriedly explained, Master, Xianxia Heaven is one of the 4 supreme sects of the Sun Sky dynasty. Together with Great Sun Heaven, 9 Nether Heaven, and Blood Spirit Heaven, they are the 4 transcendent heavens. 4 transcendent heavens? Haha, what an arrogant tone. Now, this small supreme being sect has become so arrogant? Yi Yan laughed. This kind of thing would never have happened 100,000 years ago. If someone dared to call themselves transcendent heavens, the Xianxia sect would be the first to act and destroy them. As an eternal sect, the Xianxia sect's name was ordinary. They wouldn't call themselves transcendent heavens, cardinal heavens, and so on. Therefore, the overbearing Yi Yan wouldn't allow any sect to be above the Xianxia sect. Master, the 4 transcendent heavens are extremely famous in the Sun Sky dynasty, including the Celestial Empire and Celestial Empire under their jurisdiction, Mu Qing said softly. What are the characteristics of these 4 sects? Wait. You said one of them is called Blood Spirit Heaven? Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat and he asked subconsciously. This Blood Spirit Heaven couldn't be related to the Blood Spirit Divine sect, right, in the Langia Grotto Heaven? Yi Yan had some understanding of the Blood Spirit Divine sect. Now that a supreme sect like the Blood Spirit Heaven had appeared in the Sun Sky dynasty, Yi Yan couldn't help but think. If an inheritance from an epoch ago could be passed down until now, it was hard to imagine how strong its foundation and vitality were. Master, there is indeed a powerful force in the Sun Sky dynasty called the Blood Spirit Heaven. This sect is extremely mysterious and can be called the most mysterious sect among the 4 transcendent heavens, Mu Qing explained. Yi Yan nodded solemnly. It seemed that he would have to meet these 4 sects on this trip to the Sun Sky dynasty. First of all, just looking at these names was not pleasing to the eye. No matter what, he had to make them change their names. He had to learn from the Divine Land's myriad Dragon Emperor and change his name to announce it to the world. Secondly, Yiyan would also pay a visit to this mysterious blood spirit sky to see what kind of connection it had with the blood spirit divine sect. Of the 4 beyond heavens, the great solar sky is the most orthodox, the 9 underworld sky is the most bizarre, the blood spirit sky is the most mysterious, and the divine overarching sky is the most domineering. Mu Qing chuckled softly. Shenluo heaven is the most domineering? Then this time, let's let Blackie fight it out with them. A faint smile appeared on Yiyan's face. Although there were not many disciples of Shenluo heaven in the distant valley, and there were not many of them with high cultivation, this was the beginning of the Shenlong sect's challenge to Shenluo heaven after entering the Sunsky dynasty. He could only win. On the carriage, the big black cat had transformed into a black-robed youth. Shenluo heaven? Isn't this the supreme sect of the Sky Sun dynasty? The big black cat's heart skipped a beat as it recalled the origin of Shenluo heaven. Shenluo heaven. It was one of the 4 beyond heavens in the Sunsky dynasty and belonged to the supreme sect. If it had not joined the Shenlong sect before, the big black cat would have naturally left when it heard these 3 words. However, now that it had encountered Shenluo heaven, it naturally had nothing to fear. Among the great monsters around it, they were either in the Eternal Realm or the Divine Lord Realm. It could be said that these monster seniors were invincible in the entire continent. It thought so in its heart. When the big black cat saw that the 2 young men in front of it were only at the first level of the Fate Realm, it immediately showed a look of disdain. Shenluo heaven is bullshit, get out of my way. The big black cat gave a cold laugh and turned into a black light, suddenly leaping up from the horse carriage, like a black lightning bolt pouncing over. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled groans sounded. The 2 disciples were sent flying by it, crashing into the distant mountain rocks. They vomited large mouthfuls of blood and fell limply to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Just 2 ants in the Fate Realm, how dare you show off in front of me? Landing from midair, the big black cat clapped its hands and a cold look appeared on its face. So handsome. Mao Bauer shouted from the carriage in the distance. Handsome my ass, Mao Bauer, don't try to use a honey trap on me. I have no woman in my heart, I wholeheartedly devote myself to cultivation. The big black cat stretched out an index finger and shook it at Mao Bauer in the distance. Isn't this guy too narcissistic? Mao Bauer wanted to cry but had no tears. She was depressed and had to lower her head to cultivate. Anyway, her cultivation level was the lowest. This time, it was not her turn to fight with the big black cat at all. Master, I'm going. The big black cat cupped its fists and bowed to the black carriage. Go. Yiyan said with a chuckle. Okay. Having received the master's permission, the big black cat turned into a streak of black light and flew toward the mountains in the distance. There are a lot of people with higher cultivation levels than Xiaohe. This time, the master's task for him won't be that easy, the blood chief evil dragon chuckled. Xiaohe has slept in a coffin anyway. He's not afraid of death at all. Just let him go. The big black horse grinned. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Xiaohe has been lying in a coffin for so long. His body is much stronger than before. I wonder what kind of elixirs he took. The Netherblood Greenwood dragon laughed and said. Hearing the wild beasts outside making fun of the big black cat, Yiyan smiled. He had destroyed the dragon breeders' base on the moon planet. He wondered if there were other dragon breeders' bases in other places of the Sungnon continent. If there were, Yiyan wouldn't mind destroying them all. The big black cat activated the divine travel boots and flew at an incredible speed. After all, he was now in the life and death realm. Naturally, he was faster with the divine travel boots. As it flew, the big black cat released its divine sense to observe the movements in the surroundings, and it was also searching for the valley that was filled with 9-leaf blood lotuses. Who goes there? How dare you trespass into the forbidden area of my Shenluo Major? 4 or 5 black figures suddenly soared into the sky from the dense forest and blocked his path. When did this valley in the wilderness become a forbidden area of your Shenluo Major? What a joke! The big black cat stopped and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His eyes glinted and he sneered. The guys on the opposite side were all at the Fate State. Compared to him, a first-stage life and death realm great cultivator, they were like ants. He was floating. The big black cat felt a little smug at this moment. He had been looking forward to the life and death realm for many years. Now, he had finally reached this step. His mentality also changed for a moment. So, you're a demon. No wonder you're so arrogant. The leader of the group was a man in his 30s. He looked at the black-robed youth opposite him with a hint of fear in his eyes. He waved his hand lightly and a rainbow-colored light soared into the sky from the forest in the distance. Hee, do you still want to send a message? The big black cat stepped on the void with his hands behind his back. He imitated his master's style and walked toward them step by step. His robe fluttered in the wind and his aura was fierce. His eyes were domineering and cold. Every step he took made the surrounding temperature drop by a few degrees. Haha, isn't this the nine-tailed spirit cat? Why are you here? The big black cat was just about to continue its pretentious act to the very end when suddenly, a giggling voice came from afar in the air. F***CK. Who's so wicked? Who dares to spoil Lord Cat's plans? The big black cat's aura immediately loosened like a deflated balloon. He couldn't continue acting cool. He angrily looked in a certain direction and immediately saw a faint shadow floating in the air in the distance. Recalling the voice just now, the big black cat felt that it was somewhat familiar. Why is there another great demon? The disciples of Xianxia Heaven looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions also turned solemn. Those 9-leaf blood lotuses were something they had to obtain. Therefore, they sealed off the entire area within 10,000 miles. Even a mosquito couldn't fly in. They didn't expect that there would be a flaw. 2 great demons, both life and death realm, barged in one after another. Looking at the fearless appearance of these 2 great demons, their origin should not be small. However, in the territory of Sun-Sky Dynasty, their Xianxia Heaven was not to be trifled with. They had never bowed before the demon race. Nine-tailed spirit cat, you idiot. After so many years, your cultivation hasn't fallen. You really surprised Lord Cat. The man in the faint shadow said in a sharp voice. I remember now. So it's you, you coward. The big black cat raised his brows. A trace of understanding flashed in his eyes as he angrily scolded. The great demon hidden in the shadow was the sky-burrowing rat. 1,000 years ago. The big black cat and the sky-burrowing rat could be said to be in cahoots. The 2 of them thought of all sorts of ways to snatch resources and did a lot of bad things. However, the 2 of them had a disagreement later on, resulting in internal strife. Thus, they parted ways. You stupid cat, you can actually remember Lord Cat. You're really not simple. The faint shadow dissipated, revealing a yellow-robed youth. This youth had shifty eyes and a pointy mouth. He looked just like a gopher. It's really you, sky-burrowing rat. After so many years, your cultivation has actually surpassed Lord Cat's? The big black cat said with widened eyes. His face revealed a look of shock. Fortunately, during this period of time, he had the help of the spirit stones bestowed by his master, which allowed him to rapidly improve his cultivation base and break through to life and death realm in time. However, he did not expect that the sky-drilling rat's cultivation would actually be ahead of him. It could be seen that this fellow had done a lot of bad things in the past 1,000 years and had snatched a lot of resources. The heaven-tunneling rat's sense of smell had always been sensitive. Wherever a natural treasure appeared, it would naturally rush over at the first moment. The heaven-burrowing rat possessed an unfathomable escape technique, especially its earth escape technique. Once it burrowed into the ground, ordinary cultivators would have no way of finding it. Hiss, hearing the conversation between the 2 great demons, the nearby Xianxia Heaven disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone's expression turned grim. The heaven-drilling rat was notorious in this world and enjoyed a great reputation. Wherever there were treasures of heaven and earth, there would be traces of the heaven-drilling mouse. Once this guy appeared, the risk of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures being taken away was also greatly increased. Although Xianxia Heaven was extremely powerful in the Sun-Sky Dynasty, they didn't send many disciples this time. Whether or not they could block this heaven-drilling rat was truly hard to say. Whoosh, whoosh, a few figures broke through the air and arrived. The reinforcements of Shenluo Heaven had arrived. The big black cat turned its head to look, and its eyelids immediately narrowed. Among these people, there were 3 first-level Life and Death Realm cultivators and 3 10th-level Heaven's Fate Realm cultivators. Together with the previous people, there were more than a dozen people. Nine-tailed spirit cat. This is all because of you. I'll leave this place to you to deal with the aftermath. As for that 9-leaf blood lotus, it'll belong to me. The heaven-burrowing rat laughed loudly. It suddenly descended from the air and drilled into the ground, disappearing without a trace. What a scoundrel! The big black cat was so angry that it cursed. The heaven-drilling rat was as timid as a mouse. If it wasn't confident in a battle, it would never dare to make a move. Now that it had entered the ground, it rushed in the direction of the 9-leaf blood lotus. Kill this 9-tailed spirit cat. A Life and Death Realm Shenluo Heaven youth sneered. Just as his voice fell, the 3 Life and Death Realm Shenluo Heaven disciples suddenly opened their arms, and the black robes on their bodies fluttered without wind. Whoosh, a gale swept up, raising a cloud of dust. Not good. Are these guys going to use the Shenluo Heaven's divine ability? The big black cat's facial muscles twitched, and it took out its black shield. Shenluo Heavenly Explosion. The 3 Life and Death Realm youths shouted at the same time and launched an extremely powerful divine ability. The void around the big black cat suddenly shook without any warning. In just a blink of an eye, it shook no less than 1,000 times. The tremendous vibrating force caused the void in that area to shatter with a loud bang. Boom, a powerful force, like a star exploding, wrapped around the big black cat. Buzz, the black shield in front of the big black cat emitted a layer of black light, protecting its entire body. The terrifying power of the God Luo Heavenly Explosion swept over from all directions. The huge explosive power still caused the big black cat to feel a strong pressure. Looking at the Shenluo Heavenly Explosion exploding in the void not far away, the huge shock wave flattened the surrounding mountains. As the dust rose, the Shenluo Heaven disciples could no longer see the black-robed youth's figure. How can a mere demon race block the supreme divine ability of my Shenluo Heaven? A Life and Death Realm youth sneered indifferently. Under Shenluo Heavenly Explosion, if you don't have a powerful magical artifact to protect yourself, you can only turn into dust. Another youth laughed, his expression extremely arrogant. This divine ability of Shenluo Heaven could be said to be famous in the entire Sky Sun dynasty. Once caught off guard and locked onto by this divine ability, there was basically no chance of survival. Unless one's cultivation was higher than the opponent's or had a powerful magical artifact, one could survive this divine ability. These little rascals are really looking down on little black cat. The big black horse looked at everything in the distance and yawned. Little black cat's body was already terrifyingly tough when it was at Heaven's Fate Realm. Now that it has broken through to Life and Death Realm, its toughness is even more terrifying. Mystic Bird stood on top of the carriage and said indifferently. These Life and Death Realm guys immediately used a ruthless move, wanting to kill little black cat. This time, they've angered him. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon chuckled, as if he had predicted something fun. The dust settled. The big black cat removed the black shield in front of him, revealing his true body. Pay. The big black cat spat out a mouthful of saliva, which contained some dust. You guys used such a dirty move right from the start. I have to say, this Shenluo Heavenly Explosion is really King powerful. The big black cat laughed sinisterly. At this moment, a tiny star-like rune flashed in his eyes. He activated Firmament Disillusionment Eyes. The 3 Life and Death youths on the opposite side suddenly became absent-minded. The big black cat seized the opportunity and activated the Divine Movement Boots, turning into a black light and rushing over. An ominous glint appeared on his face as he raised his black shield like an overlord and smashed it down aggressively. The black shield expanded in midair, until it was the size of 2 or 3 millstones. It completely enveloped the 3 youths. Puff, 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 a series of muffled sounds rang out. The 3 youths screamed miserably as they were smashed into 3 clouds of blood mist by the big black cat's shield. What? Our 3 senior brothers are dead? The remaining Heaven's Fate Realm disciples of the Shenluo Heaven stared at the 3 clouds of blood mist floating down in the breeze. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief and horror. How could a life and death realm disciple of Shenluo Sky die so easily? What kind of sorcery did this great demon use? Why were their 3 senior brothers unable to move at that moment? Hee hee. The big black cat descended from the sky and stood in front of the group. It held a black shield in its hand and had a ferocious look on its face. This little Shenluo Heaven is nothing in the eyes of your grandpa cat. After saying that, the big black cat was in high spirits. Holding the black shield, it walked over in the air. Once again, a pretentious aura burst out from its body. Its eyes were fierce, and its aura was fierce. With every step it took, the air became colder. Tisk, tsk, tsk, the little black cat is showing off again. How funny. When I see it next time, I'm going to teach it a lesson. When the big black horse saw this from afar, it pursed its lips and said grumpily, "Count me in." The blood chief demonic dragon raised its red furry paw and chuckled. "I despise those who act tough the most. Count me in too." The Sea of Jade heavenly dragon opened its eyes and laughed along with him. "Count me in too." The Netherblood Greenwood dragon licked its lips and also joined the team. Inside the carriage, Mu-Ching saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh. The 9-tailed cat was going to be unlucky. All the powerful beast seniors outside had joined forces and were ready to teach this pretentious guy a lesson. "Can you count me in too?" A white kitten raised its paw and said weakly. "Maubauer, aren't you close to it?" The immortal silkworm asked curiously. "Although we are close, this guy likes to bully people too much sometimes." Maubauer said shyly and angrily. "Okay, I'll count you in too. Anyway, the little black cat has thick skin. It won't die even if one more person hits it." The blood chief evil dragon laughed and said, "Thank you, senior." Maubauer placed her 2 furry white paws in front of her chest and bowed like a human. "Don't stand on ceremony with me." The blood chief demon dragon waved his hand dismissively. Yiyan couldn't help but laugh when he saw the scene from inside the carriage. It was quite interesting for these demonic beasts to gather together. If he, the great ancestor, had to travel the Sunnan continent with 3 juniors and either cultivate or fight every day, his days would be quite boring. Yiyan looked into the distance again. He saw a yellow heaven-drilling mouse hiding in the depths of the ground near the valley that was filled with 9-leaf blood lotuses. The heaven-drilling rat was still in its human form and did not reveal its true form. Only the heaven-drilling rat in its true form was his strongest state. The reason why the sky-drilling mouse attracted Yiyan's interest was not because of its scarcity. It was mainly because he felt that the combination of the big black cat and the sky-drilling mouse was very interesting. They were both enemies and friends. It was very much like the Tom and Jerry that he saw in the cartoons. A proper cat and mouse. I wonder if the little black cat will be able to defeat this sly rat this time? Yiyan's eyes were profound and a playful smile appeared on his face. He was looking forward to it. He wanted to see if the big black cat could come out on top in this 3-way contest and defeat the 2 great forces of Shenluo Heaven and Heaven-burrowing rat. In another direction. The big black cat's aura was so strong that it locked onto the void on the opposite side. The Fate State disciples of the Shenluo Heaven were so scared that they couldn't escape. They were all trembling and their faces were ashen. "Senior from the demon clan, can you spare our lives?" A man suddenly knelt down and asked. "If I spare your lives, will the Shenluo Heaven spare your lives?" The big black cat smiled faintly and raised its chin to the sky, showing the demeanor of an expert. No, the man remembered the extremely strict sect laws of the Shenluo Heaven and his face suddenly turned pale. "Now I will send you on your way. In your next life, remember not to reincarnate in the Shenluo Heaven." The big black cat smiled faintly. Whoosh, the black shield was raised and fell, easily ending the lives of the Shenluo Heaven disciples. After dealing with them, the big black cat confirmed the direction and flew forward. After a while, the big black cat found the valley. At the moment, it was more than 1,000 miles away from the valley. The sky-drilling mouse hasn't succeeded yet. It must be hiding in the depths of the ground now. Many Shenluo Heaven disciples have gathered in the valley. This is troublesome. The big black cat was hiding on a mountain, looking at the valley in the distance through the sparse leaves, and said with a gloomy expression. The current plan was to let the sky-drilling mouse make the first move, and then he would intercept. In this way, it would be twice the result with half the effort. The big black cat knew the heaven-drilling mouse very well. Therefore, it observed its surroundings and then set up 3 simple formations in a radius of 1,000 miles. This array formation was only the most basic detection array formation. However, the big black cat set up a very wide range, and it was divided into 3 layers. As long as the sky-drilling mouse passed through, it would be able to sense the movement immediately and block the sky-drilling mouse. Especially in the 3rd layer of the formation, the big black cat set up a little trick. Shamelessly, he peed in a puddle. This puddle of cat urine turned into a mist and fused into the array formation. As long as the sky-drilling mouse passed through this formation, it would have the smell of cat urine on its body. The sky-drilling mouse wouldn't be able to discover it in a short period of time. In this way, even if the big black cat didn't stop it in the first 2 layers of the formation, it would be able to track it after it set up a mark in the 3rd layer of the formation with the unique smell of cat urine. After doing all this, the big black cat sat cross-legged on a rock on the mountain, quietly conserving its energy and waiting for the sky-drilling mouse to make a move at the same time. The 9-leaf blood lotus in the valley in the distance was about to mature. It shouldn't be long before the people of Xianxia heaven would make a move to harvest it. And at that time, the sky-drilling mouse would definitely invade from the depths of the ground and steal all the 9-leaf blood lotuses before Xianxia heaven made a move. What AF * king talent, this little black. The big black horse watched speechlessly as the big black cat peed on the formation with a look of shock in its eyes. This was simply a stroke of genius. The sky-drilling mouse was slippery. Once it burrowed into the depths of the ground and used its escape technique, it would be extremely difficult for the big black cat to capture it. Once it was stained with cat urine, the sky-drilling mouse would be marked and it would be difficult for it to escape. Only little black cat can think of such a despicable method. The blood chief demon dragon clapped its hands and laughed loudly. Isn't that right? I really didn't expect it to come up with such a rotten idea. The netherblood azurewood dragon smiled faintly. Little black cat should be rewarded, haha. The jade sea heavenly dragon also laughed along. The mystic bird, Mao Bauer, and Mu Qing in the carriage couldn't help but laugh secretly at this moment. When Yiyan saw this scene, he didn't know what to say. Even if the big black cat was victorious this time and completed the mission he assigned to it, obtaining all the 9-leaf blood lotuses, it would still be able to do so. When he returned, what awaited the big black cat would also be a group of demon beasts. In a valley shrouded in red light, more than a dozen blood-red lotus flowers bloomed with a dazzling red light. One could tell at a glance that it was extraordinary. This was the famous 9-leaf blood lotus. The 9 jade-green leaves were emitting dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy was condensed and did not dissipate. It floated above the blood-red pool where the 9-leaf blood lotus was rooted. This blood-red pool also contained a rich amount of spirit chi. However, this pool was dazzling red. It was even redder than a normal person's blood. It was an eye-catching red, a ghastly sight. The pool was not large. It was only 100 feet in radius. An array formation rose from the ground and enveloped the entire blood pool. Dozens of Xianxia heaven disciples stood around the array formation. There were a total of 14 to 15 life and death realm disciples. The rest were all at heaven's fate realm. Everyone was glaring covetously. Their eyes flickered as they prepared for battle. Senior brother Liao, why haven't they returned yet? Could something have happened? A black-robed man frowned and said. The 9-leaf blood lotus is about to mature. We must not split up at this time. Let's collect the 9-leaf blood lotus first and then look for junior brother and the rest. A middle-aged man beside him said with a calm expression. This was the Sunsky dynasty. If someone dared to have designs on their Xianxia heaven disciples, they would pay the price in blood sooner or later. Xianxia heaven's tyranny was famous in the entire Sunsky dynasty. That's good too. In a few hours, this 9-leaf blood lotus will mature. The man nodded and said. Everyone waited quietly. Their divine senses were constantly scanning the surroundings. They were also on guard against sudden enemies. At this moment, somewhere in the depths of the ground, Heaven-burrowing rat looked at all of this and revealed a cold smile. This bunch of idiots from Shenluo Heaven. Do they think it's fine to use an array to defend? I'll teach you guys a lesson in a while and let you know how powerful I, Heaven-burrowing rat, am. Heaven-burrowing rat crossed his arms in front of his chest. His face was full of disdain. He turned around and released his divine sense in all directions, carefully scanning the area. In his heart, the nine-tailed spirit cat was also an opponent that could not be underestimated. After scanning the area, he did not find the nine-tailed spirit cat. The heaven-burrowing rat did not give up. It scratched its body, took out a louse, and flicked it toward the ground. After the little louse flew out of the ground, it immediately jumped to the place where it had met the nine-tailed spirit cat. Although the louse was small, its speed was extremely fast. Soon, it arrived at the scene of the battle. Through the little louse's eyes, the heaven-drilling mouse saw a few clouds of blood mist on the ground. What's going on? Don't tell me that the nine-tailed spirit cat was killed by a few life and death realm disciples after killing a few heaven's mandate realm disciples? The heaven-drilling mouse mumbled. In his mind, although the nine-tailed spirit cat was cunning, it was not strong. Regardless of whether it was personal combat prowess or escape techniques, he was far too inferior compared to the heaven-drilling rat. Therefore, in the heart of the heaven-drilling rat, the nine-tailed spirit cat had long been killed by the powerful Shenluo Heaven disciples. After all, he knew that the divine gathering heavenly explosion was extremely powerful. If 3 life and death realm disciples joined hands, they would have a high chance of killing a nine-tailed spirit cat of the same realm. Nine-tailed spirit cat. You died so miserably. On this day next year, I'll go to your grave and burn an incense stick. The heaven-drilling rat pretended to wipe his eyes and squeezed out 2 drops of tears. After a few seconds, it's quiet now that you're dead. It just so happens that these 9-leaf blood lotuses belong to me, ha ha ha, the heaven-drilling rat laughed loudly. He had been coveting the 9-leaf blood lotuses for a long time. If he could get his hands on these 9-leaf blood lotuses, cultivating to the 10th layer of life and death realm would be a cinch. After crying and laughing, the heaven-tunneling mouse finally calmed down. Light continuously flashed within its tiny mouse eyes. It seemed to be silently calculating the formation that enveloped the 9-leaf blood lotus. The ground were very calm. Even the big black cat, who was hiding on a distant mountain peak, was the same. The 3 forces were waiting for the 9-leaf blood lotuses to mature. A few hours passed. A 9-leaf blood lotus suddenly swayed gently in the wind, emitting an alluring fragrance. Even through the array, the fragrance leaked out. So fragrant. A heaven's mandate disciple said. A 9-leaf blood lotus has matured. The middle-aged man, who was the leader of the Shenluo Heaven disciples, chuckled and said with a relaxed expression. All the disciples became nervous. Everyone was constantly looking around, on guard against any sudden enemies. The first 9-leaf blood lotus had matured. Soon, there would be a second and a third. After a while, the second 9-leaf blood lotus also emitted a fragrance. Soon, more and more 9-leaf blood lotuses matured. 4 to 6 hours later, almost 3/4 of the 9-leaf blood lotuses in the blood pool had matured. Only 1/4 of them hadn't emitted a fragrance yet. Should we collect them now? A disciple asked. Wait a moment, the middle-aged man said with an indifferent expression. Right at this moment, the blood water in the blood pool suddenly started to churn. Although the churning wasn't loud, it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, a few thin black lines actually floated up from the originally dark red blood in the blood pool. Strange, where did these thin black threads come from? Someone asked with a frown. They don't look like threads. Don't they look like the black fur of wild beasts? Another person observed for a few seconds and said in shock. Everyone observed carefully and discovered that the long black fur was 3 to 4 meters long. It looked like the fur of some kind of ape. Strange, why would this kind of black fur appear in the blood pool? The middle-aged man's expression finally changed from casual to solemn. He took 2 steps forward and looked at the depths of the blood pool with his hands behind his back. After searching carefully, he didn't find any clues of the appearance of demons. On a mountain in the distance, the big black cat was further away and didn't see this scene clearly. Instead, the heaven-drilling rat, who was closer, saw the black fur in the blood pool clearly. Strange, could there be other demons ahead of me? The heaven-drilling rat's expression changed drastically, and his entire back arched. It could be seen that he was very nervous. I can't wait like this. Now that more than half of them have matured, it's the best time to make a move. The heaven-drilling rat thought about it and gritted his teeth as he made up his mind. With a shake of his body, he transformed into a yellow rat and activated his powerful earth escape technique, charging toward the blood pool. The disciples of Shenluo Heaven on the ground had no idea about the arrival of the heaven-drilling rat. After all, the heaven-drilling rat's earth escape was too fast. It was too much for them to handle. The heaven-drilling rat arrived at the bottom of the blood pool in an instant. What are these things? Why are there so many long black fur? When the sky-drilling rat arrived at the bottom of the blood pool, it saw a dense mass of long black hair. It actually followed the bloody tunnels and extended upwards. This scene scared him half to death. F***ck, what the hell is this? It's too scary. The heaven-burrowing rat was frightened out of its wits. These long black hairs grew out of the blood-colored tunnel. They were like living creatures and looked abnormally terrifying. This place is too strange. I have to quickly take away the 9-leaf blood lotuses and leave this place. The heaven-burrowing rat gritted its teeth and charged upward. It charged into the pool. It stretched out its claws and a violent gravitational force immediately caught those mature 9-leaf blood lotuses in its hands. The 9-leaf blood lotuses were quickly put into its storage ring by the heaven-burrowing rat. After doing all this, it burrowed into the depths of the pool and fled into the distance in the blink of an eye. The speed of all this was unbelievably fast. In the eyes of the Shenluo Heaven disciples, they only saw a wave of blood suddenly sweep up in the pool. Then, a large portion of the 9-leaf blood lotuses mysteriously disappeared. Someone stole the 9-leaf blood lotuses. Chase! The Shenluo Heaven disciples panicked and jumped into the pool one by one. These Shenluo Heaven disciples naturally also knew some earth escape techniques. However, they were not as powerful as the heaven-burrowing rat. However, just as they burrowed into the ground, they saw those strange long black hairs growing out. Ah! Someone let out a miserable cry and flew out in fright. There were also people who could not dodge in time and actually crashed into the long black hairs. The long black hairs seemed to have intelligence and immediately turned around and wrapped around that disciple. Countless black hairs pierced into his body and gurgled as they absorbed his blood. In a few breaths of time, that disciple's body turned into a dried corpse. When the others saw this scene, they were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They all escaped from the blood pool. What's wrong? What kind of monster is it? The middle-aged man asked loudly. Senior brother, it's not good. There are many strange black hairs below. A life-and-death young man landed on the edge of the pool and said with a pale face. What kind of monster is this? The middle-aged man was alarmed and hurriedly looked at the pool. He saw the pool churning as more long black hairs grew out. The long black hairs constantly swayed in the pool like countless slender black snakes twisting and swimming. It looked abnormally horrifying. On the black carriage in the distance, all the demonic beasts were dumbfounded when they saw this. This is too interesting. There's actually a long-haired monster deep underground. The Blood Chief demonic dragon was rather curious. It stretched its neck and looked into the distance. It's buried very deeply. You can imagine how long the black hair would be. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon gazed in the direction of the blood pool and said meaningfully. Senior, what exactly is that? Mao Bauer asked curiously. Is it a dead person? He seems to have been corroded by some strange energy, and now he has become a guy that is neither human, ghost, nor demon. The Heavenly Jade Dragon said with a smile. Then, he yawned and laid his head on the carriage again. Although the scene in the distance was a little scary, in its eyes, it was still pitifully weak. After all, it was a divine lord realm divine dragon. In the Zhongnan continent, anything that looked terrifying was not worth mentioning in its eyes. Good heavens! That person can even grow black silk. It's comparable to my silk. The undead celestial silkworm muttered to itself, its eyes filled with interest. Inside the carriage, Yiyan raised his eyebrows and looked in the direction of the black hair thoughtfully. At this moment, he remembered what the black bird said 100,000 years ago. In the operation to destroy the Shenlong sect, there was a black door hidden in the void. There was a black hairy arm in the door, and long black hair was constantly sprinkling down. How similar were the two? Perhaps the black hair on the black arm and the black door was not so long. Right now, the long black hair that grew out of the strange human underground had already extended for hundreds of miles like a magic treasure. One could imagine that the length of the black hair had exceeded some kind of limit. Yiyan saw that the guy underground seemed to be showing signs of coming out, so he was not in a hurry and quietly waited for him to come out. After he came out, Yiyan would study him carefully. In another direction, the big black cat also noticed the movement at the blood pool. It immediately stood up and observed the three formations he had set up. At this moment, not far from him, the first array formation had been broken. The big black cat didn't even think before activating the boots of divine travel. With a whoosh, it turned into a black light and burrowed into the ground. The big black cat's earth escape technique was sloppy and ordinary, but it had an emperor artifact, the divine travel boots. Therefore, it also gained unimaginable speed in the earth. The sky-burrowing rat was rushing forward with its head down when it suddenly saw a black light smashing down from mid-air. In a hurry, the sky-burrowing rat quickly took out a magic treasure and forcibly blocked in front of it. It was a yellow shield. The yellow shield had just been placed in front of it when it collided with the black light. Boom, a loud noise sounded. The sky-burrowing rat was forcibly knocked back. Its whole body shook, the blood in its body was boiling, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of its mouth. Nine-tailed spirit cat, you stupid cat, why aren't you dead yet? After seeing the black-robed youth clearly, the sky-burrowing rat was shocked. This guy was actually able to survive the attacks of 3 Shenluo Heaven disciples. It was truly inconceivable. Sky-burrowing rat, you coward. You only know how to run around in the earth every day. Today, this Lord Cat will teach you a lesson. The nine-tailed spirit cat sneered. After speaking, it charged at the sky-burrowing rat without hesitation. Although this guy is at the first layer of life and death realm, the black shield in his hand is an extraordinary magic treasure. It's better to run away. Looking at the cracked yellow shield in its hand, the sky-burrowing rat fiercely put it away and turned around to flee in another direction. A yellow light was desperately fleeing in the depths of the earth, while a black light was chasing after it. The sky-burrowing rat was, after all, a sky-burrowing rat. Its earth escape technique was indeed incomparably powerful. Therefore, even if it couldn't pull away from the big black cat in terms of speed, it was extremely nimble underground. The sky-burrowing rat constantly searched for different types of soil, promptly changing directions. In this way, the big black cat had to constantly adjust its earth escape technique. After chasing for a few rounds, it lost track of the sky-burrowing rat. The big black cat soared into the sky. Standing in the air, it observed the second array. Soon, the second array was also pierced through by the sky-burrowing rat. A cold light flashed in the big black cat's eyes, and it immediately chased after it again. Bang, the two clashed once again in the depths of the earth. This time, the big black cat fiercely smashed the sky-burrowing rat, causing it to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. You stupid cat, how can you be so strong? Wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth, the sky-burrowing rat asked in disbelief. This Lord Cat is naturally strong. You little rat, you'd better obediently submit. The big black cat chuckled. I, the sky-burrowing rat, have been unhindered in my life, and have never failed in stealing treasures. Today, I naturally won't fall in the hands of a stupid cat like you. The sky-burrowing rat roared angrily and raised its head to swallow a red pill. The aura on its body surged and suddenly strengthened. It turned into a yellow light and disappeared into the depths of the earth in the blink of an eye. Still want to run? You're just a little sky-burrowing rat. Today, you won't be able to escape from Lord Cat's grasp. The big black cat sneered and suddenly soared into the sky. With a confident attitude, it observed the third array with cat urine. just as the big black cat was fully focused on observing the movements of the third formation. In another direction. In the valley where the 9-leaf blood lotus grew, the disciples of Xianluo Heaven were fearful of the strange long black hair that grew out of the blood. Some of them were hesitant to move forward. Although a small portion of the 9-leaf blood lotus was growing in the blood pool and was gradually maturing. However, at this moment, no one dared to enter the blood pool and pluck the 9-leaf blood lotus. At this moment, everyone rose into the air. They stood in the air and looked down with solemn expressions. "Senior brother, what should we do?" A young man asked in a panic. "Why are you panicking? Xianluo Heaven is one of the 4 beyond heavens of the Skysun dynasty. Whoever dares to touch us will be annihilated by Xianluo Heaven." The middle-aged man glared and said angrily. He was indeed very angry. Most of the 9-leaf blood lotus that he had been guarding for so long had been stolen. How could he take this lying down? In addition, Xianluo Heaven had always been known for being domineering. Now that they had suffered such a loss, they would definitely not admit defeat. "Senior brother, when I went deep into the blood pool, I felt a faint demonic aura," a young man recalled. To be able to possess such an unfathomable escape technique, it should be the heaven-drilling rat clan. The middle-aged man thought carefully and came to a conclusion. Could it be the infamous heaven-drilling rat? A young man exclaimed in surprise. "It should be." The middle-aged man nodded. When everyone heard that, they all looked indignant. The heaven-drilling rat clan had always liked to do things that were unscrupulous. This was especially so for the newest generation of the heaven-drilling rat clan. One of the clansmen had continuously carried forward the unscrupulous style of doing things. This heaven-drilling rat was ranked 9th among the younger generation. In the cultivation world, many people called him Huangjiao or Smelly Old Jiao. In the past, this Huangjiao did not have much interaction with the 4 beyond heavens. He would often attack some of the weaker sections. For example, some of the high-grade and middle-grade sections. I remember, this heaven-drilling rat man was nicknamed Smelly Old Ninth. Now that he has snatched away our Xianluo Heaven's 9-leaf blood lotus, it just so happens that our Xianluo Heaven has a chance to send troops to the heaven-drilling rat clan. The middle-aged man sneered. "Senior brother, the heaven-drilling mouse clan lives in the bottomless pit. It's said that no one can truly find their whereabouts. How are we going to snatch back the 9-leaf blood lotus?" A Fate State young man said worriedly. "Although the bottomless pit is mysterious, it's not difficult for our Xianluo Heaven to find its location. It's just that after entering the bottomless pit, we need to spend some time looking for those heaven-drilling rats. My Xianluo sect has a strong army. Taking care of the small heaven-drilling rat clan is not a problem," the middle-aged man said arrogantly. At this moment, the supreme prestige of a supreme being sect was undeniable. Hearing this, the others calmed down and looked in the direction of the blood pool. At that moment, in the blood pool, the 9-leaf blood lotuses were almost all ripe and emitted an intoxicating fragrance. More and more black hairs appeared in the blood pool, occupying almost half of the pool. Long black hair sprouted from the surface of the blood pool. They were like slender arms that danced in the wind. Although their movements were gentle, they emitted an extremely strange aura. The red blood pool, the black hairs, and the shocking combination of red and black gave people an extremely bad premonition. "Senior brother, the remaining 9-leaf blood lotuses are all ripe," someone reminded. "Although I don't know what kind of monster this black hairs is, it's very strange. We have to be extra careful. Once we collect the 9-leaf blood lotuses, we have to quickly soar into the sky and leave this place," the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "Understood, senior brother." Everyone responded one by one. Next, the middle-aged man divided the Xianluo sect disciples into 2 groups and sent a few life and death disciples to collect the 9-leaf blood lotuses above the blood pool. The others were responsible for guarding against the sudden attack of the black hairs. After everything was arranged properly, the 2 sides began to move. 3 or 4 figures descended from the sky and headed straight for the blood pool. These people were all at the first layer of life and death realm. Originally, according to the normal procedure, only 1 person was needed. However, the middle-aged man considered the strange situation and sent a few more people to share the risk. Those life and death disciples held their breaths. As they gradually approached the blood pool, their hearts inexplicably tensed up. Those black hairs fluttered above the water like countless nimble long hands. They were extremely intelligent. It seemed as if they could launch a fatal attack at any time. Right now, they were afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. They couldn't attack these black hairs of unknown origin. They were also afraid that if the impact was too strong, the remaining 9-leaf blood lotuses would be destroyed. If that happened, their mission would be a complete failure. Even if they managed to retrieve a small part of the 9-leaf blood lotuses, they would still be able to account for it when they returned to the sect. Chi-chi, a light sound suddenly rang out. Countless black threads suddenly sped up and rushed towards the few life and death realm first layer Shenluo heaven disciples who were descending from the sky. Attack! The middle-aged man frowned and immediately waved his arm. At this moment, all the Shenluo sect disciples beside him opened their arms and simultaneously launched Shenluo heavenly explosion. The black hairs that stretched out were instantly enveloped by the vibrating void. Buzz buzz, along with the vibration of the high-speed space, a powerful explosive force suddenly shattered the black hair. Whoosh, seeing this scene, those life and death disciples inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. They suddenly stretched out their hands and grabbed at the 9-leaf blood lotuses below. They originally thought that the 9-leaf blood lotuses would immediately become theirs. However, they didn't expect that the blood pool would suddenly churn and surge. Countless black hairs flew out from the blood pool. Like countless black snakes, they pounced toward those life and death disciples in the sky. How can there be so many? Those life and death disciples were greatly alarmed. Without hesitation, they opened their arms and launched Shenluo heavenly explosion. Boom, a series of explosions rang out in the void in front of them. The spatial attack formed by Shenluo heavenly explosion instantly annihilated the concentrated attack of the black hairs. However, this wave of attack had just ended. More and more black hairs grew out crazily, pouncing toward the life and death disciples again. Shenluo heavenly explosion. The disciples of Shenluo heaven had once again launched the most powerful divine ability of this generation. However, this time, the black hairs were completely different from the previous one. This time, the black hairs were unexpectedly organized. A portion of the black hairs madly accelerated, bypassing the attack range of Shenluo heavenly explosion, and attacked those life and death disciples from another strange angle. As for the other portion of the black hairs, they were struck by Shenluo heavenly explosion and shattered once again. Junior brothers, be careful. These black hairs are growing crazily. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He stretched out his hands and launched Shenluo heavenly explosion as well. Boom, several loud explosions rang out. The middle-aged man's Shenluo heavenly explosion actually froze several small spaces, forcibly shattering all the black hairs that were sneakily attacking. Many thanks, senior brother. Those life and death disciples were saved. Gratefulness appeared on their faces as they loudly expressed their thanks. The situation was urgent. As they spoke, they once again grabbed at the 9-leaf blood lotuses. Whoosh, the remaining 9-leaf blood lotuses' roots left the blood pool soil and flew toward those people. At this time, a sudden change occurred. Rumble, the earth quaked and the mountains shook as if some colossus was about to emerge from underground. Buzz. The surrounding space also became unstable and began to vibrate intensely. The 9-leaf blood lotus that was flying toward the life and death realm youths also drifted away uncontrollably at this moment. What's going on? It seems like some monster is about to emerge from underground. The Shenluo heaven's disciples turned pale with fright, especially the life and death realm disciples at the bottom. They felt a terrifying aura that was about to break out from the depths of the earth. Bloop, bloop, the pool water surged crazily. Countless long black hairs filled the entire blood pool and crazily grew toward the sky. These long black hairs split into two groups. One group charged toward the life and death realm disciples. The other group was even faster and charged toward the Shenluo heaven's disciples in the sky. This aura, the middle-aged man's expression changed greatly. He actually felt a powerful 10th layer life and death realm aura. If this underground monster was a 10th layer life and death realm cultivator, they wouldn't be its opponent at all. Run. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man's whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He immediately gave the order to retreat. He turned into a stream of light and flew into the distant sky in an instant. The other disciples also hurriedly fled. However, apart from the middle-aged man, who had a high cultivation base and was the first to escape, none of the Shenluo Heaven's disciples in the sky escaped. Whoosh, the long black hairs grew crazily like a black tide, drowning these people in the sky. Rumble, everyone screamed in fear and attacked the long black hairs madly. However, at this moment, the long black hairs seemed to have been strengthened and couldn't be broken through. As for the life and death realm disciples below, they were in even more danger. A few breaths of time passed by. These people were all bound by the long black hairs. As the long black hairs pierced into their bodies, their blood quickly flowed out, and their bodies continuously withered. Ah! Following a few weak screams, everyone turned into mummified corpses, completely devoid of breath. After absorbing these people, the long black hairs suddenly waved and flung these people aside. Rumble, the blood pool suddenly exploded. A humanoid monster with long hair all over its body suddenly rose into the air amidst the monstrous blood. Owu, the black humanoid monster let out a strange roar. At this moment, the long hairs on its body also retracted. When the long cry stopped, the long hairs had also shrunk to about a foot long. At this moment, the black humanoid monster stopped in midair, motionless. It seemed to have closed its eyes and was still savoring the taste of the blood and flesh it had just enjoyed. Crack, crack, the sound of bones breaking suddenly came from behind the black humanoid monster's shoulder. Ugh! He let out a low growl of pain. On the back of his shoulders, there were 2 wounds. 2 black spears slowly grew out of the bloody wounds. Wow, what is this weird thing doing? How explosive! The Blood Chief demonic dragon couldn't help but cry out when it saw this from afar. It also felt a little shocked. What were those 2 big black spears growing out of this strange black-furred fellow's back? Is it some kind of weapon? The big black horse pondered and said. It doesn't look like a weapon. It looks more like a grown arm, the Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon observed for a while and came to a conclusion. In another direction, the big black cat, who had been staring at the third array formation from midair, also saw the terrifying scene in the valley from the corner of its eye. Good heavens! What the hell is this? It looks really scary. Its cultivation base is also quite high, reaching the 10th layer of life and death realm. The big black cat curled its lips and said in shock. If it was before, it would have been scared witless. But now, its backers were not far away, so it didn't have anything to worry about. The big black cat focused its mind and stared at the third array, preparing to capture the heaven-burrowing rat. Master, this person seems to be transforming into a beast. Mu Qing gazed into the distance and whispered. N. Yiyan lightly nodded. That humanoid monster had actually died long ago, but there was a special energy in its body that turned it into a special creature. Now that it had absorbed the blood of those Shenluo Heaven disciples, the energy in its body was replenished, which was why it had such a beast-like transformation. Yi Yun was very interested, but he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Ka, the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The 2 black spears grew longer and longer, even forming a curved joint in the middle. After a few breaths of time, the piercingly cold black spears were completely grown. Hiss! They look like spider legs. The Blood Chief demonic dragon cried out. Hee, it's true. They look like the legs of a spider. The big black horse pursed its lips and chuckled. This guy, could it have been bitten by a spider and mutated? The undead celestial silkworm said with a smile. It's possible. I wonder what kind of spider it is. It's actually so poisonous. The Jade Sea Heavenly Dragon said. Hearing the demon beast's words, Yi Yun couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this a proper version of Spider-Man? It was a pity that this Spider-Man was too scary. If it was brought to the movie screen, the long black hair all over its body could extend for hundreds of miles, and it would probably scare many audiences. The cracking sounds disappeared. That black-furred fellow had finally completed some sort of transformation. Awoo! It roared into the sky again, causing the surrounding mountains to shake. This guy's cries are so unpleasant. The big black cat pursed its lips and cursed in annoyance. Suddenly, its expression changed. The sky-burrowing mouse had finally broken through the third layer of the spell formation it had set up. Sky-burrowing mouse. You coward. Now that you've been stained with cat urine, let's see how you're going to escape. The big black cat laughed loudly. It suddenly activated the boots of lightning, turned into a black light, and flew in a certain direction. It flew over a mountain range and landed vertically, going straight into the depths of the ground to intercept the sky-burrowing mouse that was running wildly. Coward, where do you think you're going? The big black cat roared angrily, raised its black shield, and smashed it with all its might. This time, it didn't hold back. After all, the sky-burrowing mouse had eaten the red pill, and its strength had probably increased greatly in a short period of time. If it didn't use more strength, it would be difficult to keep this cunning guy here. What? How can the nine-tailed spirit cat predict my direction in advance? The sky-burrowing mouse turned pale with fright. In a hurry, it took out a blue shield and raised it high. This was a dark blue shield with specks of stars on it. It was like the deep night sky, and it emitted an ancient aura. At first glance, it was no ordinary item. At this moment, an extremely fierce black light rushed toward it. Boom, the black shield and the blue shield collided. A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions from the place where the shields met. The ground immediately exploded. Coincidentally, there was a mountain in the air above them, and this mountain was also forcefully blown away. What is that? It's actually comparable to my scales? The big black horse widened its eyes, looking at the blue shield in the sky-burrowing mouse's hand in disbelief. This blue shield isn't as simple as it looks. It exudes a star-like aura. Looking deep underground, the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon was lost in its memories as it muttered to itself. Why does this aura feel a little familiar? The Blood Chief Demonic Dragon scratched its head with its furry claws and said with a puzzled expression. The curtain of the carriage was lifted. Yiyan suddenly walked out and stood on the carriage. He looked into the distance with a smile on his face. It was really interesting. The little sky-drilling mouse had given him a surprise. Greetings, Master. Seeing that Yiyan had come out, all the demonic beasts immediately greeted him respectfully. Let's go to that valley first. Yiyan said with a smile. Okay. The big black horse hurriedly agreed and pulled the black carriage, breaking through the air. It rushed to the sky above the valley at its fastest speed. The black hairy humanoid creature was slightly stunned when it suddenly saw a black carriage enter its line of sight. There were actually blind fellows who dared to take the initiative to come to its door, then it would not let any of them go. At this moment, other than Mao Bao it could not sense the cultivation realm of anyone in the carriage. Its intelligence had already been severely damaged. It simply believed that there were no powerful opponents among all the people and demonic beasts in the carriage. Master, this guy is covered in strange long black hair. Why don't you let me deal with it? The undead celestial silkworm volunteered. All right, capture it alive. Yiyan nodded with a smile. When they heard that the undead celestial silkworm was going to take action, the other demonic beasts were all excited. The undead celestial silkworm was an incredible senior. Its cultivation realm was currently the highest among all the demonic beasts. Especially after a month of travel, the undead celestial silkworm had reached the 10th level of the Divine Lord realm. It was about to enter the Divine Lord realm. His cultivation speed was so fast that it left people dumbfounded. Therefore, in the hearts of all the demonic beasts, the undead celestial silkworm had a very high status. The undead celestial silkworm swayed slightly and a silver light flew out. It landed in midair and turned into a small silver silkworm. This silvery little silkworm was only half a meter long. It was plump and clumsy, so it didn't look eye-catching at all. Although he had sent out an avatar, the undying celestial silkworm's avatar was also extraordinary. It also had a Divine Lord realm cultivation. The clone's cultivation was comparable to the Azure Heavenly Dragon. The avatar of the undead celestial silkworm had already restrained its aura. Otherwise, no one in the entire Songnan continent would be able to withstand the aura of a divine sovereign. Come on, let me see what's the use of your black silk. The undead celestial silkworm raised its head, its small black eyes sweeping across the monster in front of it as it chuckled. After saying that, then, it spat out a silver silk from its mouth. This strand of silk was only half a meter long. The surface of the silk shone with a silver luster, giving off an extremely sacred aura. I really want to have a strand of silk. Mao Bauer looked at the silver silk and felt a strong desire to own it. Mao Bauer, since you like silk so much, then I'll give you one. The undead celestial silkworm lying beside Mao Bauer smiled casually and spat out a strand of silk. This strand of silk was only the size of a palm. Thank you, Senior. Mao Bauer's face was filled with joy. She stretched out her claws and quickly grabbed the strand of silk. She knew that this strand of silk was spat out by a divine Lord Realm 10th level undead celestial. Silkworm Senior. This strand of silk was so tough that she believed that no one in the entire Sungnon continent could break it. Drip a drop of blood on it and you can refine it. You can use it as a weapon in the future, the undead celestial silkworm said. Yes, Senior. Mao Bauer beamed with joy and dripped a drop of blood on it. The strand of silver silk instantly disappeared from her claws. Tsk tisk. When the other monsters saw this, they all revealed looks of envy and jealousy. Seeing that the monsters were about to drool, Yi Yin said with a smile, you all should cultivate well and quickly break through to the true God realm. Then, I'll let little silkworm give each of you a strand of silver silk. Yes, Master. The big black horse seemed to have been injected with chicken blood as he said with high fighting spirit. The Blood Chief Monster Dragon and the Underworld Blood Greenwood Dragon were the same. Master, I've already broken through to the true God realm. Can I get a reward now? The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon said shamelessly. Your cultivation is already so high and you even have a set of divine armor. You don't need this strand of silk anymore. Yi Yin said as he shook his head. Sigh. The Sea of Jade Heavenly Dragon lowered its head gloomily and buried its blue cat head in its furry belly. Haha. The undead celestial silkworm laughed loudly. It would naturally listen to whatever its master said. If he didn't want it to be given, then it wouldn't. An angry roar sounded, causing the void to tremble. The humanoid monster with black fur all over its body suddenly turned into a black light and pounced toward the undead celestial silkworm. In midair, the two spider-like black spears on its back flickered with a layer of black light. Like two shocking black spears, they pierced toward the undead celestial silkworm's chubby body. Good fellow, you didn't follow the rules. Where's your black silk? The undead celestial silkworm shouted in shock. It was about to be angered to death by this fellow. Could it not understand human language? The black light flashed and disappeared. Whoosh, whoosh. The two black spears, one on the left and one on the right, shattered the void and ruthlessly pierced down. A silver light flew out of the undead celestial silkworm's mouth and split into two in midair to meet the two black spears. These two silver strands wrapped around the black spears and with a sudden swing, the black humanoid monster was flung away. The black humanoid monster quickly regained control of its body and pounced over again with a roar. Master, this fellow doesn't understand human language. The undead celestial silkworm looked at Yi Yin and said helplessly. Play with it for a while and see what it's capable of. Yi Yin said with a smile. He turned his head slightly and looked in another direction. Just now, the big black cat and the heaven-drilling rat had clashed head-on. Both parties had retreated several hundred feet deep underground before they could regain control of their bodies. This attack turned out to be evenly matched. However, Yi Yin had great confidence in the big black cat. The big black cat had a strong physical body and a long endurance. Even if the heaven-drilling rat had that strange star shield, it was no match for the big black cat. This starry shield is clearly a scale from the starry divine dragon. It's extremely ancient. This little heaven-drilling rat couldn't have been dug out from some underground place, right? Yi Yin muttered to himself and a smile appeared on his face. Along the way, he had seen many kinds of dragon clan, but he had never seen the Star Dragon clan. The Star Dragon clan was led by one of the 10 great super divine dragons, the Star Dragon clan. Coward, where did you get this shield from? The big black cat raised the black shield in its hand and looked at it. When it saw that there were no cracks, it looked at the heaven-drilling rat and asked arrogantly. Stupid cat, don't you think this question is ridiculous? The heaven-drilling rat laughed sarcastically. What a coward. I haven't seen you for 1,000 years and you're getting more and more arrogant. Today, your grandpa cat will catch you and beat you up so badly that even your grandpa cat won't recognize you. The big black cat was furious when it heard this. Its blood boiled and it took a deep breath and charged again with the black shield in its hand. Stupid cat, wait until your grandpa rat cultivates, then I'll come back to settle the score with you. The heaven-drilling rat made a feint and starlight appeared on the blue shield in its hand. It formed a river of stars and blocked in front of its body. Then, he turned into a streak of yellow light and fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. Damn it, what kind of good stuff did this stupid cat eat all these years? Why is his body so much stronger than before? I took out my family heirloom, the starry shield, and fought him head-on just now, but it's only a draw. The sky-drilling mouse cursed in his heart as he fled. This ancient starry shield was the heirloom of the sky-drilling mouse clan. There were a total of 7 shields. Because he had been collecting resources everywhere for so many years and had contributed a lot to the clan, he was recently rewarded with this starry shield as the ultimate self-defense weapon. What the sky-drilling mouse didn't expect was that he had already eaten a red pill, raised half a small realm, and his body was much stronger than before. In the end, he used the clan's ultimate treasure, the starry shield, to fight the 9-tailed spirit cat head-on, but they were only evenly matched. How could he not be surprised? The red pill wouldn't allow him to hold on for too long. Once the medicinal effect disappeared, wouldn't he be at the mercy of the 9-tailed spirit cat? So after the feint, the sky-drilling mouse immediately turned and fled. What a coward, you actually ran away again? When the big black cat saw the yellow light disappear in front of him, he helplessly waved the black shield in his hand and smashed it on the bright galaxy. With a rumbling sound, the star river suddenly shattered. The powerful shock wave once again caused the surroundings to become a scene of devastation. The big black cat sneered at this moment. He activated his escape technique and flew from the depths of the ground to midair. After smelling his own unique smell of cat urine, he began to chase in a certain direction. As long as he wasn't too far away, he could smell the smell of cat urine on the sky-drilling mouse. This was also the big black cat's secret tracking technique. Of course, this ultimate secret technique wasn't exclusive to him. The big black cat had learned it from a black dog. That black dog was very fat, but its eyes were very small. Its personality was a little strange, and it liked to collect resources in despicable ways, such as hitting someone in the back with a stick or excavating some ancient tombs. Doggy. I haven't seen you for so many years, I wonder if you're still alive. The big black cat chased after the sky-drilling mouse from afar, but a look of nostalgia appeared on its face. Back then, the black dog had once helped him. However, the cat and dog didn't have much interaction. After they missed each other, they didn't meet again. The big black cat had no idea whether Black Dog was dead or alive. This was because he had never heard any rumors about it again. The big black cat knew that the sky-drilling rat's stamina wouldn't last long after taking a red pill, so he wasn't in a hurry. He just hung from afar, waiting for the moment when the sky-drilling rat would reveal its true form. In another direction. In the void above the valley. The undead god Silkworm's avatar and the black humanoid monster began fighting. The immortal god Silkworm relied on its nimble movement skills and its elusive silk to constantly push back the black humanoid monster. As for the black humanoid monster, it seemed that its brain wasn't working very well either. It seemed to have some confidence in the 2 black spears on its back. He had been fighting with his spear all this time. Despite repeated defeats, he continued to fight as if he was never tired of it. Master, this monster doesn't seem to have any abilities? The immortal god Silkworm shouted. Indeed. Then let's control it first. Yiyan said helplessly. Like the immortal god Silkworm, Yiyan originally wanted to see what the black humanoid monster had up its sleeves. He wanted to wait for it to show off its terrifying black hair. He didn't expect that, after it evolved into 2 black spears, the monster would give up on the idea of using its strange black hair. Master, I'll first control it in a small area. Let's see if it can use its black silk consummate skill. The immortal god Silkworm said with a smile. Seeing that this little guy was still unwilling to give up, Yiyan could only nod in agreement. Chi, a silver silk flew out and wrapped around the black humanoid monster at lightning speed. This thread suddenly became perfectly straight, like a steel spear, without any curvature. The other end of the steel spear firmly locked the black humanoid monster's body, making it unable to move in the air. Awoo! The black humanoid monster repeatedly let out a strange roar. It desperately waved its four limbs, but was unable to break free. The two black spears on its back suddenly drew out two streaks of black light and thrust forward, forcibly piercing the silver silk. Boom! The black spears collided with the silver silk, creating two loud bangs. However, they were unable to change the state of the silk. The thin silk didn't shake in the slightest. It was unimaginably tough. "Senior's silk is really tough," the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said enviously. "Let's hurry up and cultivate. Didn't Master say? When we reach the true immortal realm, we'll ask Senior to give us a strand of silk." The mystic bird on the roof of the carriage said. "Yes, yes." The big black horse and the netherblood greenwood dragon nodded at almost the same time. Yiyan glanced at these few demonic beasts and discovered that these few little fellows were clearly several times more energetic than before in their cultivation. It seemed that a small strand of silk was enough to motivate them. Boom! A series of loud explosions rang out. As the streaks of black light fell, the black humanoid monster continued to use the two black spears to viciously attack the silk. "Master, look at this fellow. Did he forget that he has black hair all over his body?" The undead celestial silkworm opened its eyes wide and said helplessly. "Maybe. Let him attack like this first. Maybe he'll remember later." Yi Yun laughed. After attacking for a while, cracks finally appeared on the two black spears. However, the black humanoid monster still didn't stop, causing the two black spears to disintegrate. "Use whatever skills you have. Otherwise, you won't have a chance in the future." The undead celestial silkworm sneered. Awoo! The black humanoid monster let out a few angry roars. Its four limbs danced a few times, but no black spears appeared. At this moment, it finally realized that the two black spears on its back had disappeared. After struggling for a while, it finally accepted this cruel reality. Chi, chi, a slight sound was heard. The long black hair on his body suddenly grew at an extremely fast speed, turning into a vast black current that covered the sky and wrapped around the undying celestial silkworm. "Oh, the black silk is finally out." The undead celestial silkworm chuckled. It suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a silver silk. This silver thread was like a large, nimble hand. It suddenly grabbed the black torrent and soared into the sky. "What is this?" The big black horse looked at the battle scene with a dumbfounded expression. It was hard to imagine why the undead celestial silkworm would make a move like this. This silver silk only tied up all the black silk in front of it, but it didn't restrict their growth. Therefore, after the black silk passed through the silver silk, it poured down from the sky and continued to attack the undead celestial silkworm. From afar, the black silk was like a huge black waterfall. Although it was constantly rising, it was fiercely falling. It gave people a feeling that was both spectacular and strange. "It really knows how to play," Yi Yun shook his head. It seemed that after experiencing 9 rebirths, the undead celestial silkworm's brain was a bit strange. "Master, I'd like to see how long this monster's black silk can grow." Looking at the magnificent black waterfall falling from the sky, the silver silk in the undead celestial silkworm's mouth continued to soar into the sky. The undead celestial silkworm's playful heart was filled with excitement. Under its excitement, the speed of the silver silk in its mouth soared into the sky became even faster. Chi-chi, the silver silk continued to rise at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it rose into the air and stretched for at least a few hundred miles. In the sky, the black waterfall soared into the sky, but it turned around at the silver circle and flowed down turbulently. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. My goodness, as expected of a senior, to be able to come up with such a creative idea. The Blood Chief Demon Dragon on the carriage was full of praise. "Take a guess, how far can the black hair of this humanoid monster extend?" The big black horse rolled its eyes and asked with a smile. "According to this trend, 200 to 300 miles won't be a problem at all." The netherblood greenwood dragon observed for a moment and came to its own conclusion. "Seniors, is this a magic treasure, or some kind of magical power?" Maobauer asked curiously. I can't say, it can barely be considered a magical power, the Blood Chief Demon Dragon said. Just as these demon beasts were discussing, the humanoid black monster saw that its attack was intercepted and roared angrily. Its body was still fixed in the air by the silver silk, unable to move. Now, the black hair all over its body was pulled into the air by the silver silk. Yiyan looked up at the void with a calm expression. He sized up the black hair, a thoughtful flame dancing in his eyes. After a while, the black waterfall fell from the sky and was about to reach the undying celestial silkworm. The latter spat out another silver silk and tied up the black waterfall, pulling it into the air again. This was equivalent to, there were 2 rings made of silver silk in the air, wrapping around the huge black waterfall. After being brought into the air by the second ring, the black waterfall broke through and poured down again. Just like that. The undying celestial silkworm spat out 9 silks in a row, bringing the black waterfall into the air. At this moment, the black waterfall finally stopped growing and falling down. It seemed to have reached its limit. And the black humanoid monster was panting at this moment, looking extremely weak. Master, this guy should be at his wit's end? The undying celestial silkworm laughed happily. Yes. Yiyan nodded lightly. Fortunately, it was the undying celestial silkworm. If it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to stop these strange black hair from falling. Awu, the black humanoid monster roared at the sky, and the long black hair on its body began to rapidly retract. The undying celestial silkworm didn't care and just waited quietly. The black fur on his body shrank back and returned to its normal length. Huff, huff, at this moment, the black humanoid monster was panting heavily. Obviously, it also took a lot of its strength to retract its black hair. I say, what other moves do you have? The undying celestial silkworm. The black humanoid monster lowered its head, as if it had sunk into a dead end. The undying celestial silkworm, the celestial silkworm. Faced with the mockery, the black humanoid monster still lowered its head and did not say a word. It was exceptionally silent. Yiyan's eyes flickered as if he had seen through something. The undead celestial silkworm said hurriedly. Yiyan nodded. Hearing their master say so, the demonic beasts on the carriage also stopped talking and quieted down. The black humanoid monster's body began to tremble slightly. Its head, which had been hanging low, began to slowly rise. The aura on its body was completely different from before. The original strange feeling also disappeared by more than half. Everyone stared at it, waiting to see what would happen. A faint dragon roar suddenly rang out in the air without any warning. Immediately after, a golden divine dragon's shadow appeared behind the black humanoid monster without any warning. Carrying a divine dragon phantom, how is this possible? The big black horse was shocked, and its eyes were wide open. It was the first to exclaim. It was the first divine pet that Yiyan took out from the warehouse. Along the way, naturally, it had seen how Luoli, Jun Maxiao, and Su Wani, the 3 juniors, used the divine dragon sword technique. Therefore, it was very familiar with the unique starting stance of the divine dragon sword technique with the divine dragon's shadow on its back. What's wrong? The heaven-reaching jade dragon asked curiously. This is, the big black horse spoke incoherently. It was a little flustered and could not say anything. Don't be agitated, speak slowly. The heaven-reaching jade dragon was very surprised and looked over in disbelief. The big black horse had always been very calm. Why would it lose its composure today? The big black horse hesitated for a moment, then sighed and shook its head. I don't know where to start. Hey, what are you doing? The heaven-reaching jade dragon said helplessly. On the top of the carriage, Mystic Bird also widened its eyes and looked at the divine dragon phantom in shock. It was extremely excited. Yiyan was also stunned. His brows furrowed slightly. In midair, the immortal silkworm was listening to the conversation of the demonic beasts curiously. It also wanted to know what had happened. Senior, I know. This divine dragon phantom is the standard starting move of the Shenlong sect's divine dragon sword technique. Maobauer suddenly said. The starting move of the divine dragon sword technique? The heaven-reaching jade dragon, the netherblood greenwood dragon, and the other demonic beasts were all in great shock at this moment. These demonic beasts had long regarded themselves as part of the Xianlong sect. However, those who joined later were not familiar with the techniques of the Xianlong sect. But after hearing Maobauer's words, they all understood. The black humanoid monster in front of them suddenly used the starting move of the Xianlong sect's divine dragon sword technique. Then, there was only one possibility. This guy was actually from the Xianlong sect. What a guy. After fighting for so long, he actually fought with his own people. How could these demonic beasts not be shocked? The immortal silkworm also opened its mouth wide and was speechless. Fortunately, I didn't use too much force. So, he's an ally. I almost accidentally injured him. The immortal silkworm thought anxiously. It was quite guilty and secretly glanced at Yi Yun. Seeing that its master's expression was serious, it did not dare to speak and could only wait quietly. The divine dragon sword technique. Good, so he's from the Xianlong sect, Yi Yun said softly. There was an indescribable sadness in his voice. It was just a guess in his heart, but he did not expect it to become true at this moment. This was really too cruel. Even Yi Yun really did not want to accept this cruel reality. The black humanoid monster in front of him must be a high-level figure of the Xianlong sect 100,000 years ago. At that time, Black Hair, who fell from the void black door, fled all the way here, but he could not hold on and died. Yi Yun's eyes flashed and looked at the depths of the ground. There were traces of a spiritual vein in that place, but it had been dried up for a long time. It seemed that the successor of the Xianlong sect had persisted in the depths of the ground for a period of time before finally dying. Well, let me see who you are. Thinking of this, Yi Yun sighed and his tone became more and more bleak. A small star-like rune flashed in his eyes. The heavenly illusory eye was activated. A powerful force of change of life and death instantly invaded the black humanoid monster opposite him. So it's Elder Gongyang. After searching through his fragmented memories, Yi Yun finally found the true identity of the black humanoid monster opposite him. This Elder Gongyang was at the 8th level of the Eternal Realm and had been responsible for guarding the scripture pavilion of the Xianlong sect for many years. Master, which elder of the Xianlong sect is this? Mystic Bird flew over and asked in a low voice. Elder Gongyang of the scripture pavilion. Yi Yun said softly. I didn't expect it to be Elder Gongyang. Mystic Bird's body trembled and suddenly turned into a human form. She bowed deeply to Elder Gongyang in the distance. When Mystic Bird raised her head, her face was already full of tears. Master, can Elder Gongyang still be saved? Mystic Bird didn't bother to wipe her tears and asked in a trembling voice. He has been dead for tens of thousands of years. Now, his body has become a strange creature. He is no longer the original him, Yi Yun sighed softly. If Elder Gongyang had just died, he could still use the triple brilliance sacred water to save him. But now that he had been dead for tens of thousands of years and his divine soul was gone, there was nothing he could do. Although Yi Yun had signed in for 100,000 years and obtained an unimaginable amount of resources, he was not omnipotent. If he really had the ability to resurrect people at will, he would have resurrected all the dead people one by one. Damn it. Black Hair in the void black door must be the culprit for Elder Gongyang's current state. Mystic Bird gritted her teeth and said hatefully. Yi Yun nodded silently. 100,000 years ago, after he accepted the invitation of the system to enter the mysterious space, the Xianlong sect was besieged by a powerful force. It seemed that the mastermind behind the scenes had been paying attention to the development of the Xianlong sect. Master, he is also a fellow disciple of the Xianlong sect, but now he has become like this. What should we do? Looking at Elder Gongyang, who was carrying the divine dragon phantom on his back, the undead celestial silkworm became more and more guilty and asked in a low voice. Although I can get rid of the poison in his body, once I do that, he will die completely. Yi Yun pondered for a few seconds before saying, turn him into a cocoon and seal him up like this. I understand, Master. The undead celestial silkworm agreed. The silver silk suddenly spun rapidly and wrapped around Elder Gongyang's body. From the beginning to the end, Elder Gongyang had only performed the first move of the divine dragon sword technique and did not perform any subsequent moves. Yi Yun had seen Elder Gongyang's fragmented memories. he knew that Elder Gong Yang's memories were too fragmented. Even though he had executed the first move of the Divine Dragon Sword art, he still needed some time to connect the rest of his memories. In less than a breath's time, a silver cocoon enveloped Elder Gong Yang completely. Yi Yan lightly tapped with his finger, and Elder Gong Yang, who was struggling inside, immediately stopped moving. He was fixed in place. Yi Yan activated the body immobilization technique. If he did not undo it, Elder Gong Yang would always be in this state and would be able to maintain it for a long time. Yi Yan suddenly reached out and grabbed a strand of black hair from the valley below. This was the black hair that had been cut off when the Shenluo Heaven Disciple and Elder Gong Yang fought. After looking at it in his hand for a moment, Yi Yan did not have any clue. Maybe those little guys can give me some advice, Yi Yan's heart stirred. In an instant, his primordial spirit brought this black hair into the divine pet warehouse. Haha. Master, you're finally here. How long has it been? I haven't seen you for almost a year. I really miss you too much. Master, are you going to take any of us out this time? Take me. Take me. When Yi Yan entered the dark warehouse, balls of terrifying light lit up all around. These balls of light were the rays of light emitted from the eyes of the divine pets. However, most of the divine pets were restrained. Otherwise, this entire warehouse would be brighter than daytime. This time, I have come to ask for your help with something. Looking at these cute divine pets, Yi Yan felt comfortable in his heart and said with a smile. Help with what, master? Could it be that some powerful guy had appeared outside? Hurry up and take me out. I can easily shatter the entire world outside. A muddy voice sounded in the distance. A huge figure with shadowy pupils was hovering in the void, unable to be seen clearly. Your level is too high. You can't go out. Yi Yan laughed and quickly denied it. What kind of joke was this? This big guy was at the level of world extermination. Once he went out, the outside world would not be able to withstand it. Master, what do you need help with? A divine pet nearby asked anxiously. This black hair, I don't know what kind of demon beast it is. This time, I came to let you identify it. Yi Yan raised the black hair in his hand and looked around. Swish. Swish, swish. Countless laser-like gazes swept over and all of them fell on the tiny black hair in Yi Yan's hand. There were countless divine pets in the warehouse. They came from different worlds and their knowledge was frighteningly profound. Therefore, Yi Yan believed that he should be able to find some clues about this black hair in the warehouse. Just now, 2 black spears that looked like spider legs grew out of Elder Gong Yang's back. This made Yi Yan speculate that there might be a spider-type demon in the void black door. Master, I feel that this is the hair of a spider. In the distance, an extremely powerful divine pet observed carefully and said. That's right. We think so too. In other directions, there were also powerful divine pets who expressed their thoughts one after another. Seeing that these divine pets had the same opinion as him, Yi Yan's heart lit up with hope. This trip to the warehouse was indeed a right one. What kind of spider is this? Does anyone know? Yi Yan asked again. Master, we don't know what kind of spider it is. Why don't we find all the spiders in our warehouse? They might know which type it is, a huge divine pet in the distance said. All right. Yi Yan nodded and smiled. There were indeed many different types of spiders in the warehouse. However, he couldn't remember exactly how many there were. Swish. Swish. All the powerful divine pets moved and went deep into the warehouse. They caught all the spiders and piled them next to Yi Yan. Good heavens. There are so many spiders. Yi Yan's eyes were filled with shock, greatly taken aback. In front of him, there were tens of thousands of spiders of different sizes, colors, and attributes. Some spiders were covered in a faint gray mist and looked mysterious. Some were covered in frost and were very cold. Some had flames burning on their heads, some had strange eyes, some had ancient runes all over their bodies, and some had 8 wings on their backs. There were all kinds of strange spiders. Spiders, quickly take a look at the black hair on the master's hand. What kind of spider is it? A powerful godly pet was hovering in the air like a supreme king. It shouted at the spider below. Come on, let's go. Under the pressure of the mythical pet, almost all the spiders shuddered. Only a few spiders were able to withstand the powerful pressure of the mythical pet. Yiyan clicked his tongue in wonder. Among these tens of thousands of spiders, there were also some extremely powerful ones. Master, if I'm not wrong, this should be the dark underworld divine spider, a pure white, jade-like little spider let out a clear voice of a 5 or 6-year-old girl. The Stygian divine spider? Yiyan looked at the tiny, translucent spider with a gentle smile on his face. The tiny spider looked like a 5 or 6-year-old girl. If it transformed into a human, it would be extremely adorable. What's the Stygian divine spider? Why haven't I heard of it before? Jade Ruri spider, don't lie to master. A cold and gloomy voice sounded. Beside the translucent little spider, there was a huge spider covered in a layer of frost. That's right. Even we don't know about it. How do you know? Are you trying to deceive the old master so that you can earn some merit and then have him bring you out? Another spider, whose body was shrouded in gray fog, said. That's right. Many other spiders chimed in unhappily. These spiders are the same as those ruthless ones just now. They have quite a temper. Yiyan smiled inwardly as he looked at the spiders who were talking. Woo-woo. The Jade Ruri spider's eyes turned misty as it said pitifully, I wouldn't dare to lie to master. There really is a Stygian divine spider in my world. Is that so? If there is a Stygian divine spider in your world, will there be one in master's world as well? How can I prove that you're telling the truth? The frost spider sneered. I can swear to God that if I lie, the Jade Ruri spider raised a translucent spider leg and said solemnly. However, it was interrupted by Yiyan before it could finish its sentence. Alright, I believe that you won't lie. What are the characteristics of the Stygian divine spider? Tell me in detail. Yiyan waved his hand. Master, the Stygian divine spider is extremely evil. It has a strong body and a strange poison in its body that can corrode the blood of its enemies. Once the corrosion is complete, the enemy will die, the Jade Ruri spider explained. I see, realization dawned on Yiyan when he heard the little spider's explanation. The Jade Ruri spider was right. The black hair on the Stygian divine spider had a powerful corrosive effect on the blood. The mastermind had sent out the divine netherworld spider to exterminate all the people in the Shenlong sect who possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. Master, the divine netherworld spider's poison has a certain chance of allowing the infected person to continuously evolve into a divine netherworld spider over a long period of time. First, they will be covered in black hair, then 2 spider legs on their back, and then a few more legs. If they continue to evolve like this, sooner or later, they will evolve into the original form of the divine netherworld spider. Once the evolution is successful, they will become a clone of the divine netherworld spider. The Jade Ruri spider whispered. This divine netherworld spider is quite powerful, and its methods are somewhat strange. Haha, I really want to go out and help master drag it out and torture it properly, the frost spider laughed nonchalantly. I have the same idea. Another dark green spider looked at Yiyan and said with a smile, Master, why don't you take us out? Don't worry, we'll definitely help you find the divine netherworld spider. You don't have to go out yet. It's very safe in this warehouse, Yiyan smiled. Faintly and refused without hesitation. This dark green spider was extremely poisonous and extremely terrifying. Who knew what kind of disaster it would cause to the world if it went out? It's just a type of poison. How could the infected person eventually become his clone? Jade Ruri spider, is there something you didn't say? The huge, indistinct figure in the void suddenly spoke. In our world, the divine netherworld spider is an extremely mysterious monster. It is said that when the divine netherworld spider cultivates to a certain level, each strand of hair contains a spider egg spore. It is these spore eggs that cause the final formation of the clone. The Jade Ruri spider thought for a moment and then said doubtfully. It seems that the spider egg has been born in Elder Gong Yang's body and has become one with him. After hearing the Jade Ruri spider's words, Yiyan thought to himself. There was no doubt that the divine netherworld spider was not a monster from the Tsungnon continent. It must have come from the divine land. Yiyan had never seen the divine netherworld spider in the Tsungnon continent. The next time he went to the divine land, he wanted to find the divine netherworld spider and find out who had accused it. If the divine Netherworld spider clan really existed, Yiyan wanted to find the culprit who had attacked the Shenlong sect. With this thought in mind, Yiyan smiled and asked, Jade Ruri Spider, you have made a great contribution this time. What do you want me to reward you with? Master, can you take me out? The Jade Ruri Spider asked eagerly. Take you out? Yiyan pondered. Although the Jade Ruri Spider looked small and inconspicuous, it had a high starting point and was already in the true immortal realm. Master, don't be fooled by my small size. I'm very strong in combat. I can definitely help you break through the enemy lines, the Jade Ruri Spider said anxiously. Look. This guy's wild ambition has been exposed, hasn't it? The Frost Spider next to it said grumpily. Yes. I already knew that this little spider wanted to go out. I didn't expect such an opportunity to come. The spider, which was shrouded in gray fog, said angrily. Its eyes were dark red in color and were faintly discernible. It looked very mysterious and strange. This is unfair. We want to go out too. The spider said in a frenzy. Shut up. Master is right in front of you. Can't you follow the rules? You are just a small spider clan with so few people. Do you still want to compete with us? The huge chaotic figure in the air suddenly said angrily. All the spiders kept quiet out of fear. Even the most ruthless ones did not dare to compete with the chaotic figure. Yiyan looked around and gently pressed his hand into the void. He said faintly, all right, all of you will be able to leave if you have the chance in the future. This time, I will take the Jade Ruri Spider out first. Thank you, Master. The Jade Ruri Spider was overjoyed. It fell to the ground and kowtowed. Master, I can't wait to go out and fight with you. Master, I also want to go out and serve you. Master, can you leave the next opportunity for me? The monsters were in an uproar again. One by one, they began to express their loyalty. Yiyan smiled faintly and left the warehouse with the Jade Ruri Spider. Countless demonic beasts sighed and then dispersed like the tide. The entire vast warehouse returned to its cold and gloomy state. There was no movement at all. It was as if at this moment, they had entered the state of great nirvana. With a flash of light, a small, jade-like spider appeared on the carriage. This spider was only the size of a palm. It lay on the carriage and looked at the new world outside. A spider! Mel Bauer suddenly screamed and nimbly jumped to the side. Good heavens! Why did a spider demon suddenly appear? The Blood Chief Demon Dragon was also shocked. It was especially shocked when it saw that the little spider's cultivation had reached the true immortal realm. It did not hesitate and jumped to the side of the Azure Sea Heavenly Dragon. The Netherblood Greenwood Dragon did the same. 3 kittens, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 white, squeezed next to the blue kitten. End of chapter 631. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.